Chapter 1, Dreams Become Reality? I asked about the banquet, and it's 3,800 yuan per table. On Saturday afternoon, in a coffee shop in Jiangcheng, Suyin said, and the packaging of the wedding candy that you sent me last time, I gave it to them. They said they need to redo it, and we're going to go take a look in a couple of days. Good. A pretty good-looking woman opposite responded nonchalantly while playing with her cell phone. Her name is Huang Mengyao, she is Suyun's girlfriend, but they are going to get married soon. Suyun frowned when he saw her playing with her phone. He asked, "What's wrong with you? Weren't you quite focused on this before? Why do you seem a little absent-minded today?" Fine. Huang Mengyao continued to play with her phone and asked, "Have you bought the drinks and wine?" I bought some drinks. Suyun replied, "But I want to discuss that wine with you. Can we buy 1573? Didn't my mom tell you to buy mutai?" Huang Mengyao raised her head and said angrily, "Can you please pay more attention? I roughly counted, more than 60 tables and more than 60 bottles of wine." Suyun explained, "If you buy mutai, a bottle of wine costs about 1,500 yuan. 60 bottles, that's almost 100,000 yuan. Ha!" Huang Mengyao said dissatisfiedly, "Are you settling accounts with me? You think you spent too much money marrying me, right? All the money I saved for the 5 years after graduation is with you. You know how much it is, less than 200,000 yuan. Suyun said helplessly, "The betrothal gift cost 166,000 yuan, and I borrowed 300,000 yuan from my mother for the wedding banquet. What do you think?" "Stop." Huang Mengyao held up her phone and interrupted unhappily, "You didn't ask for 288,000 yuan in betrothal gifts before. Okay, I didn't ask for it. I want 166,000 yuan from you, right? I didn't ask you to arrange those so-called luxury hotels, right? You saw my bestie's wedding, and they spent tens of thousands on flowers alone. Now you're asking me for this? I'm just discussing this with you, don't get excited." Suyun said, "We live our lives together, and whether we live well or not is none of other people's business. In my hometown, a wedding cost only over 2,000 yuan per table, which is considered high. Didn't TI also not meet that standard? I just think we're doing what we can." After hearing this, Huang Mengyao said with a look of disgust, "This is not your little place, this is a big city. This is a matter of principle. I have nothing to discuss with you." Okay, I'll listen to you." They were getting married soon, and Suyun didn't want to argue with her. "That's right, I have something I want to tell you." Huang Mengyao put down her phone and said, "After we get married, my parents will come and live with us." "Yes, sure." Suyun nodded and said, "Let's leave the slightly larger room for the two of them. My mom is alone, so she'll live in the smaller room." "Your mother is coming to live here?" Huang Mengyao felt a little surprised. "Yeah, didn't I tell you a long time ago?" Suyun replied, "She sold her house in her hometown and used all her life savings to buy me this house." "No, it's not convenient for your mother to come and live here. If she doesn't live in this apartment, where will my mother live? Even a clay Buddha would get angry." Suyun said angrily, "She bought this house." "I know she bought it." Huang Mengyao said in a bad tone, "But this house was originally bought by her for the two of us to marry." "Then if you say so, your parents shouldn't live here anymore." "Impossible. My parents have raised me for over 20 years. They wouldn't feel at ease or comfortable being too far away from me." Suyun sneered, "Far? When I bought this place, I wanted it to be close to your house. I could get there by taking a taxi for the starting price. Now you're telling me it's far? The two families already have different living environments. It's inconvenient for them to live together." "Inconvenient?" Suyun retorted, "My mother used her life savings and sold her own house to buy this apartment. You won't let her live in it?" Huang Mengyao lowered her head and typed on her phone, saying, "I didn't say I wouldn't let her live here, I just think it's inconvenient for two families to live together. Besides, compared to your little place. My mother sold her house to buy this." Suyun lost his composure and interrupted her, his voice getting louder, "She has no house." "Why are you yelling?" Huang Mengyao suddenly became dissatisfied. "I yell? No." Suyun tried hard to control his emotions and said, "Have you ever considered how my family feels? My mom doesn't have her own house anymore, she has nowhere to live. Now you tell me that you won't let her live here, then where will you let her live? She bought the house. Isn't it her responsibility to buy a house? Buying a house for her son is the right thing to do. Huang Mangyao said casually, she only bought this house in her life. She used up her life savings. It's her problem, not ours. My mom's problem? Suyun was so angry that he laughed and said, people say raising a son is a way to prepare for old age. What you are doing now not only makes me not be able to provide for her in her old age, but also makes me kick her out of my own house. When two people get married, it means two families are building a new family together, not letting your family become vampires. From the very beginning, you looked down on me for not having money and for coming from a small town, but was there anything I didn't try my best to meet all your requests? I can agree with you on other issues, but this one is impossible. No room for negotiation. If this can't be implemented, then we can postpone our marriage. Huang Mengyao threatened to get married. I asked my parents not to send messages to relatives or invitations. You should discuss it with your mother. My mother will be moving here in the next few days. Suyun has endured for all these years, and he doesn't want to endure it anymore. If he continues to endure it, he will probably have to endure it for the rest of his life. Fuck it, the worst that can happen is that the marriage won't happen. If you don't agree, move all your things out tomorrow and transfer all the money I deposited with you to me. Huang Mengyao was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that Suyun, who was always easy to talk to, would suddenly become so tough. Her face changed and she asked, what do you mean? You don't want to get married, right? Get lost, get out of here. Huang Mengyao immediately said angrily, okay, this is what you said, don't regret it. Roll. Looking at the woman who stood up and left with an angry look on her face, Suyun wiped his face and scratched his hair. He met this woman through a blind date 3 years ago. He thought she was pretty and had a nice personality. Plus, his mother had always wanted to have a grandson, so he thought about getting married to fulfill her wish. But who knew that when she was about to get married, her personality would suddenly change drastically. Listening to her best friend, she has all kinds of requests, one after another. Everyone has their own bottom line. It's okay to suffer a little, it's okay to be wronged a little, that's your own choice, but you can't let your mother down. Besides, you are a woman who doesn't work, but you eat my food, wear my clothes, and you still look down on me? Fuck you, do you think you're so great just because you're pretty? When I become rich in the future, everyone I sleep with will be better than you. The host's free will system has been successfully activated. Note, what does it mean to follow your heart? It means to follow your truest thoughts and do whatever you want. From this moment on, every time the host does what he wants, the system will issue a certain amount of cash reward according to the standards. Faced with his vampire girlfriend, the host just made a spontaneous decision to give up marrying her and receive a cash reward of 200,000 yuan. Listening to the mechanical voice in his head, Suyun thought he was hallucinating because he was too angry. The next second, his phone vibrated and he received a text message on his Xiaomi phone, which he had been using for 3 years. Your bank account number 6818 received 200,000 renminbi on March 24, 2024, and the balance after the transaction is 205,300 renminbi, Agricultural Bank. Suyun's brain froze for a moment. After restarting immediately, he opened the mobile banking app and checked the balance on his card. His breathing became a little rapid. Dreams come true? Chapter 2 Invincible, 2 Invincible. Suyun's thoughts at this moment were not excitement, but he felt that he had endured for the past 3 years in vain. 3 years, do you know how you spent these 3 years? In the past 3 years, in order to save money for his marriage, he was treated like a dog by his boss at the company every day. He works overtime like crazy, finds part-time jobs, doesn't drink, gamble, or visit prostitutes, has zero socializing, and can't even afford a KFC family bucket. It took him 3 years of hard work to save less than 200,000 yuan. As a result, now because I couldn't bear it anymore and followed my own wishes, the system gave me 200,000 in one go. If he had known that he could unlock the system and get rewards by not getting married, he would have given up on it. You may have lacked confidence before, but now that you have cheats in hand, are you still worried about not being able to find a woman? I must break off all ties with Huang Mengyao. Don't give her any chance. Thinking of this, Suyun stood up, paid the bill, and walked out of the cafe. Suyun habitually took out his cell phone and called a DD Express. But it was rush hour after get-off work and many people were looking for taxis. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, no one took the order and Suyun was still waiting in line. Suddenly, he remembered his, do whatever you want, system. I've been doing whatever I want, why should I suffer this injustice? Change decisively. Soo-yoon immediately chose the private car service that had the least people and no need to queue. He used to be reluctant to spend money, but now it's different. He doesn't need to worry about it anymore. Soo-yoon-kai clicked on the taxi service and someone accepted the order within 10 seconds. So fast. Not long after, a clean Mercedes-Benz drove up to him and stopped. The driver asked, "Sir, are you the owner of the car with the last license plate number 7625? Yes. When the driver heard this, he immediately got out of the car and opened the back door for him. He stood aside and said with a smile, "Sir, please get in the car." Soo-yoon. I have to say, the service is really good for this price. Half an hour later. The car stopped steadily at the gate of the community, and the driver got out to help open the door. Soo-yoon strode down. Thanks. Take care, boss, and remember to give us a 5-star rating. As soon as Soo-yoon completed the payment on his phone, the system voice came again. When it comes to daily travel, the host no longer worries about the price and freely chooses his favorite mode of travel, and is rewarded with 50,000 yuan in cash. This is a reward of 50,000? I have to pay for any car I take. I feel like this system is more arbitrary than I am. No wonder it is called the free will system, there is a reason for it. Soo-yoon suddenly became curious. If there was a private plane, he would order one and wonder how much the system would reward him. But he just thought about this kind of thing. After all, there are only taxi apps at present, but no airplane apps. Back home. Soo-yoon got angry when he saw the women's slippers at the door, picked them up and threw them into the trash can. Then he started cleaning up Hwang Mingyao's things in the house. After sorting and packing everything, he called for a courier service and had it mailed directly to her parents' home. By the time all this was done, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Seeing that most of the space in the house was now empty, Soo-yoon felt much better. However, he was also very tired. He didn't even eat and fell asleep on the bed. The next morning, Soo-yoon woke up in a daze. Just as he was about to call Hwang Mingyao, he was stunned for a moment, then reacted. I feel like I have broken up with her. At this time, Manager Lee from the company called. Soo-yoon frowned. Nothing good ever happened to this guy when he called him during the holidays. It's either overtime or overtime. If it was before yesterday, maybe he would have gone for work or money. But now. Sorry, you're a bully. He would not indulge the other party anymore and accept useless overtime, so he hung up the phone directly. After washing up at home, Soo-yoon went downstairs to have breakfast, then clicked a button to hail the special car and drove directly to his hometown. The single-sided expressway is more than 300 kilometers long. When I arrived at my destination, it was already noon and my mother Zhang Sujuan had already prepared dinner and was waiting for me. She also packed up the things she wanted to take away from home. Mom! Soo-yoon called out affectionately after entering the room. You're finally here. If you don't come soon, the food will get cold. After Zhang Sujuan finished speaking, she looked behind Soo-yoon and saw that he was alone. She asked in confusion, "Where's Mingyao? Didn't she come?" "Oh, she's not coming." Soo-yoon smiled and said, "Come and eat, I'm hungry. After you finish eating, you can go to Jiangcheng with me." Good. Zhang Sujuan smiled happily and said, "It just so happens that the lease on the house here has expired, and I have already agreed with the landlord that I will not rent it anymore. When we get to Jiangcheng, once you and Mingyao are married and have children, I will focus on helping you raise them." Soo-yoon was somewhat moved after hearing this. A year ago, in order to help me buy a house in Jiangcheng for my marriage, my mother sold her big house and paid the down payment. I rented a small house of 30 square meters. But I have found a girlfriend, and she doesn't even want to let my mother live with her. Thinking about it now, he was so angry that he wanted to slap the other person twice. After dinner, Soo-yoon looked at the large and small bags of things and said, "Mom, don't bring some things. Just bring some clothes for now. If you need anything, I'll buy you new ones. But these can all be used." Zhang Sujuan said, "Don't spend money recklessly. You're getting married soon, so you should be frugal." "Oh, if I say no, then no." Soo-yoon smiled and said, "Your son can make money now, so this is not a big deal." "You, bragging again, I don't even know how much you earn." "Don't look down on your son." Soo-yoon said, "Let's go. Listen to me. Besides, you have so much stuff that the car won't fit it all." "Oh, okay." Soo-yoon brought his mother downstairs. Seeing this, the waiting driver quickly opened the trunk, took the suitcase, and helped move the luggage upstairs. Another 3 hours journey. Zhang Sujuan didn't know that Su Yun and Huang Mangyao had broken up, and she kept talking about various matters related to marriage along the way. I was very worried that Su Yun had done something wrong and lost face for the girl's family. Seeing this, Su Yun didn't know how to tell his mother the truth for a moment. Forget it, let us talk about it when we get home. In the evening, Su Yun finally returned to the prosperous Jiangcheng with his mother. He spent a total of 2,500 yuan on this special car. But soon the system's rewards came. Mother's love is like water. The host follows his heart and takes his mother back. He is rewarded with 100,000 yuan in cash. Ha! This time the reward wasn't for taking a taxi. In other words, the system's rewards are not just for consumption, but also for moral freedom? Invincible, so invincible. Zhang Sujuan followed Su Yun back home. As soon as she entered the door, she felt something was wrong. There were no girl slippers at the door, and the house seemed a little empty, with no girl's belongings. In order to confirm her guess, she went to the bathroom and took another look. Then his expression changed. Chapter 3 Men, no one in your WeChat moments has gray hair. It's unreasonable, so unreasonable. Zhang Sujuan came to the living room and asked her son Su Yun, "What's going on? Where are Mengyao's things at home? Why are there only your things?" She moved away. Su Yun knew that his mother would know about this as soon as she came, so he didn't plan to hide it from her. Why? Zhang Sujuan asked with concern, "Did you have a fight?" Su Yun nodded and admitted, "Something unpleasant happened yesterday, and I broke up with her." Are you still breaking up? Zhang Sujuan lost her composure when she heard this and immediately advised, "You can't break up just because you have a quarrel. She's a girl, so you should give in a little. You're about to get married. It's not a question of whether to give in or not." Su Yun said firmly, "Anyway, I'm not getting married." "Mom, you don't need to persuade me." Zhang Sujuan. My son has always been easy to talk to, but it's very abnormal that he is suddenly like this. Thinking about Huang Mengyao's attitude towards her after she came to her hometown, Zhang Sujuan seemed to understand something. Her face turned pale all of a sudden, and she asked in a low voice, "Tell me honestly, is it because of me?" "Really not, I just don't like her anymore." "Is it about the house?" Zhang Sufang continued to speculate, minding her own business. "Doesn't she want Mom to live with you?" Su Yun shook his head. "No, Mom, don't think too much. It must be because of this, it must be because of this. I should have heard it when she called me last time." Zhang Sujuan muttered a few words, and after a moment of silence, she said, "Su Yun, marriage is a major event in life. How can you just not get married? Don't be willful. Alas, it's all my fault that I'm useless and have put you in a difficult position. Since she doesn't like living with Mom, it's okay. Mom can just go back to her hometown. The landlord probably hasn't rented the house out yet. From now on, I won't be able to help you take care of the children. Why are you replying, Mom? This is your house. If anyone wants to leave, she should leave." Su Yun didn't expect that Huang Mangyao actually secretly called her mother to hint at it behind her back. "Bitch." Seeing that his mother had guessed the truth, he no longer concealed it. She said angrily, "Mom, you bought the house, and her family didn't pay a penny. Why can her parents come and live here, but you can't? What kind of logic is this? You keep scaring me with the idea of not getting married, so I won't get married, okay? I, Su Yun, am not such a bastard that I want a wife but not a mother." "Su Yun, don't be impulsive and don't say anything angry." Zhang Sujuan comforted her, "Mom, it's really okay. As long as you're doing well, it doesn't matter where I live. As long as you have this heart, that's all that matters. Mom, Dad died early, and you raised me all these years by yourself, and suffered so much. I don't want you to suffer any more for me now." Su Yun said patiently, "Besides, I've seen through Huang Mangyao kind of woman. Compromise and concession won't bring happiness, it will only make her worse. If I marry a woman like this, do you think I can live a good life with her? Rather than regretting it later, it's better to not want her now to avoid future troubles." "But, Mom, it's nothing." Su Yun smiled confidently and said, "I'm your son, handsome and young. I'll make a lot of money in the future. What kind of daughter-in-law can't you find?" Seeing her son being so sensible, tears welled up in Zhang Sujuan's eyes. "Okay, if you don't want to get married, then let's not get married. My son is so outstanding, there are plenty of girls who like him. Zhang Sujuan wiped her eyes and said, Are you hungry? Mom will make you your favorite braised pork ribs. Yeah, thanks, Mom. Suyun came to the balcony alone, turned on his phone, and posted a message on WeChat Moments. This marriage is off. I'll treat you to a cup of tea. It also comes with a sexy picture. Men, no one in your WeChat friends circle has gray hair. They all have a certain purpose. Suyun did this because he wanted to tell all his friends that his wedding was cancelled. It was also a disguised way of telling Huang Mengyao that it was impossible for him and her to be together. However, there is still a problem at present, that is, he has to find a time to get back the betrothal money that he left with Huang Mengyao. After all, it is almost impossible for her to return it on her own initiative. Although I have something hanging on my shoulders now, who would complain about having more money? What's more, that money was saved by herself with great difficulty. Why should it be given to Huang Mengyao for free? On the street, Huang Mengyao didn't know that someone had packed her things and mailed them back home. She thought they were just having a normal quarrel, and if she ignored him for a few days, Suyun would come to her to apologize and make peace. She was shopping at the time and took the opportunity to complain about her grievances to her best friend Wang Cheng. Ching, you're right. The poorer and more useless a man is, the worse his temper becomes. Huang Mengyao said angrily, he has no ability and can't make money, but he still has the nerve to yell at me. What right does he have to yell at me? I told you a long time ago, but you didn't believe me. Wang Qing, who was vain and materialistic, said sarcastically, it was you who didn't listen to me and insisted on following him. Are you regretting it now? Being handsome is useless for a man. He needs money to be successful. I still think he has potential. Huang Mengyao said disappointedly, who knew that for 3 years, he worked overtime every day, but his salary didn't increase at all, and he didn't get promoted. He is just a waste. I've been wronged in every way since we got married, and now he's exploded just because his mother isn't allowed to live with us. So what do you think? How about just let it go this time just because we had a fight? Let's not do that yet. Huang Mengyao said, as long as he's willing, I'll give him another chance. Oh. Wang Qing curled her lips and scrolled through her phone when she suddenly saw Suyun's newly updated moments. She was stunned for a moment, then said, Mengyao, your Suyun posted on WeChat Moments. What did you post? Huang Mengyao said with a smug smile, are you regretting it now? It's very emo. No. Wang Qing shook her head. He said he doesn't want to get married. Huang Mengyao? If you don't believe me, look. Huang Mengyao snatched the phone and took a look at it. Her face suddenly turned cold and her expression was complicated. Soon, her cell phone rang. It was the courier calling to say that her stuff had arrived. Huang Mengyao asked, what is it? It seems to be some clothes and daily necessities. The delivery guy said, it's been packed and mailed to you by someone named Suyun. When can you pick it up? No, is he serious this time? Why did Suyun treat him like this? Since I am willing to marry him, he should be secretly happy. Now he actually dared to kick me out and dump me. Huang Mengyao was angry. Chapter 4 Suyun, you forced me to do this. Mengyao, if you don't want to get married, then don't get married. There are many men who are better than him. If he doesn't want you, it's his loss. Because they were close, Wang Qing next to him naturally heard what the courier said. She took the opportunity to say, I remember that Zhang Wento has been secretly pursuing you. I think he is much better than Suyun. No, don't talk nonsense. Huang Mengyao came back to her senses and denied it guiltily. Zhang Wentao is a friend of Suyun, whom he met at a dinner. He looks okay and seems to come from a well-off family. Then the two of them added each other on WeChat, and often chatted on WeChat when they had nothing to do, sharing their daily lives. The other person speaks in a witty and humorous way, but he occasionally makes some awkward jokes, and he always likes to tease me. Much more interesting than Suyun. When Suyun was talking to her about marriage yesterday, she was playing with her phone, secretly chatting with him. Okay, stop denying it. I know everything. Wang Qing smiled meaningfully and said, if he didn't like you, why would he add you on WeChat and chat with you whenever he had nothing to do? Why didn't he add me? Also, are you actually interested in her? Otherwise you wouldn't be chatting with people all the time. No. Huang Mengyao defended herself, I just have a little crush on him. A favorable impression is the beginning of liking someone. Zhang Wentao seems really good. He's handsome, speaks interestingly, and is even richer than Soo-yoon. Wang Qing said, if you can be with him, won't you be able to buy luxury bags as much as you want in the future? Unlike you now, you have been with Soo-yoon all year round, and he is reluctant to buy you a good bag. But wouldn't that be a bad thing? After listening to her best friend's words, Huang Mengyao, who was already wavering, became even more shaken. She hesitated and said, they are friends after all. It would be so awkward if they meet in the future. It was Soo-yoon who told you to get out yesterday. He was also the one who said he didn't want to get married. It's not your fault. Wang Cheng said, he was the one who was unkind first. You were just pursuing your own happiness. What's wrong with that? Even if it's embarrassing, he should be the one who is embarrassed. You just want Soo-yoon to know that he doesn't want you, and there are plenty of good men who like you. Okay, I'll think about it. What are you still thinking about? Relationships are built through time. What's the point of just chatting on WeChat? Wang Qing urged, send him a message now and ask him out tomorrow. It's so late, isn't it? It's better at night. We can go shopping together, see the night view, and have a midnight snack. Then the relationship will come. Okay. Huang Mengyao felt that what her best friend said made sense, so she took out her cell phone and took the initiative to send a chat message to the other party. The other party originally wanted to ask her out today, but she was still hesitating whether to agree. But now it seems that Soo-yoon is not worth doing this for. Soo-yoon, you forced me to do this. The next day, Soo-yoon returned to his company. His supervisor Lee Xiaoguan looked at Soo-yoon as if nothing had happened, and was stunned in his heart. I wonder if you can still laugh later. Soo-yoon, come to my office. The fat guy sitting next to his workstation kindly reminded him, Soo-yoon, Manager Lee was waiting for you just now. He didn't look very well. Be careful. Fine. Soo-yoon smiled and walked straight into Lee Xiaoguan's office. He knew why the other party was angry. Seeing that the other party was about to attack, Soo-yoon took off his work badge from his neck and placed it directly on the other party's desk. This made Lee Xiaoguan stunned. What do you mean? It's nothing. Soo-yoon shrugged and said nonchalantly, if you're working overtime for free because I didn't answer your call yesterday because I was on vacation, you can just ask the company to fire me. I'll apply for labor arbitration. Lee Xiaoguan. He looked at the other person's graceful back as he turned and left, feeling a little confused. This guy is not playing by the rules today. What's more, he is just a small supervisor and has no right to fire people at will. The company will not fire the other party and then suffer compensation because of him. Everyone was surprised to see Soo-yoon come out so quickly with a smile on his face. Didn't Team Manager Lee make things difficult for him? Soo-yoon came to his workstation and sat down. Soon, the sound of the system's machinery rang in his ears. Faced with a bad supervisor, the host chose to follow his own will and angrily confronted the other party, and was rewarded with 50,000 yuan in cash. Then the phone in my pocket vibrated and the money arrived. Or 50,000? Is the system's minimum reward limit 50,000? Ha ha ha, cool. The smile hidden in the corner of Soo-yoon's mouth was like an AK-47, and it was almost impossible to suppress it. For me, it doesn't really matter whether I keep this job or not. I just thought that I suddenly lost my job and I didn't know how to explain it to my mother. I was afraid that she would worry, so I didn't resign on my own initiative. He used to have the mentality of an ox or a horse, but now he has the mentality of a master. Faced with injustice, he dares to take action to rectify the workplace. So that guy Lee Xiaoguan can no longer threaten me. Now that Soo-yoon has money, he wants to spend it. He has been in the company for a long time, but he has never treated his colleagues to drinks because he wanted to save money for his wedding. On the contrary, I drank more than others, which made me feel a little embarrassed. Got to make up for it. So he quietly ordered a cup of Starbucks for everyone in the company on his mobile food delivery app. Except for the dog supervisor, of course. After a while, the delivery guy arrived. Because there were too many cups, 2 people came at once. Excuse me, is this the coffee you ordered? Everyone in the company looked at each other, shook their heads, and no one clicked. I ordered it. Soo-yoon stood up and smiled at everyone. It's a nice day today. I'll treat everyone to a drink, 1 glass each. Soo-yoon, you are so handsome. Wow, thank you. Then we won't be polite. Listening to everyone's words, Soo-yoon was deeply touched. See, in fact, ordinary social interaction is very simple. As long as you have money and are willing to spend it, a cup of milk tea can win you a lot of goodwill. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. Soo-yoon opened it and saw that someone had sent him a WeChat message. Sister Sue, what? Did you get rich? You're treating me. Soo-yoon turned around and looked. In an office not far from him, a beautiful woman in her 20s with black curly hair was holding a cup of coffee and smiled at him casually. Her top is a fashionable chiffon shirt with a simple V-neck design. It is naturally loose, showing graceful flowing lines and naturally highlighting her temperament. The lace petal sleeve design reveals a slender hip, which is fashionable and elegant. The overall feeling it gives people is that of a sophisticated white-collar worker. Her name is Soo-moo, and she is the head of the company's administrative department, responsible for personnel, procurement and administration. They are senior managers with great power. She is also recognized as the most beautiful woman in the company. Soo-yoon, no, if I don't get married, I'll naturally have more money. Soo-moo, what's going on? You really don't want to get married? Don't be impulsive. Soo-yoon, this wasn't an impulse, I thought it through. Soo-moo, okay, just think it through. Soo-moo, by the way, there's a problem with your attendance record this month. I'll fix it for you later, or you won't be fully present again. Soo-yoon, thank you, sister. Soo-moo, no, you helped me a lot. Soo-yoon looked at Soo-moo's message and couldn't help but think of why he became friends with him. He remembered that at that time, Soo-moo had just arrived at the company and didn't have any friends. Because she was suddenly parachuted in, she was very beautiful, and was directly appointed as the head of the administrative department. In addition, the boss seemed to be quite caring towards her and asked about her well-being, so rumors soon spread privately that she must be having an affair with the boss and was his mistress. Not only others, but even Soo-yoon at that time felt so. Until one day, he planned to go back to the company at night to get some documents. Chapter 5 Jiangshang Mall, here I come. That day, I came to the company. Soo-yoon discovered that the lights in Soo-moo's office were not turned off. He was lying on the table, groaning in pain. He seems to be in great pain. Although it was inconvenient for a man and a woman to be together late at night, he still kindly went over to express his concern. Only then did they realize that Soo-moo had a stomachache because he didn't eat dinner on time due to working overtime. He wanted to send the other person to the hospital, but was rejected and told not to worry about it. But we are all colleagues, and we met again, so how can I just ignore it? In the end, he had no choice but to go downstairs to the pharmacy and buy her a bottle of omezalam. After taking it, she gradually got better. I guess it was because of my kindness that the other party felt a little grateful, which brought us closer to each other, created a bit of goodwill, and made us no longer so strangers. In order to relieve the pain and divert his attention, Soo-moo took the initiative to chat with him. From this conversation, he also learned some things that others didn't know. In fact, Soo-moo is not as bad as everyone says, and is not just a vase. She is the boss's cousin and graduated from a 985 university. She used to work in her family's company. It was because of her divorce from her ex-husband and various other reasons that she was parachuted here as an administrative supervisor. She was aware of the rumors circulating about her privately, but she was too lazy to explain. The clear will be clear, and the turbid will be turbid. All you have to do is do your job well. Soo-yoon had some admiration for such a woman. After that incident, although the two kept their distance in the company, they would still occasionally chat on WeChat privately. And every time I was late or didn't get perfect attendance that month, Soo-moo would quietly help me deal with it. In return, Soo-yoon would also take the initiative to help the other party with some small favors in work and life. After a few interactions, the private relationship between the two became relatively good. But it is limited to ordinary friendship. Because he already has a girlfriend, he doesn't have any inappropriate thoughts about Soo-moo and feels that she is out of his reach. Therefore, Soo-yoon took the initiative to build a good relationship with this hidden boss, just to make his life in the company easier and occasionally give him some convenience at work. What's more, Soo-moo is also a mature woman. She has been hurt by love once and she is not in the mood to fall in love. She falls in love with a handsome man who only earns a few thousand yuan a month on impulse. Everyone says that there is no such thing as being well matched in love, as long as you like each other, that's enough. But in adult marriages, being well matched always exists. Love is beautiful, but when there is not enough bread, love is like bubbles and will explode at the slightest touch. It is said that money is a man's courage. His mood also began to change. After coming to his senses, Soo-yoon no longer had to be as cautious as before, fearing that others would misunderstand him. Looking at Sumu again, he couldn't help but sigh. I really can't tell that she is a woman who has been married once. 5:30 p.m. Soo-yun turned off the computer and stood up to leave. When Lee Xiaoguang saw this, he came out and shouted, Soo-yun, where are you going? Get off work. Don't you see other people working overtime? I've finished my work for the day, why should I work overtime? Soo-yun replied casually, if you want to work overtime, do it yourself. I won't work overtime anyway. If you have the guts, ask the company to fire me. You. Come again? Lee Xiaoguang was speechless and didn't know what to say. When other colleagues in the company saw Soo-yun taking the lead, they all secretly gave him a thumbs up. He was the most cowardly person before, but now he is so tough. Sumu saw this scene in the office and couldn't help but laugh. After he got married, he seemed to have completely let himself go. Soo-yun came downstairs and ordered a special car. This time it's an Audi A6L, the latest model, and it looks pretty good. After getting in the car, Soo-yun was also thinking about what kind of car he would buy in the future. I didn't have money before and didn't even dare to think about buying a car. Now I have to start thinking about it. You can't take a taxi every time you go out, you still need a means of daily transportation. I have had my driver's license for almost 6 years, but I have never driven a car. The private car driver was a middle-aged man who had been driving a private car for some time and had seen many wealthy passengers. But the young man behind doesn't look rich at first glance. Because the way he dressed was really ordinary, and he didn't have any brand name items on him. Note that the famous brands he mentioned are not Nike or Adidas. But there is no doubt that the other party must be rich. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken a private car, and the destination I went to was Jiangshan Mall, the most expensive high-consumption shopping mall in Jiangcheng. To be honest, ordinary people don't even have the courage to go into that kind of consumption place. This only shows that the young man in front of me is very low-key, unlike the average rich second generation. Half an hour later, the car stopped steadily at the entrance of the shopping mall. Soo-yun looked at the Jiangshan Mall in front of him, which is also one of the top 10 shopping malls in the country, and was filled with emotion for a moment. Having lived in this city for several years, he had only heard of it before and had never set foot in this place. Because it is said that people with a monthly salary of less than 50,000 dare not come here to shop. Soo-yun came here for no other reason. When you suddenly become rich, the first thing you want to change is your basic living needs such as food, clothing, housing, and transportation. As for living, the money I have in my card now is not enough to buy a villa. I can only give up and solve the problem of clothing first. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. I have at least hundreds of thousands of dollars in my card, so I should be able to shop around. Jiangshan Mall, here I come. When Soo-yun walked in, he saw all kinds of English brands everywhere. He didn't know whether they were domestic or foreign luxury goods. Anyway, he didn't know many of them, and he didn't pay attention to them before because he didn't have money. I guess Huang Mengyao is more familiar with it. She often studies these things on the internet when she has nothing to do. She had always dreamed of these things before, but she couldn't afford them even if she worked hard to earn money. Now I can afford it, but she is gone. Maybe it's fate, and her and I are just not compatible. Soo-yun came to the first floor and didn't want to go up any further, so he planned to just buy something to wear first. But he didn't know. In this kind of shopping mall, the most expensive items are usually on the first floor because of its good location. The higher you go, the cheaper the prices of goods are generally. Soo-yun walked and stopped along the way, and finally came across a popular brand he recognized, Gucci. Hello sir, welcome to the Gucci store. As soon as Soo-yun stepped in, an enthusiastic female shopping guide came up to greet him. She said, I'm Ning Qian, a shopping guide in the store. How can I help you? Looking at the enthusiastic shopping guide, he was a little surprised. Soo-yun thought it would be like in the novels, where the other party would mock or ignore him just because he was dressed in ordinary clothes. It turned out that I was overthinking it. Chapter 6, This is Life. In the store. In response to the salesperson's question, Soo-yun said calmly, this is my first time in your store, so I'm not very familiar with your clothing styles. Just give me something casual. Okay sir, do you have any price requirements? No, it's best not to have the same one. Okay sir, I understand. Please sit down and rest for a while and have a drink of water. I'll pick it out and bring it to you. 10 minutes later, the shopping guide Ning Qian came over with a set of selected clothes. She bent down slightly and said, "Sir, this is the latest limited edition spring and summer model we have in our store this year. You won't have to worry about wearing the same clothes as others. I think it suits you better. Would you like to try it on?" Good. When Soo-yun came to the fitting room, some images of Uniqlo inexplicably came to his mind. If only now. Fuck, what am I thinking? Soo-yun cursed himself inwardly for being shameless, then quickly changed his clothes and walked out. When the shopping guide Ning Qian saw this, her eyes lit up. Soo-yun was originally a good-looking man, but his ordinary clothes suppressed his masculine charm and prevented him from bringing it into full play. Now, after putting on clothes with rich designs and textures, my overall temperament has instantly improved a lot. Sir, I think this suit suits your temperament very well. Soo-yun stood in front of the mirror and looked at it, and was also very satisfied. It's really good. This is it. How much is it? Sir, the total is 188,000. If you become a member of our store, it will only be 180,000 after the discount. 180,000? When Soo-yun heard this, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. He had thought it might be a bit expensive, but he didn't expect it to be so expensive. No wonder people say that people with a monthly income below 50,000 yuan dare not go shopping here. It makes sense. I've been saving money for 3 years, but now all my money is gone when I come here and buy a set of clothes. The gap between rich and poor people is even bigger than that between people and dogs. When the shopping guide Ning Qian saw that Soo-yun didn't say anything, she thought she had paid too much. You won't not buy it, right? Won't that mean the commission I've earned will be gone? She quickly explained, "Sir, this is our store's latest limited edition for this spring and summer, so the price is a little higher. But you look really good in that outfit, and you have a great temperament. If you are not satisfied, I will match you a new set of clothes. It's okay, this is it. You made a good choice." Soo-yun smiled and said, "Get me a membership and swipe the card." Okay, sir, please follow me here." The shopping guide Ning Qian was immediately very happy. She thought she would have to have a good argument with the other party, but she didn't expect that the other party would buy it so readily without any hesitation. It seems that this is a potential big customer. Payment successful. With the sound of the machine beeping, Soo-yun completed the payment. At the same time, the system's voice sounded again. When faced with the clothes he liked, the host chose to go with his heart and took the first set of luxury goods without hesitation, and was rewarded with 480,000 yuan in cash. Soo-yun listened to the double reminder and felt an indescribable sense of comfort in his heart. I spent 180,000 yuan and earned 300,000 yuan back. It won't be long before I become a millionaire. This is what life is all about. After paying, the sales assistant Ning Qian asked, "Sir, do you want to wear it directly, or do you want me to pack it for you after you change it?" "Put it on." Soo-yun said, "Please help me throw away the old set. Anyway, I want to be able to wear this clothes in the future because the conditions don't allow it." When leaving, the shopping guide Ning Qian suddenly caught up with him. Soo-yun asked, "Anything else?" "No." The shopping guide Ning Qian said with a smile, "Sir, why don't you add me on WeChat? If you have any questions about the clothes later, you can contact me directly. Also, if there are any nice looking styles that suit you in the store in the future, I can push them to you as soon as possible. If you like it, you can contact me on WeChat anytime and anywhere, and I will come to your house to introduce it to you in detail." Soo-yun looked at the woman's naked hint and understood what she meant. The service in this luxury store is really different, there is something special about it. To be honest, being a female shopping guide for luxury goods is not something you can do casually. In order to be pleasing to the eye and to better serve the wealthy, their looks are no less than Huang Mengyao's. Even in terms of temperament, it is slightly higher. It's actually nice to communicate with each other on occasional lonely nights. I am single and a passionate young man. I can't always spend the long night with my hands, right? I don't know why, but in the past, Soo-yun would never have had these thoughts. It is said that men tend to become bad when they have money. He didn't understand the meaning of this sentence before and didn't agree with it, but now he has some understanding of it. In fact, sometimes it is not that men want to become bad, but after becoming rich, the temptations around them increase exponentially, and most people cannot resist it. Then sweep me. Soo-yun took out his cell phone and said, "My last name is Soo-yun." "Okay, Mr. Soo." On the third floor of the mall, Huang Mengyao was also shopping alone. After breaking up with Soo-yun, she took hundreds of thousands of yuan from him for nothing and hooked up with Zhang Wentao. She felt that her life no longer needed to be so restricted. A happy life is about to begin. So today she couldn't wait and ran to a place she had never dared to go to before to buy a bag. Huang Mengyao looked around the store carefully. I found that the most expensive one here is more than 50,000 yuan, and the cheapest one is more than 8,000 yuan. Looking at the enthusiastic shopping guide around her, she picked and chose. In order not to be looked down upon and for her own vanity, she finally gritted her teeth and bought a bag worth about 10,000 yuan. After swiping the card and holding the new bag in her hand, Huang Mengyao felt extremely satisfied, as if she had become more confident. She is no longer the woman who can only carry bags worth hundreds or thousands of dollars all year round. Ma'am, take care. Welcome to visit us again. After buying the bag, Huang Mengyao left satisfied with the compliments of the shopping guide. When she arrived on the first floor, Huang Mengyao was about to leave. She glanced out of the corner of her eye and suddenly saw a familiar figure walking towards her. At first she thought she had seen it wrong. As the other person came closer, she realized that she was not mistaken, it was Su Yun. Huang Mengyao never expected Su Yun to appear here. She subconsciously hid behind a pillar, feeling guilty, and watched the other person leave before she suddenly reacted. Why are you hiding? We've already broken up. But why is he suddenly wearing all those designer clothes? And that Gucci outfit doesn't look cheap. I was in a good mood when buying the bag, but suddenly I was unhappy. There is no harm without comparison. When his new bag was compared with Su Yun's clothes, it suddenly looked shabby. No, how can he buy such nice clothes? All his money is with him, where would he get the money to buy it? Huang Mengyao was puzzled. Chapter 7, Becoming a Millionaire Already? Su Yun didn't know that Huang Mengyao had just been shopping with him in a mall and had seen him. After buying the clothes and coming out of the mall, he went straight home. My mother had already prepared dinner for me at home, and I called her several times to remind her. When Su Yun returned home, his mother looked at her son, looking completely refreshed, and asked in confusion, "Did you just buy this outfit?" Su Yun smiled and nodded. "I bought it after get off work." "How is it? Does it look good?" "It looks good, but it shouldn't be cheap, right?" "No, it's just a few hundred yuan." Su Yun lied, "The things in that place are pretty good. Next time I have time, I'll go there and buy you a few sets of clothes." "Mom doesn't want it anymore." Zhang Sujuan smiled and said, "You should save the money and use it to get married in the future." "I'm not thinking about it for the moment. I want to work hard." In order to explain his money spending habits in the future, he decided to tell a lie to cover it up. "Mom, I got a promotion recently and my salary increased a lot. Don't worry about me having no money. Our lives will only get better and better." "Really? That's great." Zhang Sujuan said happily, "I'm happy to see you doing well. Come and eat." During the meal, Zhang Sujuan, who usually doesn't drink much, actually drank some red wine with Su Yun to celebrate her son's promotion and salary increase. Maybe she was a little tipsy, and somehow, as we were chatting, my mother started talking about the past. She talked about her father, his childhood, and the old house at home. From his mother's tone, Su Yun could sense how reluctant she was when she sold the old house. There are all the memories of her father, and her childhood. It's all for myself. Su Yun listened and kept it in mind. He calculated the money in his card in his mind and it was about 700,000. After all, it was an old house, so when my mother sold it, she only sold it for 350,000 yuan. If I buy it back now, even if the current owner asks for a huge sum of money, 700,000 should be enough. If money can buy back the regrets for my mother, then there should be no regrets. So he sent a message to Su Mu and asked for a day off. The next day, I got up early in the morning. Su Yun hid it from his mother and went back to his hometown alone. When he meets familiar neighbors in the community, he will greet them enthusiastically. These uncles and aunts watched him grow up. When everyone saw him, they all asked with concern, "Xiao Su, when are you getting married? I really envy your mother for following you to live in a big city." "Well, since your mom is no longer in the neighborhood, square dancing has lost a main force." "Yeah, I'm a little uncomfortable." Su Yun dealt with them one by one with a smile, and came all the way to his old house and knocked on the door. The door opened and it was a middle-aged man. When Su Yun first explained his purpose, the other party directly refused. But when he said he was willing to pay a high price, the other party began to hesitate. He asked, "How much can you offer? How much do you want?" 450,000. If you want it, I'll sell it to you. Okay, deal. Soo-yeon didn't waste any time bargaining with the other party, so he agreed directly. Anyway, making money is very easy for him now. When you have no money, your concept of spending money is to consider cost-effectiveness, discounts, and whether it is cost-effective. But when you have money, your concept of spending money is, money can't buy me happiness. As long as he can buy back the house and make his mother happy, he feels it is worth it, and it doesn't matter if he gets a little more money. For example, it's like the hobby of collecting antiques. If someone likes a painting, he may be willing to spend millions to buy it. But he would be disgusted even if you spent dozens of dollars on someone he didn't like. Are you serious? The middle-aged man listened to Soo-yeon's words and couldn't believe it. Because of his initial psychological price, he would agree as long as the other party could offer 400,000. But I didn't expect that the other party would not bargain and directly agreed to my price, which was far higher than the market price. Of course it's true. Soo-yeon smiled and said, according to my understanding, the current housing price for new properties in the county is around 5,000 yuan per square meter. I'll give you 450,000, which is enough for you to buy a new house of 100 square meters. You got a good deal. The man looked at the other person's indifferent expression and swallowed. I don't quite understand. My mother sold it for 350,000 yuan, and my son bought it back for 450,000 yuan. He did nothing and lived there for a year for nothing, and still made 100,000 yuan in total. How is this different from winning the lottery? Sell. Only idiots sell it. After the two parties reached an agreement, they paid the full amount on the same day and went to the administrative approval hall in the afternoon to complete the transfer procedures, and the property was transferred to my mother Zhang Soo-juan's name. Although she did not come in person, Soo-yeon, under the guidance of a kind-hearted person, went to a copy shop to get a power of attorney, signed it on behalf of his mother, and entrusted himself to handle the matter. The moment Soo-yeon completed the transaction, the system prompt sounded. To fulfill his mother's regret, the host followed his heart and traveled thousands of miles to buy back the old house. His filial piety is commendable and he is rewarded with 1 million yuan in cash. He actually gave a direct reward of 1 million. Looking at the 1.2 million balance in my card, it feels a bit magical. Does this make you a millionaire? The money came fast, like a tornado. After finishing my work, I returned home a little late in the evening. But after my mother prepared the meal, she was still waiting for me to eat together and didn't move. This is what home feels like. As soon as Soo-yeon entered the door, he placed the property certificate in front of his mother Zhang Soo-juan. Mom, this is for you. Open it and take a look. Property certificate? Zhang Soo-juan picked it up, opened it and looked at it curiously, then was stunned. Is this our house? Is this householder's name my name? Zhang Soo-juan looked at Soo-yeon in shock and asked, what's going on? I know you can't bear to leave the old house. Soo-yeon smiled and said, so I secretly ran back today and bought it for you. Where did you get the money? I'm not getting married. Soo-yeon had already thought of an excuse and said, I deposited the betrothal money with Huang Mengyao, and borrowed a little from friends, so I went back and bought it back with over 300,000 yuan. But you do this. Zhang Soo-juan. Soo-yeon interrupted, Mom, I can earn more money if I lose it, but you and Dad's house, and all the memories you had, are gone forever. I don't want you to have any regrets. Zhang Soo-juan opened her mouth with emotion, wanting to say something but unable to utter anything. Finally, she scolded Huang Mengyao for the first time. She said a little aggrievedly, she is so blind that she actually lost such a good son like me. She will regret it later. Ha ha ha. Soo-yeon couldn't help but laugh. Mom, you look so cute now. You just know how to make fun of your mother. Zhang Soo-juan glared at Soo-yeon and smiled happily. Chapter 8, okay, that's what you said. The next day, when Soo-yeon arrived at the company, everyone looked at him in surprise as soon as he entered the door. Wearing a Gucci suit today, his overall temperament has improved a lot. In addition, he was handsome to begin with, and suddenly he stood out in the crowd. Li Xiaoguang also saw him and immediately walked over. He asked somewhat dissatisfiedly, Soo-yeon, what were you doing yesterday? Why didn't you come? Managerly, it seems you want to take Sister Sue's place. Soo-yeon sarcastically said, they're starting to manage personnel and attendance. Sumu happened to be passing by. After hearing this, he turned around and looked at Li Xiaoguang in confusion. Li Xiaoguang smiled awkwardly at Su Mu and angrily said to Su Yun, "Don't talk nonsense." Manager Li. Su Mu helped out, saying, "Su Yun already asked me for leave yesterday, so it doesn't count as skipping work." "Okay, Director Su." Li Xiaoguang smiled apologetically, "It's nothing. I just asked. I tried to find him yesterday but couldn't find him. I was worried he might have skipped work. Then you guys chat, I'm leaving." After Su Mu finished speaking, he glanced at Su Yun deliberately and turned to leave. But I muttered to myself, "You know what, his outfit today is quite nice." After Su Mu left, Li Xiaoguang angrily said, "Su Yun, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Don't talk nonsense without evidence, or I'll sue you for defamation. When will you give me the report?" Li Xiaoguang was able to bully Su Yun in the past because Su Yun was honest and obedient. But now, it feels like it's not working. Su Yun replied, "There are still some data issues. I'll send it to you once I've fixed it." "Hasn't it been finished yet?" Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoguang immediately seized the opportunity to speak up. "Don't you know how important this report is? Can't you hurry up? If it causes losses to the company, will you be responsible?" "Good." Su Yun casually said, "If anything goes wrong, just ask the company to fire me. The report in my hand is just a backup and is not important at all. The original manuscript has already been approved by Party A." When Li Xiaoguang gave it to him, he understood that the other party was just looking for something to do for him. Li Xiaoguang. Su Yun was in a good mood as he watched the supervisor leave in frustration again. When you no longer have to worry about being unemployed and having no money, this trick of confronting your boss is really effective. Faced with a bad supervisor, the host chose to follow his own will and angrily confronted the other party again, and was rewarded with 50,000 yuan in cash. Is it still possible to do this? Looking at the system that rewarded him with another 50,000, Su Yun suddenly felt that Manager Li was a little cute. It seems that I will have to argue with him whenever I have no reason in the company. It's fun and you can get gold coins. When Su Yuan was happy, he wanted to spend money. So he generously ordered a cup of Starbucks for everyone in the company. A cup of coffee in the morning to wake up from sleepiness. But there is still no supervisor Li, who deliberately provokes him and keeps him hostile to himself so that he can find trouble for no reason. This is the only way to criticize him. Just after ordering takeout, the familiar voice rang out again. Faced with colleagues he works with day and night, the host once again spontaneously buys coffee, quickly strengthening the relationship between colleagues. The system rewards him with 20,000 yuan. Strangeness. It didn't trigger the first time I bought it, why is it triggering now? Su Yun didn't quite understand the reward rules of this system. But it feels really good to have more money as you spend it. Su Yun was bored, so he checked his WeChat moments and saw a post that Huang Mengyao had just updated. "Good morning, it turns out my life can become so exquisite. Here is a beautiful picture of the new bag." Su Yun looked at Huang Mengyao not-so-cheap bag and frowned, suddenly remembering that his betrothal money was still with her. This was definitely bought with my money. Thinking of this, he immediately sent a message to the other party. "Su Yun, when will you transfer my betrothal money to me?" The other side. Huang Mengyao had just been showing off on her WeChat moments for a few minutes when she saw a message from Su Yun asking for money. In an instant, the good mood is no longer beautiful. 10,000 or 20,000 would be fine, the key is more than 100,000. Who would be willing to do that? So of course she didn't want to return it to the other party. Besides, most of her money was taken away by her parents to help her younger brother. Got to find an excuse. After thinking about it, she started to edit the message and send it back. "Huang Mengyao, what money? How dare you ask me for it? I've been with you for 3 years. Isn't my youth worth anything?" In the office, Su Yun was stunned when he saw the message she sent back. Turn the tables? "Su Yun, what do you mean? You're not going to give the betrothal money?" "Huang Mengyao, those dollars are your compensation for the loss of my youth." Su Yun's face turned cold. Damn, this woman really doesn't want to give it to me. "Su Yun, youth loss compensation? Okay, we'll calculate it at 500 yuan per time. Count how many times I slept with you in the past 3 years, make a list for me, then deduct the amount and give me the rest." Huang Mengyao looked at the message on her phone and felt so angry that her chest ached. What does he take himself for? A lady? Pay 500 yuan each time. Huang Mengyao said angrily, "Su Yun, to tell you the truth, my parents have already taken the money. I don't have any money to give you. If you want it, go ahead and sue me. Okay, that is what you said. Seeing the other party cheating directly, Soo-yeon felt helpless and had nothing to say to her. For this kind of thing, you can only find a professional lawyer to help you deal with it. You don't want to pay me back? Dream on. Go ahead and sue me. I want you to spit out everything you used. After a while, the takeaway coffee ordered by Soo-yeon was delivered. Everyone looked at the two delivery boys and then looked directly at Soo-yeon. Yes, it's me again. Soo-yeon smiled and said, a cup of Starbucks every day, and happy work every day. Soo-yeon, have you become rich? Yeah, that's really nice of you. Please again. It's really arrogant, but I like it. Facing everyone's teasing, Soo-yeon spread his hands and smiled. To be honest, I recently bought a lottery ticket and accidentally won 200,000 yuan. The reason why we say 200,000 instead of 1 million is because this number is more appropriate. Not too much, not too little, it can explain my changes in behaviors, but it won't make my colleagues jealous to the point of becoming deformed. Everyone has been quite curious recently. Why did Soo-yeon suddenly become interesting, generous, and dress extravagantly? He even dares to confront Manager Lee every day. It turned out that he won 200,000 yuan in the lottery, which gave him confidence. This feeling is even worse than losing money in stocks. We agreed to be slaves together, but you took off. Lee Xiaoguang in the office naturally heard it as well, and felt even worse. I have been buying for so many years and have never won once, so how come he won as soon as he bought it? In the entire company, Soo-moo was the only one who drank Soo-yeon's coffee. He knew that Soo-yeon was lying and did not believe his lies. What lottery won 200,000? Humph, I guess it's because he is not getting married anymore and has saved money, so he starts spending it recklessly when he has money. She took out her cell phone and sent a WeChat message to the other party. Soo-moo, even if we don't get married, you shouldn't spend money recklessly like this. Soo-yeon looked up at the administrative office. Sister, I used to suffer for a woman, but now that I'm free, of course I have to treat myself better. Soo-moo, I think this is just revenge spending after the breakup. You'll regret it in a few days. Soo-yeon suddenly remembered that he needed to find a lawyer to sue. I don't know if Soo-moo knows any lawyers in this field. Soo-yeon, Sister Soo, I have something to ask you. Soo-moo, well, you go ahead. Soo-yeon, do you know any lawyers? I'd like to find a reliable and capable lawyer. Soo-moo, I have a friend who might know him, what's the matter? Soo-yeon, I can't even speak clearly over the phone. Can you help me make an appointment? I need to consult you about something. Soo-moo, okay, I'll ask for you and get back to you later. After replying to Soo-yeon's message, Soo-moo immediately called his roommate. After the divorce, she originally lived alone. But a month ago, her best friend Lee Jin-shu suddenly gave up her house and came to live with her. Mei-yue protected her in the name of protecting her, but in fact it was just to save rent and live in a bigger house. Soo-moo felt a little lonely living alone in such a big house, and he didn't even have anyone to talk to at night, so he agreed. Lee Jin-shu was an interior designer for a large decoration company. She said that she once designed a house for a big lawyer in a Red Circle law firm, and they ended up having a good relationship. What is a Red Circle? It usually refers to a law firm with relatively strong domestic strength. The call was connected soon. Hey, Susu. A sweet female voice sounded on the phone. Why are you looking for me instead of working properly? Do you miss me? Are you busy? Talk about something. You think everyone is a leader like you? No one supervises me. I'm busy as hell all day, constantly drawing designs. Lee Jin-shu smiled and said, but it's okay if I delay you for a minute or two. I have a colleague who wants to consult you about some legal matters. Soo-moo asked, do you have time tonight? Let's make an appointment? Now that you've spoken, I'll have to squeeze it out even if I don't have time. Okay, I'll send you the time and place later. After hanging up the phone, Soo-moo sent a message to Soo-yeon. Soo-moo, I asked her, she's free tonight, I'll arrange a place for you guys to eat and chat. Soo-yeon, no, that won't work. This is my business. How can I let you spend money on it? I'll arrange the restaurant and send it to you after I've booked it. Soo-moo, okay, whatever you like. I don't know what's going on with Soo-yeon, why he suddenly wants to find a lawyer. Is it because of the ex-girlfriend? But I found out when I had dinner that night. After Soo-yeon finished chatting with Soo-moo, he started choosing a place on his phone. There is only one condition: only choose places that are expensive, good, and have a good location. After much deliberation, he finally chose a place called Yayuan. I don't know if it's really high-end and private, but it looks good from the introduction online. Soo-yun sent the location in time to Soo-moo. Then I sent a message to my mother, saying that I had something to do in the evening and would not be home for dinner so that she wouldn't have to wait for me. At home, after cleaning, Zheng Sujuan wanted to go buy some groceries and cook, waiting for her son to come home for dinner, but she received a message that her son would not be back for dinner. She sat alone on the balcony, feeling somewhat bored, staring at the tall buildings outside, and suddenly she missed her friends back home. The city is prosperous, but it seems cold and lifeless. She didn't even know the neighbor who lived across from her house. They didn't say hello when they met, just like strangers. It's not like back home, where all the neighbors are friends. After dinner, we would make plans to go out for a walk or dance square dance together. She had thought about coming here before because, firstly, she had no house to live in, and secondly, she was thinking that after her son got married, she could help with the housework and take care of the children. But now, he feels that his son is busy with work all day and doesn't really need his care. Especially after she learned that her house was bought back by her son, her desire to go home became even stronger. Chapter 9: You bastard Soo-moo, how dare you lie to me? After get off work, Soo-moo sent a message to Soo-yun, asking him to go to the dinner place alone first. She'll come over after she picks up her friend. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lee Jinshu finally finished his work and met up with Soo-moo, then took a taxi to his destination. In the car, Lee Jinshu asked, "Susu, what's going on with your colleague?" "I don't know. He didn't tell me." "Is it a boy or a girl?" "A man." "A man?" Lee Jinshu immediately became excited when he heard this. Could it be that this is the person you like? "This is the first time I've seen you so attentive and proactive." "No, just an ordinary male colleague." Soo-moo explained, "It's just that we have a good personal relationship, and he has helped me a lot. And since you happen to know a lawyer friend, I mentioned it to him." "So, what does your colleague look like? Is he rich?" Lee Jinshu suddenly said, "Isn't he a tall, rich and handsome guy? Do you want him? If not, I'll introduce him to you." "Don't be so startled." Soo-moo rolled his eyes at her and said unhappily, "He does look okay, but his family background is just not good enough. He doesn't meet your standards for a partner." "Never mind." Upon hearing this, Lee Jinshu lost interest and shook his head, saying, "How can I be interested in a man you don't even like?" "What do you mean?" Soo-moo feigned anger and said, "You mean my vision is not as good as yours, right?" No, I'm just affirming your vision. Only the man you like is a good man." The two chatted and soon arrived at their destination, Northwest Lake. After getting off the car, Lee Jinshu looked at the restaurant in front of him and asked, "Susu, are you sure you're not mistaken? Is this the restaurant? It should be here. It seems to be called Huyuan." Upon hearing this, Lee Jinshu exclaimed in surprise, "This is a very high-end restaurant, the final work in the Xianyun series. I heard that it cost over 28 million yuan to build. It's not a place that ordinary people can come and spend money." "Yeah. Of course, I came here to eat with a client once before." Lee Jinshu said, "The food here is a bit better, and the average cost per person is several thousand yuan. Is this something your ordinary colleague can afford? So expensive?" She really didn't know this place. After hearing what Lee Jinshu said, she was also a little shaken. Could it be that I really made a mistake? All right. Although they can afford to have a meal here occasionally with their salary, who can afford it? The call was connected quickly, on speakerphone. Soo-moo asked, "Hey, Soo-yun, is the place you are talking about Huyuan?" "Yes." On the phone, Soo-yun asked, "Sister Sue, have you arrived?" "Here we are, right at the door." "Okay, I'll have the waiter pick you up right away." After hanging up the phone, Lee Jinshu said meaningfully, "It really is here. Your colleague is too particular. I feel a little embarrassed." Soo-moo. This guy really doesn't treat money as money lately. He buys brand name clothes, treats company employees to coffee every day, and now he's treating them to dinner at such an expensive place. The little money he saved would probably be gone in no time. It seems I have to find some time to persuade him. Soon, a waiter came. "Excuse me, are you friends of Mr. Su?" "Yes." "Hello, please follow me." The waiter said, "Mr. Su is already waiting for you in the super VIP room on the 3rd floor." "Super VIP?" Lee Jinshu asked in surprise, "Is it your private room with only 4 people?" Yes, miss. Sumo asked Li Jinshu in confusion, what is a super VIP room? These are the 4 best private rooms on the 3rd floor. Not only do they have the best views, they also offer the best privacy. Most people can't go there. Li Jinshu explained, I heard that to reserve this room, the minimum consumption starts at over 20,000 yuan. 20,000. Sumu just felt that Su Yun was a little crazy. Have a meal, find a place for business reception. Sumu and Li Jinshu followed the waiter inside. The oriental aesthetic decoration in the hotel looks really high-end. There were quite a few people eating in the hall, and there were girls taking photos and checking in everywhere. It was quite lively. When the two of them reached the 3rd floor, the surroundings immediately became quiet. The waiter came to the door of a private room, reached out and knocked on the door, and after getting permission, he took the 2 people into the room. The scenery here is even more charming than outside. It feels like you are in the misty Jiangnan area. You can enjoy the scenery while eating. Mr. Su, your friend has arrived. Can we start serving the food now? Okay. Su-Yun looked at them, stood up and said with a smile, Sister Su, you and your friend can find a place to sit and have some tea. I have already ordered the dishes and they will be here soon. Okay. After Sumu asked her best friend to sit down, the room became quiet for a while. Li Jinshu looked at Su-Yun curiously, with some surprise in his eyes. He looks okay, but his family conditions are average. He's a pretty ordinary male colleague? How is this ordinary? She often reads luxury fashion magazines. Not to mention anything else, Su-Yun's outfit alone, the latest GUCCL spring and summer collection, must be worth at least hundreds of thousands, right? If he isn't considered tall, rich and handsome, who is? You bastard Su-Su, how dare you lie to me? Seeing that no one was talking, Su-Yun took the initiative to ask, Sister Su, won't you introduce your friend to me? Her name is Li Jinshu. Sumu came back to his senses and introduced himself, he is my roommate and good friend. He works in a decoration company and is a designer. Hello, great designer. Su-Yun nodded politely to Li Jinshu and introduced himself, my name is Su-Yun, I'm Sister Su's colleague, a junior staff member. Birds of a feather flock together. It turns out that beautiful and capable people are surrounded by beautiful and capable people. Li Jinshu was a bit of a whimsical person. She smiled and said, Susu told me about you on the way here. Seeing you today, I can see you're really quite ordinary. Sister Su has high standards. Su-Yun joked to himself, in her eyes, I am indeed quite ordinary. You are quite humorous. Li Jinshu suddenly asked, are you interested in our Su-Su? Ahem. Su-Yun didn't expect the other party to suddenly ask such a question, and he choked while drinking tea. Well, Sister Su is the most beautiful girl in our company, so naturally everyone likes her. Li Jinshu. Sumu glared at her with some shame and anger, and whispered to her, stop talking nonsense, okay? Oh. Li Jinshu. Of course she had to ask about such a high-quality man. If he is really interested in Susu, I can also bring them together so that she won't be alone and lonely at night. If you don't have one, you can try it yourself. This is called keeping the benefits within the family. Chapter 10 Is there such a shameless woman? Su-Yun, tell me, what's going on? Sumu quickly changed the subject, fearing that Li Jinshu would go crazy again and ask some embarrassing questions. When Li Jinshu heard this, he also felt that it was better to talk about business first. Yes, what kind of thing did you ask Susu to consult me about? That way I can recommend a relevant lawyer to you. No hurry, let's eat first. Su-Yun smiled and said, I'm really hungry. Let's go over there after we finish eating. We can have some tea and snacks and chat slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Mr. Su, the red wine has been decanted, the waiter asked. Excuse me, can we serve the food now? Can. Okay. The first waiter first filled half of each person's goblet with red wine and introduced the dishes while pouring. Sumu took a sip and said, this red wine has a smooth and delicate taste, with flavors of cherry and blackberry. I think it's good too. Li Jinshu agreed. Su-Yun drank it all in one breath and said with a smile, strange, why didn't I notice anything? I thought it was just average. Then pour another cup. Everyone. Who drinks red wine? It's the same as drinking water. Then, other waiters began to serve the dishes slowly. There were 3 people, and each had a separate portion, all served identically. The second course will be served after you finish eating. Before each meal, the waiter will introduce the dishes in detail. There are Hermes soft-boiled preserved eggs with stir-fry sauce, low-temperature crunchy boxes with words on them, French foie gras caviar, and grouper in chicken oil soup. Then there are the bird's nest with jujube, pumpkin and cheese, golden osmanthus rice wine cheese, official Huangmeng golden hook shark's fin, and black hare and beef brisket bamboo fungus noodles. These are basically the more famous signature dishes of their restaurant. Although they didn't know the prices of these dishes, they knew they were definitely not cheap just by looking at their exquisite appearance. They were a little reserved while eating at first, but soon the two women were completely immersed in the delicious food. Although there are a lot of samples, the quantity of each portion is very small. So for girls, after eating it all, the portion is just right. But for Su Yun, it was only about 60% full. He smiled and asked Su Mu and Li Jinshu, "Are you full? If not, ask the waiter for more of what you want." "I'm full, no more." "You guys are full, but I'm not." Su Yun said to the full-time waiter beside him, this, and this, "Give me one more." "Okay, Mr. Su." Seeing Su Yun eating so happily, Li Jinshu whispered to Su Mu, "Why does he look like he's been hungry for a day?" Su Mu smiled in his heart. I guess it was his first time eating such delicious food, so he must like it. To be honest, she and Li Jinshu also like the food here. But after all, this is someone else's treat, and the dish must be very expensive. It would be embarrassing not to order it. Finally, after Su Yun finished eating and burped comfortably, the three of them got up and moved to the tea garden next door. The waiter had already made tea in advance. The three of them sat down, and Su Yun began to talk about his own affairs. "Ms. Li, Li Jinshu interrupted, "Su Yun, you are Susu's friend, and you will be my friend from now on. Just call me Jinshu. Miss sounds weird." "Indeed, it's a bit weird." Sumu seemed to have thought of something funny and couldn't help but smile. "Jinshu, it's like this." Su Yun changed his words and continued, "Sister Su knows that I had a girlfriend before and we were planning to get married, so I left all the betrothal money with her. But a few days ago, we broke up because of some things, and I naturally want to get the money back, but now she refuses to give it to me and is playing tricks on me. So I would like to ask you if you know of any capable and reliable lawyers who could help me win the lawsuit and get it back." "Didn't your ex-girlfriend return the betrothal money to you?" Sumu was a little surprised. Su Yun shook his head, "No, if I don't go through legal means, I don't think I'll get it back." "Is there such a shameless woman?" Li Jinshu became very angry when he heard this. In her opinion, a man as rich as Su Yun must have a lot of betrothal money. "It's okay. The lawyer I know is the only Red Circle lawyer in Jiangcheng. He's very powerful." "That's fine. I'll leave this matter to you." Li Jinshu then asked curiously, "How much did she take from you in total?" "Less than 200,000. Su Yun replied, "To be exact, it should be 166,000 yuan. Li Jinshu. So little." Su Yun saw Li Jinshu's embarrassed expression and asked, "What's wrong? Feel free to tell me. The lawyers I know are very good, but their fees are also very expensive." Li Jinshu advised, "If you approach him with your financial dispute of less than 200,000 yuan, I don't think he will necessarily accept the order. Even if you accept it, I'm afraid that after you win the lawsuit, once the fees are deducted, there won't be much left of the money you want." "That's really not necessary." Sumu asked from the side, "Jinshu, do you know any other lawyers from other law firms? Find him a cheaper one." "Okay, I'll go ask tomorrow." "No need, let's use that lawyer from the Red Circle law firm you mentioned." Su Yun refused, "Tell the lawyer that money isn't important. The key is that I must win. I can even advance the lawyer's fees." Li Jinshu. "Su Yun, don't be impulsive." Seeing this, Sumu advised, "You are hurting the enemy by 1,000 and yourself by 800. It's not worth it for a woman." "I think so too." Li Jinshu said, "Handsome, for such a small case, there's really no need to hire a lawyer from the Red Circle law firm. Don't worry, I have money. I just want to vent my anger and not let that woman get away with it." Su Yun smiled and said, "It's a happy decision. Ask me later. You can contact me by phone or WeChat. Sister Su has my contact information." "Since you insist, okay." Li Jinshu agreed without hesitation. Sumu was feeling a little complicated at the moment. She felt that Su Yun was just an ordinary person, and doing this was no different from dying together. But as an outsider, she couldn't say anything more about other people's affairs. After the discussion, Soo-yeon stood up and called out, "Waiter, please settle the bill." "Hello, Mr. Soo, your total spending is 123,000 yuan. The manager said that since this is your first time, we can give you a discount and round off the decimal, so the charge will be 120,000 yuan. The waiter's words stunned the two women next to him. Compared with ordinary people, they are actually considered high-income people. My daily life is also very refined, and I have been to some slightly upscale places. I've also met some rich people. But spending 120,000 yuan on a single meal is outrageous." Sumu felt that even his multi-millionaire cousin would not dare to be so extravagant. She helped Soo-yeon and asked doubtfully, "This is too expensive. The few dishes we had are not worth 120,000 yuan. Yeah, it's not like we're the first to eat here." Lee Jinshu also said, "Isn't this a bit outrageous? Ladies, the food is not that expensive. The expensive thing is the wine." The waiter explained, "Mr. Su ordered one of our more valuable red wines, a Bordeaux Petrus Dry Red, priced at 88,888 yuan. We also confirmed with Mr. Su before placing the order." Su Mu. Lee Jinshu. They all looked at Soo-yeon at the same time. Wow, a bottle of red wine costs 88,888. So, every time they drank a small sip, they drank thousands of dollars? Soo-yeon smiled and said, "Since you're going to drink, you should drink something better. You are too extravagant." Lee Jinshu couldn't help but sigh. No wonder he insisted that she find a lawyer from a Red Circle law firm even though he knew it was expensive and not cost-effective. This guy probably isn't short of money. The person who was most shocked was Su Mu, who knew him. After all, she and Soo-yeon have known each other for almost 2 years. Judging from his previous words and actions, it is really hard to associate him with a rich person. Even when they came to have this meal tonight, before paying the bill, she still thought that the other party was in a bad mood after the breakup and was spending money in revenge. But now, she had doubts. Because even if it is retaliatory consumption, you still need to have money in your pocket. Except for the rich, who would be willing to order a bottle of red wine that costs more than 80,000 yuan? Can't read. She really couldn't understand Soo-yeon anymore. Chapter 11. I'm not a rich man. In the restaurant, with both women looking somewhat distressed, Soo-yeon swiped his card to pay the bill and successfully paid 120,000 yuan. Then, the system voice sounded in my head. Faced with delicious food and fine wine, the host satisfied his appetite to his heart's content and was rewarded with 300,000 yuan in cash. Earned another 180,000. After experiencing the previous scenes, Soo-yeon has become accustomed to it. With the system, he will never be afraid of running out of money in this life, as the more he spends, the more money he will have. Even before becoming a multi-millionaire, Soo-yeon began to feel a little numb to the concept of money. It really is what Ma said. What is money? I am not interested in money. The premise is that you are not short of money. Before leaving, the manager of Haiyuan came in person. Although the consumption standards here are very high, the starting price of a private room is 20,000. But most of the guests only spend 30,000 to 40,000 yuan on a meal, and the better ones spend 50,000 yuan. But this Mr. Su and his two companions spend 120,000 yuan in one go. This is the restaurant's potential big customer in the future, not just an ordinary rich person. I don't know which family on the Forbes rich list he is from. So when he heard that the other party was leaving, the hotel manager quickly took out 3 exquisite souvenirs and gave them to him. There were 3 of them, and each of them gave one. It doesn't look too cheap, it's very refined. Then we gave them 3 membership cards, which means they will be VIPs here from now on and can book private rooms first. Next time they come to eat, they can drink the wine directly without ordering it. After leaving the restaurant, Soo-yeon took out his cell phone and started calling a private car for them. Lee Jinshu was very surprised when he saw this and asked, "You don't have a car?" "No." Soo-yeon smiled and said, "Even if there was, we've all been drinking and can't drive." "Oh, you're right, I had forgotten about it." Lee Jinshu smiled awkwardly and said puzzledly, "I'm just surprised that a rich person like you doesn't have a car." "I'm not a rich man," Soo-yeon said frankly, "otherwise I wouldn't be a clerk in the company. If it weren't for Sister Sue, I would be bullied to death by my supervisor every day." Lee Jinshu rolled his eyes at him, indicating that he didn't want to complain about him. "If you are not considered rich, then what are they? Beggar? Or is it worse than just being a beggar?" Sumu stood aside without saying a word, in silence. because what Soo-yoon said a few days ago was still true. But recently, since he decided not to get married, he seems to have really changed. Whenever he had nothing to do, he would treat everyone in the company to coffee. Faced with manager Lee's nitpicking, he could no longer bear it and was no longer intimidated. The person who changed the most was that he became more confident and spoke in a more humorous way. Also, when facing herself, his eyes were no longer restrained. She even found that the other party sometimes showed a sense of appreciation from time to time. This situation usually only occurs when the strong face the weak. The car has arrived. Soo-yoon smiled and said, "Get in the car. When you get home, remember to send a message to let me know you're safe." So thoughtful. Lee Jin-soo teased, "I didn't expect you to be such a warm-hearted guy." "Don't curse." Lee Jin-soo? Soo-yoon said angrily, "Don't you know that warm men rank behind licking dogs?" Puff. Lee Jin-soo couldn't help but laugh and said, "It's okay. For me, rich and warm men come first. Let's go." Soo-moo urged after getting in the car. Oh. After seeing off Soo-moo and Lee Jin-soo, Soo-yoon did not go home directly. Instead, he smelled the scent on his body and sent a WeChat message to Ning Chien, the previous shopping guide. "Soo-yoon, are you at work?" After waiting for 2 minutes and finding that the other party did not reply to him, he decided to go to a nearby mall to buy 2 sets of clothes. But just a few minutes after getting in the car, the other party replied. It was a direct voice call. "Ning Chien, Mr. Soo, I'm sorry. I was helping a customer choose clothes and wasn't looking at my phone. What's going on? We are not allowed to use mobile phones while working in the store, but as long as we are in the blind spot of the surveillance, we will occasionally take it out to check the messages." After she saw Soo-yoon's message, she immediately used the excuse of going to the bathroom to hide away and reply to the message. Listening to the voice message, Soo-yoon replied, "Nothing, I just wanted to ask if you are at work." Soo-yoon said it was okay, but the shopping guide Ning Chien didn't think so. What could be wrong if a man sends me a message at night for no reason? It's impossible that he just wants to chat with you, right? Then you are too naive. Although she was mentally prepared when she took the initiative to add the other party on WeChat, she didn't expect it to happen so soon. "Ning Chien, I'm at work, it's not convenient right now, how about?" Soo-yoon interrupted, "Okay, I understand. I'm hanging up." "Ning Chien, ah?" Before she could finish her words, she looked at the voice message that was hung up by the other party, feeling a little confused. There were not many customers in the store at this time and everyone was quite idle. Ning Chien had just returned to the store in a bad mood when another female shopping guide came over. She laughed and teased, "Hey, who sent you a message just now? Why are you so anxious to call them back?" "No one, a friend." "You treat me like a 3-year-old child." Wang Shangmei said disdainfully, "Isn't that the man they talked about last time? Did he ask you out? Didn't he agree to it?" Ning Chien. "You don't really think that relying on him will allow you to surpass me and become the sales champion this month, do you?" She happened to be away that day, on vacation. After coming back, I heard others say that a man bought things worth hundreds of thousands of dollars from Ning Chien in one go, which made her very angry. Because in this way, the sales of the two will be almost the same. The key point is that some people said they saw Ning Chien take the initiative to leave the other party's WeChat. If she really caught a big client, it would pose a big threat to me. Fortunately, today is the last day of the month. Seeing that the man behind me has not come, I feel much more relieved. But think about it, for most customers, it's good enough if they can come to buy once a month. After all, they don't have big cabbages here, so you can come and buy them every day. Wang Shangmei sarcastically said, "Don't say I didn't warn you. Men are very smart. Don't let yourself be given away for nothing when you fail to sell your stuff." After saying that, he walked away triumphantly. Ning Chien. Another female clerk came over and consoled her, "Ning Chien, ignore her. She relies on sleeping with people and having a few clients on her side, and she acts so arrogantly in front of us every day. It's okay. It's her fault that yeah is the top seller." Ning Chien smiled bitterly. Although I was very unhappy with the other party's ridicule and wanted to slap her in the face, but in the end, the sales champion still had to speak with performance. If you make harsh words without any strength, then you are the clown. Just endure it. So sometimes, it's not that we are looked down upon by others, but that we are looked down upon and embarrassed by people who are similar to us. This was also why she suddenly decided to add Soo-yoon as her friend that day. This was the first time she had done such a thing. But there is no way around it. Many male and female shopping guides around me do this for the sake of sales and commissions. If she doesn't do this, she won't be able to compete with others and make money. I was unwilling to do it before, but later I gradually realized that if I wanted to make more money, I had to give up something. You are just a clothes seller, why should you be so reserved? As long as you have money, live well in your family as well, that's good. What's more, Mr. Sue is much more handsome than other uncles. Just treat it as a one-night stand, she won't suffer any loss. What a pity that your client didn't come back that day. A colleague said with some regret, otherwise, you would definitely be the top seller this month, and she wouldn't be so arrogant. Ning Qian. Originally, after seeing Suyun's message, she thought she could seize the opportunity and trick the other party into buying some clothes from her, so that she could make a comeback. As a result, she happily called, but the other party hung up the phone before she could say a word. Is it because I didn't reply to his message in time? The ruthless cold water splashed on her face, cutting off her last hope. Just when Ning Qian was feeling discouraged, she looked up and saw a familiar figure walking into the store from outside. Suyun smiled at her and said, I just finished my meal and came to buy you some clothes. Chapter 12. Do you want to be the top seller? Ning Qian was surprised and looked at the man who walked in with a smile on his face. His eyes looked a little dazed. It was as if there was a light behind him. When she thought she had offended the other party and was about to give up, the other party seemed to have heard her thoughts. He appeared before her like a god. You don't have to waste your time trying to please others. His words, I came to buy some clothes from you, seemed to be the most beautiful and touching love words she had ever heard in her life. Suyun's appearance also made several other female shopping guides in the store who had met him before look at him strangely. Is this month going to be a reversal? Wang Shengmei was off duty and didn't know the other person. She thought he was just a normal customer in the store, so she took a quick step and rushed to Suyun, trying to grab the order. Hello sir, I'm Xiaomei, the shopping guide at the store. How can I help you? I'm sorry. Suyun refused her, pointed at Ning Qian behind her, and said, I'll buy it from her. He is not a fool. Of course he knows that among these female shopping guides, whoever sells more will get more commission. In this kind of situation, Suyun would of course give priority to acquaintances he had met only once. What's more, the clothes Ning Qian matched for her last time had a pretty good aesthetic and was to her liking. Although Wang Shengmei was rejected by Suyun, she still did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Because no matter whether these distinguished guests have reasons or not, as long as they complain to her, she will not end up well. In the end, not only did they have to apologize, but they also had to pay a large sum of money. This is the world of the rich. Wang Shengmei smiled awkwardly, then said politely, Sir, you turned out to be Xiaoqian's guest. I'm sorry. After saying that, she smiled and stepped aside. Full of sense of crisis. I didn't expect that the other party would actually come. But then she thought about it and realized that she currently had nearly 200,000 more sales than Ning Qian. She just couldn't believe that the man in front of her could buy 200,000 worth of clothes in one go. Ning Qian stood behind him and saw how Suyun made Wang Shengmei lose face. She felt so happy and refreshed. Under everyone's gaze, she slowly walked up to Suyun, bowed with a smile, and asked, Mr. Su, what kind of clothes do you want to buy this time? It's about the same as before. You can match it for me. Suyun thought that he didn't have any clothes to change into, so he added, please find a few more sets this time. Are there any price requirements? No. There were few customers in the store, so everyone could hear their conversation. Suyun's words, find a few more sets and no price requirement, made Wang Shengmei's originally relaxed heart tighten. This also made the other female shopping guides envious and they secretly watched the fun. Ning Qian naturally couldn't handle picking out several sets of clothes by herself, but fortunately, two female shopping guides who had a good relationship with her came over. Among them is the one just now. While choosing clothes, the female shopping guide chuckled and said, Xiao Qian, you're going to turn the tables this time. Let's just choose clothes that cost 200,000 yuan. Whatever is more expensive, he said there's no price limit anyway. Need not. Ning Qian refused, just help me get the clothes. I'll choose by myself. At first, she really wanted to avenge her previous defeat, win the sales crown this month, and deal a heavy blow to Wang Shengmei's arrogance. But she suddenly felt that it would be meaningless even if she won since she was cheating Suyun of his money. It was just an extra 10,000 yuan in prize money. Maybe this time, she can really win. But after I do this, will Mr. Su come to me to buy clothes next time? No one's money comes from the wind, and no one is a fool. This time, Mr. Su came directly to me to buy clothes without any hint from me. That's because he thinks highly of me and has a good impression of me. If you cheat others just for a month's sales crown, you will undoubtedly be destroying your own life. She can still distinguish between a single business deal and building a good relationship, tying the other party down, and turning it into countless long-term business deals in the future. Half an hour later, the clothes were chosen. Ning Qian really didn't look at the prices, she just picked out clothes that she thought suited Su Yun's style, 3 sets in total. Mr. Su, you can go try on the clothes now. If you're not satisfied with anything, tell me, and I'll choose new ones for you. I won't try. I trust your judgment. Su Yun stood up and said, just pack each set separately for me and calculate how much it costs. Okay. After hearing this, Wang Shangmei, who was standing by, was so depressed that she almost vomited blood. She didn't need to calculate, she roughly guessed that Ning Qian would not let go of such a good opportunity. These 3 sets of clothes must cost more than 200,000. But a few minutes later, Ning Qian came over after finishing the bill and said, Mr. Su, the total is 163,000 yuan. This result shocked Wang Shangmei. Not more than 200,000? Several other female shopping guides in the store who were watching the fun were also shocked. Ning Qian actually gave up such a good opportunity? She doesn't want to sell the crown anymore? That's a bonus of 10,000. So cheap? Su Yun was also a little surprised and asked, before, you charged over 100,000 for each set, but now 3 sets are only over 160,000? You didn't choose some discounted, out-of-date clothes for me, did you? No. Ning Qian smiled awkwardly and said, the ones we had last time were all new models and a little more expensive. The ones I've chosen for you now are all priced normally for the season and are the best for you. Mr. Su, the more expensive something is, the better it looks. After all, everyone is different. You have a point. Su Yun smiled and said, old rules, swipe the card. Just as Ning Qian was about to swipe her card with Su Yun and passed by a female shopping guide, she accidentally heard her mutter something in a low voice. Hey, it's just a few tens of thousands. I don't know what Ning Qian is thinking when she sees the sales champion slip away from her hands. Su Yun glanced at the female shopping guide. Did you say this on purpose for yourself? Then he turned to Ning Qian in front of him and asked curiously, how far are you from becoming the top seller in your store? Ning Qian. Su Yun smiled and explained, nothing. I just overheard the sales guide say that if you sell a few more tens of thousands, you'll be the top seller this month. 50,000, Ning Qian replied awkwardly. Does your sales champion get any bonus? Yes, 10,000 yuan. Quite a lot. Su Yun asked casually, when you were choosing clothes just now, why didn't you pick a few expensive ones and just make up the total of over 200,000? I don't care about the price anyway. I do want to make money. Ning Qian said honestly, I also want you to ask me to buy more clothes every time, but I don't want to cheat you because you are a good person. She hated that good friend at this moment. If Mr. Su thinks that I was just playing a trick and his impression of him gets ruined, then everything will be over. Good person? Su Yun laughed at himself. Well, first he was called a warm man by Li Jinshu, and now Ning Qian gave him the good guy card. He smiled and asked, so do you want to be the top seller? If I say I don't want to, it must be a lie. Ning Qian hesitated for a moment and replied, but I still have my own bottom line. Become. Su Yun smiled and said, it just so happens that I'm planning to buy a bag for my mom too. I'll buy it from your store today. I'll help you. He likes women who are honest with themselves. Ning Qian. Chapter 13, Better be careful, I don't want to be the hero. Su Yun has 2 criteria when choosing bags. First, if my mother wants to like it, the bag must have a large space to hold a lot of things. Second, the minimum price of the package cannot be less than 50,000 yuan, which can help Ning Qian raise 200,000 yuan. It's not that he suddenly became a saint. But he is a working man. It is not easy for him to earn a little money. Anyway, he has to buy these things, so it doesn't matter who he buys them from. What's more, no matter whether Ning Qian was pretending or not, she was relatively honest in front of him. At least she didn't treat him like a fool and fool him. That's it. Finally, Su Yun chose a large brown shoulder bag, which looked like a woven bag and cost more than 50,000 yuan. It's ugly and expensive. But he knew his mother would definitely like this bag. Finally, I paid 210,000 yuan for the clothes and the whole thing. Faced with a beautiful shopping guide, the host bought luxury clothes at will and helped her reverse the order, gaining the beauty's extreme favor and being rewarded with 500,000 yuan in cash. The current balance on the card is 1.47 million. Congratulations, you've become the top seller. Su-yun took the things and said with a smile, then I'll be leaving first. Mr. Su, wait a moment. Ning Qian shouted. Su-yun turned and looked at her. What's wrong? I have half an hour left before I get off work. Ning Qian blushed slightly and said, how about you wait for me in a coffee shop outside? I'll help you take these clothes home. Su-yun. Ning Qian's hint was so obvious that any man could hear it. Of course I would be willing to enjoy some extra services from the other party if I spend my own money. He is not a saint. He has been hungry for several days after the breakup. Although I am rich, it would be nice to find some good oysters to fill my daily hunger. But the problem now is that my mother is at home and it's not convenient. As for the hotel, forget it. What if I get secretly photographed and end up on 91? When he was in college, he saw many videos of others being secretly filmed on it. It's better to be careful. I don't want to be the male lead. Next time, when you get the bonus, treat me to a meal. Su-yun sighed inwardly, could only decline politely, and turned away helplessly. He thought silently. It seems that I need to plan to buy a new house as a backup. Ning Qian. She didn't expect that even though she was so proactive, she would still be rejected. He simply looked down on himself. I feel disliked. That's right. After all, there must be a lot of beautiful girls who like a tall, rich and handsome guy like him. What am I? Ning Qian, who has always been confident in her figure and appearance, suddenly felt inferior. Maybe in his eyes, a woman who can sleep with any man just for the sake of performance is dirty. But at least I'm still clean now. She only had one boyfriend in college. Haven't had sex yet. After graduation and breaking up, she has remained single and kept herself clean. Whenever she needs something, she relies on herself. Although some customers had shown interest in her before and hinted at her, she ignored them all. The reason she took the initiative to add customers as friends on WeChat was because she was really short of money recently, and she convinced herself to compromise with life and figure it out. Su Yunjin was her first target. So when faced with Su Yun's rejection, Ning Qian suddenly felt inexplicably aggrieved. After Su Yun left, the other female shopping guides came over to congratulate Ning Qian. It was 210,000 just now, not 21 yuan. The man bought it as he said he would, without even frowning. It seems that Ning Qian has really embraced the big money sponsor this time. I can only feel envy. Ning Qian, congratulations, you are definitely the top seller this month. Yeah, it's a comeback, some people are going to be unhappy. Ning Qian got the prize, please remember to treat us to a nice meal. Ning Qian came back to her senses, collected herself, and said with a smile, of course no problem. I'll treat you all to a feast. Ning Qian, sure. Wang Shengmei came over with an unhappy look on her face and said inanely, I didn't realize you were so skilled. You made the other party willing to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on something for you with just one move. Before, Ning Qian had to endure it. But now, since Su Yun has won the sales championship, of course he has to fight back and vent his anger. She was already feeling bad because she was disliked just now. Why, do you want to know my methods? Ning Qian laughed sarcastically and said, even if I tell you, you won't be able to learn this trick because this is my first time, right? When Wang Shengmei heard this, her face suddenly turned gloomy. She said, don't be too happy too soon. You are lucky this month. If you have the ability, come and grab my sales crown next month. I don't believe you can have the first time again next time. Men are looking for something new at first, but once they get what they want, they won't be so reluctant to give it up. What a pity. Ning Qian smiled and provoked her again, I still have my virginity. Mr. Su just came to me to buy clothes. He just wanted to buy clothes and didn't have any dirty thoughts. You think I believe it? Believe it or not. Ning Qian whispered in her ear, do you know why I chased him out just now? Because even if I wanted to offer myself to him, he would have refused. Wang Shengmei looked at Ning Qian in surprise. Are there any men in the world who are not lustful? After a moment, she suddenly taunted, you don't think she likes you, do you? Don't dream. Ning Qian knows her own limitations and wouldn't think that way. But she still deliberately provoked him, what if it's true? Are you so envious and jealous that you want to die? I won't argue with you. Wang Shangmei said disdainfully, I hope you can still be so confident next month. We'll see. That's right. Ning Qian smiled and asked, after I get the bonus, do you want to go to dinner with us? Wang Shangmei. My chest hurts from anger. After buying clothes and bags, Su Yun returned home. Zhang Sujuan was watching TV at home. She turned around and said with a smile, Are you back from dinner with your colleagues? Su Yun placed the bag he had bought in front of his mother and said with a smile, Hey, I just passed by a store that happened to be having a sale, so I bought you a bag. Do you like it? Nice. Zhang Sujuan took it, opened it, looked at it, and said, It's packaged so beautifully, it must be very expensive, right? No, it's not expensive at all. Su Yun replied, It just has nice packaging. It's actually very cheap. After the discount, it's less than 500 yuan. 500 yuan is still cheap. Zhang Sujuan said with some distress, The bags I usually carry are only 100 or 200 yuan, cheap and durable. Mom, this is a big city, let's carry it a little better. Fortunately, he didn't tell me that the bag cost more than 50,000 yuan, otherwise my mother would probably force me to go back and return it on the spot. Hearing the words big city, Zhang Sujuan suddenly fell silent and said, Su Yun, Mom wants to tell you something. Chapter 14, Did Su Yun really win the lottery secretly? Mom, wait a minute. Su Yun said, I'll come talk to you after I take a shower. Okay, go ahead. After a while, Su Yun came out in his pajamas, sat down next to Zhang Sujuan, and asked, Mom, what did you want to tell me just now? Zhang Sujuan replied, Since you don't want to get married, Mom wants to go back. Why? Su Yun was a little puzzled and asked, You're living well here, why are you going back? From the time my mother took me home until now, it has only been 3 days. Mom isn't used to life in a big city. Zhang Sujuan explained, Every day after you go to work, I am alone at home with nothing to do except cleaning, which is very boring. Besides, you bought my house back, so I wanted to go back and take a look and clean it up. It's not good to have a house left empty for a long time. I have to go back and guard it. Also, although the small county town is not prosperous enough, it is warm. My mother has many friends and the neighbors are all pretty good. It's not like here, where I don't know anyone and it's so cold. When you're not around, I don't even have anyone to talk to. Su Yun. But Su Yun, don't worry. Zhang Sujuan smiled and said, When you get married, Mom will come and live with you. I won't be bored after taking care of your children. Okay, go back if you want. Su Yun nodded and said, Then you can stay one more day tomorrow, and I'll send you off the day after tomorrow. What my mother said makes sense. He really hadn't thought about this issue before. New environment, new place, but my mother has no new friends. Humans are social animals, and it is easy for the elderly to have mental problems if they are alone for a long time. It doesn't matter where she is as long as she is happy. No need to send it off. You just got a promotion. Don't delay work and make your boss unhappy. Zhang Sujuan said, Call a car for me the day after tomorrow, and I can go back by myself. Okay. After Sumu and Li Jinshu returned home, they took a shower and stayed in the living room, watching TV and chatting. Sumu turned around and looked at the girl wearing a super thin nightgown at home, feeling helpless. It's hard to imagine that this woman is a workaholic who dresses conservatively outside. The contrast is too great. Li Jinshu, can you be a little more reserved at home? Sumu smiled and said, When you come out of the shower, at least wear some underwear. What else am I supposed to wear at home? Li Jinshu smiled and jokingly said, This is called freedom. I let them breathe fresh air at night and grow healthily. Unlike you, you just act properly outside, but wrap yourself up tightly when you get home. You are not a virgin anymore, so why pretend to be pure? Come, take off your clothes and breathe the free air with me. Sumu. Besides. After reading the note, Li Jin said with some dissatisfaction, Su, you are not fair. Why am I not being righteous again? Sumu was a little confused. You've been secretly knowing Su Yun, this tall, rich, and handsome guy, for 2 years without even telling me. Li Jinshizhen said angrily, Even if you are not interested, you still have to introduce him to me. You know exactly what kind of man I like. I don't even understand this myself. Sumu couldn't help but roll his eyes at her and explained, Before, Su Yun wasn't as rich as he is today. The way you see him today is the first time I've seen him like this. What do you mean? In the living room, Li Jinshu opened a bag of potato chips and ate while curiously asking, You mean, he only became rich recently? That's right. Su Mu nodded. Could it be that he is actually very rich, but has been pretending to be poor in the company? Li Jinshu analyzed, and now he doesn't want to pretend anymore? Is he coming clean? Not applicable. Sumu said, he is usually very frugal, hardworking, honest and obedient in the company, and all his behaviors are those of an ordinary employee. Besides, have you ever seen a rich kid with money pretend for a few years? What you said seems to make sense. Li Jinshu asked in confusion, then why did he suddenly become rich? Susu, do you know anything about his family situation? I don't understand. Sumu shook his head. Although he and Su Yun have a good relationship in private, he has never asked about the other party's family situation. But he did say something in the company today. Sumu said, he said he won 200,000 yuan in the lottery a few days ago, so he treated everyone in the company to coffee for 2 consecutive days. 200,000? You must be joking. Li Jinshu said, Susu, do you know that the clothes he wore today are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars? So expensive? Sumu was a little shocked. She only knew that it was a famous brand and probably a bit expensive, but she never expected it to be that expensive. What do you think? That's the flagship model that was just released this season. It's very popular and has a high price. Li Jinshu sighed, so his outfit today and his spending behavior can't be explained by winning 200,000 yuan. If it's not winning the lottery, then what else could it be? Lin Jinshu seemed to have suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise, Susu, do you think he could have lied? Su Mu. He didn't win 200,000 yuan at all? He won the 5 million yuan jackpot. Li Jinshu said, this is the only way to explain why he suddenly became so rich and spent money lavishly without any regrets. Su Mu. Could it be that Su Yun really won the jackpot secretly? After all, if a person suddenly becomes rich and has not committed any crime, she really can't think of any other reason except winning the lottery. On Zhanhan Road, Huang Mengyao and Wang Chang were shopping and showed off their new bags again. Mengyao, you can do it. Wang Qing said enviously, it only took a few days to defeat him. No, we just like each other, so it went smoothly. Wang Chang asked meaningfully, do you have that? What? Huang Mengyao smiled shyly. Okay, stop playing dumb with me. Wang Cheng chuckled softly and asked, who's more powerful, him or Su Yun? I don't understand what you're saying. Tell me about it, I'm curious. Wang Qing complained, are we still good sisters? Didn't we agree that we couldn't have any secrets from each other and had to share them? Huang Mengyao hesitated and whispered, to be honest, he's a little bit worse than Su Yun. After all, not everyone can do it 3 or 4 times a night. At first, she just wanted Su Yun to be handsome and in good health. It's a pity that I don't have money and can't give myself the good life I want. But you have found happiness now. Wang Qing couldn't help but envy and said, it won't be long before I have to call you Mrs. Zhang. Well, I'll ask you to be the bridesmaid then. At this time, Huang Mengyao's phone rang. It was Zhang Wentao calling. After they chatted for a few words, she turned to Wang Qing and said happily, Wentao is looking for me, so I can't accompany you. Hey, go ahead, don't worry about me. Wang Cheng blinked and smiled, I hope you have a good time tonight. After Huang Mengyao left, Wang Qing's expression suddenly changed, and there was no trace of the smile on her face. She took out her cell phone and sent a message to Zhang Wentao. Wang Qing, I've already helped you get Huang Mengyao. Shouldn't you also fulfill your promise? Zhang Wentao, I know. I'll transfer the money to you tomorrow. That's it. Don't bother me. Wang Qing looked at the message on her phone, a sneer appearing on her lips. It turned out that she deliberately approached Huang Mengyao, ruined her marriage, and got her into the bed of a married man, just to avenge an unintentional ridicule he had made towards her in college. Unfortunately, the other party seems to have forgotten about this. But Wang Cheng did not forget. Back in school, weren't you aloof? Didn't you look down on me? Didn't you say I was materialistic? Huang Mengyao, you are no different from me now. You don't know that Zhang Wentao is a gambler and has a wife, right? Mrs. Zhang? Ha 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 ha. Go and dream on. You are just a mistress now. In the car, Huang Mengyao, who had been sold, had no idea that she was being played around by her bestie, and happily went to the appointment. Chapter 15 I now have my own legal advisor. The next day, at the company. Because last night Su Mu and Li Jinshu had a brainstorming session about Su Yun. Finally, the result of winning the jackpot was obtained. But when they checked the latest lottery winning information online, they found that no one had won the prize. Soo-yeon instantly became a mystery again. Once a woman becomes curious about a man, she will unconsciously pay attention to him. So when Soo-yeon came to the company the next day, Soo-moo noticed him immediately. Then I noticed that he had changed into a new set of brand name clothes. This made her doubt again whether she had made a mistake in her previous judgment or Soo-yeon's disguise was too good. He is really a hidden rich second generation. Then she secretly took a full-body photo of Soo-yeon and sent it to Lee Jin-soo, wanting to ask if the clothes he was wearing today were worth hundreds of thousands again. Soo-yeon didn't know that his every move was being watched by someone. After arriving at the company, he worked while habitually waiting for Manager Lee, who gave him small gold coins, to come and find fault with him. As a result, after waiting for a long time, the other party did not come. This was very disappointing to him. Strange, has he changed his personality today? Soo-yeon looked at Manager Lee's office curiously, and suddenly felt a little heartbroken. I could have earned 50,000 yuan, but I didn't. All in all, I lost 100,000 yuan. When he is unhappy, he wants to spend money. No more talking, let us order some coffee. So he ordered another Starbucks for everyone in the company. Faced with Manager Lee not dropping gold coins, the host was in a bad mood and ordered coffee for everyone in the company as a reward of 20,000 yuan in cash. Is this okay? Soo-yeon was a little surprised, but the reward was a little small. At this time, in the Starbucks store downstairs, the employees looked at the takeout order on the software, the familiar name, the familiar address, and felt helpless. Normally, the morning is a time for everyone to relax at work, but for the past 3 days in a row, this guy called the most affectionate person in Jiangcheng has ordered takeout every day. Just a little more and you get dozens of cups. This made it impossible for them to be lazy, and sales were almost completed ahead of schedule. In Soo-moo's office, Lee Jin-soo's message came back after a while. Lee Jin-soo, I'm not sure about the price this time. I guess it's not as expensive as last time, but at least it's tens of thousands. Soo-moo, I see. By the way, have you asked about his situation? Lee Jin-soo, communication in progress. Soo-moo, okay, I'll send you his WeChat, you can add him yourself, ask him clearly, and then contact him. Lee Jin-soo, okay. In Jiangcheng Juanhao Law Firm. After punching in at the company, Lee Jin-soo used the excuse of coming out to discuss the design plan with customer service and came directly here to find the other party. In this top-tier Red Circle law firm in the country, ordinary lawyers can only start as assistants. It can be seen how talented one has to be to become a great lawyer here. Lee Jin-soo put away his phone, looked at Luo Dongshu who had returned from pouring tea, and said with a smile, Luo Lu, what do you think of what I'm talking about? Brocade book. Luo Dongshu is a middle-aged man in his 40s, tall and thin, wearing glasses and not much hair. Looks a bit smart. He said, we are friends now, so I will speak frankly about some things. You should be very clear about the conditions for the law firm to accept orders and know my requirements. If I take such small orders every time, the fees I earn will be low and it will waste my time. How can we support the law firm? Why don't you refer your friend to another agency? There's no need for me to handle such a small agency. Lawyer Luo, of course I know. I suggested it, but they just want you to be the agent, saying you're incredible. In order to help Soo-yeon, Lee Jin-soo also added some good words and flattered the other party. She fought hard and said, and this time, his agent is really different. Luo Dongshu smiled and said, what's the difference? Although this case is small and the amount involved is not large, the client's value is not small. Lee Jin-soo explained, he's a very wealthy young man. If you can help him win the lawsuit this time, he might become a regular client of your firm in the future. If you have money, would you sue for a betrothal gift of less than 200,000 yuan? Luo Dongshu couldn't help but teased, come on, tell me, how did he become rich? A meal costs hundreds of thousands, and any piece of clothing also costs hundreds of thousands, does this count? Lee Jin-soo said, he also said that he could even advance you the legal fees. As long as we can win, the money is not important. He just wants to get some relief. His tone sounds like something a rich person would say. Luo Dongshu hesitated for a moment, and he felt very happy because of Lee Jin-soo's flattery just now. He said, well, I can accept the agency, but the law firm's rules are rules, and I still have to abide by them to avoid gossip. Ask him if he is willing to come and sign a cooperation agreement with our law firm? As long as he becomes our cooperative client and hires me as his legal advisor, he will pay us a certain annual fee every year. In the future, I can provide services for any legal consultation you have. Free service for civil disputes with an annual fee below. For civil disputes exceeding the annual fee or involving criminal cases, the fees will be negotiated separately. As one of the partners of the law firm, he must of course take the initiative to uphold and abide by the firm's rules. Otherwise, if everyone breaks the rules, how can this law firm continue to operate? Okay, Luo. Li Jinshu said, then I'll go ask my friend first. Luo Dongshu reminded, our annual fee for personal service consultation is 20-year, 30-year, and 50-year. I see. After coming out of Luo Dongshu's office, Li Jinshu immediately added Su Yun as a WeChat friend. After a few minutes, the other party came through and sent a message first. Su Yun, great designer, what's the result? Li Jinshu, the phone number has been sent, just call and tell me. Su Yun, 138,7625. Li Jinshu quickly dialed the number. Hello, Su Yun. Li Jinshu asked, do you really want to find a lawyer I know? Well, if I'm going to find someone, I'm going to find the best. If I'm going to fight, I'm going to win in one go. On the phone, Su Yun asked, isn't your friend going to answer the call? It's not that I won't accept it, but there are conditions. Li Jinshu said, if you want him to represent your case, you must first sign a cooperation agreement with their law firm and hire him as your personal legal advisor. Then she explained the fees and services. After Li Jinshu finished his introduction, he asked, I've finished speaking, what's your decision? No problem, just give me the highest level service from their law firm, 500,000 a year. Su Yun continued on the phone and said with a smile, please help me make an appointment with your lawyer friend to sign the contract. I want to sue the other party as soon as possible. 500,000 a year is not much for him who has a system and can definitely afford it. Regardless of whether I will need it in the future, just having this service makes me feel very cool, okay? I didn't expect that. I also have my own legal advisor. He is also the top lawyer in the country. Su Yun is not an idiot who believes whatever others say. Today at the company, he had already searched on Baidu what a red circle firm is. I also saw the name of the Jiangqing law firm that Li Jinshu mentioned. After reading and understanding it, he finally understood how awesome the lawyers here were. They are all the best in the entire industry. So after Li Jinshu told him the price, he agreed without even thinking about it. The resources that money can bring are truly unparalleled. Chapter 16 I didn't provoke her. Su Yun agreed without any hesitation. I also chose the highest service level of 500,000 yuan a year. I didn't expect Su Yun to be so rich. Li Jinshu couldn't help but sigh, then knocked on the door again and came to Luo Dongshu's office. Luo, my friend has replied. Li Jinshu said, he asked you to set up a time and let him come over to sign the contract. Decided so quickly? Luo Dongshu was stunned when he saw Li Jinshu coming back. He thought it would take at least a day or two to get a reply. He asked curiously, what criteria did he choose? Your law firm offers top-tier personal legal consulting services at $500,000 a year. When Li Jinshu said this, he was full of confidence and inexplicably felt a little proud in his heart. Maybe this is what they call prosperity for all? It seemed that because her friend felt proud, she also felt proud. You looked down on me before, but now you know I am a big fish, right? Okay, I understand. Although Luo Dongshu was indeed a little unconcerned before, he started to take it seriously after hearing that the other party was going to sign a 500,000 yuan annual service contract with the law firm. This is not something you can do just because you have some money in your pocket. Among these individual clients of my law firm who are worth 500,000, which one of them is not worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions? The other party is so young that he can buy this service. The money is definitely not earned by myself. That only shows that his family is very powerful. For a law firm, 500,000 yuan a year in consulting fees is not much, but if you have a good relationship with him and provide good service, you may have the opportunity to contact him or even get a company-level service consulting contract from him. That's really big business. Law firms can make money and grow big, and most of their profits come from corporate-level legal consulting services. Luo Dongshu smiled and said to Li Jinshu, then you will be responsible for contacting them for me. They can come and sign the contract at any time. Good. Also, since you brought this business here, I certainly can't treat you unfairly. Luo Dongshu said, after the contract is signed, you will receive the same commission as other salesmen. I will apply to the law firm and transfer it to you. Thank you, Luo Lu. Li Jinshu walked out happily, feeling very happy. Anyway, the money she earned was from the law firm, not Su Yun's, so she should give it to him. Just like Luo Dongshu occasionally introduced interior decoration clients to her, she also asked the company to give the other party a commission. According to the business commission of their law firm, any personal business brought in will be paid a commission of 10% of the annual fee. 500,000 a year, that is to say, as long as Su Yun renews the contract every year, she can get a commission of 50,000 from Luo Lu every year. This is not a small amount of money. Although she works in a large construction company, the salary there is not as good as everyone imagines. The salaries here are completely at two extremes. The daily salary of the company's senior management, as well as the year-end bonuses, add up to several million in annual salary. But for the designers below them, their salaries are actually not high in comparison, only 20,000 to 30,000 yuan per month. And that's before tax. There may be a year-end bonus of tens of thousands of yuan at the end of the year. At most, the annual income is about 300,000 yuan, which is enough to live a moderate middle-class life. To be honest, if Li Jinshu didn't work in their company and went to other small companies, with her abilities, she might earn a little more than here. But the growth ceiling here is high. She has come into contact with many types of housing types and design requirements, and they are basically all high-quality projects, from which she can learn a lot of valuable design experience. As a designer, who doesn't want to become a famous designer in a big company? Whether it is resources, wealth, or status, it is unmatched by other small companies. This is every designer's dream. Of course, Li Jinshu would share happy news and the latest developments with her best friend. Li Jinshu, Susu, stop guessing. Su Yun is the hidden rich kid. Sumu was working on a report in the office. After seeing Li Jinshu's message, he replied. Sumu, why do you say that? Li Jinshu, do you know what services he plans to purchase from the law firm for yesterday's lawsuit? Sumu, what service? Li Jinshu, he purchased personal legal consulting services, which cost 500,000 yuan a year. Once he signed the contract, he instantly became a major client of the law firm. Sumu. Li Jinshu, surprised? He hid it so well that he even fooled you. Li Jinshu, if the woman who broke up with him knew how rich he was, she would probably regret it to death. Sumu looked up at Su Yun, who was sitting in the staff area outside the hall, with mixed feelings. She thought back to all the care she had given him and the company, and it seemed insignificant. Even a little ridiculous. He probably doesn't care about the few hundred yuan a month for perfect attendance, nor does he care about the small salary increase that he secretly asked the company to give him. He clearly doesn't care at all, so why is he pretending to care? He even used this as an excuse to often take time out to help me privately and please me. Is it because I am beautiful? Want to get closer to yourself? Interested in me? If Su Yun is really interested in me, gets close to me, and wants to pursue me, how should I treat him? Before, she could still maintain her confidence in front of Su Yun and face him with a normal heart. But what about now? He is handsome, rich, and actually has good work ability. Taken together, these are excellent. On the contrary, she herself is a woman who has been divorced once. Just as Sumu was lost in thought, Su Yun knocked on the door and walked in. Sister Su, what are you staring at? Nothing. Sumu came back to his senses awkwardly, looked at Su Yun, and asked calmly, what's wrong? Are you okay? I want to take tomorrow off. Can. Sumu replied in a businesslike tone, but I have to remind you that if you ask for leave, you will lose your perfect attendance record this month. Since you don't care at all, I'll just follow the rules. Su Yun. He looked at Sumu, who looked unhappy, and asked doubtfully, Sister Su, are you in a bad mood? No. Sumu replied without even looking up, if you are okay, please go out. Remember to close the door for me. Thank you. Su Yun. What are you doing? Su Yun was a little confused when he came out of the office. Why did Sumu's attitude towards me suddenly become so cold? He recalled what he had done today. I didn't provoke her. On the other side, Li Xiaoguang has also been in a very conflicted mood recently. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Su Yun was different now. He can no longer bully others and make them work for him for free. And everyone was saying privately that Su Yun had become close to Su Mu in the company. He didn't know whether this was true or not. So he thought of trying it out. But as soon as he came in front of Su Yun and hadn't spoken yet, Su Yun said, I'm in a bad mood right now. You'd better not mess with me. Lee Xiaoguang. Damn, are you the supervisor or am I the supervisor? Chapter 17. Is today her menstrual period? Before leaving, get off work. Su-yun, puzzled, sent a message to Li Jinshu and asked. Su-yun, hey, do you know what happened to Sister Su today? The other party replied quickly. Li Jinshu, what's wrong? Su-yun, I just asked for leave. I don't seem to be in a good mood. Did something happen? Li Shu, it's okay, women have those days every month, you know. Su-yun. Is today her period? I've known her for 2 years, but this is the first time I know her private affairs. No wonder it's so confusing. After all, he is not a single man anymore. He should still show some concern for Su-mu, who had taken good care of him before. So he ordered a cup of brown sugar juice for her on his phone and left work early. If you are unhappy, go ahead and deduct my attendance points. I don't care about those few $100s anyway. Mom is leaving tomorrow, and he needs to buy some more clothes, pants, and bags for her to take back. I can't let my mother lose face in front of the neighbors when she returns home after coming to the big city. In the company, Su-mu had actually been secretly watching Su-yun. I was a little surprised to see him suddenly leave work early without saying hello. Could it be that he left in anger because of his attitude just now? Why is he angry? It was obvious that he was the one who hid his identity first, pretended to be poor, played with my feelings, and deceived me like a fool. At this time, the receptionist came in with a cup of warm drink and said, Manager Su, please order the brown sugar drink. My order? Su-mu asked doubtfully, I don't remember ordering it. That's not clear. The sales guy just said it's yours. The receptionist said meaningfully, I guess someone ordered this for you, Manager Su. It's brown sugar juice. Women all know when to drink brown sugar water. Su-mu. After the receptionist left, she looked at the brown sugar fruit juice on the table and guessed that it was Li Jinshu. Only she knows her menstrual period, and only she would do such a thing. Picking up her phone, she smiled and sent a message to the other party. Su-mu, thank you for the brown sugar fruit juice. Tell me what you want to eat when you get home tonight and I'll make it for you. Li Jinshu, what kind of brown sugar fruit juice? Su-mu was stunned. Didn't you order this for me? Li Jinshu, no, I'm so busy that I can't handle it all day. Who has the time to order this for you? Su-mu, if it's not you, then who is it? No one else knows that I'm on my period these days. A moment later. Li Jinshu, could it be that Su-yun ordered it for you? I think I told him about it an hour ago. Su-mu, you're fine, why tell him this? Shame and anger.jpg. Li Jinshu, he asked me earlier, saying you seem to be in a bad mood today, so I just said it subconsciously. Li Jinshu, why, did he buy you some brown sugar water? Su-mu. Li Jinshu, Su-mu, you still dare to say he doesn't like you? Angry.jpg. Su-mu. She looked at the brown sugar water on her table again, with a hint of guilt in her eyes. Was it a bit too much for me to treat him like this today? Manager Lee, who was being criticized, finally seized the opportunity when he saw Su-yun leaving get off work early, and walked towards Su-mu's office. He said, Manager Su, Su-yun left work early. Yeah, I know. Su-mu drank brown sugar water and said expressionlessly, he has already asked for leave from me, and I approved it. Do you have any objections? Manager Lee. This kid Su-yun is really hooking up with Manager Su. How could they indulge him like this? Okay. When the boss comes back, I will definitely report them both. Humph, you actually dare to poach the boss's people. Su-yun, you are dead. After leaving the company gate, Su-yun took a private car and drove towards Jiangshan Mall. On the way, he sent a message to Ning Qian. Are you at work? Ning Qian and 2 other colleagues live in a 3-bedroom, 1 living room dormitory provided by the company. She was eating and watching idol drama at home alone. Seeing a message pop up on WeChat on her phone, she picked it up and saw that it was from Su-yun, and her heart beat faster. He contacted me again. Ning Qian quickly adjusted her mood and immediately replied with a voice message. No, I'm in the dormitory. Su-yun, oh, I wanted to go buy some clothes from you, but since you're not here, forget it. I'll go look in other stores myself. Ning Qian heard this and quickly said, It's okay. Where are you? I'll come find you. I can go shopping with you. Su-yun, is this okay? It's wasting your rest time. Ning Qian, no, I'd love to. Su Yun, okay then, let us meet at the entrance of Jiangshan. Ning Qian, okay, I'll be right there. After replying the message, she hung up the phone and quickly went to wash and dress up. Although being late is a girl's right, she didn't dare to expect Su Yun to wait for her too long. 15 minutes later, she dressed herself up beautifully and went out. Because the company dormitory is not far from Jiangshan, it only takes about 10 minutes to reach the destination by taxi. Su Yun's eyes lit up as he looked at Ning Qian, who was jogging towards him from a distance. This was the first time he saw the other person not in uniform. She had half-curled brown long hair draped over one shoulder, and was wearing a gray off-shoulder silk t-shirt. Her skin was fair, and her delicate collarbone was clearly visible. The lower body is a sexy black tight skirt, which shows off her round and beautiful buttocks very well. Paired with a pair of black high heels, her figure becomes even more stylish. Mr. Su, have I kept you waiting for a long time? Ning Qian came in front of Su Yun, breathing a little. Her not-so-small breasts rose and fell with her breathing, making her look a little squinty. No. Su Yun smiled and replied, I just got here too. Come on, walk around with me. Ning Qian followed beside him and asked curiously, Mr. Su, what kind of clothes do you want to buy today? I don't know either. Please recommend one to me. You are a professional. Su Yun said, I'm mainly buying some clothes for my mother, who is about 40-50 years old. It turned out to be for Auntie. Ning Qian smiled and said, why don't we go to LV and have a look? I think they have some very nice styles that were just released this year. They should be very suitable for Auntie. Okay. Led by Ning Qian, the two of them walked together towards LV. Along the way, she also introduced Su Yun to various luxury brands on both sides. Ning Qian was very surprised that a man as rich as Su Yun didn't know a few luxury brands. Maybe he had never gone out to buy clothes by himself before. Men, for this matter, never really care. But he definitely knows about all kinds of famous watches, luxury cars, and other things that men like. At this moment, in the LV store. After receiving the bribe from Zhang Wentao, Wang Qing couldn't wait to drag Huang Mangyao to the store and choose her favorite bags together. But Huang Mangyao didn't know that the money her best friend used to buy the bag was earned by selling her to Zhang Wentao. Chapter 18, Su Yun used the card, and the item was carried by a woman. Su Yun and Ning Qian came to the store. Sir and madam, welcome. The enthusiastic male shopping guide came over and was stunned before he could finish his words. We all work in a luxury store and are on the same floor of the same shopping mall, so naturally we see each other from time to time and get to know each other. The male shopping guide subconsciously called out, Ning Qian? Seeing this, Su Yun asked her, is he someone you know? Ning Qian nodded awkwardly and said, we know each other, so to speak. Okay, since we're acquaintances, you and your friend can buy it. Su Yun said, I'll walk around the store by myself. No need to follow me. Just let me know when it's time to check out. Okay, Mr. Su. Seeing Su Yun walking to the other side, the male shopping guide took Ning Qian to shop in the store. While choosing clothes, the male shopping guide asked quietly, Xiao Qian, who was that man just now? Do I know you well? Ning Qian said unhappily, you didn't call her Xiao Qian. Are you hooking up with a rich man? Ning Qian replied coldly, what's it to you? You know I like you. The handsome male shopping guide said angrily, why do you treat me like this? It turned out that the two were from the same hometown and grew up in the same place. The man had always liked Ning Qian and had pursued her for a long time. But Ning Qian never agreed. Because you're like me, you have no money. Ning Qian whispered, also, shut up right there, or I'll find another shopping guide. Male shopping guide. Don't send me messages or harass me with text messages anymore. It turned out that she chose this store today because there were indeed several sets of clothes here that were more suitable for Andy's. Secondly, she also wanted to take the opportunity to use Su Yun's identity to express her attitude. I already have someone who is more handsome and richer than you, so stop dreaming. Completely make the man who is pursuing me give up and stop harassing me. A man's gentleness without ability is nothing. If you have a cold, drink more hot water. If you have a stomachache, drink more hot water. If you are about to die, should you still drink more hot water? What she wants in life is to have money to treat illnesses when she is sick, instead of just drinking hot water at home all the time. She is not a little girl anymore and knows what she wants. So when facing this man, Ning Qian had completely different attitudes than when facing Su Yun. This is the difference between having money and having no money. Reality is often so cruel and unreasonable. On the other hand, because Soo-yun had given notice in advance, there was no shopping guide following him. Because I feel uncomfortable. Soo-yun found that the store was very large and had all kinds of goods, including handbags, leather goods, shoes, accessories, clothing, etc. Before I knew it, I came to the section displaying women's bags. Then he saw two familiar figures, who seemed to be Huang Mangyao and her best friend Wang Qing. The two were bargaining with the shopping guide, asking if there was any discount on the bags they had. Suddenly someone came nearby. Wang Qing turned around inadvertently and saw him at the first moment. Her expression changed, and then she pulled Huang Mangyao and said, "Soo-yun is behind you." Soo-yun? Huang Mangyao was stunned for a moment, then turned around and saw Soo-yun. She asked unhappily, "Why are you here?" Soo-yun didn't expect to meet the other party. It was really a narrow road for enemies to meet. He didn't want to be nice to this bitch at all. "You can be here, but I can't be here?" Soo-yun smiled and asked, "Are you using my money to buy a bag again?" "That's my money. It's none of your business. I can spend it however I want." Soo-yun thought of the lawyer and said with a smile, "I hope you can still talk to me so confidently in a few days." Snort. Huang Mangyao sneered, "What about you? Do you have money? How dare you come here to hang out?" "I don't have any money." Soo-yun shrugged and replied casually, "I was just bored and came over to take a look, is that okay?" "I guess you can only come and take a look." Huang Mangyao laughed and said, "After all, not everyone can afford the bags here." Over there, Ning Qian, who had chosen her clothes, immediately put down the clothes in her hand and rushed over after noticing the situation here. She has seen a lot of things and has experience with them. After arriving at the scene, I guessed what was going on at a glance. She stood beside Soo-yun obediently, deliberately glanced at Huang Mangyao, and asked gently, "Dear, is this beautiful woman your friend?" Huang Mangyao and Wang Qing were a little surprised to see the petite woman who suddenly appeared beside Soo-yun. "I haven't seen her for a few days. When did Soo-yun have such a beautiful woman by his side?" Soo-yun shook his head and said, "Not really, it's just a woman who owes me money." "Oh." Ning Qian took Soo-yun's hand and said affectionately, "I've already chosen Auntie's clothes. Do you want to go and take a look?" Soo-yun didn't expect Ning Qian to be so capable. That's very wise. Seeing how sensible she was, he felt that he should reward her. "No rush." Soo-yun followed suit and said, "Shanshan, don't you want a bag? I think the one they have is pretty good. I'll give it to you." "Really?" Ning Qian also realized that Soo-yun was deliberately targeting this woman. So Ning Qian looked at the bag in the woman's hand and said to the salesperson beside her, "Can I buy that bag?" "In theory, it's possible." The shopping guide replied. "We were the ones who saw this bag first. Why should we give it to you?" Huang Mangyao said to Ning Qian, "Beauty, the man in front of you has no money at all and can't afford this bag. Don't be fooled by him." Tisk. Ning Qian couldn't help laughing. Huang Mangyao frowned, "What are you laughing at?" "What you said was funny, so I laughed." Ning Qian said proudly, "My man, as long as he wants to buy something, there is no bag in this store that he can't afford." "Honey, you're exaggerating. I can't afford a bag that costs at least 2 million. Soo-yun gave her a reproachful look and said, "I'm just a poor man, don't brag." "Oh, I understand." Ning Qian responded obediently, as if she had done something wrong. Others? "No, do you call someone who can't afford a bag worth 2 million poor?" Huang Mangyao sneered, "It's been a few days since we last met, Soo-yun, you're really good at pretending. 2 million, a bag worth over 20,000, can you afford it? Beautiful lady, you will know whether my dear can afford it or not later." Ning Qian looked at Huang Mangyao as if she were an idiot. A man who can easily buy clothes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, do you say he can't afford a bag worth more than 20,000 yuan? You know nothing about Mr. Su's strength. One bag was liked by 2 customers at the same time. In order to avoid causing disputes with the customer, the shopping guide asked, "Ms. Huang, are you a member of our store?" "I'm not your member." Huang Mangyao replied, "What's wrong?" "Ms. Huang, it's like this. The shopping guide is not a fool. He can tell who is a big customer and who is a small customer at a glance." He casually took the bag from Huang Mengyao's hand and apologized, "We have a member priority system in our store. If you are a member of our store, this bag will be given to you first as long as you buy it." If you are not a member of our store, then according to company regulations, this bag can only be given to Mr. Su first. Huang Mengyao. Oh, you're not a member. Seeing this, Ning Qian added fuel to the fire and said, then you have no choice but to give up this bag and give it to me. How do you get a membership in your store? Huang Mengyao was so irritated by Ning Qian that she said angrily, I want to get one right now. I'm definitely buying this bag today. No matter how embarrassing it is, you can't embarrass yourself in front of your ex-boyfriend. The shopping guide patiently explained, Ms. Huang, anyone who spends more than 200,000 yuan in this store at one time can apply for membership. 200,000. Even if you sell Huang Mengyao, you still won't get it. Huang Mengyao's face suddenly turned red and then pale. She pointed at Su Yun and retorted, did he spend more than 200,000 yuan in one go? Yes, Miss Huang. Another salesperson replied, the clothes this gentleman just selected in our store are worth more than 200,000 yuan, which meets our store membership requirements. Are you kidding me? I don't know him. Huang Mengyao said disdainfully, he doesn't have that much money to pay the bill. Yeah? Su Yun smiled and turned to the salesperson, saying calmly, please help me pack this up. Let's check out together. Okay, Mr. Su. Under Huang Mengyao's puzzled eyes, the shopping guide took the bag from her hand and then took Su Yun and Ning Qian to the checkout counter. Half a minute later, the card was successfully swiped for a total of 270,000 yuan. The cashier handed over the card respectfully with both hands and said with a smile, Mr. Su, this is your membership card, please keep it. Thanks. Faced with the doubts from his ex-girlfriend, the host chose to follow his heart and slap her in the face with his actions, and was rewarded with 400,000 yuan in cash. The current account balance is 1.38 million. Cool. After paying the bill, Su Yun didn't even look at Huang Mengyao and walked out of the store first. Ning Qian was carrying large and small bags of clothes, and she glanced at Huang Mengyao provocatively. She followed behind her obediently and worked hard, making others envious. This scene shocked Huang Mengyao and Wang Chang. At first, they thought Su Yun was lucky to be with a rich woman. As it turns out, that doesn't seem to be the case. Su Yun used the card and the woman carried the items. This status is obvious at a glance. The two couldn't believe this scene. She was still asking the salesperson for a discount of several thousand yuan for a bag with her best friend, but he brought a woman in front of her and bought 270,000 yuan worth of things at once. When did Su Yun become so rich? Is this still the man I dated? Huang Mengyao suddenly remembered that a few days ago, when she came to buy a bag, she also saw Su Yun in the mall, wearing a brand-name bag. Compared to Huang Mengyao's anger, her best friend Wang Qing became more active at this moment. I was wrong. I didn't expect Su Yun to be so rich. Chapter 19, there is a long way to go, no need to rush. Come out of the store. Ning Qian held the things in her hands and said to Su Yun, I'm sorry for pretending to be your girlfriend without your consent. It's okay. Su Yun did not take the things in Ning Qian's hand, showing his gentlemanly demeanor. Because Ning Qian's intentions towards him were all made clear, and both parties were clear about it. In this case, there will be no reward without effort. Your own money is not the wind. He suddenly thought of his money, which really came from the wind. Forget it, even if it was blown by a strong wind, it wouldn't be easy. She still has to pay what she should pay. He smiled and said, also, your performance just now was very good. You can become an actor. I'm glad you're not angry. Ning Qian felt relieved when she heard that. Su Yun asked, aren't you choosing clothes over there? How do you know what's going on here? We've seen this kind of scene many times in the store, so we're naturally familiar with it. Ning Qian explained with a smile, when I noticed the undisguised disdain in your eyes when you were talking to him, I roughly guessed it. You're quite clever. Su Yun asked, are you shopping guides all very good at reading people's expressions? I'm just a little more careful than others. Ning Qian asked curiously, did that woman do anything to disgust you? Nothing. Su Yun said calmly, we were about to get married, but because he despised my family's poverty, we ended up breaking up. Ning Qian. This woman must be mentally ill. She actually dared to despise Su Yun for being poor. What, is she going to heaven? Do you want to dream of marrying Xiao Wang, Shuang Ma, or Lei Bushi? Alas, I really don't know how lucky I am. Su Yun looked at Ning Qian's surprised expression and did not explain, nor did he need to explain. Then, the two went to other jewelry stores and bought a jade bracelet and a gold necklace for their mother. A total of another 100,000 was spent. In order to honor his parents, the host bought high-quality jewelry as he pleased, and was rewarded with 150,000 yuan in cash. Ning Qian has become much calmer about Su Yun's spending behavior. When he goes into a store to buy something, he never seems to look at the price, only whether he likes it or not. Just this afternoon, he casually spent nearly 400,000. This is money that she cannot earn even if she goes without eating or drinking for several years. When I left the mall, it was already dark and the street lights were on. Ning Qing had also prepared himself mentally. He had planned to treat Su Yun to a meal first, and then let Su Yun arrange everything. I don't think he would just ask me out to buy clothes today. What's more, I'm already dressed very sexy today. So no matter what Su Yun wants to do later, she can do it. But she was still overthinking it. The two stood by the roadside. Su Yun looked at the special car that had arrived and turned around and said, "Thank you for your hard work today. Go back and rest early. Give me the things." Ah. Oh. Ning Qian was stunned for a moment, then woodenly handed over all the bags in her hand. Su Yun looked at the LV bag, handed it back to her, and said, "You keep this bag. It was originally given to you. Are you giving it to me?" Ning Qian's heartbeat quickened a little when she heard that. Isn't it to act with you? Although she did have a little fantasy at that time, it would be great if this bag was really given to her. But she also knew it was a fantasy. Nothing happened between Su Yun and me, so why would he give me a bag worth more than 20,000 yuan for nothing? But now when the other party really told her that the bag was given to her, she felt it was a little unreal. "It's for you." Su Yun said, "You accompanied me this afternoon, shopping, acting, and carrying bags. Consider it your hard work pay." "No, Mr. Su, I can't take this bag." Su Yun smiled and said, "You don't want it, so you despise this bag? Do you think it's cheap? Or ugly?" "No, no." Ning Qian shook her head and said, "It's very expensive for me, and I like it very much." "Okay, then you can take it." Su Yun curled his lips and said, "Otherwise I wouldn't even be able to deliver a single bag, how embarrassing." Ning Qian. Before getting on the bus. Ning Qian was silent for a moment, then asked again in a low and meaningful voice, "Mr. Su, do you really not want me to accompany you? There is a long way to go, there is no need to rush." Su Yun left these 8 words and got on the special car. In fact, it's not that he doesn't want to, but the conditions still don't allow it this time. "Hey, my mom is still at home, waiting for me to eat." Watching the car going away, Ning Qian stood there, staring blankly at the LV bag in her hand. Mr. Su seems to be a little different from other rich people. Feeling a little disappointed, she could only eat a quick meal outside by herself and then returned home. The 2 female shopping guides who lived with us also came back after shopping. They looked at Ning Qian and asked curiously, "I asked you to go out and play with me today, but you didn't go. Where did you go by yourself?" "No, I just walked around for a while." As Ning Qian finished her answer, a sharp-eyed roommate noticed the bag in her hand and screamed. She rushed over, excitedly snatched the bag from Ning Qian's hand, and asked, "Oh my god, is this an LV bag? Did you buy it today? Hurry, let me see it." Another roommate also came over. "I saw this bag at the LV store last time. It cost over 20,000 yuan. Ning Qian, you're so extravagant. You actually spent over 20,000 yuan on a bag." "I didn't buy it." Ning Qian answered with an honest smile, "I don't have that much money to buy it. Someone gave it to me." "Who would give you a bag worth more than 20,000 yuan? As soon as they finished asking, they reacted and asked tentatively, "Your big money sponsor, Mr. Su?" "Yeah." Ning Qian responded. The two looked at each other and asked, "So you've already sent yourself out today?" In their circle, these topics are not taboo. Birds of a feather flock together. That's how it is. Whoever has something looks down on whom. No. Ning Qian smiled and said, "He just asked me to accompany him to the mall for a while. After buying something, he went back." "It's over, Ning Qian, you're going to be rich." One of the women analyzed, "That Mr. Su, could it be that he really likes you?" "That's impossible." "Yes, I think so." Another woman said, "We are not unaware of a man's moral character. Otherwise, who would be willing to spend so much money on you and not want to eat you up right away?" Ning Qian. The two of them laughed and said, "Shanshan, if you become rich, don't forget me." If you really become a wealthy wife in the future, you must come and take care of our business. Okay, when I'm really rich, I'll definitely favor you too. Ning Xian received a gift after all, and was in a happy mood, so she joined in the joke. She didn't dare to even think about whether she could become Su Yun's girlfriend. Unrealistic fantasies will only make you suffer. Now she is happy every day. As long as I can make money. Chapter 20. Goodness, this relationship ended so quickly. Su Yun returned home and gave her all the things he had bought for his mother, asking her to take them back the next day. He lied and said that he had spent less than 5,000 yuan in total, 3,000 yuan of which was for the jade bracelet. Although Zhang Sujuan complained about his habit of spending money recklessly, she still happily accepted it. Especially the jade bracelet, I can't put it down. She had worked hard all her life and was reluctant to part with it. This was the most expensive and best jewelry she had ever worn. In fact, she didn't know that these clothes of hers were worth tens of thousands of dollars. This jade bracelet cost Su Yun 88,000 yuan. Of course, Su Yun would never tell anyone even if he was beaten to death. If I told Zhang Sujuan, she wouldn't want the clothes and wouldn't wear them. After all, a person who has lived a simple life will instinctively feel panic and uneasy when she suddenly realizes that she is wearing such expensive clothes and such an expensive jade bracelet. Ever since Su Yun decided not to get married, she felt as if the family had enough money and didn't need to live so frugally. Even though Su Yun owed some debts for buying the old house, the money he had originally intended to use for his marriage was now empty. After deducting the deposit for booking the banquet and other things from the 300,000 yuan she had prepared, she still had about 250,000 yuan left. When she planned to leave, she transferred 200,000 yuan to her son and kept 50,000 yuan for herself. After all, there are many places to spend money in big cities, and Su Yun cannot find a girlfriend without money. Nowadays, women are very realistic when looking for a man. They want him to have a car, a house, and savings. This is a kind of hedonism. It's not like their simple days in the past. A new home relies on two people working hard together and supporting each other to make life better and better. The next morning, the special car was waiting downstairs early. Mother Zhang Sujuan wore the new clothes that Su Yun bought for herself yesterday, and also put on a bracelet and a necklace. The whole person looks much more beautiful. Su Yun suddenly felt a lot in his heart. They say money feeds people, it's true. It's not that my mother has never been beautiful, but that she has never dressed up seriously. Mom, you look so beautiful today. Okay, now your mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter. Zhang Sujuan stood in front of the car and warned, you are alone in a big city, so you must take good care of yourself. You must eat on time, especially breakfast, otherwise you will easily get stomach problems. No. Also, don't work too hard. Don't stay up late. Get more rest. If you meet a suitable girl you like in the future, remember to take the initiative. Good. Finally, there's this. Zheng Sujuan took out a card from her pocket, handed it to him and said, here, take this card. It was originally intended for you and Huang Menyao's wedding. Now you don't need it, so keep it for emergencies. Mom, this is your money, I don't want it. It's mine, and it won't be yours in the future. Take it. Zheng Sujuan said, if a man has no money, he has no confidence. Okay. Seeing that his mother insisted, and knowing that his mother was doing it all for his own good life, Su Yun accepted it. Poor parents in the world. After sending his mother to the car, he said, Mom, when you get home, send me a message. After his mother left, Su Yun looked at the time and saw that it was not too late, so he planned to go to work. But when he turned around, he ran into a woman who shouldn't be here. Wang Qing came over and asked with a smile, Su Yun, has Auntie left? What are you doing here? Su Yun frowned and said, did Huang Mengyao ask you to come? No, I came here on my own. Wang Qing said, actually, I've always felt sorry for what happened between you and Mengyao. I have advised her many times to reconcile with you, but she refused to listen and said she already had someone else in her heart. What do you mean? Su Yun asked, did she cheat on me when she was with me? Well, it's considered mental infidelity. Wang Cheng nodded, looking guilty and said, while preparing to marry you, she has been secretly chatting with your friend Zhang Wentao and flirting with him. I advised her many times not to do this since she was about to get married, but she didn't listen and even accused me of meddling in her affairs. I'm sorry, I should have told you this sooner. Su Yun. Su Yun knew Zhang Wentao. We've had dinner together a few times before, but we can't be considered friends. I didn't expect that bitch Huang Mangyao would find a backup while preparing to marry me. Fortunately, I didn't marry her. Su Yun suddenly asked curiously, aren't you her best friend? Why are you suddenly telling me this? Su Yun, you misunderstood me. I don't want to be friends with such a fickle woman. Wang Qing said with a look of disgust, I severed all ties with her yesterday and will have no further contact with her from now on. Su Yun. Wow, this relationship ended so quickly. Then, Wang Qing came up, put on a different face, and said, Su Yun, there is actually something I have never dared to tell you. I know that you must still be blaming me in your heart, blaming me for instigating Huang Mangyao to make so many unreasonable demands on you, which prevented you from getting married. But you know, I'm doing this for your own good. For me? Su Yun was amused by her and asked, tell me, why did you do that for me? Actually, I liked you from the first moment I saw you. Wang Qing said with deep affection, but at that time, you were already with Huang Mangyao, so I could only hide my love for you and silently bless you and Huang Mangyao. But who knew that Huang Mangyao was not worthy of you at all? She was always looking at the pot while having her fill, and was wavering. She was not a good woman at all. In order to prevent you from being deceived by her and to protect you, I have no choice but to resort to this desperate measure and let you break up. Listening to Wang Qing's words, Su Yun could only say, she has great eloquence. The dead are said to be alive. But he didn't believe a single word the other party said. I think you don't like me, but my money, right? Su Yun laughed and said, why, now that you know I'm rich, you want to come and get me? No, I'm not that kind of woman. Wang Qing said aggrievedly, I really like you. Stop acting. Su Yun deliberately said sarcastically, I only like virgins now, do you think you are? I am. Wang Cheng replied. He. Su Yun smiled disdainfully, ignored her, hailed a taxi, and left. Is she a virgin? I'm still a virgin. Even if I am so hungry, I won't consider her. Seeing that he didn't believe her, Wang Qing stomped her feet in anger. She really didn't lie. Although Wang Cheng is a gold digger, she has a clear mind and ideas. Therefore, she would not easily give herself up before she was absolutely sure and had something to gain. Holding on tightly to your first time. In this regard, she is actually better than many other materialistic women and is not so casual. Chapter 21, This is not a man's nature, it's a crime. Li Jinshu came to the company in the morning and wanted to find Su Yun, but found that he was not there. Under the guidance of a kind colleague, she came to Su Mu's office. This was her first time visiting her friend's company. Li Jinshu sat across from Su Mu and said with a smile, you actually have an independent office. I'm so envious. Are you free today? After Su Mu poured her a cup of coffee, he said, you actually have time to come and chat with me. No, I just finished discussing the contract with customer service. I was driving by your place and stopped by to take a look. Li Jinshu said, I was originally thinking that since I'm free today, I could take Su Yun to Juanhao Law Firm to sign the agreement. He's not here today. He's on leave. Li Jinshu asked, what were you doing? How should I know? Aren't you his leader? Su Mu rolled her eyes at her, leaders don't care about private lives. Yeah. Li Jinshu teased meaningfully, during your period, he gave you some brown sugar juice? How was it? Did it warm your stomach? It's all because of you. Su Mu said helplessly, I'm really afraid that one day you will sell me out and even tell others about my menstrual period. I'm doing this for your own good. Li Jinshu laughed and said, you've been divorced for almost 2 years. You've had sex before. You really need the nourishment of love now, otherwise the flower will wither soon. Mind your own business. Su Mushi retorted, I'm not as hungry as you. I'm fine living alone. Thank you. I'm serious. Li Jinshu persuaded him, Su Yun is handsome, rich, and a nice guy. He's interested in you, so you can secretly have an office romance with him. It's exciting to think about it. You're going to be horny, go find a man yourself. Su Mu rolled his eyes at her and said, don't come here to provoke me. While the two were chatting, Su Yun walked into the company. He is no longer an unknown person now. After a few coffee breaks, everyone became more welcoming towards him and kept greeting him along the way. He responded one by one, then said with a smile, I ordered some coffee, everyone remember to get it later. Received countless thanks. He walked all the way to Su Mu's office and knocked on the door. Come in. As soon as he entered, he said, Sister Su, I'm only late today, not taking leave, so you can't deduct more money from me. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lee Jinshu sitting inside. "Why are you here?" "I came here specifically to find you." Lee Jinshu stood up and said with a smile, "Why don't you just ask for leave? I'll take you to the law firm to sign the agreement." "That's fine, but Director Su must agree." Soo-yun looked at Soo-moo and sighed, "Don't tell me you'll deduct my attendance record again. It's not easy for me to earn money at work." "Go ahead, forget it this time." Soo-moo pretended to be aloof and said, "No more in the future. The company must have its own rules and regulations." "Understood, Director Su." Faced with Soo-moo's continued businesslike approach today, Soo-yun would no longer be stupid enough to believe that it was because of her menstrual period. This is obviously a matter of opinion about oneself. "But I didn't provoke her. There's something wrong." Before, maybe he would have thought about what he had done to offend her and whether he should try to resolve the situation. Now, he won't indulge any woman. No matter who you are. So, he didn't say much to the other party, and turned to Lee Jinshu and said, "Let's go." Lee Jinshu. What happened to the two of them? After leaving the company, Lee Jinshu drove the company car and drove Soo-yun towards Juanhao Law Firm. On the way, Lee Jinshu asked curiously, "What happened between you and Soo-moo?" "How should I know? She has been like this since yesterday." Soo-yun asked back, "Don't you know?" "I don't know." Soo-yun smiled and said, "Isn't it because of your menstrual period?" Lee Jinshu. Menstruation can at most make people irritable, but it won't change a person's attitude. Soo-moo's attitude towards Soo-yun just now was similar to that of a normal colleague or stranger, and it didn't seem like they were friends. "Don't mind, she's a bit contradictory." Lee Jinshu thought about it and helped analyze it. She probably thought you had feelings for her, but she didn't want to be in a relationship, so she deliberately distanced herself from you. Really? Soo-yun. You don't understand women. Lee Jinshu deliberately said, "This only happens when a woman starts to care about someone. So, maybe she has feelings for you too. You might as well be bolder and show some manliness." For example? For example, next time you can just rush into her office and forcefully kiss her. Soo-yun rolled his eyes when he heard this. "You really are her best friend." "This is not manliness, it's a crime." If you really listen to her lies, she said she just kissed in the morning and stayed in a private room in the afternoon. Soon, the two arrived at Juanhao Law Firm. In the luxurious office building in Zhongqing CBD, their offices occupy the entire first floor. Because they were notified in advance, as soon as the two arrived at the company, the front desk took them to Luo Dongshu's office. "Luo Lu, I brought the person to you." Lee Jinshu pointed at Soo-yun beside him and explained, "This is Soo-yun, the client this time." "Hello, Mr. Su." Luo Dongshu stood up and said, "I'm a lawyer here. My name is Luo Dongshu. I believe Jinshu has already introduced me to you." "Yes." Soo-yun smiled and said, "Lawyer Luo, when do you think we should sign the agreement?" "It's possible now, just wait a moment." Luo Dongshu didn't expect the other party to be so anxious, so he immediately asked his assistant to get the agreement. After a while, two agreements were delivered and placed in front of Soo-yun. Soo-yun picked it up and signed without even looking at it. Luo Dongshu smiled and asked, "Mr. Su, don't you want to take a look first?" "Nothing to see." Soo-yun replied, "Besides, if a senior lawyer like you really wanted to cheat me on the contract, I, a layman, wouldn't be able to tell." "That's impossible." Luo Dongshu said, "I think I already know something about your case. I happen to be free these few days, so I took the time to help you. My assistant may ask you for some case-related information from time to time, so I'll need your help to provide it." "No problem, anytime." Soo-yun said, "I only have one request, 166,000 yuan. I want every cent returned." "No problem." Luo Dongshu said confidently, "Don't worry, Mr. Su, I will definitely get it done for you." After the agreement was signed, Soo-yun transferred 500,000 yuan to the other company's account in accordance with the contract. Faced with the trivialities of life, the host arbitrarily purchased personal exclusive legal consulting services. From then on, someone will escort him and reward him with 1 million cash. My phone vibrates, a text message from the bank. Soo-yun looked at the 1.83 million balance on the card and felt happy. This is the second large bonus given by the system, in addition to the last time I bought a house. Does this mean? Can I start thinking about buying a car? Chapter 22, the reward this time is so small? When I came out of the law firm, it was almost noon. Su-yun was already feeling a little hungry. He said to Lee Jinshu, "Are you going back to the company now?" "Yes." Lee Jinshu asked, "Do you have anything else to do? Would you like to go have lunch with me first and then go back?" "Okay, it would be a waste if you don't eat it if you treat me." Lee Jinshu smiled and asked, "Where are we going?" "That Haiyuan from last time." Su-yun said, "I remember there's a signature dish there called Phoenix Swallowing Buddha Jumps Over the Wall. I haven't tried it yet. Let me try it." "You are so extravagant." So, with Lee Jinshu driving, the two of them came to Haiyuan again. Because it was noon, there was no need to make an appointment in advance, so the private room on the third floor was still available. Seeing that Su-yun was about to go to the private room on the third floor with a minimum cost of 20,000 yuan to eat, Lee Jinshu said, "Actually, there's just the two of us. There's no need to waste that money. Let's just eat downstairs. I like to eat quietly." After saying that, Su-yun walked upstairs under the guidance of the waiter. Lee Jinshu had no choice but to follow. The second time I came, the box was completely different from the previous one. This time the box was themed in red, and although Lee Jinshu was mentally prepared, he was still somewhat shocked by the luxurious scene. If it weren't for Su-yun, she would have almost no chance of eating here. Although Lee Jinshu and Su-mu are good friends, there is still some distance between them in terms of wealth. She really couldn't afford a meal that cost tens of thousands of dollars. She has always wanted to save money to buy a big house and then design and decorate it herself. However, the prices of better properties in Jiangcheng are too expensive, basically more than 30,000 yuan per square meter. So even if you buy a house of more than 100 square meters, it will cost more than 3 million yuan, and the down payment alone will be more than 1 million yuan. Not to mention the luxurious large flat like the one Su-mu lives in, which cannot be bought without 5-6 million. But this time Su-mu was not there. In the huge private room, there were only her and Su-yun, a bit like a couple on a date. Before, Lee Jinshu thought that Su-yun invited them to dinner here just to please Su-mu, but today, it turned out that this was not the case at all. It turns out that people come here to eat, just like they would just go out for a meal. It's normal. Maybe this is what a truly rich person is. They never worry about money and only enjoy the best services and resources. Whether you come here to eat or just buy a 500,000 yuan a year contract for personal legal services in the morning. Su-yun took the menu and said without even looking at it, "Give us one of your Fingtuan Buddha Jumps Over the Wall. You can arrange the rest as you wish. I only ask that you eat well, and don't repeat the dishes from last time." "Okay." The waiter then asked, "Mr. Su, would you like to drink your previous drink?" "Take it and drink it." Lee Jinshu said, "I'm driving and I have to go to work this afternoon, so I can't drink. I can drink it by myself." Soon, the dishes arrived, including roast foie gras with royal caviar, surf clam and shark fin soup, and so on. The last dish, Fingtuan Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, was served by the head chef himself. It is made by stuffing a variety of precious ingredients such as Japanese soft-boiled abalone, solid sea cucumber, 3-year-old fish maw, etc. into the chicken belly, giving it a round shape. The chef helped the two people dissect the meat while introducing them. Heaven feeds on the 5 elements, and earth feeds on the 5 flavors. "Okay, thank you, no introductions needed." After Su-yun politely asked the other person to leave, Lee Jinshu laughed and said, "The head chef must be pissed at you for sending him off before he could even finish his words." "Won't." Su-yun smiled and said to Lee Jinshu, "In fact, the head chef didn't want to say it at all. He just served us for work and made us feel that this dish was worth the price." You can imagine that he must be tired and bored having to repeat the same introduction many times every day. It's boring for us to listen to it ourselves, so instead of doing that, we might as well just forget about it. Whether a dish is delicious or not, our own mouths will know. No matter how nice you say it is or how beautiful it is, if it doesn't taste good to me, it's all in vain. What you said seems to make sense. Fortunately, this dish did not disappoint them and tasted really good. Su-yun stood up to pay the bill. This time the consumption was not much, just over 20,000 yuan, which was much less than last time. But Lee Jinshu still felt it was outrageous. After calculation, the average person was more than 10,000. People don't come here to eat, they come here to enjoy the most expensive services and to burn money. Faced with the same delicious food again, the host satisfied his cravings as he pleased, but the feeling was just so-so. The system rewards him with 30,000 yuan. The reward this time is so small? Su-yun listened to the system's prompts and couldn't help but wonder, is it because the desire in his heart is not strong enough? What are you thinking about? Li Jinshu noticed that he was lost in thought and asked, "Are you going back to the company this afternoon? I'll take you there." "No." Suyun smiled and said, "I just happen to have some time today. I plan to buy a car first. Otherwise, it will be really inconvenient." "Buy a car?" Li Jinshu asked, "So, have you decided what kind of car to buy?" "I haven't decided yet." Suyun said, "We'll see when the time comes. Buy whatever you like. It just so happens that there's a car show at the Jiangcheng International Expo Center today." Li Jinshu said, "How about I go with you to buy it? I happen to have a car and can take you there." "All right." Suyun nodded and said, "As long as it doesn't delay your work." "No delay, our designers have flexible working hours." Li Jinshu smiled and said, "You treated me to such an expensive meal at noon, so I won't lose out if I'm your driver for the whole afternoon." "Okay, thank you." There were many brands at the auto show, and many people came to see the cars. But the most eye-catching thing is the car model. Li Jinshu knows nothing about cars, he just knows whether they look good or not. She accompanied Suyun all the way around the store, looking at the Audi A8, the latest BMW 7 Series, and the Mercedes-Benz S, and she was quite satisfied with each one. But Suyun didn't seem to like it and didn't have a strong desire to buy it. However, when the two passed by the Porsche exhibition area, Suyun stopped, looked at a car model in the exhibition area, and stood still. He didn't expect that Ning Qian actually worked part-time as a car model. Li Jinshu thought Suyun had taken a fancy to the Porsche on display and asked, "Why, did you find a car you like? Let's go and take a look." After Suyun and Li Jinshu registered at the entrance, they walked towards the exhibition car under the guidance of the sales staff. Ning Qian was smiling at various cameras, but when she turned around, she was stunned. She didn't expect that she would meet Suyun when she used her break time to work part-time as a car model. Then he also saw the beautiful woman who came to the auto show with Suyun. Chapter 23 Today, you are as beautiful as your car. Ning Qian saw that Suyun had no intention of greeting her, so she did not make any other move. But I felt a little inferior in my heart. Maybe he was afraid that the woman next to him would misunderstand him. At this moment, Ning Qian had already assumed that the other party was Suyun's girlfriend. Suyun came to the front of the car and looked carefully at the red coupe in front of him. One reason was that he saw Ning Qian just now, and the second reason was that this car really suited his aesthetic taste and he liked it very much. Before coming here, he had never thought about what kind of car he would buy or what he would like. A few days ago, he was still thinking about how after getting married, he would continue to save money to buy a car worth around 200,000 yuan. At that time, the only choice was between domestic and joint venture cars, such as Accord, PSA, Camry, etc. He couldn't even dream of brands like Audi, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Porsche. So now that he has money, he is also confused and doesn't know what to buy. What you are worried about is not the price, but what type of car to buy. Now, he knows. The red coupe in front of him is the first one he wants to buy. The staff on the side were not blind to this. Seeing that Suyun was wearing expensive clothes, he knew that he was a wealthy man, unlike ordinary spectators, so he began to introduce his clothes enthusiastically. "Hello, Mr. Su. This is the latest 911 Red Carrera model we launched this year. The classic red design element is still popular among young people, especially girls. Both convertible and hardtop models are available. In addition, the standard configuration is relatively rich, with heated seats, Bose audio, automatic anti-glare exterior mirrors, rain-sensing wipers, adaptive cruise control, sports steering wheel, parking assist, rear-view camera, etc. In terms of power, it uses a 3.4L horizontally opposed 6-cylinder engine with a maximum power output of 350 PS 257 kilowatts, and is available in 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive models. When the staff introduced it, Suyun didn't hear a word. He is not a car enthusiast, nor does he think about racing every day. He is just a person who likes appearance. Suyun turned around and asked, "Can I sit in and try it out?" "Sure." The staff quickly helped open the car door and said with a smile, "Mr. Su, please." Suyun sat in it. He didn't know what the material was, but the interior looked very high-end. The comfortable steering wheel feels good in my hands. If there was a long-legged beauty in stockings sitting in the passenger seat at this moment, it would be a great pleasure in life. Just as he thought of this, Li Jinshu opened the car door and got in. Suyun. Li Jinshu had no idea what Suyun was thinking. He just sat in the passenger seat and started to feel the car. He even took out his cell phone to take pictures. In a person's lifetime, he or she has only 3 chances to decide his or her own destiny. One is when you are born, one is when you take the college entrance examination, and the other is when you get married. She had no say in where she was born. Born in an ordinary family, she had to work hard for everything she needed. She worked hard in the college entrance examination and was admitted to a 985 prestigious university, where she studied design. After graduation, she found a very good job in the eyes of ordinary people, escaped the hardships of the bottom class, and lived a pretty good life. But it is still within the range of ordinary people and cannot be compared with the rich people above. No matter how hard she tried in the future, it would be impossible for her to own a luxurious large flat like Sue Moo's, and it would be even more impossible for her to own a luxury car like the one in front of her. So she has been single all these years, just wanting to rely on the third chance to achieve a class leap through marriage, so that she can have things that ordinary people cannot have. Of course, if she hasn't succeeded before she turns 30, she will find a man with a similar financial level to her and marry him. And right now, Soo Yun is actually a very good candidate. He is nice, handsome, and rich, he is simply the man of dreams. But she didn't know what Soo Yun's attitude towards her was. What's more, Soo Moo is in the middle. She doesn't want to make the wrong decision easily before she fully understands the relationship between Soo Moo and Soo Yun. If it fails, not only will I hurt my best friend, but I will also lose my friendship with Soo Yun. Because in her opinion, if she couldn't become Soo Yun's girlfriend, being friends with him would also be great. At that time, he could just introduce some luxury villa decoration designs of his friends, or the decoration designs of his own house to her, and that would be enough for her to make a fortune. Outside the car, Ning Qian, as a car model, could only stand aside silently. She looked at the woman sitting in Soo Yun's passenger seat, feeling a little envious and a bit bitter. She also once fantasized that one day she would be able to sit in the passenger seat of a luxury car with the man she loved next to her. But reality is so cruel. Some people can sit in the Porsche and laugh freely, while others can only stand outside the Porsche and witness it with their own eyes. This is the gap between people. The staff member standing nearby asked with a smile, "Mr. Su, this car is really good. It's perfect for you to take your girlfriend out for a ride." In the evening, the two of them went to Nanshan together and looked at the beautiful night view of Jiangcheng on the other side. "It's okay." Su Yun walked down and asked, "How much is this car?" "I mean the full price." "Mr. Su wants to buy it?" This car is currently on sale. It depends on what configuration you choose." The staff explained, "This car has a hardtop and a convertible, and 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive." Convertible and 4-wheel drive. Following the staff's introduction, Su Yun went on to select various other components, such as the car's wheels, interior color, steering wheel, and so on. After the final configuration, the price was close to 1.75 million. The staff member smiled and said, "If Mr. Su makes a reservation now, after the discount, it can be done for 1.65 million. "Okay, sure." Su Yun asked casually, "Should we sign the contract now, or something?" "No, you just need to pay a deposit first, and I will issue you a deposit receipt." The staff member said happily, "I will contact you when the time comes. You can go directly to the 4S store I specify and pick up the car after paying the balance and signing the transaction contract." "How long will it take?" Su Yun said, "I haven't had a car these days, so it's a bit inconvenient." 2 days. The staff member said, "I'll send you a message in 2 days, Mr. Su, is that okay?" "All right." Then, the two parties signed a letter of intent. Su Yun transferred a deposit of 600,000 yuan and then left. On the way, Li Jinshu smiled and said, "Congratulations, you bought a car." "It's just a scooter, what's there to congratulate? This is also a mobility scooter." Li Jinshu complained, "Do you know that many people can't afford to drive a car like yours in their entire lives?" "Really?" Su Yun sighed, "I never thought I'd be able to drive a car like this one day." Li Jinshu was speechless for a while. Could it be that he thinks the car is cheap, unsuitable for his status, and unfair to him? Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. Li Jinshu smiled and asked tentatively, "Su Yun, who will be the exclusive passenger seat in that car from now on?" "Have no idea." Su Yun jokingly said, "Whoever wants to come, come. I'm single anyway, so I won't refuse anyone." "Then can I?" Su Yun looked at her meaningfully and asked, "Are you serious or joking?" "Of course I'm joking." Li Jinshu curled her lips and said, "I won't compete with Susu for a man. There's nothing between me and Sister Su." After Su Yun finished speaking, he added, "At least it's nothing now, so don't mess around with your marriage." So, I have a chance? You have a great chance. Soo-yeon smiled and said, but if you want to sit in my passenger seat, you must wear black stockings. Lee Jin-soo was ashamed and angry and said, bah, you big pervert. Don't be so hypocritical, we are all adults. Soo-yeon retorted, if all men were no longer lustful and became monks, I wonder what you women would do. Lee Jin-soo. At the exhibition stand, Ning Qian looked at Soo-yeon and Lee Jin-soo leaving, feeling a little depressed. It's not because Soo-yeon has another woman by his side. But from the moment he left until he left, Soo-yeon didn't even look at her once. Maybe he didn't even see himself. After finishing her work, she returned to the backstage to change her clothes and took out her cell phone, only to see an unread message from Soo-yeon. Soo-yeon, you are as beautiful as your car today. Chapter 24, how about we go to the hotel and continue with the next activity? For the next 2 days, Soo-yeon went to get off work and back home as usual. Occasionally, he would go out at noon and meet with Luo Dongshu's assistant in the coffee shop downstairs to provide some relevant information about himself and Huang Mengyao. When I came back, I still habitually ordered a cup of coffee for all my colleagues in the company. He didn't care at all about Su Mu's sudden cold attitude. There are plenty of women around me now, so I won't bother to please someone who doesn't like me. She used to be out of my reach, but now in my eyes, she is an equal, and there is no such thing as inferiority complex. But just when he thought that he and Su Mu were becoming strangers, he didn't expect Su Mu to take the initiative to send him a message and ask him out for dinner in the evening. This surprised Soo-yeon a little. Could it be that she has figured it out? After agreeing to the other party, Soo-yeon and Su Mu deliberately stayed a little longer after get off work to avoid suspicion before coming out of the company. They went directly to the garage and got into each other's car, one after the other. I don't know, I thought they were having an affair. After getting in the car, Su Mu didn't say anything and drove out directly. On the way, Soo-yeon saw that Su Mu was cold and silent, so he didn't say anything either, just looking out the window. I heard from Jin-soo that you bought a car. Soo-yeon turned around and asked, Manager Soo, are you talking to me? Is there anyone else in this car? I just bought one. Soo-yeon casually asked, what's the matter? Manager Soo also wants to sit in my passenger seat? You always called me sister before. Su Mu frowned unhappily and asked, why, now that your identity as the young master has been exposed, you don't want to act anymore? You were the one who first drew a line between us and treated me as just a colleague. Soo-yeon sneered, I'm doing what you want now, but you're still not happy? Do you really think I'm still one now, so you can do whatever you want to me? If you want to pretend, I won't serve you. Su Mu. There was another silence. Soo-yeon. Su Mu sighed, and finally took the initiative to speak again. I divorced my ex-husband because he cheated on me, so now I hate men who lie to me. What did I lie to you about? Soo-yeon asked back, come on, tell me. You have money, why are you pretending to be an ordinary person to approach me? Su Mu said, every time I change your attendance records and secretly fight for benefits and salary increases for you in order to help you get a few $100 more for perfect attendance, do you look at me like a fool? Because these small amounts of money are not important to you at all. Forehead. Soo-yeon asked speechlessly, after all this time, is this the reason you treat me like this? Right. Su Mu said angrily, because you make me feel like a clown, I'm angry with you, right? In that case. Soo-yeon couldn't help but laugh and asked again, then why don't you drink the brown sugar fruit juice I gave you? They are different things and cannot be compared. Su Mu was stunned for a moment, then said, I asked you out today because I wanted to ask you about this matter. This will also determine my future relationship with you. This matter is actually very simple. Soo-yeon spread his hands and said, I really didn't have money before, but I am rich now. I have never lied to you, nor have I ever played tricks on you like a clown. You have taken great care of me in the company over the past 2 years, and I am very grateful to you. Then why are you suddenly so rich? Su Mu said, don't tell me you won the lottery. I checked and there haven't been any big prizes recently. Sister Sue, everyone has their own secrets. Soo-yeon said, just like your secret, everyone misunderstood you and spread gossip about you, but I haven't seen you come out to explain to them. Su Mu. Listening to Soo-yeon's words, she suddenly felt that she was thinking too much and was too sensitive. Getting stuck in a dead end. Yes, everyone has their own secrets. Why do I have to go into this in depth? After Su Mu figured it out, he felt much better. She smiled and said, Soo-yeon, I was wrong before. To make it up to you, I can agree to one of your requests tonight, as long as I can do it. Any request? Right. Okay, I'll remember that. Soo-yeon smiled and replied, let's go eat first. We're all hungry. An hour later. Soo-moo brought Soo-yeon to a restaurant called Wansake Barbecue in the East Lake Scenic area. This shop is so remote, is anyone here? Soo-yeon walked into the restaurant and looked at the small restaurant with only one table of customers. He questioned, with so few customers, how can the food be good? You want to come and eat, but you can't come yet. Soo-moo smiled and explained, this is the best place I know. The average price per person is about 1,600 yuan. It's very private, only accepts reservations in advance, and only accepts 2 tables of guests at a time. This is hunger marketing. Soo-yeon looked at the surroundings and said jokingly, but, to be honest, this place is quite suitable for dates. Did you often come here secretly with your ex-husband to date? No. Soo-moo replied, this is a place I discovered after my divorce. Sometimes when I have nothing to do after get off work and don't want to go home, I'll drive here alone and sit for a while. So I'm the first man you brought here? Soo-moo smiled and said, I guess so. I feel somewhat honored. Soo-yeon sat down with a smile, then took the initiative to pick up the menu and started to look at it, but it was all in English and he seemed to have trouble understanding it. Just as the two were chatting, the store owner came over. Because Soo-moo was a member and a regular here, when he knew she was coming, he naturally came over to say hello and serve her personally. As soon as the store manager saw her, he smiled and said, Miss Soo, I haven't seen you for a while, you are still so beautiful. Boss Mao, long time no see. Soo-moo smiled and said, I happen to be free today, so I brought my friends over for dinner. Welcome, welcome. Boss Mao looked at Soo-yeon who was sitting opposite Soo-moo. This was the first time he saw Soo-moo bring a person of the opposite sex to dinner, so it was definitely not an ordinary relationship. He said to Soo-yeon enthusiastically, Sir, what do you want to eat? I can recommend you some dishes in our restaurant. No. Soo-yeon said casually, Boss, just give me one portion of your restaurant's signature dishes. Boss Mao thought he had misheard and asked, Is it a bit too much? Boss Mao. Soo-moo couldn't help but think of what happened in Haiyuan last time, and couldn't help but laugh. Just listen to him, my friend has a big appetite, otherwise he won't be full. Boss Mao. Because of Soo-yeon's extravagance, the bill was originally only about 4,000, but when he paid the bill, it increased to more than 8,000, doubling the amount. After paying the bill, Soo-yeon said with a smile, Sister Soo, did I eat too much just now? I'm not as rich as you, but I can still afford to treat you to a meal of 8,000 yuan occasionally. Soo-moo asked, what should I do now? Should I send you back directly? When we go back at night, I'll be alone, and you'll be alone too. Soo-yeon said, why don't we go to the hotel and continue with the next activity? Soo-moo? Sister, you said that in the car. Soo-yeon smiled and said, no matter what I ask of you tonight, as long as you can do it, you must agree to it. Chapter 25 Any action against a woman's will is illegal. Soo-moo is not a little girl anymore, the kind of woman who gets shy when asked to go to a hotel. She looked at Soo-yeon meaningfully and asked, I did promise you, but do you think your sister Soo is a very casual woman? No. Soo-yeon replied seriously, I think Sister Soo is a very dignified and serious woman. So you want me to go to the hotel with you right away? Sister Soo, you misunderstood. Soo-yeon said awkwardly, I didn't mean what you thought. I meant that it's still early. Why don't we buy some wine and go to the hotel for a drink together? Go to the hotel and have a drink? Yes. Soo-yeon explained, I can't drink much. When I'm drunk, I just fall asleep. If you don't want to, forget it. Are you sure you don't have any bad intentions towards me? Soo-moo smiled and said, why do I feel like you want to force me to drink? Absolutely not. Soo-yeon immediately raised 3 fingers to the sky and swore sincerely, I promise, I don't have any improper thoughts about you, sister. Okay, I'll trust you this time. Soo-moo also thought that he hadn't drunk for a long time, so he said, let's go, but not to the hotel, let's go to your house. Soo-yeon. Soo-moo smiled and asked, is it inconvenient at your home? No. Soo-yeon said embarrassedly, my house is small, I'm a little embarrassed to take you there. It's okay, I don't mind. Okay, since my sister insists, let's go to my house. After the two went to the supermarket and bought a few dozen beers, under Soo-yeon's guidance, Soo-moo drove to the community where Soo-yeon lived. Soo-moo was a little surprised. Logically speaking, with the strength Soo-yeon has shown, he shouldn't live in such a place. after getting on the elevator and entering his room. She was completely surprised. At first, she thought Soo-yoon was being modest when he said his family was small. The result turned out to be true. A 100 square meter house may not be small for ordinary people, but it is really small for Soo-moo and Soo-yoon's financial resources. At least Soo-moo's own house is a large flat of more than 200 square meters. In her imagination, no matter what, Soo-yoon's house must be better than hers. The result is an ordinary house of less than 100 square meters? Soo-moo walked into the room, took a look at the ordinary decoration, and asked doubtfully, "Soo-yoon, are you sure this is your house?" "What else?" Soo-yoon replied, "I've always lived here. Look, everything in the house is mine." Soo-moo. "You are so rich, why are you so hard on yourself?" "I don't understand." Soo-moo looked around the room again and said with a smile, "You said your place is messy, but I think it's okay. It's clean and tidy. It doesn't look like a place where a single man lives. Sister Soo, as long as you don't mind." Soo-yoon first turned on the TV and randomly selected a program to make the room less quiet. Then, he opened another bottle of beer and handed it to Soo-moo, saying, "Here." Soo-moo took the wine and said with a smile, "Is it starting now?" "Certainly." Soo-yoon laughed and said, "There's no foreplay when drinking." Soo-moo. Soo-yoon also opened a bottle for himself, held it up and said, "Sister, want one?" "Good." Soo-moo clinked glasses with him lightly and drank the whole can in one breath. Seeing this, Soo-yoon could only finish it in one gulp. A grown man can't lose to a woman. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Sister, it seems like you can drink quite well." "No, I haven't had a drink in a long time. I think I'll feel dizzy after drinking 2 or 3 more bottles." This is also the reason why Soo-moo dared to agree to follow Soo-yoon to his house for a drink. After all, it is impossible for ordinary people to get her drunk by drinking. Soo-moo laughed teasingly and said, "So you better be tolerant of me later and don't really get me drunk." "Of course." Soo-yoon said confidently, "Sister, just drink as much as you want." "Good." The two opened another can, and Soo-moo drank it while asking curiously, "Why don't you buy a big house or a villa?" Soo-yoon. This question is a bit heartbreaking. "Sister, do you think I didn't want to? The key point is that I didn't have money before." He smiled and replied, "Well, I'm going to buy a new one soon. I'll ask you to give me some advice then." "Can." Soo-moo asked, "Now that you're not getting married, what are your plans? Are you not going to continue looking for someone to date? Why, sister, do you want to introduce someone to me?" Soo-moo smiled and said, "If so, would you consider it?" "Not considering it." "Why?" Soo-yoon joked, "Because you have occupied my heart, there is no room for other women." "Okay, you had a few drinks and felt bold enough to tease your sister, didn't you?" After drinking a few cans of wine, Soo-moo's face turned a little red. She smiled and said, "Even if you want to, it's impossible for me to be with you." "Why?" "I'm 3 years older than you, and I'm almost 30. A woman who is 3 years older than you is a gold brick." Soo-yoon said, slightly tipsy, "Sister, gold bricks are very valuable, who wouldn't want them? But I'm divorced." Soo-moo said self-deprecatingly, "You really don't mind? Your parents don't mind? Look, sister, you've already talked about marriage." Soo-yoon raised his head and took another big sip of wine, then sighed, "Marriage is the grave of love. For me, I just want to be happy every day, not think about the long term. Fuck love, it's all slaves to money, as long as 2 people are happy together, that's all that matters." Soo-moo. Then they each drank a few more glasses. Soo-yoon looked at Soo-moo, who was still not drunk at all, and knew that he had been deceived. "Hateful. You said you would get dizzy after drinking a few bottles, but now you drink bottles after bottles, and you're dizzy." "Instead, I almost fainted." Soo-moo took another sip of wine and looked at the man beside him. He seemed a little drunk, and his eyes were blurry. It is said that the truth comes out when drunk. Soo-moo suddenly smiled and asked tentatively, "Soo-yoon, you don't really have feelings for me, do you?" "Yes, I have." Soo-yoon turned his head and stared at Soo-moo, then smiled and spoke out what was in his heart. "I had this thought from the first moment I saw you. It's not just me, I think all the other men in the company have had it too. But you are the kind of woman who can only be imagined but not pursued. So in the past, I always had the desire but not the courage to do it. But now I have the desire and the courage to do it, but I still don't dare to do it." Soo-moo must not have felt uncomfortable listening to Soo-yoon's frank words. Instead, he couldn't help but smile and asked, why? Any action against a woman's will is against the law. Soo-yeon muttered drunkenly, I don't want to kiss you one day and then live in a private room the next day. Ha ha ha. Soo-moo was amused. To be honest, she actually had a very good impression of Soo-yeon at the beginning, but his conditions were not good enough, so even if she wanted to find a man in the future, she would not consider him. At most, we can be better friends. Because the material gap in life cannot be made up by love. What's more, she has been divorced once. If she were to look for another man, she would of course want to find a better and more outstanding man than the previous one. At least he should be better than me, right? Chapter 26. Okay, you're so cruel. But in recent times, Soo-yeon has changed. When Soo-moo got to know the other person again, he realized that his conditions were not bad at all. He was pretending to be poor before. Perhaps he is now his truest self. But Soo-moo could never understand why he had to live such a hard life when he had such a good life before. Thinking about Soo-yeon's marriage, Soo-moo suddenly had an idea. Could it be that he is looking for a pure love that is not about his money? Childish. Soo-moo thought of this and shook his head. If there is no material security, and we are busy and tired every day just to make a living, how can we have time to feel and enjoy love? All beautiful love is based on material things. Soo-moo looked at Soo-yeon. Now he was completely worthy of her. But now, I seem to be unworthy of him. After all, a man with such conditions must have a wealthy family. How could they allow him to find a woman who is older than her and divorced? But, to use Soo-yeon's words just now, why should I think so far ahead? A happy day is a happy day, why should you restrict yourself? For those who have been divorced, there is no need to care about those things. Soo-moo thought of the cup of brown sugar fruit juice again. Just consider it as a way of repaying a favor. She made up an excuse and convinced herself. Then, Soo-moo turned over, and the two of them were face to face, with only a few centimeters between them. Oh. Soo-yeon suddenly felt a strong sense of pressure on his chest, as if it was heavy. At the same time, a faint scent of perfume emanated from her body, which filled the air and refreshed the heart. Soo-moo lowered his head, a hint of alcohol in his mouth, and asked with a charming smile, if I agree, does that mean I am not violating the woman's wishes? Ah. Soo-yeon was a little drunk, but he was not dead. He was still conscious. Including what he said to Soo-moo just now, he said it because he wanted to say it. What's the point of speaking the truth after drinking? That's nonsense. Everyone was using alcohol as an excuse to say whatever they wanted to say, just madly testing each other. Unexpectedly, the other party responded. And so straightforward. It caught him off guard. Soo-yeon swallowed and said, Sister, if you say that, I will really do it. Just kidding. Soo-moo suddenly stood up, straightened his clothes, and said with a smile, Okay, it's getting late, and we've almost finished the wine. You can drink the rest slowly. I have to go back. After saying that, she picked up her bag and prepared to leave without caring about Soo-yeon's reaction. No, sister, is this really okay for you? Soo-yeon sat up and said dissatisfiedly, You're leaving after you flirted with me. What do you want me to do now? Do it yourself and you will have enough food and clothing. Soo-moo smiled proudly. Soo-yeon. Before closing the door and leaving, she kindly reminded him, I've been drinking and can't drive. Remember to drive the car to the company for me tomorrow morning. Don't be late, or I'll deduct your money. Soo-yeon. She must have done that on purpose just now. Okay, you are so cruel. Although he has a system that allows him to do whatever he wants, he dare not do anything illegal. After all, if the other party didn't agree, he dared not move and could only let the other party leave. Soo-moo left Soo-yeon's house, walked into the elevator, and breathed a sigh of relief. She was not as casual and calm as she had appeared just now. Thinking of her proactive behavior just now, her heart was beating faster. Just now, it was almost there, just a little bit, I was impulsive, and took advantage of the alcohol to talk to Soo-yeon. Fortunately, I braked. Fortunately, Soo-yeon did not take action directly. If he had been a little more assertive just now, in that situation, she might have really closed her eyes and acquiesced to it. At worst, I could just wait until tomorrow and say I was drunk to avoid embarrassment. We are all adults, single men and women, so it is normal for something like this to happen occasionally. This way no one is responsible for anyone else. After leaving the community, Soo-moo took a private car and returned to his home. Lee Jinshu was still half dressed at home. Looking at Sumu, who had just opened the door and returned, he asked, "Where have you been? I sent you a message, but you didn't reply." "Nothing, I just went out to have dinner with a friend." Lee Jinshu smelled the alcohol on her body and asked, "Are you still drinking?" "Yeah, I drank a little." Sumu said, "I'm going to take a shower first." "Male or female?" Lee Jinshu asked curiously. But Sumu ignored her. Lee Jinshu curled his lips and continued watching his TV series Traveling with the Phoenix. The god in it was so handsome. Half an hour later, Sumu finished taking a shower and went straight back to his room. Lee Jinshu thought she was drunk, so he stood up and knocked on the door. "Are you drunk? Do you want me to get you some honey water?" "No, I'm fine. I'm just a little tired." "Oh." Sumu lay on the bed and browsed his phone. Then he saw the updates on Soo-yun's moments that he had posted half an hour ago. Soo-yun, one person's loneliness is the fault of two people. Of course, Sumu knew why he couldn't sleep. She couldn't help but smile and stretched out her delicate hand to silently give him a thumbs up. At the same time, in another room, Ning Qian also saw Soo-yun's circle of friends. She immediately left a caring message below. "What's wrong with you? Are you in a bad mood? Do you need me to have a drink with you?" But I waited for a long time and didn't get any reply from the other party. A sleepless night. When I woke up the next morning, it was already past 9 o'clock, and I was definitely going to be late for work. Soo-yun also said that it was not yet completed. He opened his phone and saw a little red dot on his moments, so he clicked on it and started looking. I also saw Ning Qian's comment. Unfortunately, after I posted on WeChat moments last night, I went straight to bed and didn't see it. It's all fate. Otherwise, he would never sleep alone after being teased last night. There were also some less serious comments from other friends. "Lonely? You're lonely, come and work overtime with me." Crystal Palace, number 88, "I promise you won't be lonely tonight. Listen to me, go to Maji Impression, number 33 is the one that belongs." The above people have never seen the world. I'm talking about a place called Dalingtaisha number 21. Don't scold me. Who among single men is not lonely? "Brother, if you don't mind, I'm willing to sacrifice myself." Soo-yun read all the way down. Surprisingly, there was a heartwarming comment from my mother. "Son, don't be too stressed out at work. Drink less alcohol, it's bad for your health." The most hateful thing was that Soo-yun discovered that Sumu, the culprit, actually gave him a thumbs up. This is too much. She is simply killing people and destroying their hearts. I went to the company today, and I would be a fool if I didn't take revenge. Chapter 27. I want to watch tomorrow's sunrise with you. Although Soo-yun has a driver's license, he rarely drives, so his driving skills are naturally not good. So along the way, he drove Sumu's BMW 5 Series very carefully, and finally arrived at the company parking lot. As soon as he got off the bus, he ran into his colleagues from the company. He looked at Soo-yun getting out of Sumu's car, and his eyes became a little strange. Soo-yun quickly explained with a smile, "Manager Su's car broke down on the road yesterday, and the repair shop happened to be near my house, so she asked me to drive it back for her this morning." Fortunately, Sumu was not in the car. They only saw Soo-yun and believed what he said. Otherwise, the gossip about the two of them would spread throughout the company immediately. After all, this kind of gossip is good material for leisure time. When he arrived at the company, Soo-yun took the car keys and went straight to Sumu's office. "Manager Soo, I've parked your car in the garage downstairs." Soo-yun handed the car keys in his hand to her and said calmly, "Here are your car keys." "Thank you." Sumu naturally reached out to take it. It seemed like both of them had forgotten what happened last night, as if it never happened. But just as Sumu's hand touched the car keys, Soo-yun's hand grabbed them. "Sumu." She looked at Soo-yun in confusion and whispered, "Soo-yun, what are you doing? What do you think?" After what happened last night, Soo-yun became much bolder and more unrestrained. Lee Jinshu was right. Sumu must have some feelings for her, otherwise he wouldn't have been so proactive in flirting with her last night. Although she pulled away in time, she didn't succeed. But this is a good sign. So although he cannot go against a woman's will, it should be okay for him to learn to tease her occasionally. The brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. Anyway, I now have the services of a senior lawyer, so if anything goes wrong, I can still make an excuse. Even if we kiss, you can't go in, right? Soo-yun directly pulled Sumu over and pushed her hard against the desk with his body, threatening, "Of course, we have to do what we didn't finish last night." "Soo-yun, you're crazy." Sumu panicked a little. She whispered in shame and anger, "This is in the office." She wanted to resist, but her body was unable to obey her. 2 years after her divorce, her body became extremely sensitive. Now, suddenly being treated like this by Soo-yun, feeling the long-lost breath, she felt completely powerless. Soo-yun said, "What are you afraid of? No one outside can see us from this position anyway." "Sumu, that won't work either." "But sister." Soo-yun pretended to be wronged and said, "You were the one who teased me last night. You started the fire yourself." "That's because I drank too much last night." Sumu suddenly felt a little guilty and said, "Soo-yun, you don't think I'm really interested in you, do you?" "I don't care." Soo-yun said, "I can't let you flirt with me for nothing, right? So what do you want?" Soo-yun replied directly, "I want to watch the sunrise with you tomorrow." "Impossible." Sumu refused decisively. "Okay, it's okay if you don't want to watch the sunrise. Then I can collect some interest first, right?" Sumu. Before she could react to what interest Soo-yun was talking about, the other party actually lowered his head. The other hand also became dishonest. Her tightly closed lips were finally pried open by someone. After the two of them argued for a while, Sumu pushed Soo-yun away forcefully. After getting a respite, she looked at Soo-yun with shame and anger, straightened her clothes in front of her chest, and said softly, "Okay, are you satisfied now?" "Not satisfied." Soo-yun succeeded in his attack and smiled mischievously. "Don't take advantage of me and try to get more." Sumu couldn't help but glared at him and said, "It's just this once. Don't even think about it in the future." "I don't believe it." Soo-yun was still determined to attack again. Facing the rogue Soo-yun, Sumu could only pretend to be a little angry and said, "Soo-yun, you are really not afraid of me getting angry, right?" "Okay, I'm afraid of you, let's go." Soo-yun also knew that their relationship had only progressed a little bit, so he couldn't be too hasty. "It's good enough to be like this today, I should be satisfied." After Soo-yun left, Sumu tidied her messy bangs, then touched up her smudged lipstick in front of the mirror, fearing that someone would notice something was wrong. Then he began to daze. Sumu never expected that there would be such a day for him. "Or in my own office. He is a little too bold." She suddenly felt a little regretful. "I shouldn't have been impulsive last night and given him a little sweetness and hope. It made me so passive now." But when Sumu thought about how he had treated her just now, in her own office, she felt a little strange in her heart, and her left leg unconsciously crossed over her right leg. Now she is very conflicted about her attitude towards Soo-yun and doesn't know how to get along with him in the company in the future. On the one hand, I want to refuse, but on the other hand, I have a vague expectation. She felt ashamed of herself. But I also felt a kind of excitement and happiness that I had never experienced before. Soo-yun came out of the office and just sat down at his workstation when the system reward came. Faced with his beautiful female supervisor, the host did as he pleased and experienced a different kind of happiness for the first time. He is rewarded with 500,000 yuan in cash. The current account balance is 1.82 million. No way, this can be rewarded? There are so many. Soo-yun was a little surprised. This was much better than giving away the small gold coins from Managerly. At the same time, he also thought about his relationship with Sumu. After what happened last night and this morning, the relationship between him and Sumu must have completely changed. But he didn't know how to describe the current relationship. You say they are siblings, but both sides have crossed the line again. You say it's a relationship between a man and a woman, but the other party doesn't admit it at all. Physically, they haven't reached that stage yet. They just kissed. He still didn't dare to go too far with Sumu at the moment. What if you push the other party too far and they really turn against you? Women like her are different from other women. They are not short of money, so you can't get what you want just by spending money. You still have to take it step by step. The road ahead is long and arduous, but I will search for it up and down. No matter what, the woman who was once unattainable in his eyes was at least severely bullied by him just now. It makes me happy just thinking about it." Just as he was thinking about how to get along with Sumu, his cell phone rang. It was the staff member from the auto show. He sent a message saying that the car he had ordered had arrived, and if he had time today, he could go to the 4S store to pick it up. Soo-yun answered with an okay. He planned to take a leave in the afternoon to pick up his first car in his life. At this time, Supervisor Lee Xiaoguan also came over. Seeing this, Soo-yun thought he could get some gold coins again, but the other party didn't find any fault at all. He said to Soo-yun, "I need you to go over something." Soo-yun asked, "What's the matter?" "There's a business event at Cathay Pacific Mall this afternoon, but they're not satisfied with our event plan and want to make some last-minute changes." Manager Lee said, "You made that event plan earlier. Go take care of it this morning." Manager Lee, where is your arrogance? Soo-yun was very disappointed that Lee Xiaoguan did not come to pick a fight with him. It's not that he doesn't care about anything just because he has money. Since you are still working, you must have the most basic professional ethics. It just so happens that I don't need to ask for leave in the afternoon. After finishing this matter, I will go to pick up the car. Good. Soo-yun stood up and agreed, then asked, "After I finish dealing with this, I don't have to go back to the company today, right?" "Don't ask me that." Manager Lee said angrily, "You should ask Manager Sue. She's in charge of personnel and attendance." Okay. Soo-yun had no choice but to come to Soo-moo's office again. Soo-moo looked at Soo-yun, who had returned, stared at her warily, and whispered, "Are you still coming? I have to go to Guamao this morning to revise an event project, so it will probably take some time." Soo-yun explained, "I mean, after I'm done with this, I don't have to come back to the company, right?" Soo-moo finally relaxed and said, "Just talk to your supervisor Lee about this. As long as you don't mind." Before Soo-yun left, he turned around and asked, "Want to have dinner together tonight and have a drink to celebrate? I bought a car." "No, I won't fall for your trick." Soo-moo rolled his eyes at him and said with a smile, "If you want to celebrate, go find someone else to celebrate with." Soo-yun. Wow, this defensiveness is too strong. Are you that kind of person? Chapter 28. This is the clock in the opposite direction. Soo-yun came to a Chow Tai Fook jewelry store in Cathay Mall. It is going to hold an anniversary event. Soo-yun was not unfamiliar with this brand. Who hasn't bought its gold jewelry? When the company first received this small order and was making the project plan, it adopted a merit-based recruitment approach. Therefore, it is not assigned to a certain planning group. All planners can participate and then select the best one. As a result, the proposal he wrote was approved by Party A. Because of this incident, he also received a commission of 10,000 yuan from the company, robbing Manager Lee of his money. Soo-yun arrived at the scene and found the person in charge of the other party's event, a woman in her 20s. She was dressed very fashionably, with slightly curly hair, and she was wearing a complete set of jewelry, including earrings, necklaces, watches, etc. In the past, when Soo-yun faced such customers, he must have been very humble, but now, the power of money made it impossible for him to feel inferior and bend down. Even a little confident. The other party was also a little surprised when he saw Soo-yun for the first time. Manager Lee said that the person coming here is just a junior clerk. But looking at his expensive clothes, demeanor and temperament, he doesn't look like an ordinary white-collar worker. The woman stepped forward, smiled, and asked doubtfully, "Are you Soo-yun from Tianyu Media Company?" "Yes, I am." "Hello, I'm the manager of this store, my name is Zhang Peiyao." Zhang Peiyao said, "I believe Manager Lee has already told you that we would like to temporarily adjust your previous event design plan." "That's no problem. I'll listen to your ideas and requirements first, and then we'll discuss them in detail. I'll go back and get you a new plan." "Can." Zhang Peiyao said, "Then let's go to my office to discuss it in detail." Then the two of them began to communicate and discuss the content of the event in some details in the office. But there was no communication throughout the morning. After having lunch together at noon, we continued to communicate for another 2 hours before we basically finalized the final plan. Another thing, it would be better if the host was changed to a woman. Zhang Peiyao said, "She should be young and attractive. After all, she needs to wear our company's jewelry, which can be considered a hidden promotion. Everything else is easy, but the female host might be a little difficult." Soo-yun said with some embarrassment, "Because the other female hosts in our company have already been arranged, there is really no one left. No matter what method you use, you have to find a way to get this done as soon as possible." Zhang Peiyao said, "It doesn't matter if you pay a certain amount of extra fees." "Okay, I'll report this to Manager Lee when I get back." Soo-yun stood up and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." "Mr. Soo." Zhang Peiyao suddenly smiled and asked, "You know about our store's anniversary celebration?" "It's awesome. Since you're here, why don't you buy something for your girlfriend and give her a surprise? I don't have a girlfriend. You can buy it for Auntie, too. Manager Jiang, you are so dedicated. Soo-yun couldn't help but laugh and said, while discussing things, he never forgets to promote his products to his partners. Professional habit. Jiang Peiyao smiled and said, Mr. Su, would you be willing to take care of my business? Okay, I'll go take a look. Okay, I'll take you there. Jiang Peiyao brought Soo-yun to the store and asked, what does Auntie like? Bracelets, or necklaces? Actually, my mom seems to like anything that's gold. Soo-yun thought for a moment and asked, do you have any collectible gold products? Some. Jiang Peiyao took Soo-yun to a counter and introduced, this gold bar series is specially designed for collectors. We have 30G, 50G, 100G, 300G and 500G sizes, which are of great collection value. The market price is close to 600 yuan per gram, but we are selling it for only 480 yuan per gram for our anniversary sale. This is a great opportunity for you to enjoy it in advance. Okay. Soo-yun smiled and said, Manager Jiang, give me 2 of each of the gold bars on your counter. Do you want every one of them? Jiang Peiyao asked in surprise. She thought that Soo-yun could only buy a 50-gram piece at most, which would be pretty good. But who knew that as soon as he opened his mouth, he wanted 2 pieces? The shop assistants around were also shocked. Soo-yun asked in return, why, don't you have so much goods? I do have other kinds, but I don't have as many as 300G and 500G. Jiang Peiyao suddenly felt a little embarrassed and said, after all, this thing is usually placed here as a mascot. Most people buy the 30G and 50G ones. Almost no one buys the 300G and 500G ones. That's okay, let's just take the 300 and 500 ones. Soo-yun said indifferently, please help me pack it up and we can figure out how much it costs. Okay, Mr. Su. Jiang Peiyao quickly said to the clerk, what are you standing there for? Go and put it away. Ah, yes, manager. A moment later, Jiang Peiyao brought the box to Soo-yun and said politely, Mr. Su, it's packed. The total is 422,400 yuan. I'll take the deduction and charge you 422,000 yuan. Thank you very much. Soo-yun took out his card, swiped it on the POS machine, and the payment was successful. Oh, I was impulsive and bought a box of gold bars. But the next second, the system rang. To please his mother, the host bought gold bars from the store. His filial piety is commendable, and he is rewarded with 800,000 yuan in cash. The balance on the bank card is 2.1 million. Okay, as a young person, I tend to make impulse purchases. If everyone is so rational, how can the country's GDP increase? I consume and I am proud. Jiang Peiyao couldn't believe it until Soo-yun successfully paid. She realized that her casual sales promotion accounted for more than half of the entire day's sales target. From introduction to purchase completion, the entire process took less than 5 minutes. This was the fastest sale she had ever made in her life. Soo-yun, carrying an exquisite suitcase filled with small gold pieces, said, Manager Jiang, I'm leaving now. If there are any changes to the plan, just give me a call. Okay, Mr. Su, take care. Jiang Peiyao served with a smile and was extremely polite. If she was still Party A's father before, at this moment, she felt that the relationship between the two parties had changed. This Soo-yun is his client's father. This made her feel embarrassed to speak up even if she felt dissatisfied with some aspects of the plan. After all, they only gave the other party about 100,000 yuan for this event planning project. As a result, after coming to discuss work, the person casually bought more than 400,000 worth of gold in their store and left. How could she not be polite? This is the clock that goes in the opposite direction. After Soo-yun left, the shop assistants came over and asked curiously, Manager Jiang, who was that customer just now? He's so rich. Yes, this is the first time I've seen someone buy so many gold bars in one go. He's handsome and rich. I wish he was my boyfriend. You wish. It's not even dark yet, and you're already dreaming. Jiang Peiyao turned around and glared at them, then said, enough of your idle nosing. Go back to work. She suddenly remembered what Soo-yun had said just now. He said he doesn't have a girlfriend yet? But a rich man like him must have a lot of women around him. Jiang Peiyao looked at herself in the mirror not far away. I subconsciously thought, if it were me, would I have a chance? But she quickly blocked out the thought. Chapter 29, Bah, I pick people too. It was the first time that Soo-yoon carried a box full of small gold nuggets. Although it's not worth much, only a few $100,000, but the feeling is so great. I am like this myself. If my mother receives this gift from me, she will be so happy. In half a month, it will be his mother's birthday, and he plans to take this box back and give it to her. In the eyes of the older generation, gold is the most precious thing. Soo-yoon came to the street, took a private car, and went straight to the nearby Porsche 4S dealership. As soon as I entered the door, a beautiful saleswoman with a score of 7 came over. She was wearing a small white shirt with 2 buttons undone, and a black skirt that seemed a size too small, making her but look round and smooth. Her already long black silk legs became even sexier with the addition of thin black high heels. I have to say that none of the women in these high-end consumer stores are ugly. It's the same whether it's a luxury goods store or a luxury car store. Moreover, most of them have an unwritten habit. When a female customer comes, a handsome male salesperson comes to greet her. When a male customer comes, a beautiful female salesperson comes to greet him. Of course, it is not absolute. Then when they introduce something to you, they call you handsome guys or beautiful girls, and say a few exciting and nice words, and you instantly get excited. Buy. Must buy. This clearly understands the psychology of our consumers. At least Soo-yoon was quite satisfied with the female salesperson who received him. I was originally in a good mood of 10 points, but now it's 12 points. Hello sir, are you looking to buy a car? Soo-yoon smiled and said, I'm not here to buy a car, am I here to buy groceries? Sir, you are quite humorous. The saleswoman smiled awkwardly and said, do you have a car model you like? Or would you like me to show you around and introduce it to you? I've already made a reservation and am here to pick up the car today. Soo-yoon said, my name is Soo-yoon, please check it out. Okay, Mr. Soo, please wait a moment. When the saleswoman heard that the other party had already made the purchase, her enthusiasm immediately cooled. She went to the front desk to inquire and found out that it was indeed true. Fortunately, it was booked for the auto show. In this way, she also gets a commission, just a little less. Coming to Soo-yoon again, the saleswoman smiled and said, I just checked and found out that you did reserve a Porsche 911 Red Edition at the auto show a few days ago. The car is ready for you, it's in the delivery area, please follow me. Led by the female salesperson, Soo-yoon came to the delivery area. Mr. Soo, this is the car you ordered. The saleswoman said, you can check the exterior of the car yourself now. If there are no problems, I will take you to complete the remaining paperwork. No need to look. Soo-yoon said calmly, just take me to handle the remaining paperwork. If there are any problems with the car, my personal lawyer will come to you. Female salesperson. There are many men who buy Porsches, but few who have private lawyers. This is no ordinary rich man. Arriving at the rest area, the saleswoman said with a smile, Mr. Soo, I need to prepare the car purchase contract for you. I'll be right there. You can take a rest here for now. Good. While Soo-yoon was waiting and playing with his phone, Ning Qian's message came. Ning Qian, are you free tonight? I got my bonus and I'm treating my colleagues to dinner. Do you want to come? Soo-yoon hesitated for 3 seconds and replied. Good. Ning Qian, I'll send you the time and location later. Carrot. Good. However, since it was a full payment, the procedure was simpler and the signing was completed quickly. Mr. Soo, the total price of the car is 1.65 million. You have already paid a deposit of 600,000. Now you only need to pay another 1.05 million. The saleswoman asked, excuse me, are you paying by card or cash? Of course I paid by credit card. After Soo-yoon finished speaking, he immediately asked curiously, is there anyone who still uses cash to buy cars? Yes, but not many. The saleswoman glanced at the box next to Soo-yoon and said, I thought you were bringing cash too. There's no money in this small box, there's gold bars. Soo-yoon smiled and handed her his card, saying, use it. The password is 123456. Female salesperson. Are the passwords of rich people so random? 1 minute later, the card was swiped successfully. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in my mind. A car is a man's second home. The host bought his first sports car at will, and from then on lost the right to feel inferior. A cash reward of 3 million. The balance on the card is 4.05 million. In just one afternoon, I earned more than 2 million. This is a sum that many workers cannot earn in their entire lives. Mr. Su, here are your card and car keys. The saleswoman packed the car in a bag, handed it to him, and said, I'll take you to the car now. Good. The two men arrived at the delivery area, and the staff gave him a bouquet of flowers and fired 2 salutes in accordance with the procedures. Congratulations, Mr. Su, for becoming a distinguished Porsche owner. The saleswomen and salesmen on both sides of the store bowed and said, Wish Mr. Su a safe journey. Su-yun was also very happy after hearing the congratulations for 2 days. From then on, I became a car owner. After the handover ceremony, the saleswoman smiled again and said, Now I will take Mr. Su to the nearby vehicle management office to register the car and apply for a driving license and temporary license plate. Good. After the two got in the car, the saleswoman looked at Su-yun, who hadn't started the car yet, and asked tentatively, Mr. Su, can you drive? If not, I can switch seats with you. Why would I buy a car if I can't drive? Although the only time Su-yun had driven a car was this morning when he drove Su-mu's BMW, he couldn't afford to be timid now. As soon as his hands touched the steering wheel, the system voice sounded again. Faced with the saleswoman's doubts, the host wanted to show off his own strength and rewarded the intermediate professional driver for his driving skills. Then, in an instant, a lot of car-related knowledge appeared in his mind. This system actually rewards skills? The sudden surprise took Su-yun by surprise. He thought the system only gave money, but he didn't expect it could also reward skills. Too smart. Too capricious. Hold on tight, we're about to leave. Su-yun had acquired professional-level driving skills. After giving a confident reminder, he reached out to start the car, shift gears, and step on the accelerator. His movements were done in one go and were incredibly smooth, as if he was a veteran driver who had been driving for decades. The car also rushed out in an instant with a rumbling sound. The female salesperson was so scared that she immediately grabbed the handrail. She finally felt relieved as she watched Su-yun driving on the road like a duck in water and operating skillfully. The car window rolled down and the wind blew in her face, blowing her hair and her restless heart. Su-yun turned around and said, It was too fast just now. Didn't it scare you? A little bit, but it's quite exciting. I'm sweating all over. It's a bit hot. As she spoke, the saleswoman patted her chest in a frightened manner and unbuttoned a button of her shirt. Most of the snow-white skin on her chest was suddenly exposed, and it seemed like it might burst out at any time. Her legs also subconsciously changed direction, leaning towards the central control area. As long as Su-yun drove with one hand, he could reach it by just stretching his right hand a little further. But Su-yun just glanced at it and concentrated on driving, ignoring it. Want to seduce me? Although this female salesperson looks good, has a nice figure, and dresses sexy, she gives people a worldly vibe. Bah, I pick people too. Not every woman can sleep with him. What's more, someone has already made an appointment for tonight, so he needs to save his energy for the evening. Chapter 30, The night rain is silent, turning the cherries red and the banana leaves green. I thought it would be easy to register a car, but the queue was so long. It was finally my turn. When it was time to choose a number, the female salesperson suddenly approached Su-yun privately. She quietly asked, Mr. Su, do you want a fancy number? I have an acquaintance here. You can get one for a small sum of money. Any good numbers? Su-yun asked. The saleswoman took out a slip of paper, handed it to Su-yun, and said, Here are all the numbers we have now. A straight is 150,000, and a 3-digit drum is 100,000. Which one do you want? The reason why she was so enthusiastic was that as long as the transaction was successful, she could get a commission of 10,000 yuan. If Su-yun wants to buy something, of course he wants to buy the best. So he asked, Is there a 5-digit drum number? No. Su-yun was a little disappointed when he heard it. He opened the slip, looked at the license plate numbers, pointed to one and said, This is it, Zhanghe 98765. Okay, I'll go communicate right away. The female salesperson took Su-yun's card and went in. After a while, Su-yun heard the system prompt. A good car goes with a nice license plate. The host bought the license plate number he liked as he wished and was rewarded with 300,000 yuan in cash. A moment later, the female salesperson came out with the completed driving license. She smiled and said, Okay, everything is done. You can hit the road now. When the license plate is ready, it will be mailed directly to our store. I will then notify Mr. Su that you can come and register it. Okay. Su-yun said, Thank you for your hard work today. I transferred 1,000 yuan to you via WeChat. Consider it my invitation for coffee. I don't want the money. This is what I should do. The saleswoman smiled and said, actually, I'll finish it for you today, so you don't have to go back to the store. If you really want to thank me, why not treat me to a few drinks later? The meaning of this statement is obvious. I have something to do tonight, so it's inconvenient. Suyun got in the car and said, beautiful girl, I won't take you home. Goodbye. The saleswoman felt depressed when she saw Suyun throwing her things away after using them. Even though I'm so proactive, there are still men who aren't lustful. Fortunately, I still earned 10,000 yuan in benefits, so my hard work was not in vain. She looked at the WeChat transfer on her phone. She said no just now, but when she saw that her beauty trick didn't work, she accepted it immediately. Then she sent a voice message to another client. Hey, brother Wang, are you still interested in that car you looked at earlier? I happen to be free now, so I can come and have a deeper discussion with you. Although Suyun is rich now, he feels more confident. But in essence, he is still a vulgar man, a very vulgar man. His current way of thinking and behavior is actually still that of an ordinary person, and he has not yet grown into the ideological awareness and pattern of a truly rich person. So after getting the new car, he wanted to show off and drove his coupe aimlessly through the streets and alleys of Zhangcheng. He just wanted to experience what it was like to drive a luxury car on the road and be watched by people, and then have them look at him with envy, jealousy, and hatred. After all, he was also one of the envied ones before. Before I knew it, the day was getting darker. The street lights come on. Suyun also received the message from Ning Qian. He clicked on the location and started the navigation directly, drove slowly all the way, and parked in the parking lot downstairs of a hot pot restaurant. As soon as I got off the bus, I heard someone calling me. Suyun? Suyun turned around and saw Zhang Peiyao not far away, who seemed to have just parked the car. Zhang Peiyao came over and asked with a smile, what a coincidence, are you here for hot pot too? Yes. Suyun replied. Zhang Peiyao invited, how about we come together? No, I have a meeting with friends too, so I'll go up first. Suyun greeted him and then walked upstairs to the hot pot restaurant. Okay. Zhang Peiyao watched Suyun leave, then turned around to look at the brand new Porsche 911 with a temporary license plate, confirming her guess. As soon as Suyun arrived at the door, he saw Ning Qian waiting for him. She walked over quickly and said, you're here. Suyun smiled and said, let's go. Your friend has been waiting for a long time. No, we just arrived. On the way, Ning Qian asked cautiously, would you dislike us eating hot pot? Why? Because you all eat at fancy restaurants and hotels. No. Suyun replied, I really like hot pot. I haven't had it in a long time and I really miss it. That's good. Ning Qian said happily, as long as you don't mind that this place is cheap and the environment is poor, it's fine. Suyun followed Ning Qian to a private room. The environment inside was pretty good. There were 3 or 5 colleagues sitting there, all of them women. His and Ning Qian's positions were also reserved. When they saw Suyun, they all stood up involuntarily and shouted enthusiastically, hello, Mr. Su. We are all young people, don't be so polite. Suyun smiled and said, don't call me Mr. Su anymore. Just call me by my first name, Suyun. Otherwise, it will seem strange. Okay. Overall, the meal was quite pleasant. Suyun was surrounded by a group of beauties, chattering away. Occasionally, a bolder colleague would make harmless jokes about the two of them, creating an extremely ambiguous atmosphere. After dinner, everyone went to the parking lot together. They looked at Suyun's Porsche 911 and immediately envied Ning Qian. After everyone left, Ning Qian asked with a smile, did you pick up this car today? Yes, in the afternoon. Suyun asked knowingly, should I take you back first, or? I don't want to go home tonight, okay? Ning Qing interrupted in a low voice while sitting in the passenger seat. Good. With the help of Suyun's professional driving skills, as the roar sounded, a red Phantom quickly drove towards his home in the night. Half an hour later, the car was parked in the community garage. The two returned home. As soon as he entered the room, Suyun turned around and smiled, picked him up by the waist, walked directly to the living room, and placed him on the sofa. In the adult world, many things don't need to be said. Ning Qian was pinned down by Suyun. Her body was like water, boiled by fire, the surface of the water was slightly boiling, and a trace of hot steam was coming out. Su Yun is no longer a novice. But Ning Qian's reaction at this moment didn't seem like she had experienced something. He asked in surprise, first time? Yeah. Ning Qian nodded. I'll try my best to take care of you. Ning Qian looked at the man in front of her, responded, and closed her eyes. Tonight the sky outside is dotted with stars and the moonlight inside is warm. Suddenly, a breeze blew, gently hitting the small window that had not yet been opened. As the wind grew stronger, the gaps in the window were slowly blown open, until the door was completely wide open. At this time, the wind also became a little stronger. The window could not bear the weight and began to sway back and forth, occasionally making a crying sound, as if it had been hurt. After a gust of wind, a light drizzle finally began to fall from the sky. The area around the windowsill was suddenly wet, and the rain flowed down the windowsill. The strong wind mixed with light rain lasted for most of the night, as if it was tireless. P.S. I would like to ask for a recommendation ticket and a monthly ticket today. Is that not too much? Chapter 31, Evaluation of My Driving Skills. Please read. In the morning, Su Yun opened his eyes and found that there was no one beside the bed. He thought Ning Qian had left without even saying goodbye. Last night, the two of them were too unrestrained. Apart from the very beginning, they fought several more times in a row after the other party had adapted. The two men fought until midnight. The other party stopped fighting after screaming and begging for mercy, and fell asleep exhausted. Su Yun looked at the time and was about to get up, wash up and go to the company when Ning Qian walked in barefoot wearing only one of her own white shirts, revealing her two long, white and tender legs. The whole person looks very cool and refreshing. They were all female salespeople, and she gave him a much better impression than the female salesperson at the Porsche store yesterday. It's not even on the same level. Maybe it was because Ning Qian hadn't started to fall before she met him. Are you awake? Ning Qian walked over, lay down beside him, and said with a smile, after getting up just now, I took a shower and had no clothes to wear, so I found one of your shirts and put it on. You won't blame me for such expensive clothes, right? Because it was a men's shirt, she wore it loosely, so the entire collar was wide open, and she could see the ripe and plump western honeydew melon at a glance. That is the most beautiful fruit in summer. Su Yun likes eating honeydew melon the most. It's okay. It's more convenient for me if you wear it like this at home. After what happened last night, Su Yun looked at the melon and immediately became aroused. He couldn't help himself and took action directly. Ah! Ning Qian screamed, her whole body felt like it was electrocuted, and someone had grabbed her lifeline. Don't! Ning Qian quickly begged for mercy. I don't know why, but Su Yun seemed tireless last night, as if he had eaten spicy hot pot. She is really in pain and happy. All right. Su Yun also felt that it was not appropriate to go too far so early in the morning. But although he said it, his hands were still a little dishonest. Ning Qian let him do whatever he wanted without stopping him, but just bit her lips lightly and tried not to make any sound. Seeing this, Su Yun reluctantly stopped and said with a smile, Why don't you sleep a little longer? I have to go to work today. Ning Qian was able to catch her breath and breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that the other party would force herself on her again. What are you talking about? Su Yun said helplessly, I'm really asking you about my driving skills. Yeah, I'm talking about your driving skills. Ning Qian snuggled in Su Yun's arms, smiled slyly, and said mischievously, Anyway, it's my first time riding in a car too, so I think you're amazing. Others don't know, and don't want to know. Su Yun. Okay, I'm going to go change and get ready for work. Ning Qian kissed Su Yun on the cheek, stood up and escaped from someone's clutches, saying, I just went to the kitchen to make you some breakfast. I don't know if it suits your appetite. Remember to eat some later to replenish your energy. Ning Qian. Su Yun felt Ning Qian's excessive concern and was afraid that she would have unnecessary thoughts, so he said, I think some words. You don't have to tell me, I know everything. Ning Qian interrupted him and said with an awkward smile, Don't worry, I know my place and won't have any inappropriate thoughts. That's good. I have to say that Ning Qian is really sensible and knows her limits. Su Yun said, Before you leave, please bring me the small box from yesterday. Okay. Ning Qian responded and walked over obediently. In fact, she has been very curious since last night. What's in Su Yun's box? It looks very valuable. When Su Yun saw her bringing it over, he stood up and walked over without caring whether he was wearing clothes or not. Although Ning Qian had seen this before, she still blushed. A real man doesn't care about trivial matters. Then Soo-yun opened his small box in front of her. In an instant, neatly arranged gold bars of different sizes appeared in front of Ning Qian. Ning Qian opened her eyes wide. She never imagined that there was a box of gold inside. Who would carry a box of gold bars with them for no reason? What kind of rich behavior is this? Soo-yun took out the smallest 30-gram gold bar and handed it to her, saying, "This is for you. Keep it for yourself." Ning Qian. Soo-yun looked at her dazed expression and said with a smile, "This is what you deserve. Consider it your first gift." "Thanks." Ning Qian excitedly hugged Soo-yun and kissed him, then happily accepted it without any pretense. Isn't it for money and a better life that she is willing to be with Soo-yun? Do you still need me to accompany you tonight? Soo-yun shook his head and smiled, "No need. You should rest for a few days and replenish your body so that you can turn defeat into victory next time." After Ning Qian left, Soo-yun also got up and ate the breakfast she had prepared. A fried egg and a bowl of millet porridge. The relationship between Ning Qian and myself is very simple. There is no love between the two. It's just that one is greedy for money and the other is lustful. Both sides know it clearly. But at least Ning Qian was open and honest about her request, and her greed for money was not annoying. So he is willing to be nicer to the other person and give more. I guess it will be the same for other women I come into contact with in the future. Those who are obedient and willing to follow me will be given what they deserve without being stingy. If you don't want to, just treat it as a fleeting lovebirds, parting ways after a single moment. Anyway, at the moment, Soo-yun would not consider finding a stable girlfriend to tie himself down. If you don't spend money when you are young and have money, will you wait until you are old to spend it? That would be too unfair to my own super rich system. When I had no money in the past, all my desires were suppressed by poverty. Now that he has money, he can't suppress it even if he wants to. So his motto is to be happy every day and not think about tomorrow. As for women, you can talk about love every day, but you must never get married. Just when Soo-yun was reshaping his thoughts, a message came in on his cell phone. He clicked it and took a look. "Soo-moo, you don't plan to come to work today?" Soo-yun smiled. "Why, do you miss me as soon as you don't see me?" "Soo-moo, I'm just kindly reminding you. If you don't come again, I'll deduct double your money if you're late." "Sister, please don't. As long as you don't deduct my money, I am willing to sell my body." Soo-moo. After dinner, Soo-yun drove his Porsche 911 to the company. As soon as Lee Xiaoguang met him, he called him to his office. Soo-yun thought he had finally lost his temper and was about to start picking on him, but he placed a document in front of him. "Manager Jiang from that place called me yesterday and said that you have great abilities. In that case, the company has just received a case, so you can come up with a plan. The boss will have to review it in person at the meeting next week. I hope you won't disappoint us." Soo-yun. Seeing this, Lee Xiaoguang urged, "What are you standing there for? Take it and go to work. There's something I want to tell you." Soo-yun picked up the folder and said, "Manager Jiang said yesterday that due to some needs, they have to replace the hostess with a young and beautiful female host. The fee can be increased. Where can I get you a female host?" Lee Xiaoguang said dissatisfiedly, "There is no one in the company now. That's none of my business. I'm just responsible for coming up with the plan and delivering the message." Soo-yun spread his hands and said, "Finding people is the company's business." After saying that, he turned and left. Lee Xiaoguang. Damn, Soo-yun is increasingly looking down on me. Don't you want someone? Okay, if you ask me for it, I will go to Soo-moo for it. Chapter 32. No way, you can even smell this? Please read on. Soo-yun returned to his seat, opened the folder, and looked at the project he was responsible for. It turned out to be the new product launch event of Pekoan Group at its Jiangcheng branch. Such a big case, and you want me to be responsible for it? When did my status and ability in the company become so high? The fat guy at the next workstation came over and asked, "Soo-yun, what's wrong?" Manager Lee gave me a case. Soo-yun shook his head and said, "I'm wondering what I should do." Case? I haven't heard of it. Xiaopeng took it and took a look, then said in surprise, "That's not right. Isn't this the case that Director Lee is in charge of?" Soo-yun. Xiaopeng explained, "You didn't come to the company yesterday afternoon because the case was handed over to the more experienced Team 3. But Manager Lee immediately grabbed it and said he could do it." Soo-yun. Okay, you want me to take the blame. Well done, he led well. If I do it badly, it means I'm not capable enough, right? What a good plan. Ding. There is news. Soo-yun opened it and saw that it was a message from Lee Jin-shu. Lee Jin-shu, hey, did you pick up your car? Soo-yun, I brought it back yesterday. Lee Jin-shu, huh? Why didn't you ask me to go with you? Soo-yun, you're at work, aren't you? I don't dare disturb you. Lee Jin-shu, hey, I even said I wanted to be the first woman to ride in your sports car. Soo-yun, that probably won't work. Someone already took it yesterday. Lee Jin-shu, could it be Sumu? Surprise.jpg. Soo-yun, guess for yourself. Lee Jin-shu, then I'll be the second one. Soo-yun, the second one has been filled. Lee Jin-shu, goodbye. We are no longer friends. After Soo-yun finished chatting, he put away his phone and looked up to see Sumu standing next to him. Startled. It's just like being caught slacking off at work by the boss. Soo-yun asked speechlessly, Manager Sue, what are you doing? You're scaring people to death. Pay attention, don't use your phone during work hours. Sumu looked at him coldly and said, come to my office with me. I have something to tell you. Good. Hearing this, Soo-yun responded with a smile and followed the other party to the office. Today, Sumu was wearing standard office OL outfit, full of uniform temptation. As soon as he entered, he subconsciously closed the door. Seeing this, Sumu asked, why are you closing the door? Soo-yun pretended to be a little shy and said, opening the door, isn't it a bit too exciting? What are you thinking about right now? Sumu immediately understood what he meant, glared at him angrily, and said, I want to tell you something serious. Oh. Soo-yun found a chair and sat comfortably, then said honestly, Sister Sue, go ahead and talk. I'm listening. I heard Manager Lee tell me that you need a young and beautiful female host? Soo-yun explained, there have been some changes to the case I'm in charge of. It was requested by the client. Are you sure? Sumu said suspiciously, why would I doubt that youth and beauty are added by myself? I'm not that kind of person. Soo-yun said with deep affection, my heart now belongs only to. Stop. I'm not a little girl. I can't be coaxed by just a few sweet words. Sumu said as he came to Soo-yun and sniffed lightly at his clothes. Soo-yun asked in confusion, what for? Next time you flirt with me, remember to change your clothes first. Sumu exposed it. Do you know that you still have the smell of a woman on you? Soo-yun. No way, you can smell it? He lowered his head and smelled his clothes guiltily, but there was no smell. Okay, don't be embarrassed. Sumu said calmly, I'm not your wife. I don't care which woman you fool around with. Just don't be late for work the next day. Sister, why do I smell a hint of jealousy? Soo-yun smiled and asked, are you jealous of me? You're overthinking it. Sumu denied it and said, I came to you to tell you that you are lucky. Our company just got an intern who just graduated from the Communication University. She'll be reporting in tomorrow. After you help her get familiar with the process, you can let her go. Good. Soo-yun nodded and left without any regrets. Although Sumu was wearing sexy OL clothes today, full of uniform temptation, but after last night's release, he is still in the cooling off period of saint mode. The mind is like a clear mirror, without a trace of evil thoughts. Sumu was actually a little disappointed to see Soo-yun become so honest today. She dressed up specially this morning before going to work. I was actually ignored by the other party. Is it because you ate meat last night that you are no longer interested in yourself? When she thought of this, she felt inexplicably unhappy. Men, you really can't eat too much. In the distance, Lee Xiaoguan looked at Soo-yun, who came out of Sumu's office with complicated eyes. Recently, he has been paying attention to the interactions between Soo-yun and Sumu in the company. Whenever the two of them had any slightly unusual interaction, he would secretly take a picture with his phone and hand it over to his boss. But every time Soo-yun went in, he would close the door. He couldn't see what the two people were doing or saying inside, and couldn't find an opportunity. Still, there are a few days left. He just doesn't believe that he will never get the chance. Soo-yun didn't know that because of her honesty, she accidentally offended someone, which made her feel that she had no charm today. At this moment, he was thinking about how to deal with the case assigned to him by Manager Lee. First, just throw it back and I won't serve you anymore. The result is that you may be fired, receive compensation, and then you can roam freely around the country. Second, spend your own money to outsource the matter, do it beautifully, leave him speechless, and make a presence in front of your boss next week. The result is that I can continue to stay in the company and slack off for a while, hanging out in Jiangcheng, and occasionally flirting with Su Mu in the office, which is also quite interesting. Third, forget it, he hasn't thought of the third one yet. I'd better read a novel first and wait for lunch. Ever since he no longer had to worry about money, Su Yun had become truly invincible in the company. As long as I finish the task at hand, I can read novels to pass the time. Especially urban novels. In the past 6 months, he has been reading a novel about a wealthy man. It is very well written and very much to his taste. The results are not very good, it's a bit of a flop. When he read it before, he thought it was just the fantasy diary of a poor working man before his death. Looking at it now, it looks a bit like it's spinning. But every time he reached the key point, there was no follow-up. You bastard, you are really good at judging the chapters. If you want the other party to update more, you usually have to give them a reward. Before, Su Yun was of course reluctant to do so. He was a nobody, so how could he have money to reward the other party? It was good enough that he could support the other party to watch the authentic version. But it no longer exists. Seeing that the other party deliberately interrupted at the critical point, he was so angry that he directly tagged the author in the reader group. My buddy is now rich and confident. Grumpy brother at Huazhu, tell me, how much reward will you give me to update a new chapter? Chapter 33, with this money, I guess I can only buy a sleeve. Angry brother is the nickname of Su Yun's novel app account. Under his tag, the author of the book soon emerged. Huazhu, brother, 1 chapter for each leader. Grumpy brother, how many drafts do you have saved? Huazhu, that depends on how strong you are, brother. Want to see my strength? Su Yun immediately twisted his mouth. Angry brother, okay, I'll give you a reward right away. If you don't update it for me, I'll have my lawyer come after you. Flower pig, Just when the author thought the readers were joking, his writer's assistant's phone rang in the background. It turned out that Su Yun directly clicked on the mobile phone reward page, and then recharged 100,000 without hesitation, rewarding the other party with a golden alliance. He doesn't want to be a sucker. One reason is to add more chapters, I really want to see the subsequent content. Secondly, just consider it as supporting your favorite young author, helping him improve the performance of his book and increase his popularity. It's not easy to fail, so watch and cherish it. After all, during the time when he was tortured by his ex-girlfriend, this book provided him with great emotional value and psychological comfort. I didn't have money before, so I want to talk about it. My ability was limited. Now that he has money in his system, he treats spending money as earning money, so of course he won't be stingy. In one breath, he drained all his saved manuscripts. Faced with his favorite novel, the host, in order to urge the author to update, arbitrarily rewarded the author Huang Jinmeng. He was so angry that he rewarded her with 300,000 yuan in cash. Balance on bank card, 4.25 million. Soon, banners were posted all over the novel site, and everyone in the book club knew about it first. West Wind Tower, damn, the grumpy old man is too grumpy, he turns into a golden cute when he disagrees with something. Cece's Ferry, Brother Fu, Vimy 50, I want to eat KFC. A small bedboard, 666666, the dog author is trembling now. Meng San Wan, let me calculate, 1 chapter per leader, that means there will be 100 chapters to go. A bright future emerges, facing the ridicule of the idiot author, this brother is striking back online, demonstrating his strength. Lu Shurjiu, it's over, author. I guess if you can't update, someone will really come after you, ha ha ha. Su Yun looked at the book club, smiled, and tagged the author again. Grumpy brother at Huazhu, how strong am I? Flower pig. Huazhu, Dad, I was wrong. In the same community as Su Yun's hometown. A beautiful woman with big black framed glasses and bangs lying on the bed was looking at the reward amount on her tablet computer, feeling a little dizzy. 100,000. I actually ran into a rich guy. Hello? I was just joking, why are you serious? After a few seconds, she rolled over on the bed excitedly. Then, accidentally, he rolled under the bed. Thumping. Ouch. The woman rubbed her buttocks and climbed up from the ground groaning, tears coming out of her eyes in pain. But while shedding tears, she looked at the backstage and smiled happily. She looks cute and adorable. Her name is Chen Xin, she is 23 years old. On the internet, she is a male author who likes to write harem stories. In real life, she is indeed a beautiful homebody. After graduating from the Chinese Department of University, because of social anxiety and the lack of a good job suitable for her, she began to try to write male-oriented novels at home. Although I have no talent and cannot make a lot of money, and am a small flop, I can still earn 5 or 6,000 yuan in royalties a month by following the market trends. This income is enough to live in a small county town. After 3 years of writing books, this is the first time she has encountered a real rich person who rewards her. The most expensive tip she had ever received from a reader was only 100 yuan. After the excitement died down, Chen Xin returned to bed with a sad face. 100 chapters? Who could have written this? She only has 10 chapters saved now. If I don't update, will angry brother really send a lawyer to find me? Chen Xin pouted and scratched her messy long hair. After hesitating for a moment, she opened Suyun's QQ, and then, with a nervous mood, clicked to apply to add the other party as a friend, wanting to communicate with the other party. Chapter 100, she really can't add more. But after waiting for a long time, there was no response from the other party. Forget it, just update as much as you can first, and be nice. Chen Xin sighed, opened the writer's assistant and updated all his saved manuscripts. After finishing all this, she prepared to go out for dinner. As soon as I opened the door, I met the aunt who also opened the door opposite. She called out politely, "Hello, Aunt Zhang." "Hello, girl." Zhang Sujuan saw her and asked with a smile, "Are you going out to eat again?" Eating out for a long time is not good for your health. Zhang Sujuan said, "I am also alone at home, why don't you come to my house for dinner and chat with me?" "No need, auntie. I'd better go out and eat by myself." After saying that, Chen Xin felt a little shy and wanted to run downstairs. However, the enthusiastic Zhang Sujuan grabbed her and pulled her into the house, saying, "Kid, why are you still shy? Come here quickly." Chen Xin. What is it like to have a super enthusiastic auntie living across the street from your house? Not only did she like to invite me to her house for dinner, she also always told me about her son in a roundabout way. I felt that she just wanted to introduce her son to me. But I don't want to fall in love now. In the company, after Suyun rewarded the novel, he left to answer the phone. Because the law firm called and said that all the materials were ready and they were preparing to formally file a lawsuit in court. If nothing goes wrong, I should be able to win the case and get my money back. Suyun asked, "Will I be required to appear in court then?" "Generally, you don't need to." Luolu smiled and said, "You can just entrust us with full authority to handle it as your agent." "Okay, I'll leave it to you then." Suyun asked again, "Also, what if we win and she still doesn't give it to me, or doesn't have the money to pay me back?" "Don't worry, we will help you apply for compulsory enforcement in court." Luolu replied, "When the time comes, everything under her name will be auctioned off to repay your debt." "Okay, I understand." Suyun expressed satisfaction with their efficiency. He wanted to laugh when he thought of Huang Mengyao's expression after receiving the court summons a few days later. "Bitch, you need to be punished severely. Do you really think it's so easy to get your money?" In the afternoon, when Suyun was writing a plan, he suddenly received a call from his mother Zhang Suyun. Suyun smiled and said, "Mom, why did you think of calling me?" "Call and ask about your situation." On the phone, Zhang Sujuan smiled and asked, "I didn't disturb you at work, did I?" "No." Suyun asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Tell me." "Nothing else." Zhang Sujuan smiled and said, "It's your Aunt Zhang, Aunt Wang, and Aunt Li. They think the clothes you bought for me are very nice and cheap, so I want you to buy me a few more." Suyun knew what his mother was thinking and said, "Mom, I can buy you clothes. It doesn't matter how much you buy, but you can't sell them to others. You have to wear them yourself." "Ah." Zhang Sujuan. Suyun patiently persuaded her, "Mom, we're all neighbors. If you sell it too expensive, it won't be good if others find out and you'll easily offend them. If you sell it too cheap, you'll suffer a loss, right?" It seems to be true. When Zhang Sujuan heard this, she felt that her son was right and wondered why she hadn't thought of it. She agreed, "Okay, Mom, got it. Okay, I'll buy it for you after get off work and mail it back." It just so happened that he went to the store to see how Ning Qian was doing and show some concern. "After all, last night was the first time we did that." Chapter 34, "Well, you still despise me?" After hanging up the phone with my mom. After Soo-yun stayed in the company until the end of the working day, he took the elevator downstairs with his colleagues. When they reached the first floor, Manager Lee looked at Soo-yun, who was still waiting to get out of the elevator, and reminded him, "We're on the first floor, aren't you going out?" "No." Soo-yun smiled and said, "I'm going to the garage today too." "What are you doing in the garage?" "You don't have a car." "Oh, sorry." Soo-yun replied, "I bought one yesterday after get off work." Manager Lee. True or false? He doesn't believe it. The two of them came to the garage together, and Soo-yun found that Soo-moo's car had not left yet. Strange, didn't she come down a long time ago? Manager Lee, who was standing beside him, looked at Soo-yun and said mockingly, "Where's your car? I'd like to see what you bought. The one in front of you is mine." Ha ha ha. Manager Lee looked at the Porsche 911 in front of him and sneered, "Soo-yun, do you know how much this car costs? Over 1,000,000 yuan. If you can afford it, I'll eat it right in front of you." "That's what you said." Soo-yun silently took out the car key with the Porsche logo from his pocket and gently pressed the unlock button. Beep. The headlights of the red coupe in front of me immediately flashed twice. Manager Lee, "Oh. Is this car really his?" "No, how could he afford this car?" Manager Lee couldn't accept this result for a while. "Soo-yun, you rented this, right?" "He bought this." Soo-moo suddenly came out from behind and said, "I can testify to this matter." Manager Lee. Soo-yun smiled and said, "Manager Lee, a man should keep his word." Snort. Manager Lee's face suddenly darkened. He turned around and left silently without saying a word, driving away in his broken Volkswagen. The back figure looks a bit desolate. Faced with Manager Lee's ridicule, the host retaliated with a vengeance. Porsche caused the other party to lose their mind and was rewarded with 50,000 yuan in cash. Current bank card balance, 4.27 million. Soo-yun smiled happily. This is such a cool pretend. As expected, Manager Lee is more adorable like this. He can not only provide good emotional value to himself, but also earn gold coins. After Manager Lee left, Soo-moo laughed and said, "Do you feel a sense of accomplishment by deliberately bullying Manager Lee? If I become rich, and I don't even pretend to be nice in front of people I hate, wouldn't that be like walking in the night in fancy clothes? What's the point?" Soo-yun looked at Soo-moo and teased, "Sister Soo, why haven't you left yet? Are you waiting for me in the garage?" "Yes." Soo-moo also glanced at his Porsche 911 and said, "I was going to say it's hard to get a taxi after get off work, so I was kind enough to drive you home, but now it seems that's not necessary. How about I take you home today?" Soo-yun said, "I'll let you experience my new car. Don't be afraid, I'm a very good driver. There was already a woman sitting in your passenger seat last night, right?" Soo-moo said with some disdain, "It's not like I don't have a car, why should I take yours?" After saying that, he turned around and got into his car. Soo-yun. "Well, you still dislike it. Forget it if you don't want to sit." He deliberately shouted loudly, "If you don't sit down, I'll go and get the girl from last night again." Soo-moo glared at him, then stepped on the accelerator hard, responded to him, and left the garage. "Soo-yun, I like people with temper. Alas, among all the women around me now, this one is probably the most difficult. Because she really doesn't want my money. The key is, not only do they have breasts, they also have brains." After sighing for a while, Soo-yun drove his sports car towards Jiangshan Mall. Little did he know that after hearing what the other party said, Soo-moo did not go far away, but stopped outside and pretended to leave. After Soo-yun's car came out, he quietly followed all the way. Soo-moo was sitting in the car, feeling a little conflicted. She herself had never imagined that one day she would be following a man. Or they are subordinates in my own company. When her husband cheated on her, she didn't follow him, but instead hired a private detective to investigate. But she was just very curious. She really wanted to take a look at what the woman who was with Soo-yun last night looked like. Is she really more attractive than me? Maybe this is the damn desire to win between women. Finally, Soo-moo followed the other party all the way to the mall and saw him walk into a Gucci store. As soon as Soo-yun arrived at the store, the female salesperson at the door saw him and knew that this was Ning Chin's business. She greeted him with a smile and said enthusiastically, "Mr. Soo, Xiao Qian is still serving other customers. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait for her in the lounge area." "It's okay, go ahead and do your work, don't worry about me." Soo-yun arrived at the rest area with ease. A shopping guide poured him a cup of tea and then left. In the distance, after Ning Qian knew that Su Yun had arrived, she immediately handed her customers over to other female shopping guides and happily came to the rest area. After all, I'm still at work, so I can't be too obvious. So after seeing Su Yun, she smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Su, how can I help you?" "Buy some more clothes for my mother." Su Yun was still worried that his mother would sell it again, so he said, "It doesn't have to be too good this time, just average will do." "Okay, Mr. Su." While the two were picking out clothes, Ning Qian whispered happily, "Why are you here?" "I'm worried, so I come to see you." Su Yun asked, "How are you? Did you feel unwell at work today?" "Fine." Ning Qian blushed and said, "When you walk, you can't walk too fast." "Oh, I was too indulgent last night." Su Yun blamed himself. "I don't blame you." Ning Qian glanced around and said shyly in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "Actually, I want it from behind too." Su Yun couldn't help but laugh and said, "If you're not feeling well, take a leave and rest. I'll pay you for the lost wages." "No, I'm not that delicate." Ning Qian thought Su Yun came to see him for some other reason, so she said, "If you really want me to, I can come today." "Forget it, you think I'm a pervert." Su Yun rolled his eyes at her and said, "Rest well. When you feel better, I'll take you shopping and eat something delicious to replenish your energy." While the two were talking, Ning Qian was not idle either. She had chosen 4 pieces of clothing, which cost only more than 50,000 yuan in total. Meets Su Yun's requirements, average, not expensive. After all, not all clothes in luxury stores are outrageously expensive, there are still different levels. But it has a lower limit, and the lowest starts at several thousand. After checking out, the system did not give any cash reward this time. I guess the system determined that this was not his own act of desire. Su Yun said to Ning Qian, "I won't take these clothes. I'll send you an address via WeChat later, and you can mail it to me." Okay then. I'll be leaving first." Ning Qian escorted him out and whispered, "Drive slowly on the road." After saying that, she quickly kissed Su Yun on the face. This scene was also seen by Su Mu, who was far away. Could it be her? When Ning Qian returned to the store, Wang Shengmei came up. She scoffed, "I was wondering how much your sponsor was going to spend this time? And he only bought over 30,000? None of your business. I heard last night that you left with him after dinner?" Wang Shengmei looked at Ning Qian and sneered, "Judging from your physical condition today, you gave it to me for the first time last night, right? So what?" Ning Qian said coldly, "Just take care of yourself, you don't need to worry about my affairs. I'm not worth it for you." Wang Shengmei smiled and said, "Men are like this. When they don't have it, they are very generous. Once they get it, they change. Look, from 300,000 before to 50,000 now, this is reality. After he sleeps with you a few more times, maybe he won't come again." "I do." Ning Qian thought of the small gold bar Su Yun gave her this morning and said disdainfully, "How good he is to me. You and those other old men can't compare." Just wait and see." Wang Shengmei was very angry. Seeing another customer coming into the store, Wang Shengmei immediately rushed to greet him. "Ma'am, welcome to the Gucci store." Wang Shengmei smiled and asked, "How can I help you?" "I want to buy some clothes." Su Mu, who had just walked into the store after Su Yun left, glanced past the woman in front of him and looked at Ning Qian not far away. He said calmly, "I want her to choose for me." Wang Shengmei. Ning Qian? She looked at Su Mu in front of her, confused. She seemed not to know him. Chapter 35. You are wearing black stockings. In the large flat, Li Jinshu, who had just returned from a social event after get-off work, unexpectedly met his mother, Gong Meiping, at the door. Her expression changed, and she stepped forward and asked, "Mom, why are you here?" "Why am I here?" Gong Meiping said angrily, "Of course I came to find you. Don't think that I can't find you just because you moved. Come on, let's go out and find a place to talk." "Why, have you become so independent that you won't even let your mother into the house?" Gong Meiping said loudly, "Yes, now that you are rich and live in such a high-end house, you despise your mother, right? What a sin. You live in such a nice place, yet you always say you have no money." "Mom!" Li Jinshu said angrily, "Don't make a scene here. This is not my house. It belongs to my friend. Don't come on." Gong Meiping also said angrily, "Your father and I have supported your education since you were young and have brought you up to be a talented person. Now that you've made a good living in the city, you no longer care about your father and me, right? Why don't I care about you guys? Li Jinshu said angrily, isn't the living expenses I give you every month enough? You said your house is too small. Okay, I will use the down payment I was going to use to buy a bigger house for you, and I will still pay the mortgage. But what about my brother? He has hands and feet, but he doesn't go out to work to earn money. He just lives at home and relies on his parents. You don't say a word and even indulge him. Now when I find a girlfriend, you still want me to pay for her marriage, give her a betrothal gift, and buy her a house. I don't run a bank, where would I get so much money? I have to live too. I am already 27 or 28 years old and still not married. I don't have a partner. What else do you want from me? Do you have to force me to death to be happy? He is your brother, and as a capable sister, shouldn't you help him? No money. Li Jinshu said, I don't have a penny. Even if you force me to death now, I still won't have any money to give you. If you don't have money, you can always get a loan. You have a job anyway. Gong Meiping started to act like a rogue. I won't leave today, let's see who can outlast me. If you don't leave, I'll call the community security. Li Jinshu said angrily, Mom, don't force me. Okay, I'll go. Gong Meiping said a little scaredly, but I don't have money for the bus fare back home, you have to give it to me. Li Jinshu. In order to send her mother away, she had to take out 500 yuan from her bag. When Gong Meiping saw it, she immediately snatched it away and threatened as she walked away, if you don't give me the money, I will come back to find you. After the other party left, Li Jinshu opened the door and returned home. Seeing that Sumu didn't come back, she walked a few steps and suddenly squatted down, hugging her knees and crying quietly. Don't be fooled by her extroverted personality, she seems to be very happy all day. In fact, she didn't have a good life. Because of her original family's preference for boys over girls, she has never felt love since she was a child. After graduation and starting work, she became the family's ATM. My parents always want money. If you don't give it to me, I will threaten you with death. The reason why she gave up the house she had rented and chose to live with Sumu was to avoid her parents. But he was still found by the other party. Li Jinshu felt like he was really about to collapse. She stood up from the ground and suddenly wanted to get drunk tonight, think about nothing, and escape from it all. Taking out his cell phone, Li Jinshu flipped through the address book, looking through it. After a moment of hesitation, she called Su Yun. Su Yun is a person who doesn't like being alone. Or perhaps he is not used to being alone without anyone by his side. So after coming back from the mall, he stayed at home alone, feeling bored and irritated. Just when he was about to go out and have fun, Li Jinshu called. Hey, where are you? At home. Su Yun asked, what's wrong? After Li Jinshu calmed down, he smiled and asked, are you busy tonight? Come drink with me. It was as if she wasn't the one crying the last second. Are you alone? Su Yun asked curiously, where's Sister Su? What's wrong? You're not going since she's not here? No. Su Yun smiled and said, where are you? I'll drive over to pick you up. I'll wait for you at the gate of Jinyuan Community. Good. After Su Yun hung up the phone, he changed his clothes and drove out. Half an hour later, he arrived at the gate of Jinyuan Community and saw Li Jinshu waiting for him on the roadside. She is a little different tonight than usual. After seeing his car, Li Jinshu walked forward, opened the door, bent down, lowered his head, and got in. Su Yun looked at her legs and sexy black stockings on the passenger seat. You're wearing black stockings. That's what you said. Li Jinshu smiled and replied, you only have a girl wearing black stockings sitting in your passenger seat. Are you satisfied with my outfit? Very pretty and sexy. Su Yun teased, I can't help but want to touch it. Sure. Li Jinshu couldn't help but laugh and said, touch it, it's over 300 yuan, do you have money? Really? My money would probably be enough to rub your legs bald. You wish. Li Jinshu said, let's go to the bar and drink with me. Where are you going? Just go to your usual bar. Su Yun said awkwardly, I haven't been to a bar yet. Li Jinshu was stunned for a moment, and couldn't believe it, you've never been to a bar? You must be kidding. I really haven't been there. Su Yun said, take me there to broaden my horizons. All right. Li Jinshu thought for a moment and said, let's go to Xintiandi, the hottest forever club in Jiangcheng. On the way, Li Jinshu started asking friends he knew for marketing help for the bar. Because going to a bar will increase your sense of experience a lot with a reliable marketing, and you can also get some discounts, which is much more cost-effective than going on your own. After a while, she turned to Soo-yoon and asked, "Do we want a booth in the hall or upstairs? What's the difference?" The upstairs seats are more expensive, but they're less crowded and are usually reserved for wealthy people. Soo-yoon asked, "You're treating?" "Yeah, I was the one who asked you to come out and drink with me." Li Jinshu smiled and said, "Of course, if you spend too much and I don't have enough money, you'll have to lend me some." Soo-yoon, "Don't worry that I can't pay it back. At worst, I can pay it back with my body." Soo-yoon smiled and said, "That's a good idea. I'll have to spend more tonight so that you can't pay back the money you borrowed." Li Jinshu. Soon, they arrived at the door of the bar. Zhao Dong, the marketing person contacted by Li Jinshu, was waiting at the door early. As soon as Soo-yoon parked the car, he came over and asked the security guard to help him park. "Miss Li, you're here." When Zhao Dong looked at the two people getting out of the luxury car, he knew that the man accompanying them today was not an ordinary person. "As long as I provide good service, maybe this month's performance will be enough." He smiled flatteringly and said, "I've already opened a booth for you. Please follow me." Good. Led by Zhao Dong, the two walked through a cool corridor and came to the front desk of the bar to activate their cards. In the huge space, the lights are brilliant, huge dynamic sound waves come in waves, and all I see are young people dancing crazily to the music. People are next to each other, you rub against me and I rub against you. On the stage, there was a group of sexy and charming women dancing passionately, with their bodies basically naked except for 3 points. To be honest, this was a bit of a shock for Soo-yoon, who was entering a bar for the first time, but he did not show it and pretended to be calm. No wonder everyone likes to come to the bar. With such an atmosphere, it's impossible not to have surging hormones. When hormones are high, it is easy to become impulsive. One person comes in, two people go out. Chapter 36, one up and one down, but with a world of difference. Led by Zhao Dong, the two walked through the crowded crowd and headed towards the booth upstairs. When the other customers around saw Li Jinshu's appearance, their eyes lit up unconsciously. What a beautiful woman. But after seeing Soo-yoon beside her, they knew that the other party had nothing to do with them. Especially since they went directly to the booths upstairs. All that was left was envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Soo-yoon. After all, if you don't have any strength, you can't even think about getting a booth on the second floor. The minimum consumption requirement alone is enough to stop a large number of people. I have to say that there is never a shortage of beautiful women around rich people. The two of them went upstairs. There were only 3 booths here, and they happened to be on the far right. Zhao Dong handed the wine list to Li Jinshu next to him and said with a smile, "Miss Li, you are Sister Hua's friend, and she has already greeted me. Don't worry, I will make sure you spend less money and have fun today." "Thanks." Li Jinshu didn't look at the list because she couldn't bring herself to order anything after looking at it because they were all too expensive. So she handed it to Soo-yoon next to her and said with a smile, "Soo-yoon, what do you like to drink? Have some." "Really, let me order?" Soo-yoon looked at the list and jokingly said, "Don't you feel bad? If you frown today, I lose." Li Jinshu wanted to vent his anger tonight and spend some money in revenge. Anyway, if you don't use the money you saved with great effort, your family will spend it all sooner or later. Instead of giving it to others, it's better to enjoy it yourself. Come and feel like a rich person for once. Zhao Dong, who was standing next to them, was delighted as he listened to their conversation. It seems that the two of them will spend a lot of money tonight. After all, the booths on the second floor have a minimum consumption requirement of more than 50,000. Zhao Dong has seen many wealthy people coming to this kind of bar, so Soo-yoon's luxury car worth more than 1 million is nothing. But driving an expensive car doesn't necessarily mean high consumption. Many young men who pretend to be rich second generations drive cars worth millions and bring their women to play just to show off, and in the end they only spend the minimum amount required for a booth. But it's different when women bring men to play. In this case, the woman may be really rich, and the man is a gigolo. So Zhao Dong focused on Li Jinshu from the beginning. But then he found that he seemed to be wrong. Li Jinshu's attitude towards Soo-yoon is not condescending, but rather a bit flattering. Soo-yoon glanced at the wine list, but he couldn't understand it either. Anyway, just choose the most expensive one. He didn't really want Li Jinshu to pay the bill tonight, it was just a joke. When we have no money, we don't talk about male chauvinism. Now that you have money, you go out with me and let women pay? Sorry, he can't afford to lose face for his wealthy family. What we want is to do whatever we want. Soo-yeon pointed at the first person in the first row and said casually, "This, Supreme Carnival, give me one first." Zhao Dong. He was stunned when he heard what Soo-yeon said, and his heartbeat instantly accelerated. "Mr. Su." Zhao Dong's address immediately changed, and he confirmed again, "Did you just say that you wanted to order a set of Supreme Carnival?" "Yes." Amidst the blaring music, Soo-yeon shouted, "Any questions?" No, I just want to confirm." This man actually ordered Supreme Carnival as soon as he opened his mouth. "You know, this is the most expensive package they have, worth 238,000 yuan. You might not come across such a package even once a month. Only the top rich second generation would spend so casually. But such resources are not accessible to ordinary marketers, they have all been bought up. I didn't expect that I would meet someone today. If we take good care of this and make the other party satisfied, we will never lack performance in the future." Zhao Dong said excitedly, "Mr. Su, I will arrange it for you right away." After saying this, he trotted away, fearing that if he was even a little slower, the other party would go back on his word. At this moment, Lee Jinshu looked at Soo-yeon with a dumbfounded expression. She had thought that Soo-yeon might order some very expensive wine, but she never expected that he would order the most expensive set meal right away. "Do you know how much the set you just ordered costs?" "I know." Soo-yeon smiled casually and said, 238,000 yuan. "I saw it. It's in the first row." "I know, you still have some." Lee Jinshu suddenly felt like crying but couldn't even cry. "I'm really bankrupt now, and I absolutely can't pay it back." "What are you afraid of? If you don't want to talk about it, you can pay it with your body. You must have ordered the most expensive one on purpose." Lee Jinshu joked, "You just think I can't pay you back so you can take advantage of me. Who doesn't like beautiful women?" Soo-yeon walked over and said jokingly, "Okay, don't worry. Since we're out here to have fun, we can't let ourselves be wronged. Money is just something outside of your body. Once you spend it, it will come back. Don't worry, have fun tonight, it's my treat." "All right." Lee Jinshu is not a pedantic person and he will not force himself to do things that are beyond his ability. She smiled and said, "We agreed that you would play with me tonight, but now it's me playing with you. We don't care who plays who, as long as we have fun." After waiting, Soo-yeon shook his head to the DJ's dynamic music, standing by the side, looking down at the men and women in the pool, with a clear view. The same bar, the first floor and the second floor are like two different worlds. Downstairs is the world of ordinary people, crowded and noisy. Upstairs is the world of the rich, with a good view, spaciousness, and comfort. There is a world of difference between the two. This is the substantial difference and unique privilege that comes with having money. Lee Jinshu, who was standing next to him, said loudly, "This is my first time standing here in a bar today. No wonder they all like to be rich men's women. The view from here is really great. From now on, you can always stand here as long as you follow me." Zhao Dong, who had left, had already found the bar manager, who was also one of the shareholders, and told him about Soo-yeon's order. The other party was also a little surprised after hearing this. Someone actually ordered Supreme Carnival. You should know that those who can order the Supreme Carnival here are basically known to their shareholders, and they will call them in advance before coming. The bar manager asked, "Who's coming?" "I don't know him, but his last name seems to be Su." Zhao Dong said, "It's a new face. I haven't seen him before." "He came with a woman." "Then how did you get it?" "An old customer of mine gave it to me last minute tonight." Zhao Dong said happily, "I thought he was just an ordinary customer, driving a car worth over 1,000,000 yuan, but I didn't expect him to be a hidden rich kid." "Okay, I understand." The bar manager said, "We must secure this important client. We'll give him top-tier arrangements tonight and give him enough face." "Okay, manager." While Soo-yeon and Lee Jinshu were waiting for their drinks and dancing to the rhythm of the music, the whole place suddenly darkened. The music also stopped. Just when Soo-yeon was puzzled, a beam of light appeared in the distance. Chapter 37 How Simply Inhumane. In the bar. The huge LED screen lit up, and images of Soo-yeon and Lee Jinshu's card packs appeared on it. The host's excited voice rang out. "Let us congratulate the customers who bought the M3 card pack and open a set of Supreme Carnival. Drink Supreme Carnival and enjoy a wonderful life." As the host's voice sounded, the bar manager and Zhao Dong came out carrying the wine rack. Behind him were a group of beautiful barmaids holding light signs, like a long dragon. Under the gaze of the entire audience, they walked through the crowded crowd below, through the card packs, and slowly walked towards Su Yun and Lee Jin-shu. The DJ in charge also immediately matched the background music. This scene and this grand display are quite shocking. To be honest, Su Yun had never thought about showing off in the bar. It was his first time here, and he had no idea why there would be such a set of procedures after ordering the Supreme Carnival set meal. It's a bit flirty. But I have to say, it feels pretty good to show off unintentionally. At least his vanity is now satisfied. He finally transformed from a poor man who was forced to show off to a rich man who could show off a little. Soon, a long line arrived at the booth where the two of them were sitting upstairs. The manager and Zhao Dong respectfully placed the wine on their table. The many bunny girls behind them lined up around them, waving the light signs in their hands and shouting, "Thank you, Mr. Su, for supporting us for her. I wish Mr. Su and his friends a happy time." At the same time, Zhao Dong also swiped his card to pay the bill, 238,000 yuan. This is how things work in a bar, you pay for each purchase you make. I guess they are afraid that the customer will run away after showing off. Of course, regular customers are excluded. It was obvious that Su Yun was here for the first time and was not a regular customer. When entering the bar for the first time, the host arbitrarily chooses the most expensive wine, invisibly showing off his talent and being rewarded with 500,000 yuan in cash. Bank card balance, 4.54 million. A few minutes later, when the entire process was completed, everyone dispersed. The hall started to be lively again, and people started dancing to their heart's content under the DJ's direction. I have to say, the atmosphere of this bar is really good. The manager didn't leave immediately. Instead, he smiled at Su Yun and said, "Hello, Mr. Su, I'm the manager of our bar. Welcome to your first visit. If you need anything or are dissatisfied with anything, please tell Zhao Dong directly." "Okay. Well, I won't disturb you and your friends anymore. I wish you have fun." After the manager said this, he bowed with a smile and left. After the manager left, Zhao Dong asked with a smile, "Mr. Su, are you satisfied with the arrangement just now?" "Okay, well done." Su Yun smiled and said, "I'll come to see you next time." "Thank you, Mr. Su." Zhao Dong squatted beside the table and asked again, "Mr. Su, what would you like to drink first? I'll open some wine for you." The Supreme Carnival set includes 3 bottles of Jean Martel Supreme plus Hennessy Richard plus Remy Martin Louis XIII, plus 10 aces of spades. Su Yun said, "All open." "All open?" Zhao Dong kindly advised, "There's so much wine, Master Su, you and Miss Li can't finish it all. It would be a bit of a waste to open it all. Why not save the leftovers and drink them next time?" "It's okay, let's go." Su Yun smiled and said, "If it tastes good, I'll come next time and buy it next time." Zhao Dong. How so extravagant and inhumane? Li Jinshu was not surprised at all. After all, she had experienced a meal costing 170,000 yuan before. This is Su Yun's style. So, Zhao Dong opened all the bottles one by one. Although they were other people's wines, he felt sorry for Su Yun as he opened them. "This is not wine, this is money." After opening the wine, Zhao Dong filled their glasses with wine and then stood aside silently, acting as an invisible man. "Come, have a drink." Su Yun picked up a cup at random and handed it to Li Jinshu. "Drink." Li Jinshu drank the cup in one gulp, pushing it hard. "Su Yun. How come this way of drinking is exactly the same as Su Mu's?" After finishing his drink, Li Jinshu laughed and said, "What's the point of just drinking? Let's play a game. The loser drinks." "Okay, what game?" "The finger-grabbing game." Li Jinshu said, "Whoever catches it must answer a question from the other party. If they don't want to answer, they have to drink. If they can't catch it, they have to drink by themselves." "Okay." Su Yun smiled and said, "You go first, or me?" "Let me go first." Li Jinshu stretched out his hand with his palm facing down. Su Yun placed his index finger underneath. "Start." Li Jinshu gave an order and quickly grabbed it. Su Yun's finger was caught. Li Jinshu said happily, "Ah, you lost. Tell me, what do you want to ask?" "Then I want to ask a difficult question." Li Jinshu thought for a moment and asked, "When was your first time?" "Freshman." Su Yun laughed and said, "I just entered the school and was tricked by a senior student." "Ha ha ha. Li Jinshu smiled and said, "Come again." This time Su-yun won. "It's my turn to ask you." Su-yun asked, "When was your first time?" "I won't tell you." Li Jinshu picked up a glass of wine and drank it. In the next few times Li Jinshu lost, Su-yun asked. But no matter what question he asked, the other party chose to drink. Su-yun finally figured it out. Li Jinshu was probably in a bad mood today, so he came here just to get drunk. "Forget it, I won't play anymore, it's boring." After a few drinks, a tipsy Li Jinshu stood up, took Su-yun's hand and said, "Let's go dance." Su-yun followed her to the railing upstairs and began to dance freely to the DJ's rhythm. I can't let go at all. On the contrary, Li Jinshu was very devoted, singing one song after another. A little crazy. It would be more accurate to say that she was venting her negative emotions through alcohol and music rather than dancing. She didn't stop until she was tired. Su-yun didn't move much, and asked with a smile, "Not dancing anymore?" "No more dancing." Li Jinshu turned to look at him, panting and laughing. "Did I look like a madman just now?" "Even if he is crazy, he is the most beautiful crazy person." You really know how to talk." Li Jinshu smiled and said, "I've never been happier than today. Let's continue drinking. Let's finish all the wine we opened. We can't waste it." "No, we finished a bottle of wine which was quite impressive." Su-yun shook his head and said, "If we really finish it, we'll probably all end up in the hospital." "Oh well." Su-yun turned to the table, took another glass of wine and handed it to Li Jinshu, and asked, "Did you encounter anything unhappy at work today?" "No." Li Jinshu asked back, "Why do you ask that? Don't try to trick me." Su-yun sighed, "The happier you are laughing now, the sadder you are inside. Have you studied psychology?" Li Jinshu hesitated for a moment, then suddenly put away his smile and said, "Today is my birthday. Can you say happy birthday to me?" "That's it?" Su-yun didn't expect that today was her birthday. He smiled and said, "Don't be sad. I'll let everyone here wish you a happy birthday later." Chapter 38. You take a rest first, I'm going to take a shower. Let everyone here say happy birthday to me? Li Jinshu couldn't help laughing and said, "How is that possible?" "Stop bragging. Nothing is impossible." Su-yun said nonchalantly, "Many things can be done as long as the money is in place." After saying that, he waved to Zhao Dong, who was not far away. Seeing Su-yun calling him, Zhao Dong walked over immediately. He bowed flatteringly and asked with a smile, "Master Su, what do you want?" "Go tell the host who's controlling the microphone." Su-yun said, "My friend's birthday is today. I'd like to treat everyone in the booths to a bottle of Remy Martin. I hope everyone can say happy birthday to my friend." No? "Yes, of course." Zhao Dong said happily, "I'll do it right away. There are more than 100 cards, and a bottle costs more than 1,000 yuan, which means the total consumption is more than 170,000 yuan. Adding the previous Supreme package, the total is close to 400,000. Just tonight, he might be able to complete a month's sales ahead of schedule." Under Zhao Dong's arrangement, 1 minute later, the host's voice sounded. "Handsome guys and beautiful girls. Mr. Su from the M3 booth on the second floor just now said that his friend is having a birthday today, and he's willing to give each table a bottle of Remy Martin, and he'll pay for everything." Where is the scream? Hearing this, all the men and women in the audience shouted in unison, "Roar, roar, roar." Now that we've had our fill of wine, let's wish Mr. Su's friend, Miss Lee, a happy birthday, okay? Good. Before, when people watched others showing off, they were just envious and wanted to have some fun. But now the sponsors are willing to spend a lot of money to let everyone get a bottle of wine for free. How great is that? As the saying goes, one should be grateful for what one has received, and one should be grateful for what one has received. After drinking someone's wine, you should at least say a blessing. Suddenly, everyone in the hall shouted loudly to Li Jinshu upstairs, "Happy birthday, Miss Lee." The women present all looked up at Li Jinshu, who was sitting in a booth upstairs, and felt extremely envious. How they wished that person was themselves. Sitting in a booth in the crowd, Jiang Peiyao, who was playing with her friends, looked at someone again. The grand scale of the previous, Supreme Carnival, had already allowed her to see the other person on the screen. She didn't expect that she would meet him again. In this place, in this form. He was as generous and casual in his spending as if he were buying gold in his own store. Now, in order to celebrate the birthday of a female friend around him, he actually treated everyone in the audience to drinks, which must be another considerable expense. Her friends enviously said, "Peiyao, I wish I could meet such a handsome and rich man someday." Yes. Another friend said, "This scene of spending a fortune on oneself is so romantic, I love it." You said, "Is that Miss Leah's girlfriend?" Of course not. If it were, the host would have said it directly. Someone speculated, "I guess he is still pursuing her. If a man like this chases me, I can eat him up in a minute." A friend joked to Zhang Peiyao, "Peiyao, why don't you give it a try? Give me some contact information? With your looks, maybe you have a chance, ha ha. Don't talk nonsense." Zhang Peiyao retracted her gaze and said with a smile, "I know that man. He is a big customer of our store." The friends were stunned for a moment when they heard this, then immediately started asking questions with curious expressions on their faces. "What's going on? Tell me quickly." Upstairs, Li Jinshu didn't expect that Suyun really did it and was not bragging. The price is a bit high. He spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in one go just to make everyone say happy birthday to him and make himself happy. This is too luxurious. Li Jinshu listened to everyone's birthday wishes and was deeply moved at this moment. Women are all emotional. Who can resist such romance? Li Jinshu stared at Suyun blankly, and suddenly didn't want to think about what happened between him and Sumu anymore. At least at this moment, she didn't want to care. She just wants to follow her heart. So she hugged Suyun tightly and kissed him passionately. People spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on you without blinking an eye, so should you remain indifferent? Even if she felt sorry for Sumu, she didn't care at this moment, at this second. Li Jinshu's sudden initiative did surprise Suyun a little. He didn't deliberately think about sleeping with Li Jinshu, but since the other party took the initiative, he certainly wouldn't refuse. Zhao Dong, who was not far away, saw this and remained calm. Isn't this what men want when they spend money on women? Let's go to the hotel. Suyun, okay, I'll listen to you. Zhao Dong, who was standing by, was a smart man. He realized that the two young ladies were probably about to leave, so he asked the security guards to make preparations outside. Call the car in advance. Sure enough, the next second, Suyun said, "Pay the bill and leave." Okay, Mr. Su. Zhao Dong took the two of them to pay the bill. The total cost of the drinks just now was 173,000 yuan. Although Li Jinshu was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat when he heard it. I need to work hard to save money for a year, but others lose it in the blink of an eye. That's the reality. To win a beautiful woman's smile, the host will freely treat everyone in the bar to drinks, spending lavishly, and rewarding 300,000 in cash. The bank card balance is 4.68 million yuan. Before I knew it, my balance was about to reach 5 million. Walking out of the bar, Zhao Dong led the way and helped open the door. As soon as I arrived at the door, a group of Didi drivers surrounded me. However, they were all stopped by the security guards called by Zhao Dong. Suyun and Li Jinshu came to the roadside and the Didi car they had called earlier had arrived. Go back and don't worry about us. After Suyun waved Zhao Dong away, he took Li Jinshu into the car and drove towards the Marriott Hotel. The reason they went to the Marriott Hotel was because Li Jinshu said she had a membership card there and could get a cheaper room. And she insisted that she must book the room herself. Although Suyun didn't understand her behavior, he supported it. Who says that when a man goes to a hotel with a woman, he has to pay? Look, buddy, I want to give it to you. When they arrived at the lobby of the Marriott Hotel, the experienced receptionist understood what was going on as soon as they saw the two of them. Li Jinshu fished out her membership card from her bag, handed it over, and said calmly, "A couple's luxury suite, thank you." Yes, ma'am. After checking in, the two took the elevator to the room. Li Jinshu put down her bag and said shyly, "You take a rest first. I'll go take a shower." Okay, I'll wait for you. Soon, Suyun heard the sound of running water coming from the bathroom. Chapter 39, Do I Have the Buff for Pioneering? When they were in the bar, Suyun was already aroused by Li Jinshu and was in an excited state. Listening to the sound of water inside, he became even more distracted and unconsciously walked to the bathroom door. Hey, the door is not closed? Did she do it unintentionally or on purpose? 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, Suyun gently pushed the door open and walked in. Ah. In an instant, Li Jinshu's surprised voice came from the bathroom. How did you get in? You women take too long in the shower. Take a shower together. It can save water. Can. Before Li Jinshu could utter a sound, it seemed as if something was blocking her voice, and she made a whoa sound. There was no more talking after that. After a while, the sound of running water was heard. Pa pa pa. But as time went on, the chaotic sound of water gradually became rhythmic, and occasionally bursts of beautiful singing could be heard. A woman takes a long bath. A man takes a shower, quickly. But what if a man and a woman are taking a bath? The answer, of course, is that it will only get longer the more you wash. More than an hour later, Suyun came out, dripping wet, holding Li Jinshu, who was already exhausted and wrapped in a bath towel. Because it was a couple's suite, there was a big red heart on the soft big bed, and many rose petals were scattered around it. In the middle, there is a small elephant brand box. Unfortunately, it is no longer useful. Suyun gently placed Li Jinshu on the bed, as carefully as if he were placing a piece of porcelain. Then, we fell asleep next to each other. Li Jinshu lay on his chest while Suyun played with her hair. Neither of them wanted to move. Suyun actually never expected that this was also Li Jinshu's first time playing games. I am so lucky. Do I have the buff for pioneering new land? Otherwise, why would you have to conquer all the opponents you meet in the game by yourself? Ning Qian was like this before, and Li Jinshu is like this now. When playing games, although clearing new areas gives you a sense of accomplishment, it is also tiring. The first time is basically a thankless task. It's better to have skills and experience. When you encounter such a game opponent, you only need to give them a glance and they will immediately understand what you mean and actively cooperate with you. Save time and effort. So at the beginning of tonight, the gaming experience for both of them was not very good. As an experienced player, Suyun had to be patient and guide the other party step by step on how to operate. It took a lot of effort to slowly get into the rhythm of the game. Moreover, Li Jinshu and Ning Qian have somewhat different physiques. They are more delicate and will be disconnected from the game if they are not careful. After one time, Suyun wanted to give up. I am a person with quality. Take your time, don't rush, there is still a long way to go. But Li Jinshu didn't want to because he had a strong sense of self-esteem. She dragged him along, even if it meant enduring the pain. She had to continue the game, not wanting to make Suyun feel uncomfortable. You have to prove that you can do it. This actually made Suyun feel a little guilty afterwards. Is it really that good? Fortunately, after continuous exploration and adjustment, the two of them became relatively familiar with each other and gradually entered the game state. It was also the beginning of a more enjoyable gaming time. Suyun. On the bed, Li Jinshu whispered, "Don't tell Sumu about what happened tonight, okay?" Why? Suyun asked back, "We're not hiding anything from others, so why should we be so sneaky?" I beg you. Li Jinshu said, "I can see that Sumu treats you differently than other men." So what? Suyun couldn't help but laugh and said, "I'm going to remain a virgin for her?" That's not what I meant. I don't care about other people, I can't do it. Please, I beg you. Li Jinshu pleaded, "I volunteered tonight, I don't need you to be responsible. Just assume we were drunk and impulsive, okay? Whatever you want." Suyun replied casually, "I don't care." Thanks. Li Jinshu kissed Suyun on the cheek, then smiled and said, "In the future, when Sumu is around, we must keep our distance and not let her find out about our relationship." Okay, I'll try my best. Suyun smiled and asked, "What if we get discovered?" We'll talk about it when we find out. Li Jinshu smiled and said, "Anyway, I won't betray Susu for you. Between you and her, I choose her." I don't believe you. Suyun smiled and said, "If you were really like that, you wouldn't be with me tonight." Humph, I'm helping Susu test you in advance. Li Jinshu bit Suyun's mouth and said angrily, "You are indeed a pervert who can't resist temptation." Okay, you really are her best friend. Suyun moved his hand, which was playing with his hair, downwards. Ah. Li Jinshu said angrily, "You really treat me as a tool. You don't know how to feel sorry for me." Don't worry, I'm just moving my hands, not the gun. That won't work either. Li Jinshu said shyly, "I still have to go back after I rest for a while." It's so late, why are you still going back? Susu is home alone. As soon as Li Jinshu finished speaking, Suyun's phone rang. He took it and saw that it was Sumu's. The two looked at each other. Why did she call you? How should I know? Just ask and you'll know. Soo-yun said, pressing the hands-free button. As soon as the call was connected, Soo-moo asked on the other side, Soo-yun, has Jinshu contacted you? Lee Jinshu quickly shook his head at Soo-yun. No. Soo-yun asked back, what's wrong? It's okay. I saw she wasn't home tonight, and I couldn't get through on the phone, so I wanted to ask you. Oh. Soo-yun looked at the person who was trying hard to remain silent because of him, and said with a smile, maybe she went out to play somewhere and her phone is turned off. Okay, it's okay. As soon as Soo-moo hung up the phone, Lee Jinshu immediately breathed a sigh of relief, feeling freed from someone. Then he quickly escaped from the bed, not caring about the loose bathrobe on his body. Lee Jinshu glared at Soo-yun in shame and anger, then fastened her bathrobe again and went to the counter to take out her cell phone from her bag. Sure enough, it turned off because of lack of power. No, I want to go back. Lee Jinshu said, you sleep alone. Can you do this? Soo-yun teased, maybe Soo-moo will find out as soon as we get back. No, I just need to be careful. After saying that, Lee Jinshu went to the bathroom to change clothes and a bath towel and left in a hurry. Before leaving, she took out a stack of money from her bag and placed it on the bedside. Here's 1,000 yuan. Remember to take it with you when you check out tomorrow morning. Soo-yun. He looked at the 1,000 yuan on the bedside table and suddenly felt a little funny. Why do I feel like I'm the one being slept with tonight? Without Lee Jinshu's temptation, Soo-yun felt tired. After all, the body is not made of iron. He and Ning Qian went crazy together for half the night last night, and they tossed and turned for so long tonight that he felt a little drained. Chapter 40 Lee Jinshu feels a little guilty. Lee Jinshu came out of the hotel wearing high heels. The discomfort after her first game made her walk a little uncoordinated. She went to a nearby pharmacy, bought a box of mifepristone tablets, a bottle of water, and quickly drank one. There are thousands of roads, but safety comes first. Then he came to the roadside, hailed a taxi, and rushed back to Jin Yuan. Standing at the door, Lee Jinshu took a deep breath, looked at his status on the screen of his mobile phone, and only opened the door and went in after finding that there was nothing unusual. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Soo-moo wearing sexy pajamas, sitting on the sofa in the living room, watching TV. There was a small but very exquisite cake on the coffee table. It is filled with various fruit pieces that she likes to eat, including mango, strawberry, red grape, cantaloupe, etc. Hearing the noise, Soo-moo turned around and saw Lee Jinshu coming back, so he asked with a smile, why did you come back so late today? I couldn't get through to you on the phone, and I was worried that something had happened to you. Oh, my phone is out of battery and turned off. Lee Jinshu came to Soo-moo with a guilty conscience and said with a smile, wow, is this the cake you bought for me? It's so beautiful. Today is your birthday, you won't forget it, right? Soo-moo smiled and said, it's only a few minutes until 12 o'clock, make a wish quickly. Good. Soo-moo helped to put the candles in, light them, and then turn off the lights. Lee Jinshu closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and made a wish silently. Then she opened her eyes and blew out the candle in one breath. Soo-moo turned on the light and said, happy birthday, Jinshu. Thank you, Soo-soo. Lee Jinshu smiled and asked, do you want some cake? I'll cut it for you. You eat it yourself, I won't eat it. Okay, I'll eat it myself. Lee Jinshu cut a piece for himself and started eating it in big mouthfuls next to Soo-moo. After all the hassle in the hotel, she was already a little hungry. You didn't have dinner? Soo-moo asked curiously, you look very hungry. Lee Jinshu lowered his head and lied, there was a lot of work at the company today, so I worked overtime until now. Then I went to have a barbecue with my colleagues. I didn't eat much. You're still drinking? Soo-moo sniffed and said, you smell like alcohol. I drank a little. Lee Jinshu quickly changed the subject, glancing at a shopping bag nearby, and asked, did you go shopping after get off work today? Soo-moo was asked, and now he felt a little guilty and said, I felt that I had nothing to wear, so I just went to the mall and bought something. In fact, today, she had forgotten Lee Jinshu's birthday at first. After following Soo-yun to the mall, he pretended to go to the store to buy clothes and took the opportunity to meet the woman named Ning Qian. He felt a little unhappy. So he went to the restaurant where he took Soo-yun last time, had a meal, and sat alone for a while. On the way back, she remembered that today was Lee Jinshu's birthday. Then I bought a cake and prepared to come back to celebrate her birthday, but there was no one at home. I called, but the call didn't go through. Remember to ask me to go with you next time you go shopping for clothes. Li Jinshu said, "Summer is coming, and I feel like I have nothing to wear. I want to buy some new clothes. Okay, let's go shopping together sometime." After finishing the cake, Li Jinshu stood up and said, "Susu, I'm a little tired today, so I'm going to sleep first. I'll clean up here tomorrow morning." "It's okay, go and rest, I'll clean it up." After Sumu finished speaking, he asked, "By the way, aren't you taking a shower today? I don't want to wash anymore. I'm too tired and want to sleep." After saying that, she pretended to stretch, yawned, and walked towards her bedroom. "Still washing? I was in the hotel with a guy and we both showered for an hour. If you wash it again, your skin will be washed off." Behind him, the attentive Sumu noticed that Li Jinshu was walking a little strangely, and asked with concern, "Jinshu, what's wrong with your leg? Is it injured?" "Nothing." Li Jinshu said without looking back, "I was walking too fast on my way back today and stepped on a watermelon peel, and I accidentally split my leg right there." Ha ha ha. Sumu couldn't help laughing when he heard that, and asked kindly, "How's your crotch? Is it okay?" "It's nothing serious, just a little muscle strain. I think it will be fine after a night's sleep." After Li Jinshu finished speaking, he quickly hid back in his bedroom. It was a close call, we were almost discovered. She lay alone in bed, and couldn't help but think of the scenes that happened between her and Soo-yun tonight. In bars and hotels. His face turned red. "I had kept this thing for so long, but I didn't expect that on impulse. I gave it to Soo-yun on his birthday. Susu, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lie to you." She murmured with a hint of guilt, "But I really couldn't help it at the time. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever been so kind to me." Recovering his thoughts, Li Jinshu remembered that he should send a message to the other party to assure his safety after he got home. She picked up her phone, took a picture of herself in bed, and sent it. "Soo-yun, I'm home, good night. Image 1. But she held the phone and waited for a few minutes, but Soo-yun did not reply. "Did you fall asleep so quickly?" In the living room outside the house, Sumu had no doubt about Li Jinshu's abnormality. "I just think she must be very tired from work today. Otherwise, as a night owl, she actually went to bed so early without taking a shower." She has always had some admiration and sympathy for her good friend Li Jinshu. Since college, she knew that the other party's family conditions were not very good. Or perhaps it could be said that the people in her family were not very kind to her and favored boys over girls. Except for her freshman year, her living expenses and tuition fees in the following years were all earned by her own hard work from part-time jobs, as well as some scholarships. After graduation, I was lucky enough to find a pretty good company and successfully stayed in Zhangcheng. This work lasted for 5 or 6 years. But even though she worked very hard, for some reason, she still didn't save any money. This also led to her not daring to find a boyfriend casually. Or the reason why she wants to find a very rich boyfriend. Sumu understood this very well. And if we ignore her family background, but rely on her personal ability and charm, she deserves an excellent man. So she never thought that her best friend was a gold digger and looked down on Li Jinshu. Because Li Jinshu just wanted to change his fate and not have to live such a hard life. She had also thought about helping the other party, but was rejected. Because Li Jinshu said that once money is involved between best friends, things change. From then on, she never mentioned this matter again. In fact, if you ask whether there is someone suitable for Li Jinshu around, Soo-yun is undoubtedly the best candidate now. She had also thought about whether she should try to bring them together. But after what happened at Soo-yun's house and at the office, she gave up the idea. What's more, she discovered today that Soo-yun was having an affair with a female shopping guide. After observing the other party, she felt that Soo-yun was just playing around and trying something new. However, Li Jinshu's values on love may not be acceptable. On the contrary, after being divorced once, I feel that this kind of thing doesn't matter to me and I am very open-minded about it. In Soo-yun's words, as long as you are happy at the moment, that's enough. If two people are no longer happy together, they should separate. In this world, everyone can survive without each other. Thinking of this, Sumu was speechless. This Soo-yun, if he can't find food himself, he will just go to the roadside to eat, and he is not afraid of getting a stomachache. But she turned her head and thought. As a man, who doesn't he have needs? And I don't give it to you. We can't really let him stay at home and do everything by himself all day. As he thought about it, Sumu couldn't help laughing. She turned around and looked at the clothes she had just bought today. Humph, I'll wear it to the company tomorrow and see how he reacts. In the hotel, after Li Jinshu left, Soo-yun was just about to fall asleep when his mother Zhang Soojuan called. Soo-yun thought it was something important, but he kept telling him about the girl next door and how great she was. It's obvious that she wants to take me on a blind date when I go back to celebrate her birthday next time. Soo-yun was speechless about this. Do I still need blind dates now? As long as you want, I can bring you a car full of daughters-in-law to make the scene, enough for a table of mahjong. So he just put the phone to his ear, and let it go in one ear and out the other, without listening carefully at all. Soon, he fell asleep to his mother's hypnotic voice. Ning Qian didn't sleep in the Gucci staff dormitory either. She lay on the bed, holding the small gold bar that Soo-yun gave her today, looking at it over and over again. 30 grams may sound like a small amount, but according to the market price of gold, which is over 500 yuan per gram, it is more than 15,000 yuan. The bag before and the small gold bar now, these two gifts together cost nearly 40,000. I have to say that Soo-yun, this rich young man, is really generous. I followed the right person. On the other side, Zhang Peiyao came out of the bar with her friends. I was a little drunk. How many people who go to the bar are not depressed and want to vent and relax? Sitting alone in the car on the way home, Zhang Peiyao looked out the window silently, not wanting to go back to her home at all. Tonight in the bar, Soo-yun's lavish spending and his friends' casual remarks kept replaying in her mind uncontrollably. Next time you meet at work, why not treat him or her to a meal? Well, it's just a meal, I don't have any other intentions. He bought so much gold from me in one go last time. As the manager of the store, I should thank him. P.S. Are you all just reading and not talking? Let's see whose ah sounds the best. Chapter 41. After teasing me, you still feel scared. In the Marriott Hotel. When Soo-yun woke up, his phone had fallen to the side and was turned off due to lack of battery. He got up and rubbed his waist, which was a little painful. It must be because I have been working day and night for the past 2 days, which has damaged my vitality. Oh, how outrageous, too outrageous. Be careful to be moderate and don't overdo it. After washing his face and putting on his clothes, Soo-yun took the money that Li Jinshu had left on the bedside table last night and went downstairs. After paying the bill at the front desk and checking out, I still had 130 yuan left. Fortunately, he had the 130 yuan, otherwise he would not be able to take the bus because his phone was out of battery. Coming to the roadside, Soo-yun took a taxi to the door of the bar he had been to last night. After finding his car, he drove towards the company. Today is destined to be another day of being late. Arriving at the company, as soon as I sat down, Xiaopeng said, "Manager Su came just now and saw that you were late. She said that after you arrived, you should go to her office once." Soo-yun. It seems that Su Mu has nothing to do recently. She never cared about these things before. At most, at the end of the month, she would take a look at the attendance and deal with them for herself. Now you are staring at yourself and catching yourself being late, right? There will be a takeaway coffee delivery later. Tell everyone that it was my order. You ordered coffee again? Xiaopeng asked doubtfully, do you really have too much money and nowhere to spend it? He used to like drinking Starbucks, but now because of Soo-yun, everyone is almost vomiting from drinking it. After all, no matter how delicious something tastes, who can stand drinking it every day? We're all colleagues, and we don't have much money. Soo-yun smiled and said, the company is my home, and you are my family. Isn't it normal for me to treat my family to coffee? Xiaopeng. Yes, the company is my home, and they treat us like beasts of burden. When Soo-yun stood up and went to Su Mu's office, the system voice in his brain rang. In order to maintain his status among his colleagues, the host bought coffee as he pleased every day in the company, gaining everyone's unanimous favor and receiving a cash reward of 50,000 yuan. Bank card balance, 4.72 million. It was only 50,000, Soo-yun didn't care at all. He felt that this was just like punching in at work. He could earn 50,000 yuan by treating his colleagues to a cup of coffee every day. But he found that this could only be done once a day. There is no reward for the second time, so it is impossible to make money infinitely. I guess the purpose of the system is just to encourage myself to experience different things and enjoy life, rather than becoming a money-making machine. Manager Li was originally a clock-in and check-in point, but he was unstable and has been much more low-key recently. Knocked on the door and came to Su Mu's office. Soo-yun smiled and asked, are you looking for me? Su Mu sat at his desk, looking down at something, without raising his head or paying any attention to him. Are you pretending to me again so early in the morning? If you don't punish him for 3 days, he will fall off the roof. Soo-yun didn't indulge her either. He took 2 steps forward, stretched out a hand, hooked 2 fingers under her chin, and lifted her head up. Sumu didn't expect Soo-yeon to be so impudent. She looked at him and said angrily, "What are you doing? Let go. Talking to you." Soo-yeon let go and said, "Who told you to ignore me? I have no choice but to do this." Soo-moo. Soo-yeon smiled and asked, "Tell me, what do you want from me? Why are you late today? Your cell phone is turned off. You are not my woman, why do you control me?" Soo-yeon casually replied, "I'm late. At worst, I can just be deducted from my attendance score." "That's what you said. I don't care about the few $100. According to company regulations, if you are late unintentionally or repeatedly, I can fire you. I just don't believe you're willing to fire me." Soo-moo. "See, I told you couldn't bear to leave." Soo-yeon continued, "If I leave, wouldn't it be boring for anyone to come to the office and flirt with you in the future? That's a nice thought." Sumu laughed and retorted, "Who flirted with you, you shameless guy?" Okay, if you say no, then there's no more." Seeing her pretending to be serious, Soo-yeon smiled and said, "If you want to know what I was doing, I'll tell you. I couldn't sleep last night, so I went to the bar to hang out with other women, so I got up late." Soo-moo. "Do you still want to know who it is?" Soo-yeon teased, "As long as you ask, I'll tell you." "Not interested." Sumu glared at him and said, "Didn't I tell you yesterday that I found you an intern girl who was a senior graduate from the communication university? Go pick her up today to report to the company and go through the onboarding process." "Shall I go pick it up?" Soo-yeon was surprised and said, "When did our company's interns get treated so well? Can't she come by herself? She still needs someone to pick her up. Just answer it when you're told to. You're talking so much. Is it beautiful?" Soo-yeon asked, "If she's pretty, I'll go. Otherwise, you can let someone else go." "Beautiful. I've seen the photos. She's prettier than your sister and me." Sumu smiled and said, "Isn't that what you asked for? To be both young and beautiful." "Really? Sister Sue, you're so nice to me." Soo-yeon took advantage of Sumu's inattention, pulled her over, pressed her against the wall, and kissed her on the mouth in a lightning speed. Sumu looked at Soo-yeon with shame and anger, and said, "You're messing around in the office again. Sister, this dress looks so nice today, I can't help but want to give you a kiss." Soo-yeon smacked his lips and said with a smile, "I'm going to pick someone up first, don't miss me too much." After saying that, he let go of the other person, turned around and slipped away. Sumu, who had regained his freedom, looked at Soo-yeon who was running away in guilt. His previous angry expression was gone. Instead, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and there was a hint of smile in the corners of his eyes. She gently touched the lips that Soo-yeon had kissed with her fingers. "After teasing me, you still feel scared. Back to the desk." Sumu looked down at the clothes on his body and said to himself meaningfully, "If you knew that this dress of mine was chosen by your little lover, I don't know how you would feel." Unconsciously, she seemed to have silently accepted some of Soo-yeon's teasing and intimate behaviors. Even the body and the heart are still looking forward to the other party's unruly behavior. Sumu couldn't help but reflect. Why is this happening? Could it be that I have been abstaining from sex for too long? Get in the car. Soo-yeon just realized that he had forgotten to ask for the other party's phone number and address. The most important thing is that my phone is out of battery. There is a car charger in the car, but there is no cable. Never mind. Soo-yeon looked at his Xiaomi phone and felt that it was time to change it. I had completely forgotten about this matter these days. With a perfect drift turn, he drove towards the nearest commercial street and stopped at a random parking space. Then, he walked into the Huawei mobile phone store. If you have money, of course you will support domestic products. Besides, he had always wanted a machine that was far ahead. I didn't have much money before and couldn't bear to spend it. Now, go straight to the top configuration. Mobile phone stores are not luxury goods stores. All the shopping guides are beautiful women in uniforms and they don't do that at all. Most of the people are ordinary people, and the main focus is on being ordinary. And there were a lot of people in the store. A male clerk came over and asked with a smile, "Handsome guy, what kind of mobile phone do you want to buy? MT60 Pro, is it in stock?" Soo-yeon knew that this phone was very popular recently and was out of stock in many places. Some. The male clerk explained, however, because there have been so many customers buying recently, some colors may be out of stock. It's okay, let's take a look first. Okay. The mail clerk took Soo-Yun to a counter and said, "Look, these are our sample machines, with prices for various configurations. Which one do you like? Which color?" Soo-Yun answered without hesitation, "Black, top quality." Handsome guy. The mail clerk said, "The black color for your configuration is out of stock, but we do have some other colors. Do you want to exchange it?" "But I like black." Soo-Yun really didn't like the other looks, so he asked, "Is there any other way to get me one?" "Money is not a problem. It's really out of stock." When the mail clerk heard Soo-Yun say that money was not a problem, he immediately introduced another mobile phone with a hint of anticipation. "Handsome guy, why don't you buy this MT60RS Extraordinary Master? This one comes in black and has better specs than the MT60 Pro, but it's also a bit more expensive." "Okay, take me to see it." Chapter 42. I have two girlfriends and I can't be partial. Soo-Yun followed the mail clerk to the counter on the other side. "I also saw the Extraordinary Master he mentioned. The appearance and texture do look more refined and classy." "Handsome guy, this phone has the highest configuration of 16G plus 1TB, the original price is 12,999 yuan, and there is no need to pay extra." The mail clerk explained, "It also comes with a 2-year screen warranty. If it breaks, you can get a free replacement. It originally cost 1,399 yuan, but now it's 100 yuan cheaper, only 1,299. If you add the 1,088 yuan wireless Bluetooth charging headset and enjoy some discounts, the total price is only 15,000 yuan. Okay, this is it." Soo-Yun didn't hesitate and bought it if he liked it. He said, "Just follow the configuration you mentioned and swipe the card." "Okay, handsome." When the mail clerk first introduced himself, he did so out of professionalism. "I have expectations about whether Soo-Yun will buy it, but the expectations are not high. After all, from MT60 Pro to Extraordinary Master, this is far beyond the other party's budget, enough to buy two and be far ahead. But the other party just took a look and bought it. You deserve to make money today." As Soo-Yun finished swiping his card at the checkout counter, the system's reward arrived. Use Extraordinary Master to enjoy an extraordinary life. The host can buy the mobile phone of his choice as he wishes and receive a cash reward of 50,000 yuan. Bank card balance, 4.75 million yuan. The mail clerk took out a new, unopened mobile phone and walked to the counter and asked, "Handsome boy, do you want me to open it and inspect it for you now?" "Well, just help me open it." Soo-Yun took out his Xiaomi phone from his pocket and said, "By the way, help me get the information in this phone over. But it's out of battery and turned off, so I need you to charge it." "Okay, no problem." The mail clerk took Soo-Yun's Xiaomi phone and was a little surprised. Wow, it went from 2 or 3,000 to 15,000. The upgrade of his phone is too big. It seems that I have made money this year. Another man who was buying a mobile phone nearby thought Soo-Yun's new phone was very nice, so he asked his shopping guide curiously. "His phone is pretty nice. How much is it?" The salesperson took a look, somewhat envious of his colleague's good fortune, and said with a smile, "That's our MT60 Extraordinary Master top of the line edition. The official website price for the bare metal model is 12,999 yuan. The man fell silent for a moment. Well, it's better to be single, without financial pressure. He just heard it. It turned out that the other party was just like him and was far ahead in buying. As a result, because there was no black version, I bought a more expensive Extraordinary Master. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. He also likes black, but since he doesn't have it, he can only consider other colors reluctantly. After all, Yao Yao is ahead of him and he can say good things to his wife and grit his teeth to buy one. More than 10,000 Extraordinary Masters? Don't even think about it. Not only will his wife not agree, but he himself will not be willing to do so. The family already has enough money to pay for the car loan and mortgage, so there is no extra money to buy such an expensive phone. Poverty is the best stone to suppress a man's desires. While the mail clerk was fixing his phone, Soo-Yun looked at the women around him who also like Yao Yao's lead, and suddenly thought, how about buying two for yourself and giving them to Ning Qian and Li Jinshu? No matter what, they are both his confidants now. I'll give it to them next time we meet, it'll be a little surprise. Although women love money, who would refuse a rich and romantic man? So after his new phone was ready, Soo-Yun asked the mail clerk to get him two MT60 Pros, both of which were top-of-the-line models. The mail clerk was very happy. I met a big client today. A yacht wanking, given to Li Jinshu. A piece of white sand silver, given to Ning Qian. The original price of one was 7,999 yuan, and the price was increased by 300 yuan, plus headphones, insurance, etc. The total cost of the two was 17,000 yuan. In order to give his confidant a little surprise, the host bought a Yuanyang mobile phone as a gift, showing his manly devotion. He was rewarded with 50,000 yuan in cash. Bank card balance, 4.795 million. Seeing this, the man beside him finally couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother, didn't you just buy Extraordinary Master? Why did you buy two more?" "It's for my girlfriend." "Two for one girlfriend?" "No." Suyun smiled and replied, "I have two girlfriends, I can't be partial." The man couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard this. One hit critical hit 9,999. We all live in the same world. I am such a bad mouth, I shouldn't have asked. The male clerk next to him was also confused and looked at Suyun with some envy. He asked curiously, "Handsome guy, how did you do that? Can you teach me?" There is no real skill involved. Suyun took out his Porsche key and said, "That's all I need." Male clerk. I was originally in a happy mood, but now I feel a little unhappy. It's hard enough for me to find a girlfriend, but others find two at a time. It's great to have money. The women around were clearly tempted by the car keys, but after Suyun left, they cursed softly, "Bah, scumbag." Suyun returned to the car, turned on his new phone, logged into WeChat, and saw the message Sumu had sent him half an hour ago. It is the intern's phone number and address. It seems to be in the university town. Suyun took a look and was very satisfied, saving himself the trouble of calling back to ask. An excellent administrative supervisor should have such work qualities. Always think of everything for you. He replied with a smile. "Suyun, today's lipstick doesn't smell right. Don't use it next time." In the office, Sumu heard the sound of his cell phone dinging. She picked it up, looked at it, and smiled. "Sumu, if I let you kiss me, I'll smear arsenic on you next time and poison you to death." Laugh.jpg. After replying and putting down her phone, she stood up, took out her lipstick from her bag and looked at it. She just bought this brand and used it for the first time today. I didn't expect to be disliked. Just as Sumu was about to throw it into the trash can nearby, the receptionist came in with a cup of coffee and said, "Manager Su, this is the coffee Suyun ordered. Are you treating the entire company to drinks again?" The receptionist laughed and said, "I don't know what made him rich lately, but he likes to treat everyone to coffee whenever he has nothing to do. I feel like if we keep drinking more, everyone will start to dislike Starbucks." "Okay, I understand." Sumu looked at the lipstick in her hand and thought that instead of throwing it away, it would be better to give it to someone else. She asked the receptionist, "By the way, I have a lipstick here. I don't like the color, so I just bought it and only used it once today. Do you want one? I'll give it to you. I think it suits you very well." "Okay." The receptionist took the Dior lipstick with both hands and said happily, "Thank you, Manager Su." "You are welcome." After the receptionist left, Sumu drank Suyun's coffee and slowly looked at other brands of lipstick online. She doesn't shop online, but she can check first to see which lipstick smells good. Chapter 43, Love Knows No Age, but you can't mess up generations. There are many schools in Jiangcheng University town. So there are many female college students and many luxury cars coming and going. This is especially true at the entrances of art schools and media schools. From time to time, a luxury car would appear at the school gate, either to pick someone up or to send someone back. But without exception, they are all beautiful women. Song Xiaowei wore a pink mid-length sleeve jacket, gray split shorts, and a small pink bag slung over one shoulder. She had an oval face and slightly curly long hair draped over one shoulder. At this moment, she was standing on the side of the road, holding a cup of coffee in her hand, waiting for someone from her internship company to pick her up. She glanced at a red Porsche parked not far away. It must be another rich second-generation kid coming to pick up a girl from school. In their school, there are many beautiful and vain girls. They earn a good life by selling their bodies. Song Xiaowei was somewhat contemptuous of this approach. "I am good-looking and have excellent professional skills. I don't rely on men. I can definitely live the life I want after I start working." She doesn't want to rely on any man and wants to earn her own money and spend it herself. Sooner or later, she will have all the brand name bags, clothes, cars, and jewelry that the other person has. At this time, a beautiful girl came to her side. She was not as pretty as her, but she was dressed very sexy and fashionable. Song Xiaowei knew her. She was in the same department as her. She is also a vain woman. Xiaowei, are you waiting for a Didi car here again? The girl kindly came over to her and asked with a smile, my boyfriend will be picking me up soon in his BMW 5 Series. I can ask him to give you a ride. Thank you, I don't need it. Song Xiaowei looked at her and said unhappily, I don't want people to misunderstand that I have a boyfriend as old as my father. Song Xiaowei, what do you know? The girl was not angry and continued to say with a smile, love has no age limit, as long as we like each other. His son is probably about your age now, so you're just his little lover. That's better than having nothing at all. The girl lifted the small bag on her wrist and said proudly, one of the bags I use now is enough to buy you a set of clothes. I am picked up and dropped off by car every day when I go in and out. Also, my boyfriend has promised me that after graduation he will help me find a TV station where I can host a show right away. Unlike you, you don't have to send out resumes everywhere and look for internships. I think you are just envious and jealous now. Song Xiaowei. Oh, she envies you for finding a good father? As the two were talking, someone suddenly stood up, put away their phone, and interrupted with a smile, love knows no age, but you can't mess up generations. The girl looked at Su Yun, who suddenly appeared to defend Song Xiaowei, and said angrily, what's it to you what we're talking about? It's really none of my business. I just couldn't stand listening any longer. Su Yun laughed and said, this is the first time I've seen someone being so self-righteous as a mistress. Girl. It turned out that Su Yun had arrived a long time ago. Seeing that it was still early, he did not call the other party to urge them, but waited at the school gate. By the way, study the functions of your new mobile phone. Who knew that after suddenly hearing the conversation between the two women next to him, he realized that the Song Xiaowei he was going to pick up was actually the beautiful woman who had been standing next to him waiting for the car. So this scene happened. After Su Yun finished scolding the gold digger, he smiled at Song Xiaowei and said, hello, my name is Su Yun. The company asked me to pick you up today to report for your internship. Thanks. Song Xiaowei looked at Su Yun, somewhat surprised. She asked politely with a polite smile, where's your car? Let's go. You didn't come here by car? Seeing this, the girl immediately laughed at him, Xiaowei, look at the crappy companies you found to intern at. They don't even have a car to pick you up. Although the company is broke, I still have a car. Su Yun took out his car keys and pressed the key. Beep. The Porsche 911 parked not far away flashed. Unlock successful. Su Yun smiled and said, well, I only have a Porsche. It's definitely not as good as your father's BMW 5 Series. Upon hearing this, the girl's face immediately turned red and white. Song Xiaowei was also stunned. She didn't expect that the Porsche parked here belonged to the man in front of her. However, seeing the girl being humiliated in front of her, Song Xiaowei was also very happy. She said to Su Yun, ignore her. Let's go. Good. Under the girl's hateful gaze, Song Xiaowei got into the passenger seat of Su Yun's car and drove away. When the other students around who didn't understand what was going on saw the scene, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. I didn't expect that someone as proud as Song Xiaowei would actually fall for him and become the girlfriend of a rich second-generation man. It's only a matter of time anyway. Yeah, aren't beautiful women only for rich men? In the Porsche, although Song Xiaowei liked the interior of the car very much, she did not show it. She said to Su Yun, thank you for helping me just now. It's okay. I don't like her either. Su Yun said, it might take a while. The store just sent a message saying that the license plate for the car has arrived. We need to go to the 4S store first to get the license plate before going to the company. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. Song Xiaowei smiled politely and said, anyway, I'm in your car now, so I can only listen to you. That's true, otherwise you'll have to take the bus to the company by yourself. Song Xiaowei. So Su Yun drove Song Xiaowei to the Porsche dealership, found the female salesperson who had been there before, and installed the license plate. After seeing Song Xiaowei, the saleswoman began to understand why Mr. Su left her that day. It turns out there are better ones around. A man who is used to eating exclusive food will certainly not eat at a buffet. She knows herself well. Although she is prettier than ordinary people, she has lost some of her charm because she has been taken advantage of so often. She cannot compare with truly beautiful women. Song Xiaowei looked at Su Yun's license plate and said, your license plate is really good. I paid for it specifically. Suyin said, it's a pity there wasn't anything better at the time, otherwise I would have wanted 5 of the same number. Song Xiaowei. After the two of them installed the license plate, it was lunchtime, so they took the opportunity to have a free meal at the 4S store. Not to mention, the food is pretty good. Leaving the 4S store and on the way back to the company, Song Xiaowei asked tentatively, Brother Su, this company isn't owned by your family, is it? No, you think too highly of me. Suyin replied, I'm just a small employee in the company. Who are you kidding? Song Xiaowei laughed and said, you're just a small clerk, how can you afford a Porsche? This is not mine, it belongs to our supervisor. Suyin casually said, after I knew I was picking up a beautiful woman, I drove her car out to show off. Song Xiaowei. Seeing that the other party was a little embarrassed and had no interest in chatting with him, Suyin was also happy to see it happen. An hour later, the two arrived at the company. After Suyin handed Song Xiaowei over to the front desk and took her to the Human Resources Department, he returned to his workstation. He took out his cell phone and was about to read a novel when the fat boy next to him snatched the phone away. Suyin asked in confusion, what are you doing? Are you Huawei's extraordinary master? New phone? Yes, what's wrong? So handsome. Xiaopang was so envious that he asked curiously, how much did you pay for this set? After the discount, it seems to be 15,000. Grass. Thanks to Xiaopang's promotion, everyone knew that he bought a mobile phone. The male colleagues were very surprised and gathered around, taking the machines in their hands one by one and trying them out. Can't put it down. Suyin clearly thought that he was just casually buying a mobile phone and it was not worth being so surprised. He suddenly realized that during this period of frequent and high consumption, his consumption concept had slowly begun to change subconsciously, becoming detached from the way ordinary people think. A mobile phone worth more than 10,000 yuan may not be a big deal to me now. But for people from ordinary families, it is indeed a bit of a luxury and they are reluctant to spend it. Chapter 44, Be More Assertive. Can I still refuse? Now in the company, most people don't know that I already have a sports car. Otherwise it would probably be even more exaggerated. He never thought of deliberately hiding the fact that he was rich from everyone, nor did he deliberately think of showing off in front of everyone. Some things can be pretended, because making the other person unhappy will make you feel better. There are some things you can't pretend to be, because that might be your past self. Just as everyone was admiring their extraordinary achievements, his cell phone rang. Then everyone returned it to him. Suyin looked at the familiar name, stood up and went to the tea room, and answered, hello, what's going on? Su-yun. On the phone, Huang Mengyao asked angrily, what's going on? I received a court summons today. Oh, this matter. Suyin said calmly, didn't you ask me to sue you in court? So I hired a lawyer to sue you. Huang Mengyao. Suyin sneered, I advise you to gather the money as quickly as possible, not a penny less. You're dreaming. I won't give you a cent. Huang Mengyao said angrily, do you think you're the only one who can find a lawyer? I'll find one too. We'll see. Okay, just be so tough. Suyin said coldly, I hope that when the time comes, you won't come crying and beg me. After saying that, he hung up the phone. He knew Huang Mengyao's current situation very well. Because her good friend Wang Qing would send a message about her from time to time in order to please her. Although he never returned. According to Wang Qing's information, Zhang Wentao, who is with Huang Mengyao, is not a good guy. He is a scumbag, but he has a family, a wife, and a son. So Huang Mengyao became a mistress. Not only that, the other party also thought that she was temporarily short of money for business investment and had difficulty in cash flow, so he cheated her out of 100,000 yuan on the pretext of high returns and used the money to gamble. Wang Qing also knew about this. But she didn't tell the other person, but sent a message to herself. What a good friend who stabs you in the back. Even if Suyin had any feelings for a woman like this in the future, he would at most treat her as a tool to play with and would not keep her by his side. So if she really wins the lawsuit and the court orders the other party to return her betrothal money, Huang Mengyao should not have the money to pay her back. This is also why he asked Luo Lu what to do if the other party had no money to pay back that day. After Suyin answered the phone, he turned around and saw Sumu standing behind him. He was startled and said speechlessly, Sister Su, are you born in the year of the cat? You always like to stare at other people's backs silently. You were too focused on the phone. Sumu smiled and asked, "Is it still about the lawsuit with your ex-girlfriend?" Soo-yeon replied, "We've already filed a lawsuit and issued a subpoena to the other party." "Don't worry." Sumu comforted him, "With the strength of the red circle, this matter should be no problem and we can get it back. It's okay. Even if I don't win this time, I will still find another lawyer to sue her." Soo-yeon said, "I'm disgusted by her, but I'm not short of money anyway." Sumu. Soo-yeon asked, "Sister, you didn't come to me to care about my ex-girlfriend, did you?" "No." Sumu said, "I just want to ask, are you satisfied with this female intern today?" "It's okay." Soo-yeon poured himself a glass of water and whispered as he drank, "But now I only have eyes for you, sister, and I can't see the beauty of other women. Be serious, this is in the tea room outside." Sumu turned around and looked around, then said, "You still think I don't have enough gossip in the company? Who can hear it from so far away?" After Soo-yeon finished drinking the water, he thought of the important matter and said, "By the way, sister, I want to ask you something." "What's up?" "The company recently took on a big project, a new product launch event for Pekoin." Soo-yeon said, "Manager Lee gave me this case and asked me to complete it and present it at the meeting next week when the boss returns." "Such a big case, and they handed it to you alone? What a joke. How could you do it?" Sumu frowned and said, "He is deliberately making trouble for you. You can just reject him directly." "I know." Soo-yeon said, "I want to ask you, if I can handle such a big case by myself, and the results are pretty good, do you think your cousin will give me a promotion?" "I think so. I'll talk to him privately and tactfully when the time comes. You have good abilities to begin with." Sumu looked at Soo-yeon and said, "But the question is, can you do it alone?" "This is not a question of ability, but a question of time and energy." "Don't worry about that." Soo-yeon smiled and said, "As long as there's a chance for a promotion, that's fine. Why are you so keen on getting promoted?" Sumu asked curiously, "You don't need that little salary." "Because of the promotion, I can have my own independent little office." Soo-yeon said seriously, "When the time comes, whether you go to my office or come to mine, it will be much more convenient once the door is closed." Sumu. Others want to be promoted for their dreams and for a better future. He, on the other hand, wanted a promotion just to make it easier for him to tease me. As expected of Soo-yeon, his thoughts are always so different from others. Besides, if he wants to tease me, he has to be at the company. I have plenty of time after get off work for him to do whatever he wants. If you take a firmer attitude, can you still refuse? Isn't it obvious from my attitude in the office these 2 days? He is said to be smart, but sometimes he is really stupid. But as a woman, she would definitely not say such words on her own initiative, otherwise what kind of person would she be? Don't you have any shame? Although she has accepted the ambiguous relationship with Soo-yeon in her heart, some things can only be understood but not expressed in words. Once you say it, the taste changes. She actually likes and enjoys this alternative way of getting along in relationship with Soo-yeon. They do not interfere with each other, but can bring surprises and excitement to each other's lives. Soo-yeon, who left the tea room, really had no idea what Sumu was thinking. In his eyes, the mature and dignified manager Soo, although occasionally bullied by him, was a kind of sentiment and was within an acceptable range. If he wanted to go a step further, he really didn't dare until he was sure. But he was unwilling to deliberately try to please the other party. If you have no money, you will be a bootlicker. If you have money, you will still be a bootlicker? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Besides, he has no shortage of women around him now, so there is no need to stick with Sumu alone, which is a thankless task. Now, when I have nothing to do occasionally, I just tease the other person in the office to add a little fun to my life. Sunflowers are beautiful and don't necessarily have to be picked. It's nice to look at it and smell it occasionally. Of course, he would also be happy if their relationship could naturally develop further and reach the level of in-depth communication. P.S. I am testing the waters for PK, please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets, thank you. Chapter 45. I'm not interested in women recently. On the other side, Song Xiaowei, who had completed the procedures in the Human Resources Department, also came to her workstation. The company hasn't hired any new people for a long time. How can I not be excited when I meet such a beautiful female intern? So the eyes of the single male colleagues around her suddenly lit up when they saw the new female intern. Ready to make a move. They didn't dare to have any ideas about the unattainable beauty, Manager Sue, but they still had some ideas about this female intern who had just emerged from the society. So even though Song Xiaowei has just arrived at the company, she is already very popular with everyone. Especially the enthusiastic single men, they all surrounded her and helped her. On the contrary, Su Yun, who went to pick her up and brought her here, remained indifferent. Song Xiaowei is beautiful, but there have been too many beautiful women around him recently, and he is feeling aesthetically fatigued. In addition, he has been working continuously recently and is currently in the skill cooldown period and is in the recovery and maintenance stage. So for the time being, he has no sexual interest in girls like Song Xiaowei. He found a cup for himself, got some wolfberries, and then made a cup of water and put it on the table. Seeing this, Xiaopeng jokingly said, "Fuck, you're drinking wolfberry tea now? You don't understand." Suyun smiled and shook his head. "Health preservation must start now." "Oh, I envy your life now." Xiaopeng said, "You used to work harder than any of us." "Okay, can't I see your little tricks?" Seeing that he was distracted, Suyun asked, "Is it about the new female intern?" "Yes, you understand me." Xiaopeng said awkwardly, "I know you were the one who picked her up. You should have her WeChat or phone number, right? Give me one and I'll treat you to a meal." "I do, but would you like to hear my opinion first?" "You say." Suyun said, "Don't go join in the fun. It's unlikely to work, so why bother being a clown?" Xiaopeng. "Damn, you are so discouraging." Suyun said meaningfully, "Not only you, I don't think anyone else in the company can do it." "Why?" "Don't think you can control her just because she's an intern." Suyun laughed and said, "She must have been a popular figure in school. She was beautiful and thought she was capable. So, when girls like this first entered society, before they were beaten, they had very high standards and looked down on ordinary people. Hearing you put it that way, I really have no chance." Xiaopeng was eager to try it 1 second, but became discouraged the next. Then, he looked at Suyun and said, "We can't do it. You go. You're handsome and have some money now. You should be able to win it. I've recently given up on sex." Xiaopeng. Not far away, after Song Xiaowei finally dealt with the enthusiastic male colleagues, she took the initiative to come to Su Yun. After all, the other person was the first person he met after joining the company, and anyone who could drive a luxury car to show off was definitely not an ordinary person. "I came to see you." Seeing this, Xiaopeng kicked his feet and slid back to his seat skillfully with the chair. Suyun looked at her and asked, "What's wrong?" "Hello, brother Su." Song Xiaowei smiled and said, "You were not here just now, and Manager Li told me to follow you for a while and ask you to take me with you. You study broadcasting and hosting, what can I, a planner, do to guide you?" Suyun replied, "I don't have anything to do right now. I'm just getting to know my colleagues at the company. I think there's a Chow Tai Fook business event coming up that I'll need you to host. I'll call you then." "Okay." Song Xiaowei didn't expect to be treated like this. She thought she was pretty good looking and popular wherever she went, which could be seen from the attitude of the other new colleagues towards her just now. But I didn't expect that Suyun was not interested in me at all. Ever since he brought me back to the company, he seemed to be less interested in paying attention to me. They were clearly having a great chat in the car before. Song Xiaowei was also a proud person. She turned around and left without saying anything. "If you don't want to bring it, then don't bring it. What's the big deal?" When Xiaopeng saw the other person leaving, he slid over again in a flash. "No, Su Yun." Xiaopeng said regretfully, "What a good opportunity it was just now, and you actually didn't want it." "I'm not interested in women lately." Xiaopeng. Alas, it seems that after Suyun failed to get married last time, his ex-girlfriend must have hurt him a lot. He actually started to dislike women. But that kind of thing would make anyone feel uncomfortable. Seeing that the topic had run out, he tactfully went back to continue his work. Seeing that no one was disturbing him, Suyun opened the novel app and planned to read a novel. I haven't read it since I gave you a tip last time asking for more updates. As a result, I saw that there were 36 unread chapters. In other words, apart from daily updates, she only added 30 chapters, totaling 60,000 words. After he finished reading it all, Suyun logged into QQ and prepared to tag the author to ask where the remaining updates were. A man should keep his word. If we agree on one alliance, we will update once. It has been 2 days since I saw the other person's friend request. He clicked to agree. Then he was still in the group and sent a message to the other party. Grumpy old man at Huazhu, dog author, where are my updates? 100 chapters, why are there only 30 now? Did you save the rest? Chen and Wei Jian, great, the rich man is here to urge for more updates. Mankey 1, the dog author will probably pretend to be dead, ha ha ha. Tai Bai Cat at Huazhu, get out here, your dad is calling you to update. In the community, Chen Xin, who was sitting in front of the computer typing frantically, heard a QQ message. He looked down and saw that it was Angry Brother, tagging him. He immediately pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and switched off. Huazhu at Angry Old Man, boss, I can't finish coding at all. Huazhu, I haven't slept for 3 consecutive days and I feel like I'm dying. Can you please give me a month to finish the work? Su Yun looked at the humble author's plea for mercy and smiled. He was just joking, and he didn't really force the other party to add 100 chapters. He would add as many as he could. Grumpy Brother, yes, but there is one condition. Huazhu, boss, you say, as long as I can do it, I agree to it. Chen Xin dared not offend his financial sponsor easily, as he was the one who provided him with food and clothing. You know, the income from 1 golden meng on that day was almost as much as my annual royalties. Luan Huaming, didn't he say before that if I don't update, he'll fuck the author? He. Iya Shalu, yes, Angry Brother, this is a good opportunity. 30,000 who want to improve, fuck +1. AI speechless, fuck +2. +99. Although Chen Xin knew that everyone was just talking nonsense, she was still a girl after all. Seeing the screen full of people asking others to fuck her, she couldn't help but blush. Huazhu, damn it, shut up right there. Su Yun also saw it, but he was not as good as Longan. Grumpy Old Man at Huazhu, if you dress up as a woman and send us photos in the group, I will agree. Smile, great, I support you, bro. 88. Copy and paste, and readers flood the screen with messages again. Everyone likes to see the author dressed as women the most. Chen Xin looked at Su Yun's request and hesitated. After all, they spent 100,000 yuan in real money, so this small request is not excessive. Huazhu at Angry Old Brother, can I send this to you alone? Grumpy Brother, okay. As soon as these words were spoken, the group exploded. I don't agree, I want to post it in the group. Fuck, brother actually ate alone. Alas, we have become outsiders after all. I'm going to report the author right now. I'm going to break my keyboard. Chen Xin ignored the protests of other readers in the group and would not post them in the group. Because she doesn't want to reveal her appearance and gender. After seeing that the other party had agreed to her friend request, she found a better-looking photo of herself on her phone and sent it to Su Yun. Su Yun saw that the other party sent the photo so quickly. A bit unexpected. Even if he changed his clothes immediately, it wouldn't be that fast, right? He clicked it and took a look. Huazhu, boss, I'm a woman, so I don't need to wear women as clothes, hee. Huazhu, but just watch it yourself, please don't share it with the group, okay? I don't want to be exposed. Su Yun? What do you mean, he is a woman? Only a fool would believe that. There are no good-looking women on the internet, and the people on the other side are usually big, dirty men. Grumpy Brother, I don't believe it, unless you post a selfie right now with a watermark. Huazhu, okay. Seeing that he didn't believe her, Chen Xin immediately pointed the camera at herself and took a picture of herself. Flower Pig, picture 1. Huazhu, boss, do you believe it now? Su Yun looked at the photos he had just taken with mixed feelings. I didn't expect that the author of this dog is actually a woman. The key is that she looks quite artistic and beautiful. Girls write about the rich. Su Yun couldn't help but feel doubtful. Are the erotic scenes in her novels her own fantasies or her own personal experiences? Chapter 46 Men, who doesn't like to eat seafood? After get off work, Su Yun was the first to leave. Now, working one more minute in the company is an insult to one's own system of being rich. When Sumu walked out of the office, there was no one there. Run so fast. She frowned. Was he going to look for Ning Qian again? That's right, Sumu guessed right. Su Yun had promised before that he would take Ning Qian out for a delicious meal after she felt better. So before leaving get off work today, he made an agreement with Ning Qian to wait for him downstairs of their staff dormitory and take her out for a delicious meal tonight. Looking at the time, Ning Qian put on some delicate light makeup, said goodbye to her roommates, and came to the gate of the community to wait for Su Yun. She was dressed simply tonight, just a pink short-sleeved t-shirt and a pair of wash-tight jeans. It was a casual style, but it also showed off her figure perfectly. Where it should be convex, it should be convex. Where it should be concave, it should be concave. After a while, a familiar red convertible sports car stopped in front of her. Soo-yeon smiled and said, "Beautiful lady, would you like to get in the car?" Superior. Ning Qian opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat skillfully. She smiled and said, "It's rush hour now. I thought you would wait a while. You know my skills." Soo-yeon asked, "Tell me, where do you want to eat tonight? Don't be polite with me. I have no idea." Ning Qian replied, "I'll eat wherever you take me." "Then let's go to a hot pot restaurant and ask Shangfeng to come. I heard it's good." Soo-yeon has always heard that the seafood at this hot pot restaurant is good, but he has never been there. The reason, of course, was that I was poor before. Today he could take Ning Qian with him to experience it together. Ning Qian responded. Her income was not enough to allow her to eat at expensive places, so she didn't know much about high-end restaurants. But she knew the high-altitude restaurant that Soo-yeon was talking about. "I heard that the food there is delicious and the night view is also great. I once saw Wang Shangmei post on WeChat moments about where she had eaten. I didn't expect that this time I would finally have the opportunity to experience it with Soo-yeon." An hour later, Soo-yeon took Ning Qian to their destination by elevator. When she was about to enter the store, Ning Qian subconsciously stepped back a little. This is a sign of lack of confidence in your body. It was precisely her behavior that unconsciously highlighted Soo-yeon's status. The lobby manager immediately knew who was the boss between the two. He walked up to Soo-yeon and asked, "Hello, sir. Welcome to Shangfang Hot Pot Restaurant. How many people are there?" "Just 2. As Soo-yeon walked inside, he asked, "Do you have any window seats where we can see the river view below?" "All the seats in the hall are reserved." The lobby manager replied, "But we also have a VIP room that can accommodate 10 people, from which you can also see the night view of the entire river beach. The environment is quiet and the view is better, but there may be an additional charge of 2,000 yuan for a private room." 2,000 yuan. When Ning Qian heard this, she didn't expect that the private room fee alone would be 2,000 yuan. It was too expensive. "Soo-yeon, forget it, it's the same if we just sit inside. When you come here to eat, of course you want to enjoy the seafood while looking at the river view." Soo-yeon smiled and casually said to the lobby manager, "We have a private room. Take us there." "Yes, sir." The lobby manager didn't expect the other party to agree so readily without any hesitation. I also realized that Soo-yeon was probably a rich second generation who was not short of money. Under his guidance, the two came to the exclusive VIP room, and Ning Qian's eyes lit up. There is a lot of space here. If we squeeze in, 20 people can sit down. It's such a waste to have only 2 of them sitting there now. Moreover, compared to the noise outside, the environment here is indeed much more elegant and quiet, and the decoration is also very exquisite. Ning Qian came to the window, which was a large floor-to-ceiling window. She could have a 360-degree bird's-eye view of the entire river beach area at night. It was simply breathtakingly beautiful. "Okay, let's see later." Soo-yeon casually found a seat and sat down, saying with a smile, "Let's eat first, and then watch while we eat." "Oh." Ning Qian came over and sat down next to Soo-yeon. In such a high-consumption place, it seems that only by sitting next to him can I not feel nervous and have a sense of security. Soo-yeon said to the lobby manager, "Bring over the biggest and best seafood you have. Let me take a look." "Okay." After guessing that the other party was probably a rich second generation, the lobby manager immediately asked someone to bring over the best, largest, and most expensive seafood in the store today. A moment later, under the gazes of Ning Qian and Soo-yeon, a huge king crab contained in a wooden box was pushed in. Ning Qian couldn't help but ask in surprise, "How big is this crab?" "About 20 kilograms. The lobby manager replied. Ning Qian subconsciously glanced at the label hanging under the wooden box. 30,000 yuan. A crab costs 30,000 yuan. It was also the first time that Soo-yeon saw such a big crab. One of its claws was thicker than his arm. But he acted very calmly and said casually, "Okay, I'll take this." "Yes, sir." Then, another waiter pushed in a large king crab. The lobby manager took the initiative to introduce it this time. This one weighs a full 10 kilograms, which is quite rare. It was just airlifted in today. "Okay, I want this one too." Ning Qian, who was standing by, glanced at the label out of habit and saw that the price was 8,000 yuan. One is 30,000 and the other is 8,000. Oh my god. Just these two dishes, plus the room fee, cost them more than 40,000 yuan. Then Soo-yun ordered a black abalone weighing more than 2 kilograms, a New Zealand giant lobster weighing more than 8 kilograms, and a grouper weighing more than 5 kilograms. Ning Qian already felt that she couldn't figure out how much money it would cost. Anyway, this meal must cost more than her half-year salary. When everyone went out to prepare the dishes, Ning Qian whispered, "We ordered so much, can we finish it? Seafood looks big, but once you peel the shell, there is not much meat." Soo-yun smiled and said, "Since we brought you here to eat, we should eat well. Don't overdo it later." Soon, all the processed seafood was brought in, along with various dipping sauces. At first, Ning Qian was a little reserved, afraid that she would not be ladylike and would not eat elegantly, which would embarrass Soo-yun. But when she saw Soo-yun's barbaric way of eating, holding the meat in one hand, dipping it in the sauce and taking big mouthfuls, she realized that it was possible to eat like this in a high-end restaurant. Seeing her staring at him motionlessly, Soo-yun smiled and urged, "Eat. Don't just stand there like an idiot. There are only two of us in this room. No one will see your lack of grace." Under Soo-yun's influence, Ning Qian ate seafood that she usually couldn't even think about or eat, and for the first time she ate it with abandon. Regardless of image. After all. Man, who doesn't like seafood? Both of them ate with relish. Finally, with their efforts, they successfully solved most of the problems, and only the rest were left. After eating and drinking his fill, Soo-yun moved a chair and sat leisurely in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the river view in front of him and feeling the life of a rich person. Although the balance on my card is almost 5 million, this only widens the gap between me and ordinary people. But in the eyes of truly rich people, I am probably still a poor bastard who can't be poorer. After all, any guy on the Forbes list is worth hundreds of millions. Yesterday he saw a real estate transaction news on his mobile phone, saying that an old villa in JA district was bought for more than 300 million yuan. I heard that the agency fee alone is more than 9 million. So even if he cheats, he is still a long way from being a truly wealthy person in real life. There is still a long way to go. Fortunately, I don't have any lofty ambitions, such as becoming the richest man. As long as you don't worry about money in your life, live freely and do what you want, that is enough. This is also in line with the principle of the system to do as one pleases. Ning Qian stayed beside him silently, but she didn't look at Zhang Jing, but at Soo-yun's profile. He is really different from the rich people he knows, understands, and imagines. Although he knew that she was with him because of his money, he still respected her and took care of her feelings instead of treating her as a toy for his sexual gratification. Take it when you want to use it, and throw it aside when you are done. When he was with me for the first time, he would take care of my feelings, care about my body, and even take me to eat these delicious foods. It would be great if I could follow Soo-yun like this for the rest of my life. Even if she doesn't want a formal status, she is willing to be his mistress. But she knew that was impossible. A man like Soo-yun always looks forward. What you can do is to try to make the other person like you more and stay with you longer. Chapter 47, This little look is like a baby asking for milk. Am I handsome? In the private room, Soo-yun suddenly turned to Ning Qian and said, "Why are you staring at me instead of just enjoying the night view here? I think you look better than the night view." Ning Qian smiled a little embarrassedly and said, "Thank you for bringing me here today." "Thank you is for outsiders." Soo-yun stood up and asked, "Do you like the night view here?" "I like it." Ning Qian answered honestly, "I saw a colleague of ours post on his WeChat moments about eating here, but it wasn't in a private room, it was outside. Although I said I didn't care, I was thinking in my heart, I wish I could come here to eat and enjoy the night view one day. So I helped you realize your wish today? Well, it's done." Ning Qian said happily, "Because of you, I ate more expensive food than her, sat in a more expensive place than her, and saw a better night view than her. As long as you like it." Soo-yun put his arm around her and said, "I'll get you a membership card here later and put some money into it. When you're free, you can bring your colleagues here to eat. So that they know that even though Ning Qian worships money, she worships a reliable man." "Thank you. You said thank you to me again, you deserve a beating." Soo-yun pretended to be angry, slapped Ning Qian's buttocks twice, and threatened, "If you say that again, I will take off your pants and beat you." "Really?" Ning Qian looked expectant. Soo-yun. After experiencing it for the first time, the woman who tasted the sweetness feels really bitter. This little look is like a baby asking for milk. Let's go, eat and drink and go home. Soo-yeon pressed the service bell, and a moment later, the lobby manager knocked on the door and walked in. "Hello, Mr. Soo, how can I help you?" "Let's pay the bill." "Okay." The lobby manager smiled and said, "Mr. Soo, your total spending today is 53,000 yuan. If you are a member, you can enjoy a 10% discount. Can I get one now?" "Okay." The lobby manager explained, "We have 3 types of membership. One is the ordinary member, who has no deposit requirement and pays as much as he or she eats in the restaurant, and enjoys a 9.7% discount. One is the platinum membership card, which requires a top-up of 50,000 yuan to open, and you can enjoy a 10% discount on in-store purchases. There is also a brick and stone membership card, which requires a top-up of 100,000 yuan to open and enjoy a 15% discount. Mr. Soo, which one do you want to do?" "The third one." Soo-yeon said without hesitation, "Top up 200,000 yuan for me." "Okay, Mr. Soo." The lobby manager said happily, "I'll take you to the front desk right away." Arriving at the cashier counter, Soo-yeon swiped his card and successfully applied for a Brickstone membership card. Life is like a huge game. The host casually applied for a Brickstone membership card in the restaurant, becoming the most distinguished guest here and receiving a cash reward of 400,000. Bank card balance, 5.05 million. Soo-yeon listened to the system voice in his head and knew that his savings had exceeded 5 million. In the past, if I wanted to have a savings of 5 million, there was no other possibility except winning the lottery. But what about lottery? Anyone who has read a little and has a brain knows that this is a blatant cheating game. It's like playing rock paper scissors with the crops, but you have to be half an hour ahead of them. What do you say you win? Otherwise, guess why it is a charity organization and called Welfare Lottery. When you buy lottery tickets, you are doing welfare and donating to charity. Anyone who buys lottery tickets and fantasizes about winning the jackpot should be dragged out and shot. Their intentions are impure. When we do good things, we should not ask for anything in return. This is also the reason why Soo-yeon never bought lottery tickets over the years. Because his heart is not pure, he buys lottery tickets really because he wants to win, not because he wants to do good deeds. "Mr. Soo, your meal money has just been deducted from your card." The lobby manager said respectfully, "Next time you come to eat, you can use this card to jump the queue and make an appointment in advance, and you can also pay directly with the card." "Okay, I understand." After coming out of the restaurant, Soo-yeon casually handed the card to Ning-chien and said, "Take it. Don't lose it, or you'll go hungry." "Yeah." Ning-chien took the membership card, which had more money than the balance in her bank card, and carefully put it in her bag. "You can lose your own bank card, but you can't lose this card. Because this card has no password, anyone can use it to pay for meals." Ning-chien really wanted to complain to the store, saying the card setting was too unscientific. What if I drop this card and someone picks it up? Not safe at all. In fact, she didn't know that as a rich person, she thought that if the membership card was lost, it was lost. It didn't cost much money anyway, so she didn't care at all. What's more, although the card has no password, anyone can use it to make purchases. However, every time you go to the store to make a purchase, you must swipe your card to register in advance, and the system will automatically send a message to the card owner's mobile phone. If the card owner does not allow it, a phone call can lock the card and make it unusable. "Come on, I'll take you home." When he returned home in the evening, Soo-yeon opened the roof of his car for the first time on Bingjiang Road, and it instantly turned into a convertible sports car. The red convertible was so cool that it attracted a lot of attention along the way. Ning-chien sat in the car, the evening breeze blowing on her face was very cool. Going to a high-end restaurant for dinner and going home in a luxury sports car was something she had never thought of before. But because I met Soo-yeon, all this became possible. She no longer needs to envy anyone. She wished the car would just keep driving on, with no end in sight. But the reality is cruel. An hour and a half later, the car stopped steadily at the gate of her dormitory complex. Ning-chien's eyes were as charming as silk, and she asked reluctantly, "You really don't need me to accompany you tonight?" She felt her body change since the last time. Especially in that aspect, it is no longer dispensable as before, but full of expectations. "We need to take the path of sustainable development. You don't want me to die of exhaustion, do you?" Soo-yeon smiled and refused, "Please restrain yourself first. Let me rest for a few days, and then I'll fight you again." Ning-chien nodded and immediately smiled, "I hope you won't think I'm greedy and keep eating." "Don't worry, there's enough." Soo-yun said as he took out a cell phone from the trunk of the car and handed it over, saying, "When I was buying my own cell phone today, I noticed that yours seemed to be quite old, so I might as well buy you a white one." "Thank you." Ning Qian hugged Soo-yun happily and kissed him again. Soo-yun was slightly angry. "Thank you again? Ha ha ha." Ning Qian got out of the car and said happily, "I was wrong. Next time we meet, you don't have to do it. I will take the punishment on my own initiative." Soo-yun. Chapter 48. You still said you didn't seduce me. When Ning Qian returned home, her roommates looked at her in surprise. "Why are you back?" "My colleagues said, we all thought you wouldn't be back after your date tonight." "If I don't come back, where will I go?" Ning Qian smiled and replied, "Let's go have dinner tonight. We saw the circle of friends you posted." Colleagues gathered around and asked with envy, "Did Mr. Su really take you to the upper room to eat seafood? It can still be fake." Ning Qian couldn't help but laugh and said, "Could it be that I photoshopped it myself?" "No, it was Wang Shangmei who said in the group that your picture was fake." My colleague explained, "She just went there last time and said that you can't see the night view from that angle from the restaurant upstairs. I guess she's sitting outside in the hall." Ning Qian pretended to be casual and said, "We are sitting in the VIP room today. The room fee alone is 2,000 yuan. Of course, the view is different from outside. So that's how it is." When the colleagues heard this, they were extremely envious. Another asked, "How much does that big crab, the king crab, weigh in your circle of friends? It looks really big to me. One is 20 kilograms, and the other is 10 kilograms. Wow, that must be expensive." Ning Qian smiled and replied, "Not bad. I remember one costing over 30,000 and the other over 8,000. Everyone. Someone asked in surprise, "Then the two of you spent tens of thousands of dollars on your meal tonight, didn't it?" "Yeah, more than 50,000. Everyone. Ning Qian thought about what Soo-yun had said before and said with a smile, "When I'm free someday, I'll take you guys out for a meal." "Real?" Everyone was surprised and said, "It's so expensive there." "It's okay if someone else treats us, but it's too extravagant for us to eat there by ourselves." "It's okay, I have money." Ning Qian boasted happily, "Soo-yun gave me a membership card with a 200,000 yuan credit limit. He told me to take you guys to try the seafood hot pot there when I have time. It's really good. Oh my god, he's so nice to you, he even gave you a membership card with a 200,000 yuan credit limit." No one wanted to express envy anymore. "Yeah, we can go eat now. Finally, we don't have to endure the wrath of that woman Wang Shangmei all day long." They hugged Ning Qian and said happily, "Xiao Qian, you are so kind. We love you so much." After watching Ning Qian enter the community, Soo-yun prepared to go back. When I was halfway through the drive, Li Jinshu called me. "Hello, where are you?" "I'm finishing my meal and getting ready to go home." Soo-yun teased, "What's wrong? You're calling me right now. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by your best friend?" "She's not at home today. She went back to her parents' house." Li Jinshu smiled and said, "I'm alone at home tonight, so I probably won't be back." "Alone? What do you mean?" Soo-yun smiled and asked, "Did you miss me?" "No." Li Jinshu said coquettishly, "The water heater at home is broken. I don't know why it's not producing hot water, and I can't call a technician. Would you like to come over and help me take a look?" "Okay." Soo-yun hesitated for a moment, then agreed, "It just so happens that I have something to give you." Li Jinshu asked doubtfully, "What is that?" "You'll find out soon." Soo-yun hung up the phone, turned the car around and drove directly towards Jinyuan. Soon, he arrived at the gate of the community. Although the license plate was not entered, the security guard at the door did not make things difficult for him when he saw that it was a luxury car. He asked a few questions casually and then opened the gate and let Soo-yun in. As expected of a high-end residential complex, as soon as Soo-yun entered the garage, he discovered that there wasn't a single cheap car parked there, with the cheapest costing over 300,000 yuan. Not only that, the parking spaces are much wider than those in ordinary communities, so there will be no situation where two cars cannot be opened after being parked side by side. The ground was also very clean and reflective. This made Soo-yun's desire to buy a new house much stronger. "But I only have 5 million, which is enough for daily use. But when it comes to buying a house, I really can't afford a house that is too good or too big." At least as far as he knew, the large flat where Sumu and her friends were living now had 2 households per elevator and cost more than 30,000 yuan per square meter. Each apartment was probably over 230 square meters, which would cost more than 600 to 700 million yuan. Fortunately, the houses here had not been sold out yet, so Suyun parked in a temporary parking space and took the elevator upstairs. Sumu's house is on the 19th floor, room 2. It was Suyun's first time here, and he knocked on the door. After hearing this, Li Jinshu, who was sitting on the sofa, walked over barefoot, took a look through the peephole, and after confirming that it was Suyun, he opened the door with confidence. She laughed and said, "How did you get here so quickly? I'm afraid you won't have water to take a bath. It's too hot." Suyun took out an unopened mobile phone from behind and handed it to her, saying, "This is the phone I gave you. It's far ahead in cyan. I think it suits you very well. Why did you give me a cell phone if you had nothing to do? I bought a cell phone, and I bought you one as well. It's a couple's pair, I guess." Suyun smiled and said, "I'm black. Who wants to use couple's money with you?" Li Jinshu refused, but still accepted it. He smiled and asked, "What if Sumu finds out? If you don't tell me, who would know that this is a couple's edition?" Seeing that she was barefoot, Suyun bent down and picked her up in a princess hug, then walked into the house. "What are you doing?" Li Jinshu was immediately embarrassed and angry and said, "I didn't ask you to come here for that reason. The water heater is really broken. What are you thinking about? I'm a serious person." Suyun hugged her and said with a smile, "I want to tell you not to run barefoot on the ground in the future, otherwise your feet will get rough." "None of your business." "Of course it's my business." Suyun said, "I will feel uncomfortable playing with it in the future, so be careful." A second later, Li Jinshu seemed to have thought of something, and his face suddenly turned red. He said, "You big pervert. If I wasn't a pervert, would you have slept with me yesterday?" After Suyun put Li Jinshu down with a smile, he realized something and looked at the other person meaningfully. "And you said you didn't seduce me." A sexy white silk suspender pajamas with exposed waist and a super short nightgown, the translucent material makes her perfect figure faintly visible. The most important thing is that she seemed to be wearing nothing underneath her clothes. It's the same up and down. Just ask yourself, under normal circumstances, which woman would dress like this in front of a man? What a beautiful and scheming girl, I love her, I love her. Li Jinshu was standing in front of the sofa when he suddenly felt Suyun's aggressive gaze and thought that he was aroused by lust. She took a few steps back and immediately smiled warily. "Why are you looking at me like that? I'm warning you, don't do anything reckless, or I'll yell. If you want to pretend, just pretend as hard as you can. I'm waiting for you to take me to fix the water heater." Suyun was not in a hurry either. He pretended to be calm and smiled, "Hurry up, I have to go back after it's fixed." Li Jinshu. On this point, he actually misunderstood Li Jinshu. Because he didn't know that the other person always dressed like this at home and it had become a habit. In addition, she and Suyun had already been frank with each other yesterday, so she subconsciously no longer had any reservations. That's why this situation happened, and I didn't realize it at all. Li Jinshu took Suyun to the kitchen where the water heater was hung, and then said, "Look, when I turned on the hot water in the kitchen, the water heater kept beeping and wouldn't ignite, and then the display panel showed EOE. Is it possible that the water heater is broken and I need to buy a new one? The water heater is really broken." Suyun turned around and said, "Don't worry, find me a bench so I can see what's going on." Chapter 49 Suyun, why is there a hole here? In a villa in Jiangcheng, after Sumu and his father finished their meal, they sat together in the living room, watching TV and chatting. She comes back once a month. Sumu was browsing his phone idly when he suddenly saw a post from a friend. Looking at the profile picture, it seemed to be Ning Qian, the shopping guide at Gucci. She only sent a message, "Happiness is simple. There are delicious food, beautiful night views, and the guy I love." Then below is a 9-square diagram. Sumu clicked on it and took a look. In addition to various seafood and the night view of the river beach, there was also a group photo. But apart from herself, the other person's face was not shown. There was only a figure sitting with his back to her, looking at the night view outside. How could Sumu not recognize that figure? It must be Suyun. Humph, he went to eat at a roadside stall again. Xiao Mu. Su Jianxian looked at his only daughter, looking somewhat absent-minded, and asked, "How is your work going recently?" Just like that, repeating the same work every day. Sumu said, "My cousin hasn't been in the company for a long time. After you got divorced, you didn't want to stay in our company and wanted to go to your cousin's company. Dad didn't force you. Su Jianchang said, but it's been more than 2 years. Shouldn't you also consider your own affairs? Yes, Su Mu. Xue Meiqi, the stepmother in her 40s, also advised, there is always work to be done. Women should still focus on their families. While you are still young, find someone you like. Don't worry about my affairs, Aunt Xue. Su Mu smiled meaningfully and said, I'm living a good life now and don't want to think about these things for the time being. You should worry more about your brother. He will graduate from university and return home soon. You have to train him carefully, otherwise how will you take over my father's company in the future? Xue Meiqi was the second woman he married after his mother died, and she gave birth to a son for the Su family. From then on, the father doted on his youngest son. Of course, she was not treated unfairly in life. Isn't the reason why Xue Meiqi is so anxious to marry herself off because she is afraid that she'll return to the company and take away her son's future position? Obviously, they both knew the truth and hated each other, but they still had to act in front of their father. Of course, Xue Meiqi heard the other party's sarcasm and was not willing to be outdone. She immediately pretended to be a little embarrassed and said with a little grievance, Su Mu, don't get me wrong, I am really doing this for your own good. I have no intention of letting Su Bei take your place. Your father's things, my Xiao Bei and I will not take a single cent. I just saw your dad worrying about your happiness all day long, and I couldn't bear it, so I helped him persuade you. If you don't like it, I won't say it anymore. Su Mu. Su Jianzhong looked at his wife being bullied by his daughter and immediately said displeasedly, how do you talk to your Aunt Xue? She is your elder after all. Dad, I'm just talking nicely. Su Mu said calmly, I am telling Aunt Xue that I am not interested in your things, so that she doesn't have to worry and put her mind at ease. Don't let Aunt Xue hurt my brother and I because of your things. My things, I give them to whoever I want. You can't just take them when you want them and take them when you don't want them. Su Jianzhong's face suddenly turned unhappy, and he said, now, I'm talking to you about the rest of your life. You're a girl, not even 30 years old, and you don't want to get married. How can that be possible? Your Aunt Xue helps you look for a partner every day for your sake, and finally helps you find a boy with good looks, character, and family background. You have to agree to this matter even if you don't agree to it. Su Mu, no matter what you think of me, your dad is always good to you, and what he said makes sense, so don't be angry with your dad. Xue Meiqi said on the side, whether you like this man or not, why don't you get in touch with him first? If it's suitable, then it's suitable. If not, we won't force it. Okay. Looking at his father's expression, Su Mu finally compromised and said, send the other party's contact information to my phone later. I will go to meet him when I am free. You have to be serious and don't try to fool us. Dad. Su Mu was also unhappy and said, if you are like this every time I come back to have dinner with you, I will change it to come back once every 2 months. Old Su, you should stop talking. Su Mu has already agreed. Xue Meiqi acted as a good person in the middle and advised, they are father and daughter, don't make it like they are enemies. The children are so old, they have their own ideas and their own perspectives. Hearing Xue Meiqi talk about this, Su Jianzhong got angry and said, I believed her eyes and listened to her ideas, so I let her marry a Phoenix man. What happened in the end? We got divorced within 3 years, and that man even swindled a large sum of money out of the company. Su Mu was young and ignorant at that time, but he must be much better now. Xue Meiqi said, Old Su, if you trust me, don't worry about Su Mu's marriage. Leave it to me. Okay, I'll leave this to you from now on. Su Jianzhong glanced at his daughter, then stood up and said, I'll go upstairs first. You two can chat slowly. Su Mu, don't bother with your father. He has just this kind of temper. Xue Meiqi said to Su Mu with a pleasant face, you are the one who makes the decision on your life. Aunt Xue will protect you, but you still have to do some superficial work to appease your father. Su Mu looked at the beautiful woman who was already in her 40s but still had charm, and couldn't help but sigh that she had taken really good care of herself. No wonder he has made his dad so obsessed with him. I understand my father's temper, so there's no need for Aunt Xue to comfort me. She smiled and said, since he's angry, he probably doesn't want to see me upset. I won't sleep here today. I'll go back first. If my dad asks about it later, tell him. It's so late, why don't you stay and sleep? Su Mu glanced at her expression as if she was about to get up and see him off, and replied, don't act when my dad's not around. I'm tired just watching you. After saying that, she turned around and walked outside in a leisurely manner. Xue Meiqi walked him all the way to the door before turning around and leaving. The expression on her face instantly turned cold. Sumu is a very smart woman. No matter how she acts over the years, she can never deceive the other party. Fortunately, the other party seems to be really not interested in the family company. But just in case, for the sake of her son, she still had to be wary of the other party. On the way home, Sumu sat in his BMW, feeling calm. She really didn't care about the family company at all. It was Aunt Shui who treated her as an enemy on her own will. She actually has a pretty good relationship with her half-brother Subei. She had long planned to hand over the company's affairs to the other party in the future, otherwise she would not have taken the initiative to work in her cousin's company. This in itself is a manifestation of attitude. But that stupid woman Shui Meichi didn't see through it at all. If one day she really makes me angry, I will just snatch it from her. At Sumu's house, Su Yun and Li Jinshu didn't know that Sumu had already driven back. They were still in the kitchen, trying to fix the broken water heater. Chapter 50: A woman who says one thing and means another. Sumu drove back to the community and parked the car in the garage. Suddenly, he saw a red sports car not far away. Look at the license plate number again. Isn't this Su Yun's car? She walked over curiously and looked inside the car. No one. How come Su Yun's car was in the garage of his own community? Thinking about Ning Qian's circle of friends tonight. Logically speaking, he should be fooling around with Ning Qian at this time. Don't understand. So she picked up the phone and called Su Yun, intending to ask what was going on. Su Yun and Li Jinshu were working hard to fix the water heater when they heard a cell phone ring in the living room. He said to Li Jinshu, "Just watch over it for a while. I'll go take the call." Because the water heater kept leaking the more he repaired it, he got soaked all over. So he just took off his shirt. He walked into the living room naked, picked up his phone and looked again. It was Sumu calling. "Why is she calling me so late?" Su Yun answered, "Sister, you're calling me so late, are you missing me? I'm not interrupting you, am I?" "No." Su Yun glanced back at Li Jinshu, who was still blocking the water, and said with a smile, "She should be able to hold on for a while, what do you think?" Sumu blushed. As she listened to Su Yun's words, a scene of a 404 error immediately appeared in her mind. "I'm telling you, I just saw your car in our community garage." Sumu said unhappily, "What's going on? Are you in our neighborhood? Community garage, my car?" Su Yun was stunned, then reacted immediately. Sumu was back and has already entered the garage. "Ha? Hello, hello, sister, what did you say? My signal here is bad." After Su Yun finished speaking, he quickly hung up the phone. He is not afraid at all, but Li Jinshu was afraid. Sumu listened to Su Yun talking to himself on the phone, and then hung up the phone, and shook his head speechlessly. "If you don't want to answer, just say so. You're pretending the signal is bad. How childish." "Forget it, he is busy now and probably can't take care of his car." Sumu put away the phone and walked towards the elevator. At home, Li Jinshu asked curiously in the kitchen, "Who called just now?" "Sumu's." "Why did she call you?" Su Yun smiled and said, "She seems to have come back and said she saw my car in the garage." Ah. When he heard it was Sumu, Li Jinshu's mind became highly focused. Especially after hearing that the other party was already in the garage, he was so scared that he let go and ran out without caring whether there was any water leakage. "Why is she back?" "You ask me, how do I know?" Su Yun wasn't afraid at all. Looking at the nervous Li Jinshu, he gloated, "Didn't you tell me she wouldn't be back tonight?" "Yeah, usually she doesn't come back after she goes back." "Then I'll be leaving first." "Why are you leaving?" Li Jinshu pulled Su Yun and said, "She's probably already in the elevator by now. What if you run into her when you go out? Then you say, 'I can't jump from the 19th floor.'" Li Jinshu suddenly thought of something and said, "Hide in my room quickly. And your clothes and the shoes at the door, take them all in, hurry up." With Li Jinshu's help, Su Yun was hidden in her bedroom. She then closed the door and warned him, "Don't come out until I call you." As soon as she finished speaking, she heard the sound of the electronic lock opening the door. Li Jinshu stared at the door, his heart immediately hanging in his throat, ready to jump out at any time. Soon, the door opened and Sumu walked in carrying a bag. When he looked up, he saw Li Jinshu standing in the living room, staring at him and said with a smile, "What are you doing?" "No." Li Jinshu smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to come back today. It was a last-minute decision." Sumu looked at his wet hair and slightly damp pajamas, which made his already exposed body even more obvious. She asked puzzledly, "What did you do?" "I was just about to take a shower and go to bed, but the water heater broke." Lee Jinshu lied, "I was trying to fix it just now, but I didn't finish it and got soaked." So we can't take a shower tonight?" "That should be it." Lee Jinshu suddenly had an idea and suggested, "If you can't sleep without taking a shower, you can drive back to your parents' house to sleep." "If you hadn't told me earlier, I would have come back." Sumu changed his shoes, went into the house and changed into pajamas, then came to the living room and said, "It's okay for the night, I'll find someone to fix it tomorrow." "Oh." As Sumu was talking, he suddenly saw a car key on the coffee table. It was a Porsche. She turned to Lee Jinshu and asked in confusion, "Whose keys are these Porsches?" Lee Jinshu's palms tightened when he saw it. "Oh no, I forgot to bring my car keys." Just as she was trying to come up with an excuse, Sumu asked suspiciously, "Could it be Soo-yeon's? I saw his car in the garage just now." "Yes, it's his." Lee Jinshu quickly took the keys and said with an awkward smile, "I had something urgent to do today, so I borrowed his car." "Why did you borrow his car?" Sumu said, "If you need a car, just tell me and I'll be fine." "Not really, I just happened to come across it and borrowed it." "So that's how it is." "I was wondering why his car was in our garage." Sumu stood up and said with a smile, "Okay, it's getting late. I'm going to wash up and rest. Do you still want to watch TV? I'm ready for bed, too." "Okay, good night." Soo-yeon, who was hiding in the bedroom, listened to the conversation between her two best friends outside the living room and found it a little funny. Obviously, he and Sumu had nothing to do with each other, but because of Lee Jinshu, it seemed like the two of them were secretly having an affair behind Sumu's back, which was very exciting. Just as he was lying on the bed, the door suddenly opened a crack. Lee Jinshu flashed in and immediately closed the door, fearing that Sumu outside would see what was happening inside. Seeing Soo-yeon lying on her bed, she whispered, "Why are you sleeping on my bed? Come down quickly, you're all wet." "It's okay, I took off my pants." Soo-yeon held the quilt with one hand and said with a smile, "Do you want me to show you? Who wants to look at you, you big pervert?" Lee Jinshu sat on the corner of the bed and said, "I don't like watching it at all, so I have no sexual interest in you." A woman who says one thing and means another. Soo-yeon looked at Lee Jinshu and couldn't help but say, "Look at what you're wearing now. Who would dress like you when they ask someone to repair their water heater? Especially now that your clothes are wet, what difference does it make whether you wear them or not?" Hearing this, Lee Jinshu looked down and said angrily, "You're the one who did this." Chapter 51, Oh, Another Day of Losing Energy. In Lee Jinshu's room, the two sat opposite each other. One is naked, the other is wet, and the atmosphere is somewhat ambiguous. Soo-yeon smiled and asked, "What should I do now? Should I just hide in your room?" "Yes." Lee Jinshu nodded and said, "Wait until Susu falls asleep, then you can leave quietly. The night is long, so what should we do now?" Lee Jinshu sat on the edge of the bed and asked, "What do you want to do?" "Don't you know what I want to do?" Shameless. See, you think the same as I do. Soo-yeon is not Lu Xiaohui. Who can bear it when Lee Jinshu stands in front of her like this? Damn, just empty it out and get through tonight first. It's never too late to start maintaining your health from tomorrow. He reached out and grabbed Lee Jinshu, covering her with the blanket. Seconds later, her clothes were thrown out and fell to the ground. A few minutes later, Sumu finished washing up, and when he passed by Lee Jinshu's door, he seemed to hear someone talking. She knocked on the door. "Jinshu, who are you talking to? It's really amazing to have someone next door. Both exciting and shameful. Just let them both increase their attack speed and maximize their horsepower." After a moment, the happy game ended. The two of them hugged each other for a while, and after confirming that Sumu was really asleep, Lee Jinshu said to Soo-yeon, "Okay, put on your clothes and leave quietly." "Aren't you going to see me off?" "I have no strength left, and my legs are numb from squatting." "You walk by yourself." Lee Jinshu shyly warned, "Remember to be quiet when you go out, don't wake up Sumu, otherwise I will never let you go." "Oh." Soo-yeon chuckled and said, "Next time you wanna go, come to my house." "There's no one there." "There won't be a next time." Lee Jinshu blared and said, "Don't even think about it. You said the same thing last time." Soo-yeon smiled and pretended to threaten, "Believe it or not, today." "Again?" Li Jinshu turned over, lying sideways on the bed, and said with a provocative smile, "Come on, I don't care, I'm just afraid that you will be exhausted." You're so cruel. Soo-yun rubbed his waist and refused to be a hero. Oh, another day of losing energy. Ever since he went from being a poor man to a wealthy man, he no longer has to worry about money, but there are too many temptations around him and he can't bear it. I don't know if this system has any rewards for strengthening the kidneys. I really lack it. Soo-yun put on his clothes, opened the door, illuminated it with his mobile phone screen, and left quickly in the dark. After coming out, he realized that he had left his car keys behind. Well, the car can't be driven. There was no choice but to leave the community and take the bus home by himself. Let's leave the car here for now. Just when Soo-yun was feeling depressed, he suddenly saw an advertisement for a house for sale when passing by the community information board. It was posted by the real estate company. The location was actually right opposite Sumu, which was another house on the 19th floor. And the price is actually a little cheaper than the market price, only more than 20,000 yuan per square meter. Soo-yun thought, isn't he just thinking about buying a house? Suddenly I felt a little excited. Or, just buy one here. Anyway, it's only more than 6 million. When the time comes, whether I have something to do or not, maybe I can even visit the neighbor next door in the middle of the night. It seems like it would be good no matter whose room I can enter at that time. However, there is only more than 5 million in my card, so I need to spend it as I please to make up for it. But to be on the safe side, he wrote down the contact information of the real estate salesperson and planned to call him tomorrow to inquire about the situation. The next morning, when Li Jinshu got up, he felt happy both physically and mentally, and his face was obviously much rosier than before. A woman is a flower. After being moisturized by the mysterious substance, it will only bloom more beautifully. Therefore, medical beauty for women has never been about skin care products or SPA. In terms of effectiveness, it is not as practical as relaxing the whole body and mind and letting others give you an injection of mysterious medicine. Sumu also discovered this. She asked with some confusion, "Jinshu, I noticed that your skin has improved a lot in the past 2 days. It looks much more supple. Have you switched to a different brand of skincare lotion?" "No." Li Jinshu reached out and touched his face, feeling a little guilty. "Maybe it's because I didn't stay up late these past 2 days, so I went to bed early. See, I told you before not to stay up late, it's bad for your skin, but you didn't believe me." While preparing breakfast, Sumu smiled and said, "Now you know I didn't lie to you, right?" Li Jinshu. "By the way, did you get up in the middle of the night last night?" Sumu asked. "I seemed to hear the door opening and the sound in the living room." "Ah." Li Jinshu immediately replied, "I did get up once. I was thirsty and drank some water." "Oh, I see." Sumu laughed and said, "I thought there was a thief in the house last night. Remember to turn on the light next time you go out. I'm afraid of disturbing your rest. Will you come with me, or?" Sumu suddenly remembered that Soo-yun's car was still in Li Jinshu's hands and asked, "Forget it, you can drive my car to the company later. I'll drive Soo-yun's car and I can help you return it to him." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Li Jinshu only remembered in the morning that Soo-yun left in a hurry last night and forgot to take the car keys, resulting in the car still being left in the garage. Thinking of him taking a taxi back in the middle of the night, I couldn't help but smile. "Why did you start laughing while eating?" Seeing this, Sumu asked in confusion, "Eat breakfast, why are you laughing alone?" "Nothing." Li Jinshu smiled and said, "I was wondering if you were going to talk to Soo-yun under the pretext of helping me return the car." Sumu. "Susu, I am your best friend." Li Jinshu asked tentatively, "Tell me, are you interested in Soo-yun?" Facing the question from her best friend, Sumu shook her head, "No." "Really?" Li Jinshu pouted and said, "I don't believe it." "Well, a little bit, then." Sumu thought about it again and admitted, "But I still can't say I like you, and I haven't thought about this issue. Besides, I'm 3 years older than him, so it's not suitable after all." "Oh." Li Jinshu felt much less guilty after hearing this. "If that's the case, then I'm not too bad." Chapter 52. Don't say it, he is handsome and quite honest. In the dining room, Sumu looked at her best friend suspiciously and asked tentatively, "Are you having feelings for Soo-yun?" "Honestly." Li Jinshu hesitated for a moment, then said while eating bread, "He is indeed my ideal type. He is handsome, rich, and has a good personality. He can help me avoid 20 years of detours." "So you really like him?" Li Jinshu said casually, even if I like him, he may not want me. It's not easy to get into a wealthy family. Really? Sumu thought about the ambiguity between herself and Su Yun, and the entanglement between him and Ning Qian. After thinking it over again and again, she decided to persuade her best friend to give up. She said, Jinshu, Su Yun is a good man, but he is not a loyal person. If you are with him, you will probably get hurt. I know, I'll tell you. Li Jinshu smiled and said, don't worry, Susu, I won't chase Su Yun and compete with you for a man. Who robbed you? After hearing this, Sumu couldn't help but laugh and said, whoever wants it can take it. As long as she can tie his heart, even if she has the ability. Li Jinshu. Sumu ate first, left his keys to Li Jinshu, and took Su Yun's car keys. Then he drove Su Yun's 911 towards the company. Li Jinshu was alone at home, eating breakfast, feeling a little conflicted. Through this morning's test, she became more and more certain that Susu's feelings for Su Yun were not as simple as friendship. I guess I'm a little fond of each other. Although she refused to admit it, they were best friends and knew each other very well. But my current relationship with Su Yun. I clearly said that it was just that time at the bar and I would ignore him from then on, but they did it again last night. Still at home, still when Sumu was sleeping next door. I am a bad best friend. No, I must restrain myself. There can't be a next time. Li Jinshu warned himself, this is only the first time, not the third time. From now on, no matter what Su Yun says, I must not agree to him. Thinking of this, she suddenly remembered that she had not taken any emergency measures. So she quickly ran back to her room, took out the medicine from her bag, and only felt relieved after taking one. She also knew that eating this thing was bad for the body, but there was no other way, there was no preparation at home, so she can only do this for now. Sumu is beautiful and has good temperament. When she drives a convertible 911 on the street, she can attract more people's attention than Su Yun. If Su Yun saw the scene, he would probably cry. It's not that Sumu wants to show off like those young ladies who rent cars, but she has never experienced what it's like to drive a convertible sports car, so she tried it today. It feels good. At least looking at everyone's envious eyes can easily satisfy a woman's vanity. Sumu also understood a social problem. No wonder so many women would rather be fucked and cry in a sports car than laugh in the back seat of an electric scooter. Because she was lucky, she had never been short of money since she was a child. She was one of those people who were not as good as the rich but better off than the poor. So some of them can't quite empathize. Before entering the company building's garage, Sumu raised the roof of her car to avoid being seen by acquaintances. Then she found a parking spot close to the elevator. As soon as she got out of the car and closed the door, she ran into Song Xiaowei, a new colleague in the company. Today she took a ride with a male colleague from the company. Song Xiaowei looked at Sumu and greeted him with a warm smile. Good morning, Manager Su. Well, good morning. Sumu nodded with a smile, then walked towards the elevator. Company colleagues and Song Xiaowei did not choose to take the elevator with Sumu, but chose the next one. Most office workers are like this. They don't want to ride in the same elevator with their boss, just like when they were studying, they didn't want to meet their teacher. An old colleague looked at the Porsche 911 with envy in his eyes and said, Manager Su has a new car again. It looks great. In fact, it's not surprising that everyone doesn't know that this car belongs to Su Yun. After all, he rarely leaves work with everyone now. Either leave early or leave late. The only one who knew about this car was his supervisor Li, and it was impossible for him to promote it everywhere in the company. When Song Xiaowei heard this, she realized that the car really belonged to Manager Su. Not that Su Yun. Not to mention, he's handsome and honest. At least not vain. Song Xiaowei asked curiously, is Director Su's family rich? No. Facing the beautiful woman's question, the male colleague whispered, I'm telling you, don't tell anyone else. Manager Su definitely can't afford it with his salary. The male colleague replied, I heard from them that Supervisor Su is actually our boss's mistress and is being kept. Song Xiaowei. When Sumu arrived at the company, he looked around and found that this guy was late again. I had to put the car keys in my pocket and go back to my office first. As an intern, Song Xiaowei had nothing to do on the first day, but today she seemed a little busy. The reason for all this is because of Su Yun. Because he didn't assign her any tasks, she had no idea what to do in the company and was idle. Women are very jealous. Because of her appearance, she attracted the attention of many single men in the company, which made other female colleagues feel uncomfortable. So, when other female colleagues saw that she had nothing to do, they started to ask her to do other chores in the office. For example, copying documents, picking up express deliveries, delivering things, or helping to adjust forms, etc. As for the old employees, they prefer to order the newcomers to do their own things at the beginning, because they went through the same thing when they were newcomers. Song Xiaowei originally thought that since they were all colleagues, she might as well help out since she had nothing to do anyway. But one thing after another, they all made her do what she wanted. Song Xiaowei tried to do it for a while, but finally couldn't help it. She knocked on the door and came directly to Sumu's office. "Manager Su, I have something to tell you." Sumu looked up at the girl he had just recruited and asked, "What's the matter? Can I have someone else to follow?" Song Xiaowei said dissatisfiedly, "It was agreed that I was recruited as an intern host, but now I am only doing some odd jobs and have no activities at all." "Okay, I understand." Sumu asked, "Do you have anything else?" "There is none left." Sumu said, "Then you go out. When Suyin comes, please ask her to come in so I can ask about the situation." "Okay, thank you, Director Su." Chapter 53. I'm sorry, I've already kissed you. Suyin slept late again today. After returning from Li Jinshu's place in the middle of the night last night, I slept very soundly and didn't even think about setting the alarm clock. After becoming rich, he really seemed to not care about the small matter of perfect attendance. After all, the worst that could happen is being fired. Stay if you can, leave if you can't. He should have been pursuing poetry in distant places long ago. But for the sake of his mother, he still has to make a transition first, accumulate some wealth, and then go out and have fun. By the time I arrived at the company, it was almost 10 o'clock in the morning. He also ran into Manager Li head-on. Suyin originally thought that he would probably be scolded by him again, but Manager Li acted as if he didn't see him, said nothing, walked straight past him and returned to his office. He used to confront me when we met before, but now when he sees me, he avoids me. However, if I were Manager Li, I would probably do the same. Because you can't win the argument, and the other party is afraid, so in the end you are the one who is embarrassed. After arriving at his workstation, Suyin thought about buying a house. They should be at work now, so I'll call them and ask what's going on. Soon, the call was connected and it was a man. "Hello?" Suyin asked, "Excuse me, is this the sales center of Haiyun Real Estate?" "Yes, I'm the sales manager here, my name is Wan Kuei." The other party asked, "Excuse me, do you have anything to consult? I see your company has a flat on the 19th floor for sale in Building B of Jinyuan?" "Yes, sir." On the phone, the salesperson named Wan Kuei immediately smiled and became enthusiastic when he heard that the other party was interested in the luxury house. "He hasn't placed any orders for half a month. Sir, if you're interested, I can come pick you up right now. I guarantee you'll like this house, and it's cheap. It's a rare opportunity." "Maybe not now, I won't have time until noon." Suyin said, "If it's okay after seeing it, I'll book the house." "No problem, sir." On the phone, Wan Kuei said happily, "Can I ask what your name is, sir?" "Su Yun." "Then Mr. Su, I'll contact you again at noon. Goodbye." "Good." When Song Xiaowei came out of the office, she happened to see Su Yun coming to the company. She quickly came to Su Yun and was speechless when she saw him playing with his phone. "He's slacking off again and has no ambition at all. Fortunately, I had a little affection for him before, but now it's gone. Brother Su, Director Su wants you to go to her office." Su Yun looked at this somewhat arrogant woman and asked with a smile, "Did you just go and complain to me?" "No." Song Xiaowei replied, "I am telling the truth." "Okay." Su Yun stood up and said, "I'll go see how Manager Su scolds me." Song Xiaowei. After Su Yun left, the fat kid beside him looked at Song Xiaowei and spoke up for him, saying, "Why did you tell on him?" "I didn't tell tales. I just asked for someone else to lead me." Song Xiaowei refused to give in and said, "I don't want to work with someone who has no ambition and no ability." Forehead. The corner of Xiaopong's mouth twitched, and he said, "Su Yun is the most motivated person in our company, and one of the best in business ability. Every time he makes an event planning proposal, the probability of it being approved by the client on the first try is 70%. If you just follow him, you will have more opportunities to host events than others." Song Xiaowei asked in confusion, "If you say that, he's so capable, how come he's still just a clerk? Promotions in the workplace aren't just about ability." Xiaopang looked at the newbie in front of him, shook his head and said, "Sometimes, a person's background itself determines the upper limit. You'll understand after you've worked for a few years. Song Xiaowei. Also, the reason you can come to our company is because he needs someone temporarily. Xiaopeng complained, otherwise, as a college graduate with no work experience, you wouldn't even have this opportunity. Song Xiaowei. She doesn't believe it. After returning to my workstation, I asked a few other male colleagues and they all said the same thing as Xiaopeng. Everyone has a good impression of Su Yun. After all, I've been drinking his coffee for so many days, how can I not say good things about it? Song Xiaowei didn't expect that Su Yun had such a good reputation in the company. Did I really misunderstand him? At this moment, after returning to his office, Manager Li watched Su Yun go to Su Mu's office coldly through the blinds. In fact, when he came this morning, he also saw Su Mu in the garage. But he didn't show up immediately. The moment he saw the other person get out of the car, he seemed to have figured something out and was secretly delighted. After he went back last time, he was unwilling to believe that the car belonged to Su Yun. Even if Su Mu testified for him, it would not work because the two of them might have been having an affair. What if this car belongs to Su Mu? Then give it to Su Yun Kai. After all, Su Yun is really handsome, so it's no surprise that Su Mu keeps him as a pretty boy. It is not impossible that the boss supports Su Mu and Su Mu supports Su Yun. And today's scene completely confirmed his guess. Now all we need is evidence. As long as I tell the boss about the two of them, ha ha. Get out of here, both of you. Here, Su Yun still didn't know that he was being monitored by Supervisor Li. He came to Su Mu's office and asked with a smile, "Are you looking for me to talk to me about the intern?" No. Su Mu didn't mention the intern at all. She smiled and took the car keys out of the drawer, put them on the table, and said, "Here, your car keys. Why are you here?" This morning, Li Jinshu and I swapped cars and drove away. Su Mu smiled and said, "You are so generous. You lend me the sports car just like that." Well, Jinshu is not an outsider, she is your best friend. Then I thank you on her behalf. Su Mu thought that the other party was really upset because of him, so he stood up and poured a glass of water for Su Yun. She smiled and said, "You're late again today. Can you please stop fooling around all day? I can't sleep alone at night." Su Yun spread his hands and said, "Unless someone accompanies me, are you interested, sister?" No. Su Mu glared at him and said with a smile, "Don't leave early after get off work today. I don't have a car. Can you take me back? You won't sit in my passenger seat." Su Yun teased, "There are other women sitting here, you're not used to it. Then you can just sit in the passenger seat and I'll drive." Su Yun. That's a really good idea. When Xiaopeng saw Su Yun coming back from Su Mu's office, he asked with some concern, "Manager Su won't scold you, will he? How is that possible?" Su Yun smiled and said, "She asked me to come in. It wasn't about Song Xiaowei at all. It was about something else." "Oh, I'm glad you're okay." Xiaopeng laughed and said, "That's what I was saying. How could Supervisor Su criticize you just because of an intern? You seem to know her very well. After all, we've been together for 2 years, so I understand her personality to some extent." Xiaopeng smiled and said, "On the contrary, you have more contact with Director Su, so you know him better than us." "That's true." Su Yun said meaningfully, "I'm almost getting to know her better." Xiaopeng was surprised and said, "Fuck, you're not trying to steal the boss's girlfriend, are you? You're overthinking it." "Su Yun, I have something to advise you." Xiaopeng whispered, "Although Manager Su treats you well, you should try to have as little contact with him as possible, lest the boss gets jealous and fires you." Su Yun. "Sorry, I already kissed you. What's more, she is not the boss's lover at all, she is his cousin." Song Xiaowei was quietly observing Su Yun from a distance, wanting to come up and ask about the situation, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Chapter 54. He actually deleted his own friends? Su Yun continued to slack off and read a novel on his phone. Ever since he knew that the author of this super-rich novel was a woman, he always felt that something was wrong when he read it. It's different from what I saw before. But although the author is a woman, she keeps her promises and is very honest. I used to update 4,000 words a day, but now because of my own rewards, I update 30,000 words a day and update more frequently. I am extremely diligent. Su Yun looked at her data again and found that she was actually starting to get better. It seems that my rewards, coupled with her frequent updates, allowed her to seize the wave of traffic I sent her. However, he will no longer give large rewards. He gave a reward of 100,000 yuan because he liked the book and wanted to support the author. Now if you ask him to reward another golden alliance, he won't do it. Even if the author is a beautiful girl, it won't work. He has money, but he doesn't want to spend it on this. Wouldn't it be better to use it for something else? He only spends his money on himself and his mother. If he spends money on other women, it only means that he wants to sleep with them. Of course, your own hobbies don't count. Reading novels when he has nothing to do has always been his hobby, and even though he is rich now, he can't change it. After reading the latest update, Soo-yoon symbolically gave the other party another silver alliance. Then I decided not to watch this type of thing anymore. Because the things she wrote about are what she is experiencing now, and they are more real. So when I read this novel again, I felt it was boring and I didn't feel the same excitement as before. He, Soo-yoon, is a human being, not a beast. Not every time you see or meet a woman you want to spend money to sleep with her. He did not receive any reward from the system for this reward. This means that I really don't have much desire for this book anymore. The system didn't sense my emotional fluctuations, as if it was doing something very ordinary. The obvious indulgence was unsuccessful. For Soo-yoon, 10,000 yuan is a small amount of money and he doesn't care about it. But for novelists, this is not the case. Chen Xin was typing at home. When he saw that the other party had rewarded another silver alliance, he felt happy but also a little worried. Could it be that this grumpy old man has some thoughts about me after knowing that I'm a girl? After all, in the live streaming industry, is there any top guy who doesn't want to sleep with a female anchor after giving her a tip? Just when Chen Xin thought that he should make it clear to his top friend that this was an online article and he would not sleep with her, the other party sent him a QQ message first. She clicked it and took a look. Grumpy old man, I won't read your books anymore. Consider this as a farewell to you. Keep up the good work. Chen Xin wanted to send a message to the other party and asked why he didn't read it, but it turned out that he was no longer the other party's friend. He actually deleted his friend? What happened? Chen Xin went to his own reader group to look for the other party, but ended up leaving the group as well. The group administrator who received the message first was also confused. He sent a message in the group and tagged the author to ask. Shi Shui Wu hang at Huazhu, why did the rich brother run away after rewarding a silver alliance? Shi Shui Wu Han, author, have you offended him? You ask me, who should I ask? Chen Xin looked at the group message, muttered something, and suddenly lost the mood to write. Suddenly I felt like I was ruthlessly abandoned. It's a pity that I just thought that my brother had some intentions towards me, but he ran away in the blink of an eye. But she hasn't said anything yet. It's one thing to refuse if you don't want to, but it makes her very depressed if you run away early. Do you think I'm ugly? Chen Xin simply stopped typing and took a break. She left the computer screen, walked out of the house, and planned to go to the mom's station to pick up her express delivery. As for the current express delivery services, except for SF Express and JD.com, don't even think about other express delivery companies delivering the goods to you. Placing it at the post station is indeed a good choice for office workers. But it is not friendly to someone like her who doesn't like to go out and stays at home for a long time. She actually wanted to complain about the express delivery. Every time your courier delivers a package, you can call and ask first. Should we deliver it downstairs or leave it at the post office? Wouldn't it be better to let the customer decide for themselves? It is said that the new express delivery regulations have been released on March 1st, but they have not been implemented. After Chen Xin changed her clothes and was picking up a package at Mama's station, she ran into Aunt Zhang Sujuan who lived next door. She was about to pretend not to see it and leave with her head down, but she was still discovered by the other party. Zhang Sujuan shouted enthusiastically, Chen Xin, are you here to pick up the package too? Yes, Auntie. Chen Xin stopped, turned around and said with an awkward smile, what a coincidence, you are here to pick up the package too. Well, I wasn't home when it was delivered yesterday, so I asked them to leave it here. Zhang Sujuan took the package and asked, you seem unhappy. What's wrong? Fine. Chen Xin smiled and replied, Auntie, if you have nothing else to do, I'll go back first. Don't go back. Come chat with Auntie in the community. Auntie has something to talk to you about. Huh? What's going on? Zhang Sujuan said, please help me check what's going on with my express delivery. Yesterday, the delivery guy said it was some expensive luxury item and asked me to pick it up early to avoid losing it. Luxury? Yeah, I don't understand either. Zhang Sujuan smiled and said, "These should be the clothes my son mailed to me. I don't recognize them. Can you help me take a look? You are also young, so you should understand, right?" I know him a little bit. After all, she writes about the super rich, and she has researched a lot of knowledge about various luxury goods on Baidu and has memorized a lot of it. In fact, Chen Xian had discovered a long time ago that Aunt Zhang wore a luxury brand called Gucci every day. This is not cheap clothing. But because this is an old community, she always thought that most of the clothes they wore were counterfeit. Especially after seeing that several other aunts around her were wearing the same brand of clothes as her, I became even more certain. It's a small county, so there are all kinds of counterfeit brands, and there's no one to hold you accountable anyway. But after hearing what Aunt Zhang said about the courier boy today, she felt that the matter was not simple. If I don't know the goods, does that mean the delivery guy doesn't know the goods either? In other words, doesn't the courier know the value of the package? Take a look at the outer packaging of this express delivery. It is indeed much better than ordinary clothing packaging. At this time, other neighbors in the community also gathered around curiously and greeted them. "Sujuan, are you unpacking the package?" Zhang Sujuan smiled and said, "I asked my son to buy me some clothes and asked Chen Xian to help me take a look." "What are you afraid of from your son's perspective?" One of them said enviously, "Everyone says the clothes you're wearing are of good quality, finely made, beautiful, and cheap." "Yes, we all want to buy it but can't. Your son is really filial." Hearing this, Zhang Sujuan said happily, "Thank you all for the compliments." Chapter 55, Family, I discovered a hidden local tyrant. In the community, while everyone was chatting, Chen Xian was helping Zhang Sujuan remove the express packaging. She looked at the packaging bag with Gucci written on it and was a little stunned. If this is a fake, she would never believe it. Others were also a little surprised after seeing the exquisite packaging. The packaging bag of this clothing is so beautiful. Yes, it is indeed beautiful. I think your bag is worth a few dollars. Someone even said, "Sujuan, do you still want this bag? Give me one, I'll use it to pack my things." "I want one too. I want one too. Don't be impatient, let's talk about it later." Zhang Sujuan is not a fool, she may have given it to him before. But the courier guy said that this thing is quite expensive. What if my son spent a lot of money to buy it? Of course she was cautious, otherwise she wouldn't have asked Chen Xian to help her look. Then open the packaging bag. Chen Xian took out one of the clothes and found the material very comfortable to the touch. But she really couldn't tell the truth from the false. So she took out her mobile phone again and scanned the QR code on the tag under everyone's gaze. Seeing this, Zhang Sujuan asked curiously, "What are you doing?" "This is the anti-counterfeiting code on the clothes." Chen Xian explained, "Anti-counterfeiting codes are unique identifiers that are usually included with genuine products to ensure the authenticity and traceability of the product's origin. I can just scan it with my phone and get detailed information about it. Clothes are so high-tech nowadays." Zhang Sujuan and everyone else sighed after hearing this, feeling that they had broadened their horizons. Chen Xian logged into the Gucci official website, entered the anti-counterfeiting code of the clothes, and the information about the clothes immediately appeared on her mobile phone. Wow, this dress is real. Moreover, this dress is priced at more than 6,000 yuan on the official website. Zhang Sujuan asked, "Did Chen Xian see anything? What brand is this dress? Is it expensive?" "This is Gucci." Chen Xian said honestly, "It's called Gucci in Chinese. It's an Italian luxury brand. Isn't that expensive?" Chen Xian replied, "This dress in my hand costs more than 6,000 yuan. "What?" Zhang Sujuan was surprised and said, "More than 6,000 yuan? Are you mistaken?" "Yeah, could you be mistaken? A skirt this thin costs over 6,000 yuan. Others were also shocked. It was just a piece of clothing, but it was sold for more than 6,000 yuan. It was really a steal. This is neither leather nor mink. It's real, otherwise how can it be called a luxury product?" Chen Xian handed the phone to Zhang Sujuan and said, "Auntie, if you don't believe me, check it out for yourself." Zhang Sujuan took the phone and looked at it, and it was true. After a few seconds, she calmly returned the phone to the other party and said, "Oh, this must be a knockoff. My son can't afford such expensive clothes." Having said that, she didn't let Chen Xian look at the other clothes. She took them all in her hands, stood up, pulled Chen Xian, winked, and said, "Let's go home." The older generation is more careful not to show off their wealth. Oh. Chen Xin understood and followed him. Seeing this, other people around began to talk in low voices. Tell me, is what Chen Xin said true? I don't think so. If he was really that rich, why wouldn't his son be married? Uncertain. Someone retorted, look at their house, they bought it as soon as they said they would, and I heard it was still 100,000 yuan higher than the market price. Who would do that without money? That's right. Maybe his son will have a bright future in a big city. That's hard to say. It's also possible that Sujuan was afraid that everyone would look down on her after she came back this time, so she deliberately asked Chen Xian to put on a show for us. Someone complained, okay, it's not easy for Zhang Sujuan to raise a child alone, can't you hope for her to do well? We were just discussing it. We didn't say anything about her. The two went upstairs, and Zhang Sujuan called Chen Xian home and asked her to sweep all the remaining items. All added up, it's more than 30,000 yuan. Zhang Sujuan said seriously, Chen Xian, this is really true, you didn't lie to me? Auntie, I didn't lie to you, it's true. Chen Xian was actually shocked at this moment. Because from Aunt Zhang's daily conversations with her, she knew that Aunt Zhang's son was very outstanding, but just an ordinary white-collar worker. How much can the salary be? Maybe the monthly salary is not even as much as my own. But judging from what he bought now, that is not the case at all. The clothes mailed this time are real, so the ones the aunt wore before should also be real. Zhang Sujuan seemed to have thought of this problem as well. Her face changed, and she pulled Chen Xian into her closet and took out all the things her son had bought for her before she came back. Chen Xian, can you help me see how much these are worth? Chen Xian looked at the Gucci that was thrown carelessly on the bed and swallowed. It was the first time she saw someone treat luxury goods like this, just like a pile of junk. Unexpectedly, the rich man was right next to me. Chen Xian didn't check the authenticity this time, they must be real. She simply opened Taobao image recognition app, scanned the image, and looked at the price. I first glanced at the large shoulder bag closest to me, the color was so ugly. As a result, Chen Xian glanced at it and said with a complicated expression, Auntie, this bag seems to be a limited edition, it costs more than 50,000. I wrote a novel in which the protagonist buys 50,000 bags whenever he wants, but this happens in real life. In reality, it is very difficult to earn 50,000 yuan. For example, she herself sometimes has bad luck and a book doesn't do well. She has to write 4,000 words a day for a year to earn the money for a bag. Zhang Sujuan. She often takes this bag to the supermarket to carry vegetables. No care at all. She calmed herself down and said, go on. Auntie, this dress costs 15,000 yuan, this one costs 32,000 yuan, this one costs more than 17,000 yuan, and this one. As Chen Xian counted, Zhang Sujuan felt that her brain was already lacking oxygen. Chen Xian himself was also somewhat shocked. After she finished sweeping all the Gucci items on the last bed, she added them up and found that the total value was over 420,000. This is almost enough to buy a house. Fortunately, Chen Xian came to his senses quickly. As a young person, I often surf the internet. More than 400,000 people are not a lot online, just average. After all, she was used to having a Ferrari per capita. She looked at Zhang Sujuan's slightly dazed eyes and called softly, Aunt Jen? Ah? Chen Xian asked, you really don't know the value of these things? I don't know. My son never told me anything. He just said a few $100s. Chen Xian. I'm fine. Zhang Sujuan came back to her senses and said with a complicated expression, thank you for today, Chen Xian. I won't keep you for lunch. I have something to do. Oh. After Chen Xian left, he returned home and shared the incident in the group as soon as possible. Hua Zhu, my friends, I found a hidden local tycoon. Chapter 56 Zhang Sujuan's Worry. At home, Zhang Sujuan sat alone on the bed, looking at a bed full of so-called luxury clothes and bags. He remained silent for a long time. She was not pleased that the clothes were valuable. She knew how much money her son had and there was no way he could afford such an expensive item. She was a little worried that her son might have gone astray. After thinking it over, she decided to ask clearly, otherwise she would not be able to sleep well tonight. Picking up the phone, Zhang Sujuan called her son. After a few seconds, it worked. Hello, Mom. Zhang Sujuan smiled and asked, didn't I disturb you at work? No. I received the clothes you mailed to me. Zhang Sujuan hesitated and asked, "How much did you spend this time?" "More than 1,000. On the phone, Suyun laughed and said, "Why, do you want to get back the remaining money you transferred to me last time?" "I won't give it to you. I also have hard work fees." "Mom, don't." Zhang Sujuan originally wanted to talk about money, but she swallowed the words back when they came to her lips. "Mom just wants to tell you that even if we don't have money, we can earn it slowly," she warned, "but every penny we earn must be clean. We must not do anything illegal, understand?" "Mom, what's wrong with you? What happened?" Suyun replied puzzledly, "Of course I wouldn't do anything illegal. I'm a good citizen. As long as you haven't done anything illegal." Zhang Sujuan said meaningfully, "I just saw a news report today about a young man who suddenly became very rich and bought all kinds of luxury items. It wasn't until a few years later, after he was arrested, that everyone realized that all his money was earned through bad behavior. I was deeply moved by what I saw, and I wanted to tell you about this so that you will remember not to go down the wrong path in the future." Su Yun in the company was stunned when he heard what his mother said. Even Zai Sabi understood his mother's hint. No way, could it be that mom knows the price of the clothes? But how did she find out? It's a pity that he just quit Chen Xin's group. Otherwise, after listening to Chen Xin's description, he would definitely know what was going on. However, since his mother didn't tell him the truth in person and didn't ask him the reason, Su Yun chose to continue pretending to be confused. After all, he really doesn't have a good explanation that can convince the other party. But in order to appease his mother, he said very seriously, "Well, I remember it, don't worry, your son is a good citizen, every penny I earn is clean, don't worry about it. I will provide for your retirement in the future, so I won't do anything illegal." "Okay, as long as you know." After hearing this, Zhang Sujuan smiled and said, "You are my son. I believe you as long as you say it." Su Yun, "Thank you, Mom." After ending the call, Su Yun and the company fell into a brief contemplation. "Although I managed to get through today, it is not a long-term solution. In order to make it reasonable for him to have money, he had to make some changes before going to celebrate his mother's birthday. After all, it is impossible for a wage earner to earn so much money. No matter how good your promises are and how much your mother believes in you, she will always have some questions in her heart after a long time. In order to solve this problem, he either pretends to start a company himself, and then he can decide how much profit he makes. My mom doesn't understand either. Either you work hard to get promoted in the company and become a senior employee, at least at the manager level, and then tell your mom that you have an annual salary of over 1 million. Comparing these two methods, the first one is simpler, anyway, it is just for show in front of my mother. But the second one is a little bit more difficult. Because it requires both ability and certain connections to get it done." Su Yun suddenly remembered the Pekoan case on his hands. Sumo was right, I couldn't finish it by myself. We need to find a team outside to do it together. It just so happens that he also has such a resource group. Nowadays, many employees of large companies use their time after get off work to do part-time jobs outside. He had done this before, taking on some small cases sent by others. "Well, when I have time, I'll ask in the group and see if it works. If one person can't do it, find a few more people to do it together. The more difficult the case, the more likely I can handle it by myself, and do it well. Combined with your previous contributions to the company, you can then directly ask your boss for a position. If the boss doesn't give it, he won't give the company a discount. Just put it close to your face and turn it up high." He took Pekoan's activity plan with him, received some compensation, and left the company. Then he opened a shell company related to the media, and took his plan to the Pekoan branch to sell it. Sell as much as you can. He would never do business at a loss. In this way, I had my own company and my first business. After returning home, I showed my mother the footage of my company's Pekoan event as physical evidence. We can attack when advancing and defend when retreating. This plan is perfect. Thinking about it, Su Yun couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. Suddenly, a message came on his WeChat mobile phone from Jiang Peiyao, the manager of Chow Tai Fook store. "Jiang Peiyao, are you there? I have an event detail I'd like to discuss with you in person. Could you please come over?" Su Yun, "Now? It's almost lunchtime. How about you just tell me on the phone and I'll revise it and send it to you." Jiang Peiyao, "I think it would be better to communicate in person. By the way, I'll treat you to lunch." Su Yun looked at the news and thought about it, and felt that it was okay. Just after having lunch with her, I contacted the real estate agency to go and see the house. Soo-yoon, okay, I'll be right there. Jung Pei-yao, thank you for your hard work. After making the contact, Soo-yoon said to the fat boy next to him, I need to go over and handle the case at Chow Tai Fook. If anyone asks about it later, remember to tell me about it. Okay, no problem. After saying hello, Soo-yoon stood up and left. Song Xiaowei, who was not far away, saw this and came to Xiaopang, asking curiously, what did Brother Su do outside? He needs to go over and handle the anniversary celebration project at Chow Tai Fook. Song Xiaowei asked, but why didn't he take me with him? I remember he told me before that he would take me to see the Chow Tai Fook case when there was something going on. I guess he thinks it's unnecessary this time. Xiaopang smiled and replied, once the event is finalized, he should take you to familiarize yourself with the process before the opening. After all, you are the host for the day. Song Xiaowei. Is he unhappy that I reported him this morning? That's why he deliberately didn't take me with him. Sumu was always keeping an eye on Soo-yoon whenever he had nothing to do. Seeing that he ran away before noon again, he took out his cell phone and sent him a message. Sumu, it's almost lunchtime, where are you going? Soon, Soo-yoon's message came. Soo-yoon, let's go out and have a deep conversation with this beautiful woman, and then have lunch together. Sumu frowned after reading the message. Is Ning Qian so charming? I went there last night and went again today, so I'm not worried about kidney damage anymore. Chapter 57, Will They Fight in the Street? Please read. On the way back, Soo-yoon was driving his red car and was waiting for the red light at the intersection when a Bentley stopped beside him. Soo-yoon turned around and took just one look before falling in love. The feeling of a luxury car, which was different from a sports car, made him feel that his own sports car was not so attractive anymore. In terms of style, the Big B is indeed slightly better. Moreover, although sports cars are cool to drive, they are sometimes not very convenient for travel as they can only seat one person. Especially the low chassis and low sitting position, which is fine for young people, but if my mother sits there, it will definitely not be comfortable. Some roads in my hometown are inaccessible. Just when he was thinking about when he would get one and drive it back to celebrate his mother's birthday, at a turning intersection, he actually saw Huang Mengyao and her best friend Wang Qing waiting for a car on the side of the road. To be able to encounter such a thing, it really is a narrow road for enemies to meet. Suddenly, a sense of evil interest arose in his heart. Don't you always listen to your bestie? Then I'll let you experience what it's like to be betrayed by your best friend on the spot. Soo-yoon slammed on the brakes and stopped in front of them. He then rolled down the window and asked, Wang Qing, are you waiting for a ride? Huang Mengyao and Wang Qing were stunned when they saw Soo-yoon suddenly appear. I didn't expect that after only half a month of not seeing him, he was already driving a Porsche sports car. Especially Wang Qing, she didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to stop and greet her. It seems that the messages I kept sending him these days to show my goodwill have finally worked. Wang Qing felt secretly happy. She smiled and replied, it seems difficult to get a taxi right now. I've been waiting for a long time. The meaning is obvious, can you take me back? How about I give you a ride? Of course Soo-yoon understood, and he deliberately said, there's still room for one more person in my passenger seat. Wang Qing, let's ignore him. Huang Mengyao said, now he is showing off just because he has some money. This car might be rented. Although she didn't know why Soo-yoon suddenly became so rich, she felt it was all fake and was just to make her angry. Because if he is really that rich, would he still care about his hundreds of thousands? Until now, her family still has the court summons issued by the other party, and she is also looking for a lawyer to discuss this matter. She won't pay back a single cent. Just because you don't sit doesn't mean others won't sit. Soo-yoon ignored Huang Mengyao and looked at Wang Qing, smiling, really? Mengyao, just wait for the car first. I have something urgent to do, so I'll take Soo-yoon's car. Under Huang Mengyao's surprised gaze, Wang Cheng was about to open the car door and get in. No, you are my best friend. Huang Mengyao grabbed the other person's arm and asked in surprise, how could you get in his car? In order to please Soo-yoon, Wang Qing has recently gradually reduced her contact with Huang Mengyao. Every time the other party asked her out shopping, she refused with various reasons. However, she never broke up with him and continued to play the role of a good friend. Soo-yoon didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, he looked at Wang Qing meaningfully and said, is this the end of our friendship you told me the other day? Let go. Of course Wang Chang would not give up such a good opportunity. She simply stopped pretending to be a good friend and immediately shook off Huang Menyao's hand, expressing her correct attitude in front of Su Yun. Huang Mengyao, who is your best friend? Wang Qing changed her usual behavior, shook off Huang Menyao's hand, and said displeasedly, "You did such a dirty thing, I feel sick for you. You are about to get married, and you are still flirting with others. Fortunately, Su Yun didn't marry you." Huang Mengyao was stunned for a few seconds, then angrily said, "Do you know what you are talking about?" "Of course I know." Wang Qing sneered, "To be honest with you, I've never considered you my best friend. There's only Su Yun in my heart, and you're not worthy of him." Huang Mengyao. "By the way, let me tell you something." Wang Qing said, "I lied to you before. The man you're with now, Zhang Wentao, is actually a gambler. Your money wasn't invested at all, but used to pay off loan sharks. By the way, she has a wife and children, so stop dreaming about being a rich wife. You are now a mistress, you have lost both your body and your money." "No, you're not telling the truth." Huang Mengyao was shocked when she heard these words from her best friend and didn't believe them at all. How could this happen to such a good friend of mine? Believe it or not. Wang Qing said with some pride, "It's a good thing you gave up Su Yun, which gave me this opportunity." "Thank you, my good friend." Huang Mengyao. After saying this, Wang Qing turned to Su Yun in the car with a smile and said, "Dear, are you satisfied now? When women bully other women, they can be really cruel." Su Yun glanced at the bewildered Huang Mengyao, nodded and smiled, satisfied. "That's good." As Wang Qing spoke, she reached out to open the passenger door of the Porsche, wanting to sit on the passenger seat under Huang Mengyao's envious gaze. "But I found that it couldn't be opened." She reminded him, "Open the door." "Ah, it can't be opened?" Su Yun said innocently, "Could it be that the car door is broken?" Wang Qing was stunned for a moment, her expression changed immediately, and she asked, "Su Yun, what do you mean? I just said it casually, and you believed it. Are you kidding me?" "Yes." Su Yun smiled, stepped on the accelerator and sped away, leaving Wang Qing bewildered. "I feel so good. Besides, they won't fight in the street, will they?" Suddenly the system's reward sound rang out. Faced with the ex-girlfriend and her bestie, the host played tricks on them as he pleased, feeling extremely happy. The reward is 1 million in cash. Bank card balance, 6.05 million. Su Yun listened to the system's voice and was a little surprised. "I didn't expect that my impulsive revenge would be rewarded with 1 million. That way, you'll have enough money to buy a house." On the side of the road, Wang Qing watched Su Yun leave, and she was so angry that she jumped up and down. "Su Yun, you bastard." After she finished cursing, she turned around and met Huang Mengyao's angry expression, and suddenly felt a little scared. "Huang Mengyao, I'm warning you, if you dare to do anything, I'll call the police." "Why?" Huang Mengyao looked at her best friend with a pale face and said in a somewhat disoriented tone, "I'm so good to you, why do you treat me like this?" "Because I hate you." Wang Qing sneered and replied, "I can't bear to see you living better than me." "Why? You don't think you've forgotten what you did to me in college, do you?" Wang Qing laughed and said, "You can forget, but I haven't. I might as well tell you that I approached you because I wanted to take revenge on you and turn you into the person you once looked down upon. Aren't you aloof? Are you so great? Don't you look down on materialistic women? Look at yourself now, you're worse than me. At least I won't see rich people climbing into someone else's bed like a fool just because they are flirted with." Huang Mengyao. "By the way, didn't you say Su Yun has already sued you?" Wang Qing kindly reminded him, "You should think carefully about how to pay him back. If you treat him like this, he won't let you off easily." After saying that, he turned and left. Huang Mengyao was so angry that she threw the bag on the ground. Chapter 58 Zhang Peiyao's Little Thoughts. Please read. After Su Yun had teased Huang Mengyao and Wang Qing, he drove his sports car to the place where he had agreed to meet with Zhang Peiyao. This is a small cafe near Cathay Pacific Shopping Center. At this moment, there was a cup of coffee in front of Zhang Peiyao. She was supporting her chin with one hand and turned to look at him. In the sunlight, it was the first time that Su Yun looked carefully at Zhang Peiyao without her work clothes. She wore a linen-colored mid-length dress with short sleeves, and her slightly curly long hair was tucked behind her ears and hung down. Combined with her delicate facial features, she looked as gentle and reserved as water, giving the impression of a gentle and virtuous wife. Although she is a little different from Su Mu in temperament, she is still a very beautiful woman in terms of appearance. "Have you been waiting for a long time?" After taking a quick look, Soo-yoon walked over with a smile and sat down opposite her. No. Jang Pei-yao smiled and said, "You came so quickly." Manager Jiang asked me out, I dare not displease him. Soo-yoon joked, I was driving like lightning all the way here. I almost ran a red light. Ha, it's better to be careful and safe. Jang Pei-yao laughed at his teasing, then asked, what kind of coffee do you like? I don't know your taste, so I ordered a latte for you in advance. If you don't like it, you can change it. I'm not picky, anything is fine with me. Jang Pei-yao said, I'm so sorry to bother you again today. It's okay, it's my job. Soo-yoon smiled and asked, tell me, what's the problem this time? It's in the setting of the scene. Jang Pei-yao pretended to take out the tablet from her bag and clicked on the rendering. She said, look here, should we change to some brighter decorations? It would be better. And here, I think. Soo-yoon felt that it was not a good look to sit facing each other like this, so he stood up and sat next to Jang Pei-yao to communicate. But I think bright colors are used here. The two sat side by side, very close to each other. During the communication, their shoulders and arms would accidentally make some physical contact from time to time. Jang Pei-yao secretly observed the man next to her, and some strange feelings were growing in her heart. It is said that men who work hard are the most handsome. Soo-yoon now looks so handsome and charming in her eyes. She really likes this atmosphere and feeling. If this was her husband, she would be willing to give everything for him. Even if I don't work, I can be a full-time housewife at home and take care of the children. You have a question? Soo-yoon noticed that his client was distracted and staring at him. He smiled and said, if you have any questions, just let me know. It's going to start in a few days. This time, we'll try to get everything done at once. No. Jang Pei-yao came back to her senses and said with an awkward smile, I think what you said makes sense. I will listen to you. Soo-yoon. Jang Pei-yao put away her tablet and said, it's getting late now, why don't we go have lunch? Can. While the two were having dinner, Soo-yoon also told them about the female host. He suggested that he could send the other person's photo to Jang Pei-yao first, but Jang Pei-yao said no, she trusted herself. The meal was a very ordinary one, just a restaurant on the roadside. Jang Pei-yao asked with a smile, Soo-yoon, you probably don't come to restaurants like this very often, right? No, I used to eat at street stalls. In Jang Pei-yao's eyes, Soo-yoon does not look like a rich second generation, but is very down to earth. His actions were very natural. He didn't mind the environment at all. He just found a bench to sit down and started eating. Don't mention it, the food here you brought me is pretty delicious. Soo-yoon took a bite and praised, I'll bring my friends here to try it if I have the chance. I discovered it by accident. Jang Pei-yao smiled and said, if you like it, I can always invite you to eat it in the future. How can I be so embarrassed? It's okay, I still have this little money. Jang Pei-yao asked, by the way, after you finish your meal, are you going back to the company directly? No, I have something else to do. Soo-yoon teased, why, do you have other plans? No, just asking casually. Jang Pei-yao. When the two were about to finish their meal, Soo-yoon received a call from the real estate company. Hello, Mr. Soo. On the phone, Won Kue asked with a smile, I wonder if you are free now? I'll pick you up to go see the house. Can. Soo-yoon said, but you don't have to come pick me up. I have my own car. We can just meet at the gate of the community. Okay, Mr. Soo, I won't bother you anymore. After hanging up the phone, Soo-yoon smiled and said, Manager Jiang, thank you for treating me to lunch. I have other things to do, so I'll leave first. Because he didn't deliberately avoid Jang Pei-yao, most of his conversation was overheard. Seeing Soo-yoon about to leave, Jang Pei-yao hesitated for 2 seconds and then asked, Soo-yoon, I just heard your phone call. Are you going to buy a house? Soo-yoon didn't hide it either. He smiled and nodded, saying, my original apartment is a bit small, so I want to buy a new one. I'll meet the real estate salesperson later to look at the house. Buying a house is no small matter. You need to bring several people to look at it carefully. Jang Pei-yao said, especially nowadays, real estate developers are all black-hearted. If you're not careful, you'll be fooled. Manager Jiang seems to understand a lot? I used to have a classmate who worked in sales at a real estate company, so I know a little bit about it. Jang Pei-yao smiled and asked, I don't have anything else to do this afternoon anyway, so how about I go with you and help you check it out? Okay, thank you then. Although Soo-yun didn't care about these things at all, since the other party had kindly offered to help, it would be too hurtful if he refused. What's more, it is also a face-saving thing to go out with a beautiful woman by your side. Please take Xiao Wang as an example. Whenever he goes out, there is always an internet celebrity following him. And not just one, but several. So, after dinner, the two drove to Jinyuan. It was the first time for Jiang Peiyao to ride in a sports car. She sat in the passenger seat of the Porsche 911, feeling an indescribable satisfaction in her heart. Every woman has vanity, it just depends on whether she can suppress it. In this life, she actually had the chance to sit in the passenger seat like this and look at the envious eyes cast at her by other women on the street. This is something that her previous suitors could never give her. In fact, she is not a materialistic woman. In life, we don't necessarily need these luxurious things. As long as the couple is happy and works together to live a good life, that's enough. But there are some things that force her to consider the other party's financial problems. She is not materialistic, but in reality, there are many things that can only be accomplished with money. Looking at Soo-yun beside him, he perfectly meets all his requirements. Would you like to try it? Regardless of whether you succeed or not, at least you have tried your best. Just when Jiang Peiyao was lost in thought and thinking about marrying Feifei, they soon arrived at the gate of Jinyuan's community. Soo-yun parked the car on the side of the road and took Jiang Peiyao to the gate of the community to meet with the people from the real estate company. Wan Kuwei had already noticed the approaching bright red Porsche 911 sports car and also saw Soo-yun getting out of the car. He didn't expect his guest to be so young. "Hello, Mr. Su." As soon as the two met, Wan Kuwei took the initiative to greet him enthusiastically. "I am Wan Kuwei, the sales manager of the real estate company. Nice to meet you." Chapter 59, I don't like being a house slave, please read more. "Hello." Soo-yun politely replied to the salesperson Wan Kuwei and said, "Let's go, take us to see the house." "Okay, Mr. Su, this way please." Wan Kuwei glanced at Jiang Peiyao who was following him, with some envy in his eyes. There are no ugly women around rich men, all of them are top-notch. Then he quickly turned his gaze away and looked elsewhere. Otherwise it would be bad if you make the other person unhappy. After meeting, the three of them walked towards the community. Wan Kuwei walked in front, guiding Soo-yun with his hands as he walked, and began to introduce the basic situation of the real estate. In fact, Soo-yun was already very familiar with this place. After all, he had just come here for a walk last night and almost stayed overnight. But he still didn't interrupt the other person. Our Jinyuan is a high-end residential community, and most of the apartments are sold in fine decoration. There are only 2 types of apartments, and each elevator has 2 households. The one on the north side is smaller. It is 230 square meters according to the property certificate, but the actual usable area is 260 square meters, and it comes with a 30 square meter balcony. The apartment next to it on the south is slightly larger and more transparent, with an area of 260 square meters. However, with the 30 square meters of balcony, the actual usable area is 290 square meters. As for the floors, we only have 19 floors in total. Currently, there is only one unit on the 19th floor of Building B for sale. The others are on the 17th floor, and there are 12 floors left. Mr. Su may consider it appropriately. Soo-yun. Jiang Peiyao whispered, "For a large flat like this, I suggest the higher the better." "I know. Take us to the 19th floor." Soo-yun already had his own goal in mind and locked onto the house directly. The reason he wanted to buy this place was to be neighbors with Li Jinshu and Su Mu. Su Mu and Li Jinshu live on the 19th floor, so of course he would only buy a house on the 19th floor. Hey. By then, Mr. Su next door will be no worse than Mr. Wang. More than 10 minutes later, Wan Kuwei took the two of them in the elevator and arrived opposite Su Mu. As soon as she entered the house, Jiang Peiyao was shocked by the modern luxurious decoration and the huge living room space. With this area, the living room alone is probably as big as her house. Wan Kuwei took out 2 bottles of soda water from his bag and handed them to Soo-yun and Jiang Peiyao, saying with a smile, "You two, have a drink and rest first. I'll show you the house in detail." Although he sells luxury homes, he can never afford to live in them himself. For these rich uncles, if they want to sell their houses and get commissions, they must take good care of them. The more you make the customer feel comfortable, the greater the chance that he will buy. After all, not everyone will buy a house after seeing it with you. Now, after several years of wearing masks, the economic strength of many people has been greatly reduced, and it is not easy for them to sell their houses. In most cases, most customers do not intend to buy, or they will look at a house several times before making a decision. Wan Kuei had already prepared himself mentally and did not expect that the matter could be settled today. Today was at best a preliminary battle. His purpose is to make the guests like the house through his introduction. Okay, thank you. Su Yun nodded. I have to say that the sales service attitude is really good. After the two of them rested for a few minutes, Wan Kuei took them around the house and began to skillfully explain various information about the room, including design concepts, decoration materials, and furniture brands. Because this is a luxurious and fully furnished house, most of the house was already decorated when it was built, so you can move in right away. However, if the owner is not satisfied with the original decoration, he can also find a designer to redesign it and replace the contents with his favorite furniture and decoration style. After all, in order to take this factor into consideration, all the furniture inside is integrated and can be dismantled and replaced at any time. You can even knock down the house and redecorate it all yourself, but it will be more expensive. Under Wan Kuei's introduction and guidance, they visited every corner of the house. It's not enough to have a good attitude, answer every question. Zhang Peiyao saw it all and followed Su Yun to experience what it was like to be rich. This is the gap brought about by different social status. In the eyes of ordinary people, having money means being the boss. Apart from seeing it on TV, Zhang Peiyao had never seen such a large and luxurious flat, which was a full 290 square meters. It felt like entering the Grand View Garden. Every bedroom in this house is so big that there is no need to consider like she did whether to put in a 1.5 meter bed or a 1.8 meter bed. There are questions like whether there will be enough space for a bedside table if a 1.8 meter bed is placed, whether the wardrobe can be opened, etc. Because of the space here, not to mention a 1.8 meter bed, even a 3 meter bed is more than enough. As for the wardrobe, there is no need at all. Each room here is equipped with an independent dressing room and bathroom. Especially the master bedroom, which has an entire wall of floor-to-ceiling windows and an excellent view. And in order to protect privacy, the glass is all one-sided, so only the inside can see outside, but the outside cannot see inside. In front of the glass, there is a large bathtub that can accommodate 2 people taking a bath. Zhang Peiyao couldn't help but fantasize in her heart that it would be beautiful if she were here with the person she loved, taking a bath while looking at the night view outside. When Su Yun saw this design, he was thinking, there is such a big bathtub in Su Mu's bedroom. I must try it out if I have the chance. She also liked it when she came out and walked to the big balcony outside the living room. They are all free of charge, no money required. If this were her own house, she would definitely put a coffee table and 2 chairs here. Every day when I get home from get off work and have nothing to do, I can sit here, drink coffee, watch the sunset in the starry sky, and enjoy the beauty of the day. Unfortunately, this house has nothing to do with her and she will never be able to own it in her lifetime. Such a big house in such a good location cannot be bought without at least 5 or 6 million. This is money she could never earn even if she worked her whole life. There are some things that many people are born with, but if they don't have them, they will never have the chance to have them again. After looking at the house, Su Yun was quite satisfied. He had already taken a look at the house opposite last night and had a general understanding of the apartment layout. Looking at it again today, it's just a confirmation. Mr. Su, after seeing this house, what do you think? Wan Kuei smiled and said, buying this house for over 6 million is not only 10,000 yuan less per square meter than when it was first put on the market, but it also comes with a free parking space. It's really a good deal. I see. Su Yun deliberately asked Zhang Peiyao beside him, what do you think of this house? Do you like it? If you like it, I'll buy it. Zhang Peiyao had already realized that Su Yuan came for this house. Your own opinion doesn't matter at all. He was just trying to save face in front of outsiders. Wan Kuei next to him misunderstood something and immediately looked at Zhang Peiyao. Fuck, a house worth more than 6 million was actually bought for the woman next to him. How rich must that be? Wan Kuei asked Zhang Peiyao with a flattering smile, Miss Zhang, what do you think? If you have any questions or doubts, feel free to ask. The house is nice, but can it be any cheaper? Zhang Peiyao suddenly said, I heard that your real estate company seems to have internal employee prices recently. As long as your employees apply, they can save another 500 yuan per square meter. Wan Kuei. They actually knew about this. He wanted to earn this money quietly. Su Yun was also a little surprised. He had no intention of bargaining, he just wanted to pass on a message. I didn't expect Zhang Peiyao to help me bargain. It seems that it is very beneficial to take a woman with you when you go out. If it was really cheap, he would convert the money he saved into a gift for her as a thank you for accompanying him to look at the house. Some people are born stingy, and the richer they are, the stingier they are. Some people are stingy because they have no money and cannot be generous. Once they have money, they will never be stingy to people who are good to them. And Su Yun is such a person. It seems that Miss Jiang had inquired about this before coming to buy. She knows all this. Wan Kuwei heard this and said with reluctance, "Okay, Mr. Su, as long as you are sure you want this house today, I will apply to the company as soon as I get back. Call now." Su Yun said, "If possible, I can go to the company with you to sign the contract later." Okay. Wan Kuwei's eyes lit up. "I'll contact them right away." He was surprised to see Su Yun being so straightforward. Nowadays, there are not many customers who decide to buy something after just one look and are so casual about it. This is someone who has met a real rich second generation. I am so lucky. Although he couldn't get the 500 yuan difference, being able to sell a house for more than 6 million yuan was equivalent to selling several ordinary houses. For them, selling this kind of house means they can make a living for a year after they open it. After all, if it is sold, you can get a commission of more than 100,000 yuan. When Wan Kuwei went to apply to the company, Zhang Peiyao in the room asked, "Su Yun, are you planning to pay a down payment for this house, or pay the full amount?" "Since I have the money, I'll pay it in full." Su Yunfeng said calmly, "I don't really like being a house slave." "Nonsense, is there a system that can pay off the mortgage and buy a house?" "What a joke. Full payment must be full payment." Zhang Peiyao. Chapter 60, It's just a matter of a few million, no need for Yin Jin begging to read. A house worth 5 or 6 million yuan can be bought immediately, and the full amount can be paid in one lump sum. Su Yun's tone was as casual as buying a cabbage. This gave Zhang Peiyao a deeper understanding of Su Yun's wealth and strength. Because as far as she knew, someone had told her. Although many wealthy people buy luxury homes nowadays, most of them only pay a down payment and then repay the mortgage slowly. Very few of them pay the full amount directly. One reason is that they feel it is not cost-effective to tie up cash in a house, and it would be better to invest the remaining money in something else. One is that it is impossible to take out so much cash at once. Therefore, those who can buy a house with full payment are basically extremely wealthy people who don't care about the cash flow of several million or tens of millions. Soon, Wan Kuwei came back after the communication and said with a smile, "I have applied to the company manager. He said it is no problem as long as the contract can be signed on the same day and the full payment is made." "Okay, I'm fine." Su Yun said, "Let's go to your company." After the discussion, the three of them came out of the community and felt a little awkward when they went to the company. Because Su Yun's car can only seat 2 people. So Wan Kuwei had to take a taxi and lead the way, while Su Yun and Zhang Peiyao followed in a sports car. Fortunately, the real estate company is not far from here. Wan Kuwei took the 2 men to the VIP room in the company's sales hall, asked someone to make a cup of coffee for each of them, and then went to prepare the contract. There aren't many people here, basically they're all buying houses. Just when the 2 were resting, a beautiful woman suddenly walked in and immediately attracted everyone's attention. After seeing the other person clearly, Su Yun was a little surprised. It turned out to be Li Jinshu. When Li Jinshu came in, he saw Su Yun the first time. The 2 looked at each other. She saw Zhang Peiyao beside Su Yun again and frowned. Compared to her own appearance, that woman was equally beautiful, and even had a more mature charm. "He just slept with me last night, and now he is fooling around with another woman? Big color embryo. If Su Su competes with her for it, she can give in a little. But other women, no. As the saying goes, one night of marriage brings 100 days of love. She must defend what is hers." After Li Jinshu said something to his client, he came to Su Yun alone. Zhang Peiyao looked at Li Jinshu, and it reminded her that she was the friend Su Yun had with him at the bar that day. "I feel inexplicably guilty." Su Yun looked at Li Jinshu, who was approaching aggressively, without any fear. He smiled and asked, "Why are you here? Are you here to buy a house? How can I possibly afford it?" Li Jinshu smiled jealously and said, "I'm here to discuss business with a client." "What's going on? Bringing your girlfriend here to buy a house?" "Buying a house is real." Su Yun looked at Zhang Peiyao beside him and said, "But I'm not bringing my girlfriend, I'm bringing a female friend. Her name is Zhang Peiyao, and she is the manager of the Chow Tai Fook jewelry store in Cafe Retail. They are also our customers." That's right, Miss Lee. Zhang Peiyao, who smelled the tension, also hurriedly helped to explain. Su Yun and I were discussing work matters this morning, and I came over temporarily to help look at the house. I am not his girlfriend, please don't misunderstand me. Hearing this, Li Jinshu felt much better. However, when buying a house, he didn't ask me to help look at it, but called other women instead. What does it mean? After all, I am a home designer. Don't I know more than her, a gold seller? Ms. Zhang, don't be nervous. I didn't misunderstand anything. I'm not his girlfriend. Li Jinshu found a place to sit down and asked Su Yun with a smile, where are you planning to buy a house? Have you found one yet? Okay, just waiting to sign the contract. So soon? Li Jinshu said, buying a house is not like buying other things. You have to be careful. The location, the building, and the layout are all very important. It's just a matter of a few million. Yen Jin is not needed. Su Yun said speechlessly, if you don't like it, you can just buy another one later. Li Jinshu. It turns out that rich and poor people really think differently. Just now she was thinking about buying a house with her own thinking, but for rich people, it seems that it really doesn't matter. After all, you can't buy only one set in your lifetime. Okay, where did you buy it? Li Jinshu said, don't look for anyone else to design the interior. I can design it for you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. That's not necessary. They are all fully furnished and you can move in directly. Li Jinshu. At this time, Li Jinshu's client was calling her. She was a woman in her 50s and looked quite rich. I'm leaving first. I'll call you later. Before leaving, Li Jinshu looked at Zhang Peiyao again and kept it in mind. Su Yun, is that Miss Li your girlfriend? Zhang Peiyao asked tentatively, maybe she misunderstood you because of me. It's okay, don't worry about her. Oh. Soon, Wan Kuwei came over with the finished contract. He said, Mr. Su, Ms. Zhang, please take a look at the purchase contract. If there are no problems, you can sign and pay the money. Good. Su Yun didn't look at it much, but Zhang Peiyao looked at it very carefully. Also asked a few questions. If you don't know, you might think she was buying a house. After there were no more questions, Su Yun took the pen that Wan Kuwei handed over, signed his name, and pressed his red fingerprint. After signing, Wan Kuwei finally felt relieved. He got the deal. Mr. Su. Wan Kuwei carefully glanced at Zhang Peiyao and asked, when we apply for the property ownership certificate for this house, will it be in your name alone? Or will it include Miss Zhang's name? Hearing this, Zhang Peiyao's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. I don't know why, but I felt inexplicably nervous. Although she knew that such a thing could never happen. Su Yun replied calmly, write my name. Okay, I understand. Then Wan Kuwei brought out a handheld credit card machine and said, Mr. Su, please pay the total amount of 6.03 million. Su Yun took out a card from his pocket, swiped it, and entered the password. Ding! The system shows that the payment is successful and almost all the balance on my bank card has been deducted. But the next second, the system's reward came. A good home environment is the beginning of a new life. The host freely purchased his first large flat in his life with full payment and received a cash reward of 8.88 million. Bank card balance, 8.92 million. It's better to buy a house. I made more than 2 million in one go. Su Yun couldn't help but sigh. Wan Kuwei looked at Su Yun, who had successfully paid, and immediately went in to check the account. After finding that it was correct, he handed the house purchase contract and the key to Su Yun. Congratulations, Mr. Su, for becoming the owner of our Jin Yuan. I wish you a happy life. Wan Kuwei said, after the property ownership certificate is processed, I will notify you to come and pick it up. Also, if you have any subsequent questions, you can also contact our Jin Yuan property management directly. Okay. Then the two drove away amid Wan Kuwei's enthusiasm. After looking at the house and completing the contract procedures, it was actually already late. After Su Yun sent Zhang Peiyao to Cathay Plaza, he turned back to the company to pick up Su Mu from Get Off Work. If you have promised something to someone, you still cannot break your promise. Chapter 61, Who said that opportunities are earned through one's own efforts? After Su Yun returned to the company, Song Xiaowei came up to him again before he could even sit down. Because she found that after Su Mu talked to Su Yun, there seemed to be no follow-up. No matter how naive she was, she knew that her words had no effect at all. She also heard from other male colleagues that Soo Yun and Supervisor Soo had a good relationship. That makes sense when you think about it. Otherwise, Manager Soo would not have lent him his sports car. Since this is the case, she can only accept her fate and come to Soo Yun again, hoping that he can change, otherwise she will have to resign. She came here to train and intern, not to do odd jobs. Brother Soo, I've been in the company for 2 days. Song Xiaowei said, shouldn't you find something for me to do? Okay. Soo Yun looked at her arrogant look, took out a folder from his drawer and handed it to her. This is Chow Tai Fook Jewelry's anniversary celebration in 2 days. Look at the event plan and write the script you'll need for hosting. Song Xiaowei asked doubtfully, aren't the scripts usually prepared by the host? Our company is the organizer of the event. Since you are the host of this event, you are responsible for writing it. Soo Yun said, if you don't know how to write, you can ask other colleagues to teach you. No need, I can do it myself. Song Xiaowei turned around and left with the plan. Seeing this, the fat kid next door slid over and said, Soo Yun, are you really letting a newbie write it? What if something goes wrong? It's okay, I wrote it myself a long time ago. Soo Yun smiled and said, let her write first. Otherwise, she'll always feel like she has nothing to do. And what if her writing is better than mine? Xiao Peng. Or you can play. Song Xiaowei returned to her workstation, opened the anniversary celebration plan of Chow Tai Fook Jewelry Store, and then read it carefully. At first she thought it was nothing, but after looking at it once, she realized that the other party was really something. The content of this event plan is very creative, novel, and refreshing. After watching it as an ordinary person, she became interested in Chow Tai Fook's jewelry and wanted to buy it. It seems that he is really as amazing as everyone says. Song Xiaowei looked up at Soo Yun, then began to write her own script on the computer based on the content of the activity. It's okay, Soo Yun is thinking about Pekowin's plan at this moment, and starts to post tasks in his part-time job group. Grumpy brother, I have a project for a Pekowin press conference and I'm in urgent need of help. If anyone is interested, please PM me. As soon as the task was released, within a few minutes, 4 or 5 people had small windows pop up. One is asking what to do, and the other is asking the price. For Soo Yun, money wasn't an issue, the key was getting it right. So this time, he didn't consider cost effectiveness and instead recruited the most capable individuals in the group, all of whom worked for large companies. None of these people are capable people in the company but cannot be promoted. Then he secretly took orders outside to earn extra money. Moreover, this kind of work is for yourself, and you need to put in more effort than working for your own company. Because you do a good job, others will be willing to come to you, and you can raise your price. This is a relative proportion. In this circle, Soo Yun is one of those people with good abilities, and he has also handled many cases for other people. Otherwise, with that salary of his, how could he save hundreds of thousands of yuan? However, in order to avoid trouble, or for safety reasons, and also for the confidentiality of the activity plan, usually one person is only responsible for part of a large project. After finally contacting them, he found a total of 3 people, plus himself, a total of 4 people working on the Baikian case. By the way, each person also paid a small deposit in advance. As he was about to get off work, he suddenly received a private message from Sumu. Sumu, did you go to a street stall again for lunch? Soo Yun, how did you know? You were following me? Confused.jpg. Sumu, humph, you're not afraid that your body can't handle it. Soo Yun, what's south wrong with street food? It's delicious. I used to eat it every day and never got sick. The restaurant I ate at today was really delicious. I'll take you along next time. Sumu? Soo Yun? Sumu. In the office, Sumu suddenly realized that the two of them were not talking on the same wavelength. Are you talking about a roadside stall? I'm talking about Ning Qian. Sumu, after get off work, you go first and wait for me in the garage. Soo Yun looked up at the other person's office and saw that he was also looking at him. We are both unmarried, and we are not having an affair. We are just taking a car, so what are we afraid of? After get off work, seeing the look in Sumu's eyes, Soo Yun went to the garage first and waited for him in the car. It was a long time before Sumu came down, and the two drove away from the company together. Manager Lee followed quietly from behind. Soo Yun sat in the passenger seat and complained, if you don't come, I'll almost fall asleep. It's okay. I'll drive anyway. You can continue sleeping. Sumu replied, I'll call you when I get home. That won't work. What if you kiss me secretly while I'm asleep? That's a nice thought. Sumu laughed casually and said, I wouldn't kiss you even if I kissed a dog. Woof. 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 Sumu. Sister, you have to keep your word. Soo-yun leaned forward and said with a sly smile, hurry up. I'm driving. Sumu glared at Soo-yun in shame and anger. He had never seen such a shameless man. You can't kiss while driving? Certainly. Sumu said, didn't you watch the news? Recently, a man and a woman were kissing in a car and got into an accident. You don't want us to be on the news the next day, do you? Soo-yun. Seeing that he was a little depressed, Sumu smiled smugly in his heart. All day long, you only think about hitting on me, but I'm your sister. She's not my biological sister, at most she's just a foster sister. Soo-yun curled his lips and smiled, besides, don't you think it's more exciting when I call you sister when I kiss you? Sumu. Half an hour later. The security guard at the door looked at Soo-yun, who appeared in the community again with mixed feelings. Wow, he came with a woman at noon, and now he comes with another beautiful woman in the afternoon. Plus the woman who came to pick me up that day. There are 3 in total, each one more beautiful than the other. How many women does he have in this community? Is this the life of rich people? The security guard cried with envy. Manager Lee looked at the 2 people who entered the community together, turned the car around and left. This is 100% certain they are having an affair. They always go home together after get off work. After the 2 people, unaware that they were being followed, arrived at the garage, Soo-yun said, Sister Sue, take care. Remember not to miss me. Don't worry, I won't. It really hurts me when you say that. Are you sad now? Then I'll give you a chance. If you answer correctly, I'll satisfy you. Sumu hesitated for a moment, took out a lipstick from her bag, and asked with a smile, do you know what it smells like? How should I know? Soo-yun took a look and said speechlessly, you are completely cheating. Don't let me kiss you. You'll know if you try it. How do you taste it? Soo-yun didn't react for a moment and said, are you going to let me take a bite? I don't have the habit of eating lipstick. Who really asked you to eat lipstick? Sumu unscrewed the lipstick and applied it on her lips, then unbuckled her seatbelt, moved forward, and kissed him on the lips. Soo-yun, oh. Is this even possible? Happiness comes too fast, like a tornado. So after a few seconds, it was gone. Isn't this better? Sumu sat back down and asked with a smile, now? Can you taste it? What does it taste like? Sister, I didn't taste it just now. Soo-yun stared at the other person and asked with a smile, can I try it again? No, you only have one chance. Who said that? Opportunities are earned by one's own efforts. Soo-yun pulled Sumu to his side, then crossed the center console and kissed her strawberry-flavored pink lips fiercely, savoring them. Okay, someone's coming. Sumu quickly pushed Soo-yun away and tidied his clothes. Soo-yun. Chapter 62, Temptation from the Cook. Soo-yun let go of the other person reluctantly. When I turned around, I really wanted to see who ruined my good thing. As a result, they saw a familiar BMW 5 Series driving over and stopping in front of them. It turned out to be Lee Jin-shu, who came back from get off work. That was a close call. Soo-yun's heartbeat actually quickened a little. This really felt like I was cheating and almost got caught. Lee Jin-shu got out of the car, looked at the 2 people in the car, and asked in confusion, hey, why are you here? I don't have a car, so I asked Soo-yun to take me back. He just arrived. Sumu calmly opened the door and got out of the car, saying to Soo-yun, okay, thank you, go back. After saying that, she pulled Lee Jin-shu into the elevator and fled the crime scene as quickly as possible. Don't give the 2 of them a chance to talk. What if Soo-yun causes trouble? Soo-yun curled his lips, smiled, and drove away. Don't worry, the next time we meet we will be next door to each other. There will be plenty of opportunities, ha ha ha. Lee Jin-shu looked at her best friend, who seemed a little anxious, and kindly reminded her, Susu, your lipstick is smudged. Is there? Sumu lowered his head, picked up his phone, and said calmly, it really is spent. I didn't notice it if you didn't tell me. You look a little red in the face right now. Sumu replied naturally, I guess Soo-yun didn't turn on the air conditioner in his car. It's hot, but it will be fine after a while. Oh. Although Li Jinshu was a little confused, he discarded his guess when he thought that Sumu was not the kind of person who would mess around with Su Yun in the car. I guess I'm just overthinking it. By the way, let me tell you something. Li Jinshu recalled running into Su Yun in the real estate sales department today and said, Su Yun went to buy a house today, and he brought a woman with him. Woman? Sumu asked calmly, who is it? His new girlfriend? What's her name? He said it was a female client of his named Jiang Yao, who sold gold. I don't remember exactly. Li Jinshu replied, but she's very pretty and has a nice figure. Where did he buy the house? Have no idea. Li Jinshu said, I only know it's from Haiyun Real Estate. I asked him at the time, but he wouldn't tell me. He was so secretive. Sumu. You say, he didn't buy it for that woman, did he? Li Jinshu thought about this and said anxiously, is he a fool? He's not even married yet, why would he buy a house for someone else? He bought a house for another woman, why are you so excited? Sumu looked at her best friend and said jokingly, why, you are his girlfriend. Li Jinshu then realized that he had overreacted and quickly said, I'm just worried that he'll be cheated by a woman. Okay, don't worry about it. It's his own money anyway. Sumu asked, are you free tonight? Let's go out for dinner together and then go shopping. What are you buying? I have no underwear to wear. Go buy 2 sets. Li Jinshu suddenly remembered something and said, okay, I also want to buy 2 sets. Su Yun's good plan was ruined when he was disturbed by Li Jinshu. Otherwise, maybe he and Sumu could go one step further today and break the shackles. Fortunately, Ning Qian is on the early shift today and will be off work in the afternoon, so I can go find her. Now he is no longer used to the days without women around him. But before he called the other party sent him a WeChat message first. Ning Qian, after get off work today, I came to your house to clean up and made you some soup. Would you like to come back and have some? As she spoke, she also posted a picture of herself making soup. It turned out that since the last time they had fun at home, Su Yun had told the other party the password to his home. Because she said she could come and help me clean when she was free. Su Yun thought about it and agreed. Okay, I'll be right back. Su Yun replied, put down his phone, and couldn't help but step on the accelerator and rush towards home. I don't mean anything else, I'm just hungry and want to drink soup. Finally, after a fast journey, he returned home. As soon as he entered the door, Su Yun saw Ning Qian wearing an apron, with her hair tied up, bending over and sticking out her buttocks, carefully tasting the soup she had made for him. Hearing the noise outside, Ning Qian turned around and saw that it was Su Yun. She smiled happily and said, you're back? So soon. Su Yun walked over, stretched out his hands, and hugged Ning Qian's slender waist from behind. He knocked his head against her right shoulder and asked, what soup are you making for me? It smells so good. It's so itchy when you talk to my ear like that. Ning Qian turned her head slightly and dodged. She turned around and replied with a smile, this is the fresh turtle I bought at the market today. I wanted to give it to you to nourish your body. Why don't you replenish my body? Su Yun deliberately smiled and asked, why, you don't want to go home tonight? Yeah. Ning Qian did not deny it. She blushed and responded with a snort. I understand. Su Yun had been provoked by Su Mu before he came back and was forced to interrupt. Now his temper suddenly flared up again. He deliberately lowered his head and gently bit Ning Qian's earlobe. Women's earlobes are naturally sensitive, and after Su Yun did this, her whole body felt numb. No, I'm still making soup. Just let it simmer slowly. Let's exercise before dinner so we can drink more later. As he spoke, Su Yun didn't care whether Ning Qian objected or not, and held her waist with both hands. Simmer the soup over low heat, it will become more fragrant the longer it cooks. The boiling turtle soup in the kitchen is constantly emitting hot steam in the pot. Half an hour later, the fire was turned off and the turtle soup was almost cooked. Ning Qian came out of the kitchen sweating profusely from the heat, wearing only a set of underwear and holding a bowl of soup in her hand. She placed it in front of Su Yun and said with a smile, try it and see how it tastes. Su Yun took a sip and praised meaningfully, not bad, just as delicious as you. Ning Qian blushed immediately after hearing this. It was my first time exercising in the kitchen, and it was so embarrassing. Just as Su Yun was teasing Ning Qian, the system's voice suddenly rang out. From the temptation of the chef, the host chose the happiness of freedom, unlocked a new place, and was rewarded with 500,000 cash. Bank card balance, 9.38 million. Soo-yoon. Is this system hinting at something? Soo-yoon looked at Ning Qian opposite him and felt a little moved. How about unlocking another place tonight and getting 10 million? Ning Qian felt Soo-yoon's fiery gaze, realized something, and began to feel a little moved. Love is mutual, not just for one person. Have some soup first. This is the turtle soup I made especially for you. It's very nourishing. She stood up shyly and said, I'll go take a shower first, and then wait for you in the room. P.S. I wish you all a happy May Day, a new day, double monthly tickets, please give me monthly tickets, thank you. Chapter 63, How could there be such a reasonable woman in the world? In the evening, after Su-mu and Lee Jinshu finished their meal, they went to the mall to buy underwear. Looking at the dazzling array of underwear in the store, Su-mu set his sights on sexy underwear for the first time. In the past, she always bought plain ones, either flesh-colored, black, or gray. She never considers popular ones or those with new styles. But now, she doesn't think so. Suddenly I wanted to try it, and I don't know why. Seeing this, Lee Jinshu smiled in surprise and asked, Susu, are you finally going to change your style? No, just looking around. Su-mu said hypocritically, the designs of underwear nowadays are really getting more and more exaggerated. There's nothing I can do about it. Men like it. Underwear isn't for men to see. Su-mu smiled and said, it doesn't matter whether they like it or not. But we also think it looks good and sexy when we wear it ourselves. Lee Jinshu said, if you meet a man you like, wouldn't you like to take off your clothes and show him your sexiest side? Su-mu. As Su-mu's best friend, Lee Jinshu spoke without restraint and said, Su-su, you were too traditional, too conservative, and too boring before, which led to your ex-husband being seduced by other beauties outside. Otherwise, with your figure and looks, who can be your opponent? Su-mu. Susu, your love isn't just about pure affection, it's also about sex. Lee Jinshu thought of his experience with Soo-yoon and sighed, when people are deeply in love, they can't help but want to have something happen with each other. I won't listen to your nonsense. Su-mu changed the subject and said with a smile, you are so capable, why are you still single? I haven't met the man I like yet. Lee Jinshu said with a guilty conscience, if I ever run into that situation, I won't need them to take the initiative, I'll just pounce on them and have my fun first. Su-mu. My best friend really dares to say anything. The two chatted while choosing their favorite underwear. In the end, with Lee Jinshu beside her, Su-mu resisted the impulse and, as before, picked out 2 sets of standard underwear. Lee Jinshu, on the other hand, is more relaxed. Following the clerk's introduction and recommendation, she directly picked out 2 sets of very sexy lace underwear, which made people very lustful at first sight. The clerk even said, beautiful lady, you have a good eye. These 2 are the best-selling ones in our store. Many people come back to buy them after buying them, saying that their husbands and boyfriends like them very much. Yeah. Lee Jinshu happily looked at Su-mu beside him and asked tentatively again, Su-su, would you really like to buy one to try? Don't want. After that, it's time to try them on. After all, these are all close-fitting clothes. Apart from the good-looking style, the main thing is whether they fit you well and are comfortable. The 2 of them entered their respective fitting rooms. After Lee Jinshu changed, she looked at herself in the mirror wearing sexy lingerie, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She couldn't help but think, if Soo-yoon saw her like this, would he be unable to resist and pounce on her and eat her? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but take out her phone, took a selfie, and then sent it to Soo-yoon's WeChat. Want to tease the other person. Lee Jinshu, picture 1. Lee Jinshu, this is the new underwear I bought. Does it look good? At this moment, Soo-yoon was lying on the bed, hugging Ning Qian. Both of them were a little tired after exercising and were taking a break. Soo-yoon. Ning Qian whispered, I'm planning to invite my friends to dinner at the place we went to last time the day after tomorrow. Is that okay? You don't need to tell me such trivial matters. Soo-yoon smiled and replied, since I gave you the card, you can decide. If you want to take them, go ahead. If you don't have enough money, call me. Well, thank you. Ning Qian kissed him on the face happily. You want me to punish you again? Soo-yoon said, hurry up, stick your butt out. Oh. Ning Qian responded with a smile and raised it high. Bang. Soo-yoon reached out and slapped her smooth but hard. The fair and tender skin turned red instantly. Ning Qian couldn't help but let out a groan in pain. Pain and happiness. At this moment, the mobile phone on the bedside made a ding sound. After hearing this, Ning Qian lay down again and reminded quietly, "It seems like there's a message on your phone." "I heard it." Suyun continued to hug Ning Qian, freeing one hand to pick up the phone from the bedside. He didn't avoid Ning Qian and opened it directly. Li Jinshu's dialogue box popped up. There is also a picture. She was wearing a very sexy white lace mesh underwear, her half-covered breasts were faintly visible, and her small waist made her full of temptation. Su-yun. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Ning Qian. Ning Qian looked at the photo on Su-yun's phone screen, her expression not changing much. Instead, she smiled and asked, "Who is this sister? She looks so sexy and has a great figure." Su-yun asked curiously, "Aren't you jealous?" "I eat it." Ning Qian curled her lips and said, "If I get jealous, you won't touch other women?" "That's definitely impossible." Su-yun shook his head without disguising it at all. "So, instead of making yourself unhappy and annoying you, it's better to think positively." Ning Qian smiled generously and said, "The emperor has 3,000 beauties in his harem, so I will just consider myself as one of your concubines. As long as you can remember me occasionally when you are free, I will be satisfied." Su-yun. How could there be such a reasonable woman in the world? Ning Qian lay on his chest and asked curiously, "Su-yun, do you like this kind of clothes?" "It's okay, it depends on who wears it." "If you like." Ning Qian said, "Then I'll buy a few sets later. When I have time, I'll wear them and take pictures to show you." "No, just come right in front of us." Just when Su-yun was about to reply to Li Jinshu, Ning Qian, as if on purpose, dived into the bed again and became restless. Su-yun suddenly felt himself enveloped in tenderness. In this situation, what else is there to talk about? He quickly replied to Li Jinshu, "It looks great," then threw away his phone and continued fighting the monster. In another fitting room, Sumu faced himself in the mirror and recalled what Li Jinshu had just said. What would it look like if you wore those sexy lingerie? Will she be sexier and more beautiful than Jinshu? A moment later, the two came out of the fitting room. Li Jinshu was very satisfied with her underwear and asked for it on the spot. On the contrary, after trying them, Sumu was not interested and only bought one set. Li Jinshu joked, "Susu, you always buy something so plain, why don't you change the style this time? Your breasts would definitely look much sexier in these than mine." In fact, if we judge the winner purely by breasts, Sumu was slightly better than Li Jinshu. After all, Li Jinshu is only at C+, while Sumu is at C++. Okay. Sumu laughed at himself and said, "The question is, who am I going to wear it to after I buy it?" Forehead. Upon hearing this, Li Jinshu fell silent. Yes, she couldn't wear it in front of Su-yun. Although she and Susu have a very good relationship and are as close as sisters, they cannot share a man. Whether it's her or Su-mu, only one of them can be with Su-yun. But for now, she is 1T0 version ahead of Su-mu. After all, she and Su-yun had already had a relationship, and Su-mu just had a good impression of Su-yun. Chapter 64, Practicing Baduan Jin 8 Section Brocade can make you powerful and unyielding. Zhang Cheng, in another ordinary apartment. Jiang Peiyao had just experienced the feeling of being rich during the day, and in the evening she received a call from the bank, which ruthlessly brought her back to reality. A penny can make a hero fall. Previously, she mortgaged her house to the bank for 300,000 yuan to pay for her brother's surgery. Now the repayment deadline has arrived. She can't even pay back this money. "I don't have money to pay back." Her total savings now amount to only a few 100,000 yuan. It's still more than halfway. Where could she find the money in such a short time? If you cannot pay the loan back within the stipulated period, the house will be taken back by the bank and auctioned off. Then she won't even have a place to live in the future. Even though she is a store manager, her salary is okay, more than 20,000 yuan a month. But she has a mortgage and a car loan, and a sick brother. The high monthly expenses are simply unaffordable for ordinary people. So she looked glamorous on the surface these years, but in fact the money she earned was not enough to cover her expenses. Over the years, because of her good looks and good figure, there are men chasing her. In fact, there are quite a few, but most of them have not been financially well off or ideal. However, because of her younger brother, she didn't dare to fall in love casually. If the other party knew that she had a sick brother, he would definitely break up with her. No one would be willing to share such a huge financial pressure with her. She also doesn't want to find a man who can't help her financially. But she is a woman of 25 or 26 years old after all. Whether she likes it or not, the human instinct of growth makes her have physical and psychological needs. Every time when she slept alone in bed at night, the long night was so difficult to endure that she could only take sleeping pills to fall asleep. When she got up the next day, she had to pretend nothing had happened and go to work so that no one else could see her. No one knows the pain of these nights. She would never tell anyone about this suffering. Why can't I meet a man like Soo-yoon? Jung Tae-yeol put on her clothes and walked directly into the small bathtub filled with water. She closed her eyes and soaked her body in hot water, trying to escape the troubles and helplessness of reality. Then, Jung Tae-yeol couldn't help but think of Soo-yoon again. The next day, Soo-yoon got up from the bed and rubbed his waist. At that time, I was just enjoying myself and didn't think it was a big deal, but now I feel a bit of pain in my waist. I haven't had much rest during this period. If this continues, I won't be drained by women, right? At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. It has been detected that the host's physical fitness is poor. Faced with temptation, he cannot do what he wants to do as he pleases. He is somewhat powerless. Reward, a modified version of the 8-section brocade technique. Baduanjin, this exercise, practiced once a day, morning and night, can strengthen the kidneys and strengthen the body, making one powerful and unyielding, surpassing the average person. Soo-yoon. System, you are so awesome. This thing cannot be measured simply by money. As the system's rewards arrived, Soo-yoon suddenly had a familiar technique in his mind. In order to verify the effect, he put on his clothes, went to the balcony and started his morning exercises. Although Soo-yoon was practicing for the first time, his muscle memory was as if he had practiced it countless times and was extremely familiar with it. Practiced very well. Ning Qian came out of the kitchen after making breakfast. Seeing this scene, she walked over and watched quietly from the side without disturbing them. After Soo-yoon finished practicing, she asked in confusion, "What were you practicing just now?" "Effort." "What kind of kung fu?" "Hard work." After the practice, Soo-ning indeed felt that his waist was not so sore anymore, and there was a warm current in his lower abdomen, which was slightly hot. Exhausted, it seemed to come back to life. Looking at Ning Qian, who was only wearing a thin nightgown, Soo-yoon suddenly wanted to try out the effects of this technique. So, amid Ning Qian's surprise, Soo-yoon carried her to the living room and did morning exercises again facing the rising sun. After that, the two took a shower together and started to eat breakfast. While eating, Ning Qian asked worriedly, "Are you okay with this frequent sex? Women are different from men. There are only cows that die from exhaustion, but no fields that are ruined by plowing." "Fine." Hearing this, Soo-yoon couldn't help but laugh and said, "I'm in good health and won't let myself be a widow." Ning Qian. "By the way, I have a gift for you." Soo-yoon took out a 300-gram gold bar from his small box and placed it in front of Ning Qian. "For me?" Ning Qian was a little surprised. Why does he always give people small gold bars? Who can stand it? And compared to the 30 grams last time, this time it is so much bigger. 300 grams, according to the current market price of 580 yuan per piece, it would be almost 180,000 yuan. He said he was giving it to himself, so he gave it to himself without even blinking an eye. Ning Qian wanted it very much, but she didn't go to get it right away. Instead, she asked, "Isn't this your birthday present for Auntie? What will Auntie do if you give it to me?" "It's okay, I'll buy her another set." Soo-yoon said casually, "This set is incomplete to begin with, and I have to give one to someone else later anyway." "Oh." Ning Qian. She knew that the someone else Soo-yoon was talking about was probably his other woman. But she doesn't care, as long as she has it. She never thought that she could have Soo-yoon all to herself. That's unrealistic and impossible. Besides, the largest item in this box is only 500 grams. He gave me 300 grams. Does that mean that I am his second favorite woman? Thinking of this, Ning Qian felt sweet in her heart. Because the second one is also very good. By the way, let me ask you something. Soo-yoon suddenly remembered that he was about to move to Jinyuan, and the house here would be empty. Instead of leaving it empty, it would be better to let Ning Qian live there, so that it would be more convenient for me to come and see her. "What's up?" Soo-yoon asked, "Would you like me to stay here?" Ning Qing didn't quite understand what Soo-yoon meant. "Is this to make me the hostess? I mean, you move in with me." Soo-yoon explained, "If you want, you don't have to squeeze into a house with your colleagues in the future. After all, sometimes it is not convenient to make phone calls or receive video calls. Anyway, I don't come back often, so this house is empty anyway. As long as you don't leave me, you can live in this house forever. Yes, of course I do. Ning Qian was a little flattered. Of course I would be willing to own a house of my own without having to pay any money. If it weren't for the necessary conditions, who would be willing to live in the employee dormitory? Happiness came too quickly today. Suyun treated her well, giving her both gold bars and a house. He was simply too good to her. Ning Qian did a quick calculation, the 200,000 yuan meal card, the previous bag in gold bars, plus the gift of gold bars. In less than a week, Suyun had already spent more than 400,000 yuan on himself. Not even a house. Try to compare those colleagues in the store who are hooking up with rich men. Is there anyone better than you? The people they follow are just for fun at most. Not only are most people old, they are also stingy. But someone like Suyun is handsome and generous, and he is good to me. The key is that he is also terrifyingly strong in some aspects. This morning, after practicing Kung Fu, he almost felt overwhelmed. Chapter 65, People like her are just right for the iron fist of justice. In the morning, the court of Linshui Street, Jiangcheng. After the court session ended, Luo Sudong packed up his things and went to the office of another judge. In addition to Suyun's case today, he also has other major cases that he needs to communicate with his superiors about. After discussing the case, the judge poured lawyer Luo a cup of tea. Originally, Luo Sudong worked in the court, but he was poached by a law firm at a high price, so he resigned and became a lawyer. Otherwise, he would be a judge himself by now. After all, if you can become a lawyer in a top law firm, who would be a small role? So the two of them are good friends and acquaintances, and when they are alone, they can talk more easily. The judge smiled curiously and asked, "Why are you here for such a small case today? Does your law firm even take small cases like this anymore?" "There's nothing we can do. The client is a major client of our law firm." Luo Sudong took a sip of tea and said, "In this case, if the other party doesn't pay it back, I hope your court can enforce it." "That's no problem. As long as you apply, we will follow the procedures." The judge asked, "How about having lunch in our cafeteria?" "I'll treat you. I've been eating here for more than 10 years, and I don't want to eat here anymore." Luo Sudong smiled and stood up, saying, "I'd better go back and eat, and by the way, tell my client about today's results." At the door of the court, Huang Mengyao, who was sued by Suyun, walked out with her lawyer, looking haggard. They lost the lawsuit that just ended. Huang Mengyao had never even met Suyun in person during the entire process, but the court ordered her to return all the betrothal gifts to the other party. She looked angrily at the lawyer beside her. Before the trial, the other party swore in confidence and acted as if he was the most powerful. But when the court opened, he became intimidated when he saw the other party's lawyer. He was suppressed by the opponent throughout the whole process and had no power to fight back. She complained a little, "Lawyer Qin, didn't you say you were very confident you could win the case? Is that what you promised me? You really can't blame me this time." Lawyer Qin said somewhat depressedly, "Do you know who was suing me just now?" "Who?" "He is the only lawyer in the Red Circle law firm in Jiangcheng." Huang Mengyao asked in confusion, "Red Circle? What does that mean?" "He's a lawyer from the top law firm in the country, understand?" Lawyer Qin said helplessly, "I really never expected that they would actually take such a small financial dispute case." Huang Mengyao. Lawyer Qin asked curiously, "What does your ex-boyfriend do?" "Anyone who can hire lawyer Luo is no ordinary person. To put it bluntly, their legal fees for this lawsuit are more than the hundreds of thousands you paid." Huang Mengyao. "Don't even think about filing a second lawsuit. It's basically difficult to win." Lawyer Qin shook his head and said, "I guess no other lawyer is willing to help you with this lawsuit." "Then what should I do?" Huang Mengyao said, "I don't have that much money to pay him back now. My advice is that you'd better go talk to the person in question and resolve it privately, and see if you can pay less or admit your mistake. After all, I can see that the other party is not short of money at all." Lawyer Qin kindly said, "Otherwise, if the other party keeps biting you, you will most likely be forced to execute the judgment by the court." Huang Mengyao. The money was spent, but the lawsuit was not won. And from what Lawyer Qin said just now, we can't win the case even if we fight. But I don't have the money to pay back. Of the money Suyun had left with him, only 20,000 to 30,000 yuan was left after all he had spent. Zhang Wentao also cheated him out of 100,000 yuan of his original savings. From yesterday to today, she called Zhang Wentao countless times, but all her calls were rejected. Now even the person is not found. Moreover, she took the bags given to her by the other party to the counter for identification, and they were all fake and high-quality imitations. Even if you want to sell it, you won't get much money. And all this was caused by her best friend Wang Cheng. Just as she was thinking about what to do next, a woman appeared in front of her. There are two men following him. Are you Huang Mangyao? She asked. Huang Mangyao looked at the strange woman in front of her, not knowing what was going on, and nodded. I am. What's wrong? As soon as she finished speaking, a loud slap hit her in the face. You stinky bitch, you're the one who seduced my man, right? The woman said fiercely, give me back the 100,000 yuan you cheated from Zhang Wentao. Huang Mengyao was a little confused after being beaten. I don't understand what you are saying. Also, who are you? Why are you hitting me? The woman said angrily, I'm Zhang Wentao's wife. What's wrong with beating up a mistress like you? I shouldn't be beating you. Huang Mengyao immediately retorted aggrievely, when I was with him, I didn't know he had a wife. That scumbag, you can take it if you want, but you have to return the money he gave you. What money? The woman sneered, pretending to be with me? He cheated me out of 100,000 yuan and said it was for you. I took 100,000 from him? Huang Mengyao collapsed upon hearing this and shouted, he cheated me out of 100,000 yuan, saying it was an investment, and now I'm being sued in court to pay off the debt. Woman. Huang Mengyao thought of Wang Qing's words and said, it was that bastard Zhang Wentao who was gambling outside. He used our money to gamble. Forehead. The woman was stunned for a moment, then smiled awkwardly and said, sorry, wrong number. After saying that, he took his people away. Huang Mengyao. Luo Sudong came out and saw the scene. He kindly stepped forward and asked, are you okay? Do you want me to call the police for you? Go away, I don't want your fake kindness anymore. Huang Mengyao looked at the lawyer who had just been aggressive towards her and said angrily, you only know how to bully a weak woman like me. You're not right. Since you didn't marry my client, you should return the betrothal money to him. I'm just defending my client's legitimate rights. Huang Mengyao cried and looked up and asked, don't pretend to be righteous, it's all about money. Putting aside the betrothal gift, isn't Su Yun completely innocent? Luo Sudong. Alas, I shouldn't have been so kind and tried to reason with her. People like her are suitable for the iron fist of justice. Luo Sudong shook his head and turned to leave. On the way back, he called Su Yun. Hello, Mr. Su. Luo Sudong said, today's court session has ended. We have won the case and ordered the other party to repay your betrothal money in full within 1 month. If the other party refuses to repay, we will help you apply to the court for compulsory execution. Okay, thank you for your hard work. In the company, Su Yun was very satisfied with the result. He didn't mean to mess with Huang Mengyao, he just wanted to get back what belonged to him. It doesn't matter whether he gets the money or not. What he gets back is his difficult past and his dignity. Chapter 66, Warning from Su Mu. Tomorrow is Chow Tai Fuk's store anniversary event, and Song Xiaowei also stayed up late to write a script. After arriving at the company this morning, she handed it over to Su Yun. Take a look at this. This is what I wrote yesterday. Song Xiaowei looked very confident. Just waiting for Su Yun to praise him after reading it. But after reading it, Su Yun didn't praise it. Instead, he frowned and asked, you wrote it all night, and this is it? Song Xiaowei. No, go write another one. Song Xiaowei listened to Su Yun's words and asked unconvincedly, why not? This is just a script that looks like a template for an exam. It's fine for formal occasions, but it's not suitable for our current event. Su Yun explained, our campaign this time is mainly aimed at ordinary people, consumers, or more importantly, the elderly. In a word, your hosting lines are like castles in the air, out of touch with reality, and can't inspire the emotions of consumers watching the event. I don't think so. I think there's nothing wrong with what I wrote. Okay, then. Su Yun smiled and said, why don't we send this script of yours to our client and let her review it? Okay. The other colleagues in the office all seemed to be getting excited. Someone commented cautiously, a new intern arguing with his supervisor is a complete fool. Yeah, even if she wins Su Yun in the end, so what? Whether she can become a regular employee depends on Su Yun's words. You men just don't understand. A female colleague said, Maybe they just come here for an internship and to brush up their resume, and they have no intention of staying here at all. Yes, I'm very ambitious. Think about it, when we first came here as interns, how dare we do this? You bunch of single men are still trying to please others, thinking you have a chance. Do they take you seriously? Look at Soo-yoon again, does he look like you? The other men fell silent for a moment. Soo-yoon took out his cell phone, found Jiang Peiyao's WeChat, and gave her the script that Song Xiaowei had just given her. Soo-yoon, Manager Jiang, this is our script for this time. Do you think it's okay? A few minutes later. Jiang Peiyao, did you write this? It's okay, not too bad, but nothing special either. I personally feel it's too formal and a bit too conventional, which doesn't quite fit with your plan. However, event planning is done by you, you are the professional, and it is mainly about you. If you think it's okay, then it's okay. In Chow Tai Fook's store, Jiang Peiyao felt a little regretful after sending this message. I won't offend him by saying this, right? Fortunately, her worries were unnecessary. Soon Soo-yoon's message came back. Soo-yoon, okay, I'm not satisfied with it either. I'll write another one for you. Jiang Peiyao breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. Jiang Peiyao, thank you for your help. Soo-yoon showed Song Xiaowei the message on his phone screen and said, did you see it? The other party is not satisfied. Song Xiaowei. I spent an entire night writing the script with great effort, but it was actually rejected like this. You said my castle's in the air, but are you sure you can write a better script than me? Soo-yoon smiled and said, I happen to have a copy here, would you like to take a look? Okay, send it to me. After Song Xiaowei received Soo-yoon's file, she took a look and couldn't help but say, these scripts you wrote are obviously unprofessional. There's a lot of nonsense, the wording is not rigorous, and it's even a bit childish. Ordinary people don't understand what professions are, they only need to listen to what they like to hear and what they understand. Soo-yoon said, you studied broadcasting and hosting. Your hosting style is not exactly the same on TV and off TV, in the studio and on the street. Our current event is an open-air store anniversary event. To put it simply, the business uses the store anniversary as an excuse to hold promotional activities. This is no different from a street sales pitch. The host's job is to inspire the enthusiasm and spending urges of the crowd through their words. That's not called a host, that's a salesperson. Song Xiaowei had no idea that her first job opportunity would be at such an event. Yes, you can understand it that way. Soo-yoon said unhappily, not everyone can be a host at a prestigious TV station right after graduation, reading out news scripts seriously. Often most people are doing the job that you just disliked. For example, wedding host, variety show host, event host, etc. Although I don't know much about hosting, I do know that the most important characteristic of a host is how to adapt to the situation on the spot and avoid any hosting accidents. Song Xiaowei. Aren't you very confident in your lines and don't care about my script? Soo-yoon continued, then I'll send my script to the other party and see how they react. Good. So Soo-yoon sent his script to Jiang Peiyao. Soon, the other party's message came back. Jiang Peiyao, this script is very good, much better than the previous one. I even suspect that the previous script was not written by you at all, huh? Song Xiaowei looked at the other party's reply with a grim expression. The script that I just scoffed at was actually praised by the other party in this way. School and society are not the same place. Soo-yoon said, once you leave school, you'll be a rookie. You need to learn with an open mind. Song Xiaowei looked at everyone's gazes at her, returned to her seat, and started to daze. I was actually outdone by a man who looked idle and amateur in what I was best at. Also criticized for being useless. The key is that this evaluation is recognized by a third party. Faced with the doubts from the company's intern, the host arbitrarily undermined the other party's confidence, demonstrated his own strength, and was rewarded with 100,000 yuan in cash. Current bank card balance, 9.48 million. Is there a reward for this too? Although it wasn't much, Soo-yoon didn't expect it, it was an unexpected surprise. Xiaopeng came over and said with a smile, she must be depressed now. She was completely tortured by you. She thinks she's still in school, and thinks everyone should flatter her just because she has good grades and is pretty? Soo-yoon said calmly, you guys spoil her, but I won't. I haven't even learned how to walk around the company yet, but I'm acting like I want to fly and throw her to death. She just ran into a pervert like you. Xiaopeng looked at Song Xiaowei's script and said, she actually wrote it quite well. You can tell she has some real talent. Which company doesn't have talented people? Soo-yun said, can you get promoted just by having ability? Having ability is just the basic requirement. Xiaopang remained silent. Yes, if one could be promoted with ability, Soo-yun should have been sitting in Manager Lee's position long ago. Sumu also saw all this in his office and frowned. When she met Song Xiaowei in the tea room, she said calmly, Song Xiaowei, I didn't invite you here to argue with others. This is a company, not your school. If you want to have a good internship, just listen to Soo-yun. If you don't want to study, you can leave tomorrow. Do you understand? Sumu looked at her and spoke softly, but the invisible aura he exuded made Song Xiaowei feel pressured. I understand, Manager Su. Song Xiaowei listened to Sumu's warning and felt what the workplace was like for the first time. Chapter 67. You are becoming more and more courageous now. After warning Song Xiaowei, Sumu nodded with satisfaction and returned to his office. She was very serious and cool in the last second, but she returned to her feminine demeanor in the next second. Then I continued to open the shopping website I had just visited. The images on the computer screen were all kinds of sexy lingerie, red, white, lace, hollow. That's right, she can secretly buy things online that she is embarrassed to buy in real life. If you buy it online and wear it inside, no one will know. Just when Sumu was concentrating on choosing a style, Soo-yun rushed in without knocking. This scared Sumu. Without even closing the web page, he directly covered the laptop screen. Seeing her guilty look, Soo-yun teased her, what are you looking at? Are you so afraid of me seeing you? Nothing. Sumu glared at him angrily and said, next time you enter my office, can you please knock on the door? I am your boss after all. Okay, leader. Soo-yun said, I came here to tell you that I'm going to the Cafe Plaza this afternoon. They're starting to set up the stage and venue for the anniversary celebration. Keep an eye on it. Oh, go ahead. Sumu said, next time, if something like this happens, just tell your supervisor Lee yourself. You don't need to report it to me. I'm not afraid that you'll leave. You miss me. Soo-yun came forward and said, by the way, I'm planning to move. Would you and Jin-shu like to have dinner together tonight to celebrate? Did you really buy a house? Sumu said with some surprise, yesterday I heard Jin-shu say that he saw you in Hyun's sales department with a woman. Why does she tell you everything? Soo-yun smiled and asked, why, are you jealous? Why would I be jealous of you? Sumu said tentatively, I'm afraid that you will be deceived by a woman again and then go to court. You didn't buy that house for that woman, did you? No, she just accompanied me to look at houses. Soo-yun replied, I bought this house for myself to live in. Are you finally willing to replace that little house of yours? Sumu couldn't help but laugh and said, where did you buy it? Take me to see it after a while. I'll give you a small gift for moving. No problem. Soo-yun replied, after we finish our meal tonight, I'll take you there. Okay, I'll help you make an appointment with Jin-shu. After finishing the business, Soo-yun was about to leave when he accidentally reached out to open the screen of Sumu's notes. Want to see what it is? But Sumu, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, discovered it and pressed it again. I saw nothing. Soo-yun. Sumu. Soo-yun looked at the somewhat nervous Sumu and said with a smile, you are not hiding in the office alone, watching something you shouldn't be watching, are you? It's okay, I understand. Whatever you think. Sumu protected his computer, glared at him and said, if you want to leave, just leave. Don't disturb my work. If you want me to leave, you have to kiss me first. Sumu said angrily, you are becoming more and more daring now. Just tell me whether you want to kiss or not. Soo-yun spread his hands and said, if you don't kiss me, I won't leave. Sumu looked at Soo-yun, who started to act like a rogue again. In order to get rid of him as soon as possible, he had no choice but to satisfy him. Just kiss it. She looked at everyone outside who was working hard, and they seemed not to be paying attention to this place. She walked over and gave him a quick kiss on the face. Is it okay now? That's enough. Soo-yun smiled and left contentedly. However, this scene was seen by the attentive Manager Lee. Also took photos. Manager Lee looked at the photos on his phone with a smile on his face. Now I have the evidence. He came out of the office and deliberately bumped into Soo-yun, who was coming out. He asked, how's your plan for the Pekoin Live press conference going? Soo-yun was a little surprised. The other party has been ignoring me these past few days, but now he actually comes to me on his own initiative? Resurrected with full health again? Soo-yeon replied, I'm working on it. What's wrong? Are you really doing this? Manager Lee said, you're either late or leave early every day, and you're also slacking off at work. Don't think I don't know. So you're going to fire me? Soo-yeon retorted, turn left ahead and you'll find the Human Resources Department. Go ahead. Humph. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because the boss is not around and Soo-moo is backing you up. Manager Lee sneered, you won't be so arrogant for much longer. Okay, I'll wait for you. Soo-yeon smiled nonchalantly and said, Manager Lee, I have something else to do right now, so I won't chat with you anymore. After saying that, he called Song Xiaowei and started a company. Manager Lee looked at his colleagues with an unpleasant expression and shouted, what are you looking at? Have you finished your work? Everyone. Coming out of the company, in the elevator, Soo-yeon didn't hear about the system's reward and felt a little depressed. Is it possible that there is no reward for arguing with Manager Lee now? Song Xiaowei asked Soo-yeon curiously, do you have a grudge against Manager Lee? Soo-yeon replied, when he has nothing to do, he likes to pick on me. But he is your supervisor after all. Aren't you afraid that he will retaliate against you if you confront him like this in front of everyone? How do you take revenge on me? Soo-yeon laughed and said, fire me? He doesn't have that right. I'm not afraid of him making things difficult for me. At worst, I can just quit and take some compensation and leave. You don't seem to care about your job at all. I am a person with professional ethics. As long as I am still working, I will do my best for the company. Soo-yeon replied, but this does not mean that I will sacrifice my dignity. I will certainly not remain silent in the face of injustice. But I'm different from others, so don't try to imitate me. Song Xiaowei. The two drove to the car. When she saw Soo-yeon take out the key of the Porsche and start the red sports car that had picked her up before, she seemed to understand what Soo-yeon said. A man who can drive Supervisor Su's sports car at will is indeed different from others. No wonder he dared to confront Manager Lee and was so confident. It turns out that Manager Su is his backer. She also suddenly understood why she was warned by Manager Su today. The reason why she misunderstood was that she mistook the sports car for Soo-moo's car. After getting in the car, Song Xiaowei asked tentatively, what is your relationship with Manager Su? Soo-yeon turned around and asked, leaders and subordinates? Then she is really very good to you, her subordinate. Song Xiaowei said meaningfully, I actually gave you my own sports car so casually. Indeed. Soo-yeon didn't explain, but said, maybe Manager Su was easier to talk to. Song Xiaowei. Easy to talk to? She warned herself just for you today. Chapter 68 I think your clothes are just right. On the other hand, Ning Qian did not go to work today. She took a day off and hired a moving company to help her move. Her roommates watched her packing her things, helping her but feeling reluctant to let her go. After all, we have lived together for 2 years and have developed feelings for each other. At the same time, everyone envied her for having a free, independent house of her own in the future. But there are also happy things. Ning Qian told them that after moving today, she would invite everyone to go to Shangfang Hotpot to eat seafood. This made Wang Shangmei and others who lived opposite them feel very uncomfortable when they heard about it in the store. We are all living a similar life together, so how can one suddenly become a phoenix? In the past, I could compete for the top salesperson, and if I won, I could surpass the other party. Now no one wants to compete with me, and I don't care about the 10,000 yuan prize at all. Because I heard that Mr. Su gave her a VIP card worth 200,000 yuan without any hesitation. Look at the person I follow. In order to get him to buy me a bag worth 20,000 yuan, I have to talk him down all night long to achieve my goal. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. She also disliked Ning Qian more and more, and if there was any chance, she would definitely not let her off easily. Jealousy often makes people lose their true appearance. 2 or 3 of Ning Qian's colleagues followed her to her new home and helped her put things away. They looked at their new home and sighed, it's such a big house, it's a waste for you to live alone. Well enough. Ning Qian smiled and said, I guess this is his smallest house. That's right. With his status, he should live in a villa or a large flat. Hey, there's a really nice box here, what's in it? One of my colleagues opened it curiously while cleaning the house and talking. Then several golden gold bars of different sizes suddenly appeared in front of them. The two were stunned and murmured, is this gold? What are you doing? Seeing this, Ning Qian hurried over, closed the box, and brought it over. She said angrily, "Don't touch his things." I'm sorry, we didn't know it was filled with gold." "Okay." Ning Qian said somewhat displeasedly, "Except for my things, please don't touch anything else in this room, or I'll be really angry." "Oh, we get it." The other two looked at each other. They really didn't expect that any box they opened would contain gold. Who would leave such important things lying around? It's so unsafe. At least it should be kept in a safe. Is this the home of a rich person? They keep their gold lying around without worrying about losing it. Ning Qian walked to the side and checked the box. She found that a small 100-gram gold bar was missing. Of course, it couldn't have been taken by her friends. It must have been taken away by Su Yun himself when he left this morning. I don't know who he will give it to. But no matter who it was given to, she had no right to interfere. Having worked as a shopping guide for so many years, she knows very well that men don't like smart women. Compared with other women, she has no other advantages. She can only rely on this little trick to play the role of a woman who does not fight or compete and is obedient. Ning Qian suddenly remembered the photo she saw on Su Yun's phone last night and felt a sense of crisis. And secretly made up my mind. After dinner today, I have to buy some nice underwear or pajamas. You can't lose at the starting point. She doesn't dare to argue openly, but she can always compete secretly. Here, Su Yun brought Song Xiaowei to the Cathay Pacific Shopping Center. Workers have already begun setting up the venue. Zhang Peiyao was watching and directing the scene from the side until she saw Su Yun, then she quickly walked over to say hello. "Su Yun, you're here." Then he looked at the woman beside him and asked with a smile, "Who is this beautiful lady?" "I found the host for you." Su Yun replied, "I brought her here today to familiarize herself with the venue, and I'll show her to you." "Are you satisfied?" "Yes, very good temperament." Zhang Peiyao smiled and said, "She would definitely look good if she wore the jewelry from our store." "Hello, my name is Song Xiaowei, and I'm the host of your event." "Hello, Miss Song." Zhang Peiyao called the people around her and said, "Please talk to Miss Song about the jewelry and accessories she wants to bring to the event." "Okay, Manager Jiang." After Zhang Peiyao made the arrangements, she said to Su Yun, "How about coming with me to my office and sitting down?" "Can." So Song Xiaowei watched the two of them walk towards the office inside the store. Arriving at the office, Zhang Peiyao poured Su Yun a glass of water and said a little embarrassedly, "My room is small, please don't mind." "Very good." Su Yun joked to himself, "At the company, my office only has half a meter of space." "Are you hot?" Zhang Peiyao said, "How about I turn down the air conditioner a little bit?" "I'm fine, but I see, Manager Jiang, you're sweating profusely." "I'm a bit busy today." Zhang Peiyao said, inadvertently taking off her work jacket, revealing the clothes she was wearing underneath. The white short-sleeved shirt was a little small, and the buttons on the chest were so tight that it felt like they might break at any time. Zhang Peiyao felt Su Yun's clothes falling on her chest, but she didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, she smiled and said, "My work clothes are a little small. I haven't had any suitable clothes sent to change into, so they seem a little tight. I think your clothes are just right." Su Yun made a joke, looked away, then took out a small gold bar engraved with one piece, 100 grams from his pocket and placed it in front of her. Zhang Peiyao was stunned for a moment, and asked with some confusion, "Su Yun, what do you mean?" "It doesn't mean anything." Su Yun explained with a smile, "This is to thank you for helping me bargain for the house when I bought it. It saved me a lot of money." No, we are all friends." Zhang Peiyao didn't expect the other party to give her such an expensive gift, so she quickly refused, "I didn't help you much. Manager Jiang, I don't like to owe favors to others." Su Yun said, "If you don't accept it, it means you are being distant with me and don't consider me a friend anymore." "That." Zhang Peiyao hesitated for a moment and replied, "Okay, thank you for your gift." 100 grams, worth about 60,000 yuan. For her who is short of money now, this is really a timely help and can relieve a lot of her financial pressure. "By the way, I'd like to trouble you, Manager Jiang, to help me with one more thing." "What's up?" "The set of gold bars I bought from you last time for collection is mostly gone now because I gave them away as gifts." Su Yun smiled and said, "So I want to buy another set. Could you please help me prepare it?" "Giving it away? Have you finished giving it away?" "That's gold. It's only been a few days and it's almost all given away." Zhang Peiyao looked at the gold in her hand. "Did he always send them out like he did to me?" How willful is this? Although she knew that Soo-yun's family was rich, they didn't spend money like this. Soo-yun, actually I suggest you not buy it in our store. This time is different from the last time. Last time she was purely trying to earn Soo-yun's commission, but now their relationship made her start to consider the other person. Jang Pei-yao hesitated for a moment and said, if you really want to give it to Auntie as a birthday present, I suggest you go directly to the bank and buy their investment gold bars. Firstly, it's cheaper, and secondly, it's more secure. Are you saying that the gold in your store is water? I don't know. I don't understand. Jang Pei-yao shook her head and said, but I think that for the older generation, the bank's credit rating is always higher. Soo-yun thought about it and felt that it made some sense, so he gave up. Just as the two were chatting, a clerk suddenly knocked on the door and walked in. She said nervously, Manager Jiang, something happened outside. After finishing the coding, the third round of PK will start next week, so I'll post a separate chapter. Hello everyone. First of all, thank you for being here. This is the first time that Wando Zhajiangmian has written a novel. It has been a whole month since I started writing this book. Every day after work, I go home in the evening and start writing. I write until midnight. This is why I like to update in the early morning. The reason why the author wrote the novel was because he was short of money. He had a low salary at work and lived a tight life. Then I unexpectedly saw on the internet that writing novels could make money, so I paid a few thousand yuan in registration fees on impulse. After learning from the so-called teacher for a few days, I tried writing it myself. And they found a topic that they said was the simplest to write about. Actually, after I wrote it, I found that it was not simple at all. Writing novels is really tiring. Since it was my first time writing, of course it wasn't good, and all sorts of problems kept cropping up as I wrote. Every time I secretly checked the backstage of the writer's assistant, I am either being scolded or on the way to being scolded. Daoxin almost collapsed. Fortunately, an old author comforted me and said that it was because everyone loved you so much and hated you so much that no one criticized you, which is why you really failed. Whether it is true or not, I believe it anyway. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to overcome all obstacles and reach the third round of PK with everyone's support. Before next Tuesday, we will have to attack the last 3 rivers. Here, I would like to thank you all first. Love you. Although I know it is basically impossible for me to achieve Sanjiang, but people should have dreams. What if? Of course, if I fail, I can only put it on the shelves. There is also the problem of the plot of my novel. I have carefully read and thought about the questions everyone raised about my novel. When I write later, I will try my best to optimize it and avoid making the same mistakes. I will also deal with the characters and plots that everyone disliked before as soon as possible. In terms of rhythm, I try to be as fast as possible so that everyone can enjoy watching it, feel happy, and scold me less. Finally, let me talk about the tone of my novel. I don't like it very much, nor am I good at writing articles that pretend to be cool and then get slapped in the face, or deliberately stir up emotions, so overall I may be more inclined to write about the daily life of the rich. It seems like it wants to be light-hearted and funny. Finally, thank you all for your tolerance and support. I hope to write novels that you will like. This week I hope everyone can read more and work hard to make a name for themselves. IEP Noodles would like to express my gratitude to all of you for providing us with food and clothing. Chapter 69, of course you have to return this money to me. As soon as I heard something happened. Jang Pei-yao and Soo-yun both thought that a safety accident had occurred among the workers building the stage, and they were so scared that they quickly followed them out. But the result seems not to be the case. Soo-yun and Jang Pei-yao walked over, cleared the crowd, and asked the salesperson next to them, what's going on? The white moonlight jade bracelet I just got yesterday is broken. The salesperson in charge of the bracelet replied, when I was introducing Miss Song to the jewelry she would wear tomorrow, she became interested in the jade bracelet we had just received and asked to see it. I showed it to her, but she didn't hold it firmly and it dropped and broke. Jang Pei-yao. She asked angrily, where's the bracelet? Manager Jiang is here. Another shopping guide brought over a plate, and the bracelet, broken into 4 pieces, lay quietly inside. I thought it was just a little bump, but it turned out to be broken into pieces like this. You're also an old clerk. What happened? Who asked you to take it out? Who agreed? What should I do now? After all, Song Xiaowei was brought here by Soo-yun, so Jang Pei-yao couldn't say anything directly to her and could only pretend to blame her employees. Now that the bracelet is broken like this, will you compensate me? It's not even enough for your annual salary. The female salesperson was so frightened that she burst into tears and said defensively, "Manager Jiang, it's really not my fault. It was Miss Song who wanted to see it. I refused, but she insisted, so I gave it to her." "Yes, we can testify," several other female shopping guides nearby said. Soo-yoon stood aside and said nothing. Manager Jiang glanced at Soo-yoon quietly. Seeing that he didn't move, he turned to Song Xiaowei and said, "Miss Song, look at this. I broke it accidentally. It has nothing to do with her." Song Xiaowei's face turned pale at this moment. Although this jade bracelet is very expensive, one has to take responsibility for one's actions. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being so tempted and wanting to try it on. Because it has suddenly become popular for young girls to wear jade bracelets recently, when she saw this white moonlight, she was attracted and wanted to try it. However, she dropped it on the ground without paying attention. She said stubbornly, "I'll pay for this jade bracelet." In that case, Zhang Peiyao breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. It's good that she admits it. I'm just afraid of arguments. Zhang Peiyao smiled and said, "You are Soo-yoon's friend. Let's go to the office first. It's not convenient here with so many people." Okay. So the three of them came to Zhang Peiyao's office again. Zhang Peiyao said to Song Xiaowei, "This icy jade bracelet is priced at 62,000. I'll charge you 52,000, which is 10,000 less. Is that okay with you?" "Okay." Song Xiaowei nodded. "So, do you want to pay by card or cash?" For the first time, Song Xiaowei was at a loss, blushing and saying, "But I don't have any money right now." Jiang Peiyao. "Good man, you agreed so readily even though you have no money?" She subconsciously looked at Soo-yoon, her expression somewhat embarrassed. Song Xiaowei also looked at Soo-yoon helplessly. The only one who could help her now was Soo-yoon, who came with her. But is he willing? Or does he have so much money? Song Xiaowei asked humbly, "Brother Soo, do you have any money? Can you lend me some first?" She always thought that she was capable and would make money in the future. These jewelry were not very expensive, and it seemed that as long as she got a job, she could afford them. When she really encountered trouble and was asked to take out money, she found that she couldn't even take out 10,000 yuan. The original pride seemed to be ruthlessly shattered by reality in an instant. Feeling Manager Zhang's gaze, her face felt hot. Soo-yoon sighed when he saw them all looking at him. "You said you had no money, why did you go to look at jade bracelets?" He said to Song Xiaowei, "I can lend you the money, but you have to write me an IOU." "No problem." Song Xiaowei nodded quickly, fearing that Soo-yoon would go back on his word. More than 50,000. She didn't expect Soo-yoon to agree so readily. Zhang Peiyao felt relieved after hearing Soo-yoon's words. Otherwise, today's matter would be really difficult to handle. It's true that she is the store manager, but if something is damaged, someone has to pay for it, so at most she will just pay less. After all, she is also a worker and needs to report to her boss. Soo-yoon looked at the IOU written by Song Xiaowei, put it in his pocket, then took out Zhang Peiyao's WeChat and transferred 52,000 yuan to her. "Let's forget about this matter." Zhang Peiyao looked at the broken bracelet and said to Soo-yoon with a smile, "Although this bracelet is broken, it can be repaired. If you don't look carefully, you still can't see it. I'll have someone repair it and give it to you." "Good." Soo-yoon nodded and said to Song Xiaowei, "All right, don't overthink it. Go and familiarize yourself with the event procedures and venue with the staff. Don't make any mistakes tomorrow." "Okay, Brother Soo." Towards evening, the stage for the event was set up, and Song Xiaowei and Soo-yoon also had a brief rehearsal. Zhang Peiyao originally wanted to invite Soo-yoon and Song Xiaowei to dinner, but was rejected by Soo-yoon. "I have a dinner party tonight because of him." There was some disappointment in Zhang Peiyao's eyes, but she didn't show it. Before leaving, she took out the white moonlight bracelet that was broken in the afternoon and handed it to him. "I have to say that the chef's craftsmanship is pretty good." After it was glued together again, he really couldn't tell unless he looked carefully. However, Soo-yoon certainly wouldn't want it. After leaving the mall, he turned around and said to Song Xiaowei, "Hold out your hand." "Oh." Song Xiaowei. Soo-yoon put the repaired jade bracelet on her hand and said, "You bought this with your own money, so wear it and consider it a lesson. If you come across something you don't have the ability to buy, don't touch it casually, because you can't afford it." Song Xiaowei. Soo-yoon's words were like the jade bracelet, a slap on her face, shattering her pride and dignity to the ground. She had looked down on Soo-yoon before, but after what happened today, she could only rely on him to help her. Brother Su, don't worry. Song Xiaowei said firmly, I will return the money to you. Of course you have to return this money to me. Su Yun jokingly said, if you can't pay it back, you can pay it back with your body. I don't mind. When Song Xiaowei heard this, her face flushed red and she said angrily, Brother Su, who do you take me for? Yes, although I borrowed your money, it doesn't mean that I am willing to sleep with you. I will return the money to you as soon as possible. Okay, I hope so. Arriving at the car, Su Yun opened the door and got in. He curled his lips and said, you can go back by yourself later. I have something else to do so I won't see you off. After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away in his Porsche sports car. Song Xiaowei stood there alone, looking at the jade bracelet on her wrist, which was disheveled in the wind. Chapter 70, Ex-Husband, Please don't talk nonsense. Tens of thousands of dollars means nothing to Su Yun now. So Song Xiaowei's matter did not cause any ripples in his heart. What I said before about sexual compensation was just a joke. Nowadays, when most women come to him, he still has to consider whether to sleep with them or not. There was no choice before, but now there are many options to choose from. Driving his sports car, Su Yun headed towards the place where he had agreed to meet Su Mu in the afternoon. This is a private kitchen in a stand-alone building next to East Lake, very quiet. Although it is not the most high-end place in Jiangcheng, it is not cheap for ordinary people. Su Yun heard that there are actually more expensive places in Jiangcheng, but those places are not open to the public and are all membership-based. At present, he has not yet come into contact with that circle. Maybe there will be a chance in the future. When Su Yun arrived, Su Mu had already arrived after picking up Li Jinshu and was waiting in the room for him to order food. I have to say, the environment here is really nice. Eating is also a pleasure. When Li Jinshu saw him, he smiled and said, Why are you here just now? It's almost dark. Of course I'm busy with work. After Su Yun sat down, he started ordering food. It was his first time here, so he had no idea what to eat, so he just ordered all the signature dishes listed on the menu. When the waiter asked about drinks, Su Yun replied, You can ask the two beauties. I don't need any. After spending 88,888 on a bottle of red wine at Huyuan last time, he felt it was just so-so. I don't want to be a sucker anymore. Anyway, he couldn't tell any difference. It felt similar to the domestic Great Wall red wine that costs 98 yuan a bottle. We don't need any, thank you. When the waiter heard this and saw that the drinks had not been sold, he left in disappointment. Li Jinshu teased, Why aren't you drinking the red wine that costs tens of thousands of yuan a bottle today? Some things are worth trying once. Su Yun shook his head and said, Maybe I'm just an ordinary person and can't drink such high-end wine. Su Yun. Su Mu asked, Where did you buy your house? Yes, isn't it a villa? Li Jinshu winked at him and said, If it's a villa, it would be a waste for you to live alone. How about Susu when I move in and live with you? That will have to wait until I buy a villa. Su Yun smiled and said, It's a pity that I didn't buy a villa this time, but a large flat. It's a large flat. Hearing this, Li Jinshu curled his lips and said, That's meaningless. Susu and I live in a large flat now. What size did you buy? Sumu asked, How much did it cost? 260 square meters, but the actual usable area is probably closer to 300 square meters. Su Yun replied, It was quite cheap. It only cost about 6.03 million yuan to get everything done. Is this still cheap? Li Jinshu rolled his eyes and said enviously, Even if I didn't eat or drink, I would have to work for 30 years to save enough money to buy it. Just forget it. Su Yun smiled meaningfully and said, Why not just find a rich man who has everything? That's what I meant. Li Jinshu said jokingly, Then I'll come to you, okay? Sure. Su Yun said with a smile, As long as Sister Su has no objection. What do you two have to do with me? Because I only have you, Sister Su, in my heart. Get lost, you just know how to make fun of me. Sumu glared at Su Yun and said with a smile, You can like whoever you want, but don't use me as a shield. It seems Sister Su has no objection. Su Yun said, Jinshu, after dinner, come with me to my house and sleep. You wish. Li Jinshu said, I won't let Susu be lonely and cold at home alone. The three of them chatted while the food arrived quickly. After dinner, it was completely dark. When checking out, the total was 7,800 yuan. Su Yun was about to pay when he discovered that Su Mu had already paid in advance. Let's not talk about it, is it my treat? Soo-yeon asked doubtfully, when did you give it to me? When I went to the bathroom. Soo-moo smiled and said, since you are moving today, consider it as a celebration for you. Thank you, Sister Sue. Just as the three of them were about to leave, they suddenly met a man in the parking lot, who was walking towards them with his arms around a sexy woman. What a coincidence, Soo-moo. The man was a little surprised, stopped, and said with a smile, are you here to eat with friends? None of your business. Soo-moo frowned and looked at him with disdain. Do you really think that if you have some money and wear branded clothes, you can become a member of the upper class? Looks like a human but acts like a dog. I heard that you can't even stay in your own company anymore. The man looked at Soo-yeon beside him with disdain, then looked at the car and said sarcastically, I didn't expect that after breaking up with me, your life wouldn't be so good. You're still driving a broken down 5 Series. After saying that, he took out his car keys and pressed them proudly. A black Mercedes-Benz S parked next to Soo-moo flashed its lights. But I'm different. Ever since I left you, my life has been getting better and better. I just bought this yesterday. How is it? Is it okay? Zhao Xianhong, you are just a villain who has achieved success. Li Jinshu, who was standing next to him, said angrily, our Su-su was really blind to believe you back then. You guys chat first, I'm going to drive. Soo-yeon probably knew who the other person was, so he turned and left. Are you showing off in front of me? Since it's our first meeting, it seems I should give my ex-husband a gift. Seeing this, Soo-moo and Li Jinshu thought that Soo-yeon was afraid and retreated. They looked at each other with complicated expressions and felt very uncomfortable. Your friend is very unreliable. Zhao Xianhong glanced at Soo-yeon with some disdain as he left, and sneered, when looking for a man, you should look for one who is reliable. But he was happy for only a few seconds. Bang! With a loud crash, a red Porsche 911 sports car crashed directly into the man's new Mercedes-Benz. It's all smoking. The sudden crash startled them all. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. The people eating nearby were also attracted by the loud noise, and everyone ran over to watch the excitement. Damn, luckily I was wearing my seatbelt. I stepped on the gas too much. The culprit, Soo-yeon, shook his dizzy head, opened the car door, and got out. Don't you love your car? Then I'll make you like it more. He said to the man in front of him with a guilty look on his face, ex-husband, this car is yours, right? I'm sorry, it was my first time driving and I was a little nervous. I mistook the brake for the accelerator and didn't expect to hit you like this. Zhao Xianhong. Soo-moo and Li Jinshu were also shocked by Soo-yeon's action. This is too violent. He just started to confront me without any agreement. But Li Jinshu felt that Soo-yeon was so manly, so handsome, and so domineering. Zhao Xianhong was not a fool and he also reacted. Can it hit such a wide place? He angrily said, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Ex-husband, please don't talk nonsense. Soo-yeon said innocently, intentionally damaging someone else's property for over 5,000 yuan is illegal. I did it accidentally. Don't slander me, or I'll sue you. Zhao Xianhong. By the way, your car is very expensive, right? I've never owned one, so I don't know the price, but I think it must be worth more than mine. Zhao Xianhong glanced at the Porsche 911 and the corners of his mouth twitched. But don't worry, I hate you, so I will definitely take responsibility. Soo-yeon continued sincerely, I've already called the insurance company. Please wait for a moment. I'll pay for the repairs to your car when the time comes. After saying that, he said to Soo-moo and Li Jinshu, let's go, we still have to go see my new house. What about your car? The insurance company will take it to a 4S shop for repairs, so don't worry about it. Oh. The two women looked at the damaged Mercedes-Benz, smiled with glee, and responded subconsciously. Then the three of them got into Soo-moo's car and drove away in style. Zhao Xianhong was so angry that his eyes turned red when he saw the Mercedes-Benz S that he had just bought and had become the vehicle involved in a major accident before it even had a license plate. He must have done it on purpose. Chapter 71, Pretend, Keep Pretending. In the car, Soo-yeon quickly received the system reward after the car crash. A man should not be a coward. Faced with the ex-husband's ridicule of his friend, the host drove his luxury car and rammed him into it at will, teaching him a lesson on the spot, and was rewarded with 2 million cash. Bank card balance, 11.03 million. At this moment, Soo-moo, who was sitting in the back seat of the car, also recovered from the shock. She looked at Soo-yoon, who was driving in front of her, and felt a little touched. It's a good thing that I was thinking of him that way just now, thinking that I had misjudged him. Soo-moo said with some guilt. Soo-yoon, it was so dangerous just now. Don't do such stupid things in the future. Yeah, you almost scared me to death just now. Lee Jinshu said with lingering fear, although Zhao Xianhong is very cruel, you don't have to risk your life. I'm not stupid. Soo-yoon smiled and said, I'm wearing a seatbelt. It's such a short distance, I'm fine. That's dangerous too. Lee Jinshu said, what if something unexpected happens? If something really happens to you, Susu will feel guilty for the rest of her life. Of course, I'll be sad too. Now that you mention it, I seem to be really hurt. Soo-yoon pretended to cover his chest with one hand and said, my chest hurts a little now. Real? Hearing this, Soo-moo immediately said, let's go to the hospital and get checked out. Yes, go to the hospital. Lee Jinshu also expressed concern, don't worry about internal injuries. I've seen many news reports of car accidents where people appear fine at the time, but die a short time later. Well, that doesn't have to be so serious. Soo-yoon replied, actually, if you all give me a kiss after you get off the car, I might be fine. Soo-moo and Lee Jinshu couldn't help but roll their eyes. Seeing that Soo-yoon was still in the mood to joke, the two of them felt relieved, thinking that everything was really fine. After a few seconds of silence, Lee Jinshu said with some regret, Soo-yoon, how could you bear to use your sports car to hit his car? It's obviously not worth it. I feel like I'm losing a lot. I didn't think so much at the time. Soo-yoon said casually, at that moment, I wanted to crash into something, so I crashed into it. And in my eyes, there is only value, not loss. As long as money can solve the problem, it doesn't matter. Since you are my friends, how could I watch you being bullied in front of me? It's just a car. If it gets totaled, I can just buy another one. I was planning to change cars anyway. Lin Jinshu. If the car is totaled, just buy another one. Only he would say that. Soo-moo said on the side, when the repair costs of the two cars are calculated today, tell me and I will transfer it to you. After all, you are doing this because of me. I don't want the money. Soo-yoon shook his head and said meaningfully, I only accept sexual compensation. If you don't believe me, ask Jinshu. Soo-moo looked at her best friend with a puzzled look on her face. Susu, don't listen to what he says. Lee Jinshu was caught off guard. He glared at Soo-yoon and retorted with a guilty conscience, I never owed him any money, let alone paid him with my body. Okay, stop teasing. Soo-moo didn't believe Soo-yoon's nonsense. He thought Lee Jinshu would really pay with her body. She said, come on, take us to see your new home. Yeah, hurry up and stop talking nonsense here. Oh. After leaving Donghu, Soo-yoon drove straight towards Jinyuan. Did Soo-yoon take the wrong road? Lee Jinshu looked at the familiar streets around him and said, why does this route look like it's going back to our neighborhood? Yes, just go back to your community. Huh? Lee Jinshu asked doubtfully, didn't we agree to visit your new home? Yes, I'm going to my new home. Soo-yoon smiled and replied, my new home is in your neighborhood. Soo-moo and Lee Jinshu. His new home is in his own community? A dozen minutes later, Soo-moo and Lee Jinshu watched Soo-yoon drive into the garage of their community. They both felt cheated. Why do I feel a little unconvinced? This wasn't about going to his new home, it was clearly about taking them home. After parking the car, to prove that what he said was true, Soo-yoon pointed to the parking space next to him and said, look, this is my parking space. Soo-moo looked up. Wow, the license plate number of the private parking space displayed above is indeed Soo-yoon's. Come on, I'll show you around my new home. Soo-yoon smiled as he walked towards the elevator. The two people behind him looked at each other, then followed him up. Under their surprised gazes, the three of them took the elevator to the 19th floor. And stopped in front of the house opposite theirs. Soo-yoon smiled and said, okay, we're here. This is my new home. Is this your home? Lee Jinshu was surprised, you bought it next door to us? Why, can't I? Soo-yoon smiled and winked, from now on, we are neighbors. Lee Jinshu Soo-moo. When they thought about Soo-yoon living next door to them in the future, they both felt a little strange. Then, Soo-yoon entered the password and opened the door. The two followed him in to tour their new home. Compared to Soo-moo's house, Soo-yoon's house is bigger, but the basic layout is similar. After a walk around, Li Jinshu subconsciously said, Susu, if our water heater breaks down in the future, we can come to Suyun's place to take a bath. Okay. Hearing this, Suyun smiled happily and said, I welcome you to visit me anytime in the evening. You're dreaming. Li Jinshu curled his lips and said, anyone who comes to take a bath here is a fool. This is like a sheep entering a wolf's mouth. Who knows, you might eat them up if they're not careful. Don't wrongly accuse me. Suyun said to Sumu meaningfully, Sister Su should know that I never do anything against a woman's will. Li Jinshu looked at Sumu and said, Su, has he done anything against your will? No. Sumu also felt a little guilty and said, don't listen to his nonsense. There is not a single serious word he says. Aha! Li Jinshu nodded repeatedly in agreement, yes, he likes to talk nonsense sometimes. Suyun. He looked at the expressions of his two best friends and couldn't help laughing in his heart. Pretend, keep pretending. Am I talking nonsense? Don't you know it in your hearts? On the other hand, after moving in the afternoon, Ning Qian took her colleagues to Shangfan Hotpot restaurant and asked for the same private room as last time. Because they had Su Yun's membership card, the manager was very enthusiastic towards them. But unlike Su Yun, Ning Qian was the only one there. She did not spend money recklessly and choose the largest and most expensive seafood, but ordinary ones. There were 8 people at the table. We were in a private room, eating expensive seafood while looking at the beautiful night view. We were so excited. They also take photos of each other and post them on WeChat moments from time to time, or share their joy with their family. Compared to them, Ning Qian was much calmer when she came for the second time. She looked at the night view outside the window and wondered what Su Yun was doing at the moment. Maybe, like me, he was also having dinner with someone somewhere in Jiangchang. Ning Qian, why are you just daydreaming? A colleague came over, pulled her along and said happily, come, take a picture for us. I'm going to post it in the group chat and make that woman Wang Shengmei mad. Good. Chapter 72. Since he hadn't bought anything for his new home, Suyun certainly wouldn't sleep here tonight. So after showing the two of them around his new house, he left and went back to his previous home to sleep. Before leaving, he sent a message to Li Jinshu telling her the password of the house and transferred 20,000 yuan to her, asking her to help buy some daily necessities. Well, and betting. After all, their private relationship is different now. Sumu was not aware of all this, as it was all done in secret. Li Jinshu would not be stupid enough to tell Sumu on her own initiative. After all, why would Suyun tell her the password of the house instead of Sumu? While looking at the house, Suyun also received consumption messages from Shangfan Hotpot on his mobile phone. Ning Qian spent a total of about 15,000 yuan in the store, including hotel charges. Suyun knew the consumption level there and smiled. This woman is really frugal for herself. After taking a taxi back home, Suyun thought Ning Qian would go out and play with her friends before coming back. As a result, the other party had already returned. She took a shower alone, lay on the sofa in her pajamas, and watched TV series leisurely. After hearing the sound of the door opening, Ning Qian turned around and saw that it was Su Yun, and she happily got up. He didn't even bother putting on shoes, and ran over barefoot. He stopped in front of Su Yun and asked happily, why are you here? This is my home, can't I come? Of course, you can come every day. Ning Qian asked with concern, have you eaten yet? Do you want me to get you something? No, I've eaten outside. Suyun held her in his arms, walked to the sofa and sat down, and asked, did you go out to eat with friends today? Ning Qian nodded and said, they helped me move house all day in the afternoon, and I invited them to dinner in the evening. There were 8 of us and we spent a total of 15,000 yuan. 8 people only spend more than 10,000? Suyun pinched her nose and said with a smile, you're too stingy. Why don't you treat them to more food? That's enough. Ning Qian smiled and replied, your money didn't come from the wind, so you should save it. It's okay, my money just came from the wind. Oh. Of course Ning Qian wouldn't believe it, she would just think Suyun was generous. She snuggled in Suyun's arms and asked, do you want to take a shower now? I'll run the water for you. After a while, the water was ready. Suyun originally wanted to pull Ning Qian to take a shower together, but Ning Qian told him to take a shower alone while she went to get ready. She said she would give him a surprise after he came out of the shower. Suyun took a quick shower by himself. He washed his hair, rinsed off, and came out wrapped in a bathrobe. But he didn't see Ning Qian run in the living room. Seeing that the door of the master bedroom was half open, Soo-yun smiled and walked inside. As soon as he entered the room, he was surprised by Ning Qian's dress. She was seen kneeling on the bed in a sexy black and white maid outfit with no underwear on. After seeing Soo-yun, she immediately said with a look of grievance, "Master, I know I was wrong, please don't punish me, okay?" Soo-yun. The next morning. After Soo-yun and Ning Qian finished their breakfast at home, they took a private car and went out together. He first sent Ning Qian to the mall, and then he prepared to go to Cathay Pacific Trade Center. Suddenly, he received a call from the police station, saying that someone had called the police and reported that he had deliberately destroyed other people's property yesterday. According to regulations, he had to go to the station to cooperate with the investigation and give a statement. As soon as Soo-yun heard it, she knew it was probably about her ex-husband's brother. After he said okay, he turned around and called the law firm and told them what he had recorded. "Since I have paid the consultation fee, of course I can't waste it." After listening briefly, Luo Sudong said that it was okay and he would arrange for someone to come and deal with it later. Soo-yun arrived at the door of the police station and waited for a while before a woman in a formal suit came over. "Hello, Mr. Su. I'm Luo lawyer's assistant. My name is Lu Li-nin." Lu Li-nin smiled and said, "After you come in with me, don't say anything. Leave everything to me." "Okay, thank you for your help then." In this way, Soo-yun brought Lu Li-nin to the street police station and saw her ex-husband Zhao Xianhong from yesterday. "That police officer is him. He was the one who deliberately hit my car yesterday." Zhao Xianhong immediately identified Soo-yun after seeing him. The police officer glanced at Soo-yun and said, "Soo-yun, right? Can you tell me what happened yesterday?" "Hello, police officer." Lu Li-nin stepped forward and said, "I am Mr. Su's legal advisor. Here is my attorney ID. My name is Lu Li-nin. If you have any questions, I can help him answer them." In a top law firm, even an assistant is a legitimate lawyer with a license. Among ordinary lawyers, he would probably be a main force. "Police? Zhao Xianhong? I asked you to come here to take a statement, so bring me a lawyer." "Lawyer Lu, we just received a call from a police officer and are taking a normal statement. The matter has not been determined yet." The police officer also became polite when facing the lawyer. What's more, the other party is a lawyer from a Red Circle law firm. "I can't afford to offend you. I absolutely can't afford to offend you. Mr. Su told me in detail about what happened yesterday before he came." Lu Li-nin said, "First of all, I want to say that this matter is all Mr. Zhao's unilateral subjective thoughts, not objective facts. Mr. Su just made a normal operating error due to nervousness, which led to a normal traffic accident. Secondly, Mr. Su immediately called the insurance company and reported the accident to the traffic police, and was willing to bear all losses of the other party." Lu Li-nin's thinking and logic were clear, and he nodded repeatedly at what the police said. Originally, they thought the case was clear enough and had already asked the insurance company, but the other party insisted, so they had no choice but to deal with it. "Comrade police officer, don't believe her," Zhao Xianhong said angrily. "I think he hit my car on purpose. The parking lot is so wide, why did he hit me?" "Mr. Zhao." Lu Li-nin turned to him and asked, "You said Mr. Su deliberately hit your car. Let me ask you a few questions. You say. Did you know each other before the crash?" "I don't know him." "Did you have any conflict before the car accident? Did you talk to each other?" "No." "Look, comrade police officer." Lu Li-nin spread her hands and said, "Before the incident, the two of them didn't know each other, had no conflicts, and had never even spoken to each other. There is no way my client would have deliberately hit his car because there was no motive at all. According to normal people's thinking, who would be stupid enough to drive a new car worth more than 1.6 million yuan and crash into a new car that is not as good as his own? And according to the damage assessment report, Mr. Su's losses are even greater than Mr. Rao's. What if he's just mentally ill?" Zhao Xianhong retorted. Lu Li-nin asked again, "Okay, even if what you said is true, where is the evidence?" "Everything requires evidence. You said Mr. Su hit your car on purpose. Do you have evidence to prove what you said? Just saying it won't work. The law relies on evidence." "Right." The police officer asked, "Do you have evidence to prove that the other party hit your car intentionally? If so, can you show it to me?" Zhao Xianhong. Chapter 73 Manager Jiang, would you consider me too? First order please. In the police station. Seeing that Zhao Xianhong could not produce any evidence, the police said, "Okay, Lawyer Lu, we basically understand the situation. Thank you for your cooperation. You can leave now." "You're welcome. Comrade, you are not a police officer. You can't just close the case like this." Zhao Xianhong was a little dissatisfied. The police officer turned to him and said, "Mr. Zhao, you heard it too. Things are not what you think. Everything requires evidence, and you can't prove it. On the contrary, if everything the other party says makes sense, you should stop making a fuss here. We are also very busy. That's it for now. If you still have any objections, you can find a lawyer and sue him in court." Zhao Xianhong. Su Yun sat next to Lu Limin the whole time, as if nothing had happened. Without saying a word. As if this matter had nothing to do with him. Damn, this is a world of the rich. For the first time, he truly experienced how great it was to have his own legal advisor. Su Yun suddenly stood up and asked, "Lawyer Lu, if I want to sue him for deliberately defaming me and for compensation for my losses, can I do so?" "Sure." Lu Limin responded very professionally, "His casual accusation against you has caused you substantial mental distress and may have caused you to lose sleep at night. It's entirely possible to file a lawsuit. Mr. Su, if you're willing, I'll start preparing the materials after I get back and then file a lawsuit in court." Zhao Xianhong. The police officer looked at him with some pity. Now, he was going to be the defendant. "Okay, I understand." Su Yun came up to Zhao Xianhong and said with a smile, "Ex-husband, I'll give you a chance. Apologize to me now, and maybe I won't sue you. Go ahead and sue me. I'm afraid of you." "Okay, tough enough." Su Yun smiled and said, "You are the second person I have ever met who is as tough as me, besides my ex-girlfriend. I hope you won't regret it." Zhao Xianhong. After leaving the police station, Lu Limin finally said, "Mr. Su, if you really want to sue the other party, it's unlikely to get any results." "Fine." Su Yun said casually, "I didn't expect anything to come out of it, I just wanted to discuss him. When you get back, talk to Luo Lu about this matter and let him make the arrangements himself. If there are any additional expenses, please let me know." "Okay, Mr. Su." Lu Limin understood the temperament of these rich people very well. Sometimes it was not about money at all, but about a breath. She nodded and said, "If you have nothing else to do, I'll go back first." "Well, thank you for your hard work." After Su Yun was delayed at the police station, when he arrived at Zhang Peiyao's store anniversary event, the stage was already surrounded by people. The timing is just right. Song Xiaowei, the host, had arrived a while earlier and was ready. After seeing Su Yun arrive, Zhang Peiyao looked at the time and announced the official start of the store anniversary event. Although Song Xiaowei had hosted programs and performances in school before, this was her first time hosting after leaving school. She took a deep breath, script in hand, and began her speech. Su Yun and Zhang Peiyao watched from the side. Although Song Xiaowei is a little arrogant, she is really beautiful and heartwarming today after wearing a dress and the jewelry provided by Chow Tai Fook. If he had to use one word to describe her, Su Yun felt that she was like a canary. Although such a woman may not have a good personality and is a bit arrogant, she is still quite pleasing to the eye if you can keep her around. Zhang Peiyao couldn't help but smile and asked, "Su Yun, where did you find such a beautiful female host?" "The company found it." Su Yun replied, "You're lucky. Regardless of her abilities, just standing there will attract quite a bit of traffic." "That's true." Zhang Peiyao looked at the many men who had gathered around her and said teasingly with a smile, "What about you? Aren't you tempted? It's a case of those who are close to the water get the moon first. No matter how beautiful she is, she's not as good as Manager Jiang." Su Yun smiled back, "Manager Jiang, would you like to consider me as well? Don't joke with me." Zhang Peiyao's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. She smiled awkwardly and said, "You don't lack women like me around you. The Miss Lee I met in the sales department last time was much better than me. Everyone is different, just like every flower. You can't compare them like that. Each one has its own merits." Su Yun replied, "Manager Jiang, don't underestimate your charm." Zhang Peiyao. The activities were going smoothly at the beginning, but something unexpected happened halfway through. Faced with the unexpected, Song Xiaowei, who was hosting for the first time, was a little panicked and didn't know how to deal with it. Seeing this, Su Yun quickly asked someone for a microphone and went up to help. Zhang Peiyao breathed a sigh of relief as she watched Su Yun gradually gain control of the stage, but she was also a little surprised in her heart. He is rich and capable, and I couldn't help but feel admiration for him again. As the person involved, Song Xiaowei was also slightly shocked when she saw Su Yun helping her out and interacting with everyone again. After the morning activities were over, Song Xiaowei took the initiative to come to Su Yun for the first time and said, "Thank you for what you did just now. Otherwise, I would have ruined the event." "It's okay. You'll gain experience if you host more events like this in the future." At noon, everyone had lunch together. Su Yun received a call from the 4S store. The insurance company said that the damage to the car had been assessed and asked him to go and take a look. If he had no objection, he could sign to confirm. So while Su Yun was in the restroom, Zhang Peiyao asked Song Xiaowei with some confusion, "Did Su Yun's car crash when you were going home yesterday?" "Oh, I don't know." Song Xiaowei replied, "I went back alone yesterday." "Oh, I don't know how badly it was hit." "His car will probably cost a lot of money." "His car?" Song Xiaowei grasped the key point and asked, "Manager Jiang, you said that the sports car yesterday was Su Yun's own car?" "Yes." Zhang Peiyao replied, "If it's not his car, whose else could it be?" Song Xiaowei. "Isn't that Director Su's car?" After Su Yun came back, Song Xiaowei was filled with doubts. She followed the other person to the maintenance department of the 4S store and saw the red sports car she had ridden yesterday. It was a really bad crash. According to the insurance company's assessment of the damage, the total cost of repairs for the other car and his own car was about 520,000 yuan. When Song Xiaowei heard such a high maintenance fee, she was secretly shocked. This money is enough to buy a new luxury car. After all, in the eyes of most ordinary people, a car that costs more than 500,000 is considered a luxury car. Chapter 74 Private Bank Card. Please order first. Su Yun looked at the long list and didn't really understand it. But never mind, the insurance company will pay for it all anyway. The worst that can happen is that the premium will be a little higher in the second half of the year. So he took a quick look and signed his name. Song Xiaowei was standing nearby and saw the owner's name on the list. She finally confirmed that the sports car belonged to Su Yun. He actually deceived himself. No wonder he didn't even blink when I asked him to borrow more than 50,000 yuan that day. I didn't expect that he was a hidden rich second generation. After dealing with the damage assessment, Su Yun asked about the time and it was estimated that the car would take half a month to repair. In other words, he had no car to drive for half a month. How can this be? Song Xiaowei asked, "Are we going directly back to the company now?" "Don't go back yet." Su Yun said, "I'm going to buy another car. It's inconvenient to travel without a car." "Mr. Su, what kind of car do you want to buy?" Upon hearing this, the person in the 4S store immediately started to introduce the cars enthusiastically, saying, "We have a new batch of cars in our store recently. Why don't you go and take a look?" "I won't consider your Porsche for now." Su Yun directly rejected the other party and left with Song Xiaowei. But just as I reached the door, the phone rang. It was the construction bank branch calling. "Hello, Mr. Su, I'm the manager of China Construction Bank." On the phone, a pleasant female voice said, "We found that you are a high-quality customer of our bank. Now our bank will upgrade your personal savings card level for free to facilitate your daily use and enjoy better services from our bank. When are you free to come and handle this with us?" Su Yun thought of the gold bars, and it just so happened that they could do it together today. He replied, "I have time to come over now, okay?" "Sure. Okay, I'll come now." After hanging up the phone, Su Yun said to Song Xiaowei, "Are you okay? If you want to go back to the company, go back by yourself. I still have to go to the bank to take care of some business." "I'm fine. I'll stay with you." "Okay." So the two of them took a taxi to the bank together. He found himself greeted by a young man with a name badge as soon as he entered. "Hello, Mr. Su." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "I am the manager of our bank. Please follow me." "Okay." It was the first time that Song Xiaowei saw the bank manager personally greet her at the door when she came to the bank to handle business. After Su Yun and Song Xiaowei came to the VIP room together, the middle-aged man politely poured a glass of water for each of them. Then we started talking about business. "Mr. Su, I'm sorry to disturb your private time." The bank manager said, "Given that your personal savings in our bank are high, it has reached more than 6 million yuan in AUM. Therefore, in accordance with the bank's regulations, in order to better serve you and manage your assets, we have decided to upgrade your personal savings level to our bank's highest level. This was the first time Soo-Yun had heard of this. He asked, "What do you mean? I don't quite understand." "Mr. Soo, you will have a private bank card belonging to our bank." As he spoke, the bank manager took out a pure black bank card from an exquisite small box on his left hand. Then he placed it in front of Soo-Yun. He smiled and explained, "This is your card, we have prepared it in advance, you just need to sign for it. As for the specific benefits you can enjoy every year." The bank manager took out a small notebook and said, "All the benefits of this card are written in this benefits booklet. If you are unclear, you can read it at any time." "Okay." Soo-Yun took it and opened it curiously, wanting to know what was inside. "You don't know until you see it, and I have a lot to say after watching it. CCB actually provides each private banking customer with a full-service team consisting of one branch account manager plus one private banking account manager plus one wealth advisor, ready to respond at any time. There are also various other benefits, such as consulting services, financial services, medical services, and travel services. To put it bluntly, as long as you have this card, you will basically receive super VIP treatment whenever you go to a company that cooperates with CCB. It is a status symbol belonging to a small group of privileged people." "Okay, I understand." Soo-Yun didn't look at it carefully, and decided to study it later when he had time. After signing for his card, he asked, "Manager, do we have any gold bars? I'd like to buy some." "Yes," the bank manager asked, "how much would Mr. Soo like to buy? How heavy is it? How heavy is the heaviest item in your bank?" 1,000 grams. "How about this, as long as it's a model your bank has, prepare one for me, put it in a box, make it look nice, and I'll give it away." Soo-Yun said, "I'll come get it when the time comes, and the money can be directly deducted from my account." "Okay, Mr. Soo." The bank manager was not too surprised. It was normal for rich people to buy some gold bars as gifts. He said, "You just need to call your dedicated bank manager the day before to make an appointment, and you can pick it up the next day." "Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first." "Okay, take care, Mr. Soo." After Soo-Yun left, the bank manager went upstairs to report the situation to the president. For Soo-Yun, a high-quality customer, it was a sudden appearance. It was discovered only after the bank system detected it. When the bank discovered that large sums of money were deposited into his account from time to time, and the amount was slowly increasing, they had actually begun an investigation quietly. The results showed that every penny of his money came from a fund account overseas in the form of dividends, and there was nothing illegal or improper about it. Very clean. This means that Soo-Yun has shares in a foreign fund and is one of its shareholders. So in order to retain this big customer, when the other party's account balance rose to 10 million, the vice president directly signed and approved to upgrade his user level to the highest level. Although 10 million is not a lot for a bank. But it depends on what the unit is. It is indeed not much for companies and collectives, but it is not a small amount for personal savings. From entering the bank to leaving the bank, Song Xiaowei felt a little magical the whole time. Regardless of knowing that Soo-Yun's account balance has exceeded 6 million, he has obtained the bank's highest level black gold card. Then I heard Soo-Yun suddenly want to buy a box of gold bars to give to someone. All these made Song Xiaowei feel a little unbelievable. She seemed to have caught a glimpse of another world that she was not familiar with. And these were brought to her by Soo-Yun. It's a pity that I looked down on others before. Maybe I was just a clown in the eyes of others. No wonder he has that attitude towards himself. After all, no matter how outstanding I am, I will still be serving people like them in the future. Chapter 75, Young and Promising Driving a Bentley. Please order first. After leaving the bank, Soo-Yun took Song Xiaowei to the next place. This time I didn't take any special car, and I met a taxi at the door. Sit wherever you find it, as long as it's convenient. Soo-Yun's mentality had changed a bit from that of a nouveau riche when he first became rich, to now. It doesn't mean that you have to take a private car when you go out and not take a taxi. Life shouldn't be like this. These changes were not deliberate on his part, but happened naturally. It's like when you are poor and suddenly buy an expensive new mobile phone, you take very good care of it in the first few months, fearing that it will be bumped or scratched. When I go out, I like to hold it in my hand, as if it can't fit in my pocket or bag. In fact, it is just that you subconsciously want others to see your phone. But when you really become rich and get used to it, you will find that you don't care at all, as if using a mobile phone that is more expensive than others does not make you superior to others. Instead, it seems very low. After getting in the car, Soo-yeon told the driver that he was going to the nearest Bentley 4S store, and the driver became a little talkative. I was talking about cars with Soo-yeon along the way. As an experienced driver, he enthusiastically shared with Soo-yeon what to pay attention to when buying a car and various small details. I also talked about the car models I liked and admired, and recommended several models to him. If you want a coupe, go for the Continental GT. If you want a sedan, go for the Mercedes-Benz. Soo-yeon expressed his gratitude. He said that he had no idea just by listening to the master's words. He had to go to the store to see the actual cars to know which one he liked. The traffic in Gyeongchang is very congested, even if it is not rush hour in the morning or evening, it is the same in the city center. After the two of them joked for half an hour, they finally arrived at their destination, number 1 Jofeng Street, Jeonseo District. A total of 55 yuan was spent, and Soo-yeon generously scanned 100 yuan to the other party to express his gratitude to the master for sharing some purchasing tips, and bought a pack of hwazi to win. The master was very happy and said, "Brother, you have a good mindset, you deserve to be rich." Soo-yeon benefited greatly from it. After getting off the car, the two walked straight towards the 4S store. It was a familiar formula and a familiar feeling. A saleswoman in a blue blazer, a short skirt, and bare legs came up and said enthusiastically, "Hello, sir and madam. I'm Xiao Lu, our Bentley salesperson. How can I help you? I want to buy a car." Soo-yeon replied, "Take me to see it." "Yes sir, please follow me." After Luan brought the two to the car showroom, she asked with a smile, "Sir, may I know your last name?" Soo-yeon. "Okay, Mr. Soo." Luan could tell who was the protagonist between the man and the woman, so she asked, "Excuse me, have you ever heard of our Bentley models before?" "No." "So what are your main needs when buying a car?" Luan said, "Different needs lead to different car models. There are no hard and fast requirements. As long as it looks good and is comfortable to sit on, it's acceptable." "Okay, Mr. Soo." Soo-yeon's words made salesperson Luan feel a little uneasy, because this kind of uncertain customer is the most difficult to deal with. Rich people have many choices, and Bentley doesn't have much advantage compared to other luxury cars. If you say something wrong or make the other person unhappy during the service process, they might just turn around and go to the Porsche or Mercedes-Benz store next door. According to Soo-yeon's request, Luan took them to a white exhibition car first. She introduced it familiarly, "Mr. Soo, this is a classic model in our store called the Bentley Flying Spur. It's priced between 3 and 4 million yuan. It's an ultra-luxury 4-door sedan, famous for its powerful power, spaciousness, and elegant design. It combines the responsive handling of a sports sedan with the refined elegance of a modern ultra-luxury car. Exclusive logos can be seen everywhere inside and outside the car, including door pedals with Azure logos and seats with Azure embroidery. The overall interior design is inspired by the Bentley double-wing logo, with smooth lines covering the dashboard and merging into the front doors, creating an exquisite and luxurious interior look. The all-new Flying Spur also introduces a retractable double-winged B logo and is the first Bentley model to be equipped with all-wheel steering. After finishing her words in one breath, Luan opened the car door and asked invitingly, "Mr. Soo, would you and your friend like to get in the car and try it out?" Song Xiaowei stood aside and couldn't take her eyes off the car when she saw it for the first time. Although she tried her best to tell herself that she was not a gold digger, she was still moved after seeing the luxurious interior of the car. But the high price of 3-4 million yuan made her completely give up. When Soo-yeon saw the car for the first time, he was also a little moved. "That's right, it was the car that was parked next to me that day. It was exactly the same model, just a different color." Especially when he sits in the car and looks at the big B in the center of the gear lever in the driving control area, he can't help but want to reach out and hold it tightly. This feels much better than a Porsche. No wonder everyone says that young and promising people drive Bentleys, and from then on they will no longer feel inferior. With this big B in hand, it's hard to feel inferior. It would be very prestigious for my mother to drive this car home on her birthday, because even people who don't know much about cars can tell it's a high-end car at first glance. However, Soo-yeon didn't show it. He turned to the salesperson in the back seat and asked calmly, "Are there any other models? You have to watch them all before you can know who is the best and what you like best." "Yes, there is also an SUV." Luan then took the two to another small showroom next door and explained, "This is our Bentley Bentayga, the price is between 3 and 5 million. Compared to the sedan, Soo-yeon didn't listen to what the salesperson said specifically. It looked good, but it wasn't his cup of tea. As usual, he also got in the car to feel it. There is no such thing as a car that is uncomfortable to sit in, after all, the price is there. Finally, they looked at a Continental GT. After seeing this car, to be honest, the previous two models seem to be no match for it. It is worthy of being Bentley's most beautiful model. The two-door, four-seat hatchback model exudes youthfulness and sportiness. In one word, it is extremely handsome. Luan had a purpose in placing this one at the end, because she knew very well how lethal this car was to young people. Coupled with the comparison with the previous two cars, this visual impact is even more prominent. If Song Xiaowei was attracted to Mercedes-Benz before, she fell in love with it after seeing this car. After looking around, Suyun actually prefers the Continental GT a little more. Compared with it, the Mercedes-Benz is more business-oriented and is more suitable for sitting in and having a driver. No wonder the taxi driver kept introducing the Continental GT to me. He probably saw that I was young. However, because the Continental GT is a coupe, he ruled it out first. It looks good, but after driving it back home, it feels just like my previous Porsche coupe, which is not very practical. After Luan finished the introduction, she asked, "Mr. Su, which of our models do you like best? If you're still undecided, we have test drives in our shop, and we can take them for a spin to get a feel for the comfort and performance of each car." "No." Suyun replied, "I've thought about it." Luan thought he was going to choose the Continental GT, but Suyun said, "Let's go with the Mercedes-Benz." Luan was stunned for a moment. Although she was a little surprised, she was still excited when she heard that the other party had decided to buy it. "No matter which one you buy, just buy it." She smiled and said, "Okay, Mr. Su, in addition to the basic configuration of this car, the other configurations on the car need to be selected according to your own preferences. Whether it is the exterior color of the car, the interior color, or other configurations, you need to choose them yourself. Because everyone chooses different configurations, the prices are also slightly different." Luan took out her tablet computer, opened the order software, and said, "Mr. Su, you can choose your car here first, and then the system will generate a photo of the car after your selection. If you are satisfied, you can confirm it." Looking at the various options, Suyun felt a headache. He has difficulty making choices. "No." Suyun refused and said, "I want the car you just showed me." "Okay, Mr. Su, I understand." Luan said happily, "I'll go and handle the car purchase procedures for you right away. As long as you sign and pay today, you can pick up the car in half a month." "Half a month?" Suyun frowned and said, "I want to drive away now. I need it urgently." Forehead. Luan explained, "Mr. Su, these optional cars are not available in stock and it will take some time for them to arrive." "That car just now, isn't it?" "Mr. Su, that's a display car in our store. We don't sell it." "Never mind." Hearing this, Suyun stood up and said, "I came here to buy a car today because I needed it urgently. Since it doesn't work, I'll go to another store." "Wait a moment." When Luan heard that the other party didn't want to buy it and wanted to leave, she immediately lost her composure. She said with some embarrassment, "Mr. Su, how about this? You sit down and have some tea. I'll ask our manager first and then give you an answer. I can't make the decision on this matter." "Okay, go ahead. I'll wait for your news." Chapter 76. You sit in the back, the passenger seat is for my woman. Please subscribe first. From the beginning till now, Song Xiaowei beside him has been very quiet, which makes Suyun uncomfortable. He asked, "What's wrong with you? It's not like you to be so quiet. I didn't know you were so rich." Song Xiaowei had a complicated expression and said angrily, "But why did you lie to me? You are just a small employee." "I didn't lie to you." Suyun replied, "There's no contradiction between being a clerk and being rich." "Then I don't understand. You are so rich, why do you want to stay in such a company?" "I don't understand either." Suyun said, "I guess I haven't even made up my mind yet. When I do, I might leave." "Oh. But before I leave, you have to pay me back the money you owe me." Song Xiaowei's face turned red instantly. A moment later, the store manager came over. He was a middle-aged man. "Hello, Mr. Su." The man looked at the young Suyun and asked with a smile, "I just heard from Xiaolu that you want to buy the display car in our store?" Suyun didn't waste any words and said, "Manager, if you sell this car, I'll buy it. If not, I'll leave and go to another dealer." It can be seen that Mr. Su is a straightforward person and really likes this car. The manager didn't expect Suyun to be so direct, and many of the polite words he had prepared were useless. He hesitated and said, "But this is our store's display car after all. If we give it to you, Mr. Su, and other customers come to buy it during this period, we will be in a difficult situation without the actual car. So it's not that we don't want to, but..." Soo-yun was no longer a young boy and could hear the hidden meaning in the manager's words. He said that this matter was difficult for him, but it was not impossible to do. In other words, you can sell it, but you have to show some sincerity. What's sincerity? To put it bluntly, you just want to add money yourself, or give him an offer that he can't refuse. It's impossible to add money. Soo-yun would never indulge him in this kind of behavior, but he also wanted the car. "Well, if you can give me this Mercedes-Benz, I'm willing to buy a top-of-the-line GT. Soo-yun interrupted and said, "What do you think? Anyway, I have enough money, so since I like them, I might as well sell them all. When I go back to my hometown, I drive a Mercedes-Benz, and when I am in Jiangchang, I can drive a Continental GT, taking turns driving the two cars." To be honest, after seeing the Continental GT, he really doesn't think much of his Porsche 911 anymore. Song Xiaowei standing next to her was also shocked again. She felt that Soo-yun buying a car worth several million was as casual as buying cabbage. This shows how rich the family is. "Mr. Su, do you mean to say that you want to buy two at once from our store?" Upon hearing this, the manager froze in place, unable to believe his ears. Just to be able to drive away the show car on the spot, he was willing to buy another Continental GT. This is a Bentley, not a Volkswagen, not a Corolla. No matter how cheap a Continental GT is, it will cost about 3.4 million after selecting the options. The two cars together cost at least 7 million. The key is a personal account, not a company account. Whose son is this? He is so willful. I originally wanted to ask the other party to pay a little more money so that I could drive away, but who knew that the other party would just throw out a trump card? A pleasant surprise. A big surprise. Yes, of course. The manager immediately changed his embarrassed expression and said cheerfully, "Mr. Su likes and supports Bentley so much. If I don't agree, it would be a bit unkind." After he finished speaking, he instructed Luan beside him, "Just do as Mr. Su says." Good manager. Then, accompanied by his manager, Soo-yun once again chose a top-of-the-line blue Continental GT. After placing the order, the manager said hello to Soo-yun and left, leaving the subsequent procedures to Luan. Of course the performance is also hers. I went to serve other customers in the store. Half an hour later, all the procedures for the two cars were completed. The flying spur in the store can be driven away now, but the other GT will have to wait half a month before it can be picked up. Soo-yun handed the card to Luan and asked her to go to the cashier to pay. Luan looked at the somewhat special bank card and was surprised again. The other party was actually a black gold card user of China Construction Bank. She had only seen this kind of card once in the store. In fact, most people who come to the store to buy a car rarely use their personal accounts. They usually register it under the company name and use public accounts. The reason is very simple. One is that the license is easy to get, and the other is that you can use it to deduct taxes when buying a luxury car in the name of the company. At first she thought Soo-yun might be just an ordinary rich second generation, but now she sees that he is definitely not ordinary. Maybe he is some hidden top-rich second generation in Jiangcheng. With the successful card swiping, the total consumption was 7.53 million. Luan felt her breathing quicken as she looked at the order coming out of the POS machine. This is 7.53 million in cash, not 7.53 yuan. They said they would buy it in full and they didn't even blink an eye. Of course, you also get your own high commission. For every car worth 3.5 million yuan sold, she can earn about 30,000 yuan. Now that she has sold two cars directly, she can earn 70,000 yuan. In other words, she could basically slack off in the first half of the year. At this moment, the system's reward sounded beside Soo-yun's ears. Young and promising, driving a Bentley, the host once again freely purchased his favorite luxury car, rewarded with 10 million in cash. Account balance, 13.5 million. Hearing the balance in his bank card, he was no longer surprised, as he had expected it. So he didn't feel bad at all about buying an extra car. Because he liked that car. Who said his money came from the wind, and it keeps getting more and more? After completing the formalities and paying the fee, Luan printed a temporary license plate, and then Soo-yun drove the Bentley Flying Spur and took Song Xiaowei to register the vehicle. Before going out, Song Xiaowei wanted to sit in the passenger seat, but was stopped by Soo-yun with a look. You go sit in the back, the passenger seat is for my woman. Song Xiaowei. She said on the surface that she cared about everyone, but in fact she felt very aggrieved. She is a girl after all, and you really don't give her any face at all. Inside the store, another man in his 30s looked at the car being driven away and asked the manager beside him, "Can you buy a car in your store and pick it up right away now?" "No, he is a special case." The manager then explained the other party's situation. Then he turned to the man in front of him and asked with a smile, "Boss Jean, do you know him?" "I don't know him." The man shook his head. He couldn't remember when such a willful rich second generation appeared in Zhangcheng. But that's not what he cares about. What he cares about now is the person he is about to go on a blind date with. He had seen the photos in advance. She was very beautiful and had the charm of a mature woman. She was also a woman who would bring good luck to her husband. Although I have been divorced once, I can accept the fact that I don't have children. After all, I also had a failed marriage. What's more, I heard that the other party's family conditions are also good, and there is a family business that is quite large. At least it's bigger than my current factory. If you can handle the other person, the two of you together will be a strong alliance, which should be helpful in both life and career. So for this blind date, he specially prepared to change his car, sold his previous car, and bought a Bentley. By then, you will have face in front of the other party and be able to demonstrate your strength. Chapter 77. Is it convenient for me or inconvenient? Please subscribe first. After everything about the car was settled, Suyun brought Song Xiaowei to the company, and it was not far from the end of the get-off workday. Song Xiaowei was also very quiet and did not tell other colleagues about Suyun buying a car. Suyun started chatting with Li Jinshu at his workstation. It turned out that Li Jinshu took a day off today to help Suyunshin buy things for his family, and was busy all day. Now I have basically bought all the daily necessities for him. Tired after a day of work, she was lying on the sofa and sent him a summary selfie in a red halter top. "Li Jinshu, I've bought everything for you. I have a little over 5,000 yuan left. I'll transfer it to you. Remember to keep it." Suyun directly refused to accept it. "Suyun, I'll give it to you to sell delicious food. Thank you for your hard work today." "Li Jinshu, thank you, boss. You are so generous." Li Jinshu, "Oh, right, I just bought some vegetables. How about I make you a meal? This is my first time cooking." Suyun, "Forget it, I'll just eat outside." Li Jinshu, "What do you mean? Do you dislike my cooking?" Suyun, "Some things are just for knowing, don't say them out loud, it's so embarrassing." Li Jinshu. Suyun, "Okay, since you're so pitiful, I'll come back to eat tonight, but it'll probably be a little later." Li Jinshu, "Humph, you want to eat it, but I won't cook it yet." Suyun. "Well, I'm still angry." Suyun was about to send a funny picture when Sumu suddenly sent a message. "Sumu, come to the garage later. We'll leave work early and go somewhere with me." Suyun subconsciously looked up at Sumu's office and replied, "What? Are you going to date me secretly?" Sumu, "Yes, are you coming?" Suyun, "Of course I would." A few minutes later, Suyun saw Sumu walking out of the office, carrying his bag, and leaving get off work early. After sitting there and waiting for about 10 minutes, he stood up and left work early and left the company. Song Xiaowei had always paid close attention to Suyun, so she quickly discovered this phenomenon. Looking at the two people arriving one after the other, less than 10 minutes apart, he frowned, wondering what he was thinking. Arriving at the garage, Suyun went straight to Sumu's car. Sumu smiled and asked, "No one noticed you when you left, right?" "No." Suyun asked curiously, "You're so mysterious, where are you taking me?" "You'll know when you get there." Then the car drove forward and finally arrived at Jiangshan Mall. "Take me to the mall?" Sumu got out of the car and said, "I haven't thanked you properly for what happened yesterday, so I thought I'd buy you a gift to express my gratitude since I'm free today." "So Sister Sue, what are you going to buy for me?" "I usually spend money on women, but this is the first time a woman spends money on me. It feels a little special." Sumu smiled and said, "Follow me in and you will know." "All right." Suyun followed Sumu into the mall, thinking to himself, "I must not meet Ning Qian, otherwise it would be too embarrassing." Although he didn't care and wasn't afraid, Ning Qian probably would pretend not to see it after seeing it. But it was somewhat inappropriate for him to appear in front of her with another woman in such a blatant manner. As they walked, they came to a Rolex store. Suyun asked, are you going to buy me a watch? Yeah. Sumu smiled and said, I saw that your wrist was empty and just needed a watch, so I thought of giving you one. Actually, Soo-Yun is not very keen on watches. So this is why he never bought one to wear after he became rich. But since Sumu wanted to give him one, he was very willing to accept it. The two walked into the store side by side. The shopping guide came up to them and asked them about their needs in a procedural manner. Because the price difference of watches is quite large. The saying poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches now makes you understand what it means. Sumu would not buy anything too expensive to show off her wealth. After all, her money did not come from the wind. When giving gifts, people should base their decision on their financial ability. She said to the salesperson, please choose a men's watch for us, around 200,000 yuan, with a more restrained style. Okay, I know. The shopping guide glanced at Soo-Yun with a strange look in his eyes, then took the lead and walked in front. Why? Soo-Yun sighed from behind. Seeing this, Sumu smiled and asked, why, do you think my gift is too cheap? No. Soo-Yun smiled and said, I guess I've been mistaken for your gigolo. Your face is not white. Sumu couldn't help but laugh and said, how about you take my card and pretend that you're the one paying? Soo-Yun. With the help of the shopping guide, Sumu chose a Rolex Chocolate Daytona 116515 for Soo-Yun. The selling price is 232,000. Sumu felt very satisfied with the watch when it was worn on Soo-Yun's hand. It looked quite nice. That's fine. Sumu said to the salesperson, no need to wrap it up, just give me the invoice and check out. Salesperson, okay, miss. After buying the watch, Sumu and Soo-Yun came out of the store. Ning Qian had just finished using the restroom and was walking back when she ran into the two of them as she passed by the store entrance. Soo-Yun and Sumu also saw her. The scene was a bit awkward. You'll encounter whatever you don't expect. Soo-Yun sighed inwardly and was about to take the initiative to say hello when Sumu spoke first. She smiled and asked Ning Qian, Xiao Qian, are you going to work today? Soo-Yun was a little confused when he heard it. Sumu actually knew her? Hello, Miss Su. Ning Qian responded politely, then looked at Soo-Yun and asked with a smile, are you shopping with your boyfriend today? Your boyfriend is so handsome. Soo-Yun. No, he's not my boyfriend. Sumu glanced at the two of them meaningfully and said with a smile, he is my colleague, his name is Soo-Yun. Oh. Ning Qian smiled and said, then you guys continue shopping. I won't disturb you anymore. I have to go to work. Okay, bye. Goodbye. Ning Qian left quickly after she finished speaking, as if she didn't know Soo-Yun, and fled the scene. Sumu saw this scene and smiled in his heart. She deliberately teased, how come you are moved by her beauty? Your friend? Soo-Yun turned around and asked tentatively. Sumu replied, not really, I just met her last time when I went to her store to buy clothes. Don't you like wearing Gucci clothes? You can go to their store and buy them from her in the future. Well, I'll go check it out when I get a chance. Soo-Yun said calmly, let's go, take me home. Jinshu said she had to work overtime today and won't be back for dinner. Sumu said, how about you come to my house and I'll make something for us to eat together? Ah? Soo-Yun asked expectantly, is it convenient? It's convenient if you're just eating. Sumu knew what Soo-Yun was planning. She smiled and said, but it will be inconvenient for you to take advantage of this opportunity to do other things. Soo-Yun. So is it convenient or inconvenient for me? Chapter 78 Sister, you can't urge me to do this, please subscribe first. No matter whether it is convenient or not, just go there first. It's just next door and not far away. So the two of them drove back to the community together. On the way, he sent a message to Ning Qian. Soo-Yun, do you have any questions? After a while, Ning Qian's message came back. Ning Qian, no. Ning Qian, will you come back tonight? Soo-Yun, I don't think he'll come back. Ning Qian, okay, then I'll lock the door before I go to bed, just to be safe. Sumu, who was driving, saw Soo-Yun playing with his phone and asked curiously, who are you chatting with? No one, a friend. Soo-Yun put away his phone and asked, by the way, what does my ex-husband do? What's wrong? Just curious, I'm asking. I saw him acting so arrogant yesterday. I'm studying finance. Sumu said, now I seem to be working as a financial product manager in a bank, managing financial products for wealthy people. What bank? I don't know about that. Sumu has not had any contact with him since her divorce. Except for the unexpected encounter yesterday. Thinking of this, she couldn't help laughing and said, I just bought a new car, and you hit it like that. I guess he hates you to death. Who told him to act so arrogant in front of me? Soohyun said, I've always been very low-key and never caused trouble. So the first move is a thunderbolt, right? Sumu smiled and said, don't be so impulsive in the future. If you meet someone who is unreasonable or violent, you will easily suffer. I'm not stupid. I watch people do things. By the way, your car is being repaired now, how are you going to get off work? Sumu asked, how about you take my car for the time being? Sure. Soohyun said happily, Sister Sue, you were so kind. You were also because of me. Sumu asked, tell me, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll satisfy you. I'm not picky about food. As long as it tastes good, I like to eat it. Okay, I'll just make a few of my specialties for you to try. After returning to the community, the two bought vegetables at the supermarket downstairs and then returned home together. This was the second time Soohyun entered Sumu's home. The first time was because of Lee Jin-shu. I wanted to help her fix the water heater and also helped her fix the headlight in her bedroom. This time, he and Sumu were alone at home again. Maybe there is a chance. As soon as she got home, Sumu changed into loose and comfortable clothes, and then tied her hair up. Unlike her girlish look, she looked more mature and charming. Soohyun asked, do you need my help? No, just watch TV for a while. I'll call you when it's done. Oh well. Although Sumu is a white-collar woman, she is a good cook. In less than an hour, she skillfully prepared 2 Western meals. Each person had a portion of fried steak and pasta, as well as a vegetable salad. To create a better atmosphere, Sumu brought a bottle of red wine and went to the living room to play soothing music. Although I am at home, the atmosphere is very good. Sister Sue, you have a strong sense of ritual. Soohyun smiled and said, if you didn't know, you would think we were having dinner in a private room of a private club. I'm just worried that without the ceremony, you'll dislike me. Sumu took the initiative to pour a glass of red wine for each of them and said, a toast? Bump. The goblets clinked gently, making a crisp sound. The two took a sip and began to enjoy the black pepper steak in front of them. Sumu introduced, my steak is cooked perfectly, not medium rare. If you don't like it, I'll cook a new one for you. I'm a local dog, I like to eat steak cooked 10 minutes. Soohyun cut off a piece and put it in his mouth. He took a bite and found it tender, juicy and tasted very good. Sister Sue, your cooking skills are almost up to par with those in the restaurant. Soohyun's eyes lit up and he said, I'll come visit you more often after get off work. You're welcome anytime. Sumu smiled and said, but delicious food will make you tired if you eat too much. I'm afraid that after eating it a few times, you won't like it anymore. I don't come here to eat every day, just a meal once in a while is fine. Soohyun replied, this way, we can always keep things fresh, and you won't get annoyed with me. Tell me, am I right, Sister Sue? That seems to make sense. I'm willing to cook for you occasionally, but if I cook for you all the time, I might get really tired of it. So you agree? What do you mean by agree or disagree? Sometimes eating alone is really boring and uninteresting. Sumu replied, just treat us as dining companions. When you think of us, we can make an appointment to have a meal together. Then let's be dining companions. Let's clink. Soohyun raised his glass and clinked it with Sumu's again, then took a sip. Afterwards, we drank red wine, ate steak and pasta, listened to soothing music, and talked about our past. Soohyun talked about his ex-girlfriend, and Sumu also talked about her husband to others for the first time. The two of them drank the last bottle of red wine. After dinner, Sumu was responsible for cleaning up the kitchen. When she came out, she saw Soohyun lying on the sofa, a little drunk. Her eyes were complicated. After hesitating for a few seconds, she picked up her phone and sent a message to Jin-shu. Sumu, when will you be back? Do you want me to wait for you for dinner? After a while, Lee Jin-shu from the next room came back. Lee Jin-shu, I might be working overtime a little late today, so you don't have to wait for me. Go to bed early. I love you. Sumu, okay, I understand. After getting the accurate information from Lee Jin-shu, Sumu put his hand into his loose clothes as if he had made some kind of decision. After a moment, her little clothes were magically taken out and thrown on the ground. Then she bent down slightly and took out another one. After doing all this, she walked straight to Soo-yun and blocked the TV he was watching. Soo-yun looked at her doubtfully and said, "Sister Sue, you're blocking me from watching TV. Are the beauties on TV as pretty as me?" Soo-yun? Before he could react, Sumu's body seemed to lose balance and fell directly onto his legs. At this moment, her eyes were charming and touching, and even a pig could understand the message she conveyed. "I'm moved. Sister Sue." Soo-yun. It happened so suddenly that he couldn't believe it. Could it be that this red wine really has aphrodisiac properties? Sumu glared at him in shame and anger. Seeing this, Soo-yun chuckled and said, Okay, I'll try my best. To prevent 404, 10,000 words are omitted here, please fill in the blanks yourself. Chapter 79. I was just saying, but you really didn't come. Please subscribe first. An hour later, the room fell silent. If the environment and time did not allow it, Soo-yun-cha would like to continue the sparring. As the sound of water in the bathroom stopped, Sumu came out neatly dressed. It has been restored to its previous state. It was as if the person who had just released herself to her heart's content was not her at all. Soo-yun was about to speak, but Sumu spoke first. She sat down next to Soo-yun and said with a smile, "We've finished our meal. You should go back now, to avoid any misunderstandings when Jinshu returns." "You're too heartless, Sister Sue." Soo-yun was speechless. How can you kick someone out after you've finished your work? Don't think too much about it. Sumu glared at him and emphasized, "Don't think that just because you slept with me once today, I will be your woman." "I don't think so." Soo-yun stood up and said with a confident smile, "But I believe you can no longer leave me." Roll. Sumu laughed in shame and anger and cursed, "Don't be so self-indulgent. I was drunk today and that's why I let you succeed. There won't be a next time. Okay, I'm leaving." Soo-yun didn't expose her reserve. "You just keep talking tough. Your best friendly said the same thing last time, and it's happened again and again. Some things, once you get addicted, are not easy to quit. Women are really better at pretending than men, but that's the fun of life. What's the point of being straightforward in everything? You might as well go to a bath center." Between two people, this state of wanting to refuse but also to accept is the best. When Soo-yun was about to leave, Sumu asked, "Are you going back to your old home, or to the one next door?" "Next door." Soo-yun teased, "Sister Sue, if you can't sleep at night, you're always welcome to come and chat with me." After Soo-yun opened the door and left, Sumu sniffed the smell in the room, then took a bottle of perfume and sprayed it into the air. Otherwise, Lee Jinshu might find something unusual when he comes back. Then he sat on the sofa and watched TV. But his whole mind was not on the TV. His mind was filled with the scene of the two people indulging themselves just now. Unexpectedly, 2 years later, I finally experienced the feeling of being a woman again. There is no harm without comparison. Compared to someone before, Soo-yun was far superior to him in terms of work ability and other abilities. She thought she would regret it tonight, but now she felt very satisfied. This kind of ambiguous relationship where everyone knows each other well is very appealing to her, as she does not want to have a stable life or get married again. But women are like food. As someone who has experienced this, Sumu understands that she cannot feed them often to satisfy their appetite. Otherwise, after a long time, he will eat too much and lose interest in tasting even the most delicious food. The other two women, Li Jinshu and Ning Xian, did not understand these principles. So among Soo-yun's 3 current women, Sumu's status is independent of Soo-yun, relatively independent, and does not rely on the other party. In a detached position. Ning Qian is now completely dependent on Soo-yun. She is the obedient type and will give it to you as long as you want it. But she is very smart. She will keep trying and learning new things, making herself different every time, so that Soo-yun will remember her and not get tired of her. On the surface, I don't fight or compete, I just live in peace and quiet. The one with the biggest disadvantage at the moment should be Li Jinshu. She doesn't know what she really wants, is indecisive, and can't capture a man's heart. I am confused and act according to my heart, and I always feel guilty afterwards. Now it all depends on my own strength. Soo-yun knew that Li Jinshu was not working overtime today and was busy buying daily necessities for him. I also want to have dinner with myself at home in the evening. I just don't know where she is now. Soo-yun only took a few steps to reach his doorstep. He didn't even need to enter a password, he could just unlock it with his fingerprint. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Li Jinshu sleeping on the sofa. In the restaurant not far away, there were some cold dishes on the table. Soo-yeon took a look and thought they didn't look good. I didn't expect that she didn't leave and actually cooked for me at home. This woman is the same. She prepared food for me to eat when I came back, but I didn't even bother to send a message. Soo-yeon suddenly felt a little guilty. He walked over and gently patted Lee Jin-soo's butt. Lee Jin-soo was suddenly awakened by the fright. Looking at Soo-yeon, who had returned with a confused look on his face, he said dissatisfiedly, "You are finally back. I almost starved to death waiting for you to come back and eat. I thought you were joking when you sent the message today, and you would have gone back next door a long time ago." Soo-yeon lied, "So I ate outside by myself and played for a while before coming back." "Have you eaten yet?" Lee Jin-soo stood up and said depressedly, "Do you still want to eat?" "I'm hungry, I want to eat by myself." "Eat, I'm not full either." Soo-yeon teased, "I just took a look at your food. Is it really edible?" "Of course it's edible." In order to prove himself, Lee Jin-soo picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork and started eating without caring whether the food was hot or cold. After 2 seconds, her expression became uncomfortable and she couldn't help but vomit into the trash can next to her. "Ugh, it tastes terrible." Lee Jin-soo smiled awkwardly and said, "Forget it, let's just order takeout." "Okay." Soo-yeon didn't have a tendency to be masochistic. If he could eat takeout, he certainly wouldn't eat a test product that looked poisonous. After ordering the takeout, Lee Jin-soo said, "Wait for the takeout. I'm going to take a shower first. I'll make you dinner this afternoon. You smell like cooking oil." "Okay." Lee Jin-soo glared and warned, "You can't sneak in here later." "Don't worry, I promise I won't." Men's words are lies. "I won't believe you." Lee Jin-soo smiled and said, "I'll lock the door and see how you get in." "You're going too far. I'm that kind of person." Lee Jin-soo hesitated and said, "Okay, I'll believe you this time." Soon, the sound of water was heard in the bathroom. Because Soo-yeon had just exercised, his desire was not that strong. He sat in the living room, not moving, watching TV. On the contrary, Lee Jin-soo, who was taking a shower in the bathroom, looked towards the door from time to time. Seeing that there was no movement through the crack of the door, I felt a little surprised and disappointed. "I was just saying it, but you really didn't come." Chapter 80, Strange, why are you suddenly so serious today? Please subscribe first. Soo-moo saw that Lee Jin-soo had not returned yet in the house, and finally remembered something serious. According to the time, today is her ovulation period. There is no medicine at home. Just in case you don't get infected, right? To be on the safe side, Soo-moo had to get up, open the door, quietly walk into the elevator, and go to the nearby pharmacy downstairs to buy medicine. When I went there, I only wanted to buy one, but when it came to paying, after hesitating for a few seconds, I changed my mind and bought a box. The drug seller was a middle-aged woman. She looked at Soo-moo and kindly reminded her, "Girl, if you can ask your husband or boyfriend to use condoms, you should use them. Eating too much of this stuff is not good for your health." "Well, not often, just occasionally." Soo-moo smiled awkwardly and turned away. As soon as she arrived at the gate, she met a delivery man who was registering with the security guard at the gate. The two entered the residential complex together, and then entered the same building in the same elevator together. Soo-moo was a woman after all. Being in the same space with a strange man, she felt a little uneasy. She reached out and pressed the 19th floor, wanting to see where the delivery guy next to her was going. As a result, the delivery guy next to him took a look and stood there silently, motionless. The delivery guy was also a little confused at this moment. However, he just thought it was too coincidental. In addition, Soo-moo is pretty, so the delivery guy always can't help but look at her secretly. This really made Soo-moo panic. I wouldn't really meet a pervert, would I? You have to know that there are only 2 families on the 19th floor, one is me and the other is Soo-yeon. I couldn't help but imagine the perverted plots on TV. Finally, she mustered up the courage to ask the person next to her, "Are you going to the 19th floor too?" Yes. The young delivery boy rarely delivered to such a high-end residential complex. Facing Soo-moo, he replied somewhat stiffly, "User 02 on the 19th floor. Soo-yeon's takeaway? Hasn't he eaten yet? As long as I don't meet a pervert, it's fine." Soo-moo, who was relieved, smiled and said, "Give me the takeaway and I'll give it to him." "Okay, thanks." The elevator reached the 19th floor, opened, and Soo-moo walked out. The delivery guy continued to sit and went downstairs. Sumu looked at the order information. Mr. Mighty? I didn't expect that he would give himself such a name on the platform. But when she thought of the happiness of the two of them just now, she couldn't help but smile. It seemed that it was indeed quite fierce. Then he looked at the food he ordered. How can one person eat so much? This is almost enough for 2 people, and the key is that they also ordered a dessert. And she remembered that Li Jinshu also liked this dessert. Sumu reached out and knocked on the door. Inside the house, Li Jinshu came out of the shower wrapped in a towel. When she heard the doorbell, she said to Su Yun, "Go open the door quickly. It should be the takeaway." Good. Su Yun stood up and walked over to the living room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Sumu standing at the door with a courier in his hand. It happened in the blink of an eye. Su Yun immediately and deliberately said loudly, "Sister Su, why are you here?" Li Jinshu, who was about to walk out of the room, was startled when he heard this. He immediately turned around and ran back into the bathroom barefoot, closed the door and hid. "Do you really need to be so loud?" Sumu glared at him, then handed him the takeaway in his hand and said, "Here, your takeaway. I saw it downstairs just now and brought it up for you." "Oh, thank you." Sumu asked curiously, "Didn't you eat already? Why are you ordering takeout again?" "After exercising, I'm hungry again." Suyun blinked and said, "You know that kind of thing is very tiring and very exhausting for men." Sumu. "Sister Su, do you want to come in and eat with me? I ordered a lot, and I might not be able to finish it all by myself." "I'm not hungry, you can eat it yourself." Sumu didn't dare to go in casually. What if he became dishonest while eating? "I let him sleep today," which was considered as tacit acceptance of some kind of relationship between the two of them. Now if I am alone with him, I will be like a blind man looking at a beautiful woman, completely defenseless. She smiled unhappily and said, "I'm going back. Remember to exercise after eating to digest the food before going to bed to avoid indigestion." "I understand. Thank you for your concern, Sister Su." After sending Sumu away, Suyun closed the door with the takeaway, walked into the living room, and shouted, "Come out, Sumu is gone." "You didn't lie to me?" The bathroom door was opened a little, revealing Li Jinshu's head. After making sure that Suyun was the only one at home, she walked out boldly and struck a pose that she thought was quite sexy. Seeing this, Suyun smiled and said, "I advise you to hold back a bit, or I'll end up eating people instead of accompanying you for takeout." Li Jinshu. She came over, sat on the sofa, and asked with concern, "Susu didn't notice anything unusual just now, right?" "No." "That's good. I was almost scared to death by you." Suyun looked at the bathrobe she was wearing and asked in confusion, "Strange, why do I have a women's bathrobe at home?" "I bought it." Li Jinshu said, "When I was buying it for you today, I saw the store was having a promotion with discounts on couples items, so I bought a set for myself and left it with you." "You're quite self-aware. Are you planning to come over to my place and take a shower when you have nothing to do?" "No way." "Okay." Suyun opened the takeaway and said, "Okay, let's eat the takeaway first, otherwise it will get cold and taste bad." "Oh." While eating takeout, Suyun asked, "Will you go back to the next room later? Do you want me to go back, or not?" "I can do anything." Li Jinshu looked at Suyun, slightly thoughtful. "Why are you looking at me like that? Strange, why are you suddenly so serious today?" Li Jinshu said, "He doesn't look like a pervert at all." "Oh." Suyun said helplessly, "So this is how I appear to you?" "Yeah, that's manly." Li Jinshu smiled and said, "I will definitely go back later. If I spend the night outside, I will have to think of another reason to lie to Susu." "Oh. But I can go back later." Suyun raised his eyebrows and asked, "Are you hinting at something? What do you think?" "Then you continue eating." "I'm full now. I'm going to practice kung fu for a while." After saying that, he stood up and went to the balcony, then began to practice Baduan Jin. Once in the morning and once in the evening, don't stop. Li Jinshu watched him practice Tai Chi like an old man and couldn't help but laugh as he asked, "Are you living an old age life in advance? I think only old men in the park practice this. Do you think anyone can be a pervert?" Suyun said jokingly, "If you don't have a strong body, it's all just castles in the air. Every time you take it out, it's just for show but not for use." "Pooh." Li Jinshu blushed upon hearing this and said delicately, "Vulgar." Chapter 81. I'll tire you to death. Please subscribe first. Lee Jinshu was right to call Soo-yoon vulgar. As soon as the meal was over, Soo-yoon became frivolous. Without asking, he reached out and carried her into the room. This time it was his own home, so Soo-yoon didn't need to worry about anything and went straight to the master bedroom. They happily took a bath together in the bathtub in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window that even Jung Pei-yao envied. That really made Lee Jinshu become vulgar. Exercising while looking at the night view outside is a feeling that cannot be compared to exercising in an ordinary bedroom. After practicing Qigong, both of them soaked in water. Faced with such a night scene, the host unlocked a new map at will, experienced a different kind of happiness, and was rewarded with 1 million cash. Bank card balance, 14.5 million. Listening to the system's reward, Soo-yoon was secretly happy that he had gained another million when Lee Jinshu suddenly bit his shoulder. The bite is quite light, neither painful nor itchy. Soo-yoon asked in confusion, "Why did you bite me?" "You should bite." Lee Jinshu said resentfully, "Look at the nail marks on your back. Who scratched you? Didn't you just catch it?" "That's not me. I'm not that barbaric." Lee Jinshu curled his lips and said, "Tell me the truth, besides me, do you have other women outside?" "I can answer that, but..." Soo-yoon asked in return, "In what capacity are you asking me this?" Lee Jinshu suddenly didn't know how to answer. "Yes, what is my relationship with Soo-yoon now? Girlfriend? What about Soo-soo? What if Soo-soo also likes Soo-yoon, what should I do? Can Soo-moo and I still be best friends?" She admitted that she liked Soo-yoon, but she couldn't break up with Soo-moo because of Soo-yoon. The first time he had sex with Soo-yoon was the result of a momentary impulse after drinking. She never thought that after the first time, there would be a second and third time. The one who is not allowed to make the relationship clear is also myself. "Look, you want it all. You haven't even figured out a problem yourself, and you're asking me?" Soo-yoon hugged her and said gently, "Sometimes we just live one day at a time. Don't think too much. Wait until the day comes and you know when you want it, then come back. Then tell me, who is that woman?" Lee Jinshu asked, "Is she the woman who bought the house with you that day?" "I can't tell you, just like I can't tell Soo-moo about my relationship with you. I'm different from her." "I don't think there's any difference." Soo-yoon asked a heartbreaking question, "If I don't have money, can't afford a sports car, can't afford a large apartment like this, will you still like me?" Lee Jinshu was silent for a moment before she asked, "Do you think I'm materialistic? I like you just because of your money?" "No, I just wanted to tell you something." Soo-yoon said, "You can like someone for any reason, even if you like me for my money, I don't mind at all. Because in my opinion, being rich is also my advantage. After all, if you want a woman to be with you, you have to have something that she wants from you, right? You seem to be quite open-minded." Lee Jinshu smiled helplessly. "So I want to tell you, no matter what the reason is for you to choose me, as long as you don't leave, I can live a good life forever and never worry about money again." After Soo-yoon finished speaking, he stared at Lee Jinshu and asked, "Today I'm giving you a chance to choose. Do you want to continue to stay by my side like this, or return to our previous relationship? Now you just know how to bully me." Lee Jinshu was of course unwilling, but she didn't know what she was thinking at the moment. She felt very conflicted. She wanted to vent her restless emotions. Lee Jinshu angrily threw himself at Soo-yoon and said through gritted teeth, "I want more. If for no other reason, it's just a childish desire to take revenge for the grievances I've suffered in this way. I'll tire you to death." Soo-yoon. The result was that Soo-yoon, who had practiced Baduan Jin, was not afraid at all. He directly acted like a real-life Zhao Zilong at the Battle of Changbanpo, killing his way in and out 7 times. Lee Jinshu didn't know why Soo-yoon was so energetic, as if he was tireless. In the end, it was Lee Jinshu who was so tired that he didn't want to move anymore and fell asleep in the bathtub. Seeing this, Soo-yoon was afraid that she had caught a cold, so he stood up, picked her up, put her on the bed, and covered her with a quilt. "I went to the balcony again alone." He sat in the rocking chair, looking at the night view in the distance, feeling the slightly hot summer evening breeze. In front of outsiders, although he didn't seem to have any feelings about buying this large flat, the feeling in his heart was actually something that others could not feel. In the traditional Chinese concept, only having a home can bring a sense of security. In fact, in a sense, the previous house didn't feel like my home at all. I was more like a tenant who paid rent every month. Living there, he felt a sense of crisis that his house might be repossessed by the bank at any time because he could not pay the mortgage. Unlike now, this house truly belongs to me completely. In this bustling city, I have my own set of lights. And it's so big and so luxurious. This feeling is far more real than my previous crazy spending in bars, buying luxury cars and luxury goods. I have money now, I am really rich. In fact, it was not until this moment that his mentality finally changed completely. It's like a cycle, completing the loop. He broke up with his ex-girlfriend because of the house, and because of the house, he realized that he finally had a new life. What are you sitting here alone for? Lee Jinshu had already put on his clothes after waking up. She stood behind Soo-yun, leaned over, and put her arms around his neck. Soo-yun smiled and said, "Nothing, I just bought a new house and I miss my mom a little bit." Hearing the word mom, Lee Jinshu couldn't help but think of his parents, and a trace of loneliness flashed in his eyes. "Go back and see your aunt if you miss her." Lee Jinshu comforted him, "No one can stop you." "No rush, I'll go back on her birthday." Soo-yun turned around and asked with a smile, "Why don't you sleep a little longer? Susu called me just now. If I don't go back, I'm afraid she'll call the police and come find me." Lee Jinshu kissed Soo-yun on the cheek and said with concern, "Then I'll go back first. You should also get some rest early." "Good." Lee Jinshu carried her bag, straightened her hair, touched up her lipstick, then opened the door and walked out. Then, he opened the door of Sumu's house next door in one breath, and shouted as he walked into the house, "Susu, I'm back." "You're finally back." Sumu looked at her, rubbed his eyes, stood up and said, "Then I'll go to rest too. You should wash up and go to bed early. It's getting late." "Oh." After Lee Jinshu watched Sumu enter the house, she went to the living room to drink some water and suddenly saw a box of familiar medicine on the coffee table. "When did my medicine end up here?" She was stunned for a moment, and was so scared that she immediately picked it up and put it into her bag, muttering to herself. "I don't know if Sumu saw it. P.S. I have updated another chapter, with more than 20,000 words. Can I ask for a monthly ticket?" Chapter 82 Subazong, "Woman, you have successfully caught my attention. Please subscribe." The next morning. When Lee Jinshu got up, he found that Sumu seemed to be looking for something in the living room. She stepped forward and asked curiously, "Susu, what are you looking for so early in the morning?" "Nothing." Sumu smiled and replied, "I have a lipstick. I don't know where I put it last night. I remember clearly putting it on the coffee table." "Ah." Lee Jinshu thought of the medicine she had looked at on the coffee table last night and said with a guilty conscience, "I didn't see any lipstick on the coffee table." "Oh, maybe I remembered it wrong." Sumu also said with a guilty conscience, "It's okay, maybe I remembered it wrongly. What do you want to eat, a sandwich, or fried eggs and millet porridge?" "I'll make it." "Let me help you." "You don't." "It's precisely because I don't know how to cook that I want to learn from you." Sumu asked in confusion, "Why do you suddenly want to learn how to cook today? I can't expect you to make breakfast for me forever. You're going to get married sooner or later, and I'm going to find a boyfriend too." Lee Jinshu smiled and said, "When you're not around, I have to learn to make my own food, so I don't starve to death at home, or get disliked by my future boyfriend." The awareness is quite high. Sumu couldn't help but smile and said, "Okay, come with me, I'll teach you, it's very simple." In a short while, a simple breakfast was ready. Lee Jinshu hesitated for a moment and asked, "Should we call Soo-yun from next door and ask him to come over for dinner?" "Okay." Sumu nodded and said, "But if you want to call him, you call him yourself." "I won't call him." "No problem. Soo-yun doesn't eat breakfast, so he gets up late. Perfect attendance at work is no longer a threat to him." Hearing the phone ringing at his bedside, he answered it in a daze. "Hello, who is this?" "Soo-yun, you haven't gotten up yet." On the phone, Lee Jinshu said, "Hurry up and wash up, then come and have breakfast with us." "Susu made it, it's delicious." "I don't want to eat it." "You guys can eat it yourself." After Soo-yun finished speaking, he hung up the phone, threw it aside, turned over and continued to sleep. In the next room, Sumu looked at Lee Jinshu who had hung up the phone and asked, "How is it? Is he coming over for dinner?" "No, and he hung up on me." Lee Jinshu said, "I guess he hasn't woken up yet." "Okay, forget about him, let's eat by ourselves, and then you can go to work." After dinner, Lee Jinshu went out first. Because she doesn't have a car to pick her up and drop her off at get off work every day, she has to take a taxi or the subway. Sumu would sometimes give her a ride, but since it was not on her way, she felt embarrassed to ask him to give her a ride every day. After Lee Jinshu left, Sumu searched the living room and room for his medicine again. Still haven't seen it. That's strange. Where did I put the medicine after taking it last night? It's not scary if it falls off, Sumu is just afraid that Lee Jinshu might see it accidentally. She wouldn't know how to explain it then. Could it be that I had a headache and bought the wrong medicine at the pharmacy? It was already 9:30 when Soo-yeon got up. Just after I finished washing, Sumu called and asked, "Are you up?" Come on, come with me to work, I'll wait for you at your door. Soo-yeon asked in surprise, "Sister Sue, you haven't left yet?" "I'm not thinking about you having no car, I'm waiting for you, come out quickly." "Good." Soo-yeon packed up and went out, and sure enough, she saw Sumu standing at her door with a takeaway box in her hand. "Breakfast for you." Sumu explained, "We haven't finished eating yet, there's still some left, so it's a bargain for you." "Sister Sue." Soo-yeon sighed, "Besides my mother, you are the second woman who brings me breakfast. Hasn't your ex-girlfriend ever done that to you?" "No, I made it for her early in the morning." "Ha ha ha." Sumu smiled and said, "Let's go. You can eat while walking in the car." The two came to the company garage, and Sumu saw the Bentley Flying Spur parked not far away. The white and black color combination is so conspicuous among the cars. She asked curiously, "When did we get a Bentley in this building?" "Maybe they bought it yesterday." "Look, they are all temporary brands." Soo-yeon said meaningfully, "Why, Sister Sue, you like it too?" "Yeah, I like it very much." Sumu replied casually, "It's just a little expensive, and I've been reluctant to buy it." "If you want to buy it, this little money shouldn't be a problem, right?" "It's different." Sumu smiled and said, "Spending your own money and spending your family's money are two different things." "That's true." Sumu was worried that Soo-yeon would misunderstand that he was mocking him for spending his family's money, so he added, "I didn't mean what you said. Everyone's family situation is different. I have a half-brother and an aunt at home, so my relationship with my family has never been very good. This is also why I don't want to stay in my own company and come to work here." "I understand." Soo-yeon teased, "It's okay. You don't have a father who loves you, but you have a man who loves you." "Who?" "Me." Soo-yeon pretended to be angry and said, "Can't you see? He's tall, handsome, and very smart." "I didn't see that." Sumu smiled and turned to walk towards the elevator. Soo-yeon looked at her sexy back and deliberately imitated the lines of the domineering CEO in the TV series and said, "Woman, you have successfully caught my attention." Sumu, who had sharp ears, heard this. She smiled slightly, turned around in the elevator, and shouted, "Hey, Mr. Sue, are you leaving?" Forehead. Although they entered the elevator together, in order to avoid suspicion, they entered the company one after the other. A few minutes apart. But as soon as he entered the door, Soo-yeon found that the atmosphere in the company was not right. He asked Xiaopang curiously, "What happened?" "The boss is back early." Xiaopang whispered, "Manager Lee just went to the boss's office." The boss seemed very angry and called Manager Soo in. "He hasn't come out yet." Soo-yeon. "Do you think Manager Lee said something to the boss?" Soo-yeon was speechless. "Do I need to guess? They must be targeting me. It's probably because of my recent attendance issues, or I'm either late or leaving early." "So what are you going to do?" Xiaopang said with concern, "Although Manager Sue was in charge of the examination, you also know what her relationship with the boss is. She will say a few words at most, but you probably won't have a good time." "What are you afraid of?" Soo-yeon said nonchalantly, "Even if the company wants to fire me, they have to compensate me. And I'll definitely scold Manager Lee before I leave." Little fatty. You really refuse to admit defeat. Chapter 83 Soo-yeon, don't be so arrogant. Please subscribe. In the boss's office. Gu-hong looked at Sumu in front of him. He didn't get angry, but his face looked not very good. There are two photos on the desk. One was a photo of Sumu kissing Soo-yeon in Sumu's office, and the other was a photo of the two of them riding in a car back to the community. There is no need to say more about this relationship. Sumu also saw the photo, but he sat on the sofa nearby and didn't care at all. It's discovered, so what's the big deal? She is a single, free woman, and Soo-yeon is also a single man. They are not cheating on their wives or husbands, so who dares to say anything? Who can say anything? She just didn't expect that she was secretly photographed by Manager Lee. Sumu, tell me, if your father knew about this, how would I explain it to him? Gu Hong said speechlessly, your father was already unhappy when you came to my place, and now you are getting together with a man who is younger than you and has no ability. What are you thinking? Just because I'm divorced, I can't have contact with other men? Sumu replied unyieldingly, you think I deserve to be a widow for the rest of my life? You already have a wife, but you found another one outside. I'm single, and I'm wrong? That's not what I meant. Gu Hong knew that his cousin was using the fact that he had a mistress to criticize him. What she meant was that she hoped he wouldn't tell her father about this. What I mean is, even if you want to find one, find a better one. Gu Hong asked in confusion, why would you hire a small clerk? How can he help you? What can I give you? Why, do you still want to support him? Don't worry about my business. Sumu said unhappily, just pretend you don't know about this. If you dare to tell my dad, I will go find my sister-in-law. Gu Hong. Although she is my cousin, I am still her leader now. Sumu, you have to know that you are working in my company now and you are my employee. Our company prohibits office romances. Then I'll resign. Gu Hong said with a headache, okay, you go out first. Before Sumu left, she turned around and said, I took the initiative in this matter. I hope you won't cause trouble for Su Yun. Gu Hong. After Sumu left, he thought carefully and decided that since he couldn't persuade Sumu for the time being, he would first get rid of the person who caused the trouble. One is Manager Lee and the other is Su Yun. Today, Manager Lee dared to take pictures of Sumu and the company, and tomorrow he can also take pictures of himself. You can't keep such a person around you. As for Su Yun, I don't have to target him, but he resigned on his own initiative, so it's none of my business, right? After Sumu came out, everyone looked at her, but saw that she returned to her office without any abnormality. Su-yun knew the relationship between Sumu and the boss, so he was not worried at all. No matter what Manager Lee said, could it be better than the relationship between cousins? I thought the boss would talk to me next, but instead he asked someone to call Manager Lee in. When Manager Lee passed by Su-yun, he glanced at him with disdain, then walked in with a happy look on his face. Mr. Gu, are you looking for me? Gu Han looked at Manager Lee, who had already entered, and said, Manager Lee, how many years have you been in the company? Mr. Gu, it's been 4 years. Did you come here with Su-yun? When Manager Lee heard Su-yun's name, he was stunned for a moment and replied, yes, we joined the company at the same time. Then you are quite capable. You have been promoted to supervisor, while he is still a clerk. It's all Mr. Gu's promotion. Manager Lee asked carefully, Boss Gu, how should we handle the matter between Su-yun and Manager Su? He didn't believe that the boss could tolerate such a thing. What do you think? I think they're all fired. Manager Lee said angrily, Boss, you don't know, during the time you were away on business, those two people really went too far. Su-yun, in particular, relied on Supervisor Su's support to be disorganized and undisciplined, contradicted his superiors, and frequently left early and came in late. How did you take this photo? I discovered their relationship by accident, and then I thought that words alone would not be enough to prove it, so I left some evidence, waiting for you, Mr. Gu, to come back and expose their affair. So I kept an eye on them, and finally I was able to take a picture of them. Gu Hong looked at him coldly and suddenly asked, will you take pictures of me one day? Ah, Mr. Gu, you are joking. Manager Lee was shocked and swore, Boss Gu, I will never do such a thing. It's okay, I'm just asking you. Gu Hong said, go out and call Su-yun in for me. Okay, Mr. Gu. Manager Lee came out of his office with a smile on his face. He came to Su-yun and said, the boss is calling you. Seeing your happy expression, it looks like I'm going to be in trouble? Humph, what do you think? Don't think that no one in the company knows about what you did. Manager Lee said bluntly, just wait and get out of the company. Oh, you're so confident this time. Su-yun stood up and said with a smile, I'm a little curious about what you said to Mr. Gu. I wonder if you can still laugh later. Manager Lee snorted coldly and left. Everyone looked at Su-yun, not knowing what had happened and worried about him. After all, if he really leaves, who will order coffee for them in the future? Everyone cares about Su-yun, not because they are concerned about what he will do after he loses his job, but because they are worried that no one will treat them to free coffee in the future. Human nature is so cold. When Su-yun walked to the door of the boss's office, Sumu came over and stopped him. Su-yun asked, what are you doing? No matter what Mr. Gu says later, you will put all the blame on me. Sumu said, You know the relationship between him and me. He won't do anything to me. Let's talk about it later. Soo-yeon replied lightly, then knocked on the door and walked in. And closed the door. Gu-hong looked at the man in front of him. He felt that Soo-moo was involved with him simply because she was attracted to his good looks. But the most useless thing for a man is his appearance. Money and power are the best medical beauty for a man. Soo-moo is not a little woman anymore, why can't she see through it? Gu-hong didn't speak, and Soo-yeon didn't speak either. After more than 10 seconds, Gu-hong said meaningfully, I understand if people don't want to work hard and want to take shortcuts, but you've chosen the wrong person. At least in my company, that's not allowed. Mr. Gu, I don't know what you are talking about. Like Soo-moo, Soo-yeon sat on the chair opposite him casually. Gu-hong looked at Soo-yeon's impudent behavior towards him and said unhappily, it seems that what Director Lee said is right. You have indeed become arrogant recently. No, I'm just not used to being a beast of burden. Soo-yeon said, besides, Mr. Gu should just speak directly and not beat around the bush. Good. Gu-hong said, then take a look at this first. As he spoke, he placed 2 photos in front of Soo-yeon. Soo-yeon picked it up and took a look. Oh my god, I was secretly photographed kissing Soo-moo. Gu-hong said expressionlessly, what else do you want to say now? Don't mention it, it's a pretty good shot. Soo-yeon put the photo down and said with a casual smile, Mr. Gu, can you give me this photo? I'll keep it as a souvenir. Gu-hong was completely stimulated by Soo-yeon's indifferent expression. He said angrily, Soo-yeon, Soo-moo is not a woman you can touch. She is probably with you just for the sake of novelty. Don't think that you can do whatever you want in my company just because you get close to her. After all, you have worked in the company for 4 years. I will give you some face. You can resign on your own initiative after you leave. Otherwise, you might end up getting fired from the company, which would be embarrassing if it gets out, and it would also affect your future job search. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Gu. Soo-yeon remained indifferent and said, I think it would be better for the company to fire me. As long as they compensate me according to the labor law, that's fine. Soo-yeon, do you really want to tear your face apart with the company? Boss Gu, you want to fire people but don't want to pay compensation. How can such a good thing happen? Soo-yeon didn't back down and directly said, what happens between Director Soo and me is our freedom. Even though you are her cousin, you can't interfere, right? Don't you look at yourself? Gu-hong said, are you worthy of Soo-moo? Besides being a gigolo and cheating women out of their money, what else can you be capable of? Fuck you, I'm incapable? Soo-yeon stopped pretending and simply said, I handle most of the business for your company. Without my previous dedication, working day and night to earn money for you, you can sit here and lecture me? Gu-hong. I've been annoyed with you for a long time. You can't see me working overtime day and night. Come with me, he can only flatter you, but you treat Lee Guangxi, who has no ability, as a package and promote him to be a supervisor. You are really blind. Soo-yeon. Gu-hong was scolded by Soo-yeon like this. He slammed the table in anger, stood up, and shouted, do you know who you are talking to? I'm talking to the dog. Soo-yeon sneered, when I was working under you, I tolerated you. Now I'm done with this, what the hell are you to me? As he spoke, Soo-yeon picked up the cup on the table. Gu-hong was startled and asked nervously, what do you want to do? Look at you, you're such a coward. Soo-yeon threw the cup to the ground with disdain. Bang! The cup broke and the water spilled everywhere. At the same time, the noise also alarmed everyone outside. Soo-moo was the first to arrive. Manager Lee was the second one to arrive. Others didn't dare to come in and could only watch and listen quietly from outside. Soo-moo looked at the broken glass on the ground, walked over to Soo-yeon, and asked with concern, how are you? Are you okay? Fine. Soo-moo looked at Gu-hong angrily, thinking that he was the one who dropped the cup. He said angrily, are you crazy? If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you dropping something? Gu-hong. Soo-yeon pulled her and said with a smile, it wasn't him, I dropped it. Soo-moo? I just thought, if there's no throwing of things during an argument, there's no atmosphere. Soo-moo. Upon hearing this, Manager Lee looked at Gu-hong's dark face and turned to Soo-yeon, saying sternly, what are you doing? This is at the company. You were at home at the time. What are you doing? It's none of your business. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? Soo-yun looked at Manager Lee and said, "What the hell do you do besides flattering people all day long?" Manager Lee was immediately embarrassed when he was scolded like this in front of him. Soo-yun, don't be so arrogant. Chapter 84, Even after losing your job, you can still be happy. Please subscribe. I'm being arrogant today. Soo-yun is already planning to leave the company, so what else does he care about? I don't care about anything anymore. Do whatever makes you feel good now. He sneered, I thought you did something. Didn't you just secretly take 2 photos of me and Sister Sue and come to complain to your master? So what? Do you think I'm scared by this? Soo-yun looked at Soo-moo beside him, held up his face, and kissed him directly. Soo-moo. Gu-hung. Manager Lee. The people outside watching the excitement looked incredulous. Oh. Soo-yun actually kissed Manager Sue in front of Mr. Gu. What's wrong with this world? What on earth happened? So crazy. No wonder they always felt that Soo-yun and Soo-moo were closer. I didn't expect that the two of them were secretly in love. The female colleagues found it incredible, but the male colleagues thought to themselves that he was a great guy and were somewhat envious of Soo-yun. He actually hooked up with the most beautiful female executive in the company and directly cheated on his boss. After Soo-yun kissed Soo-moo, he turned and looked at Manager Lee provocatively. He said, I'm going to kiss her right in front of you now. What do you think Mr. Gu can do to me? I'll piss you off to death. Mr. Gu. Manager Lee's mouth twitched, and he said, he actually dared to tell Manager Sue in front of you. This is completely disregarding you and clearly cheating on you. Shut up. Hearing this, Gu-hong angrily said, Who is cuckolded? Who is cuckolded? You are the one who is cuckolded, and your whole family is the one who is cuckolded. No, Mr. Gu, Soo-yun and Manager Sue just. Soo-moo is my cousin. Gu-hong took a deep breath and said angrily, Do you know what you are talking about? Manager Lee was stunned. The people outside who were watching the show were also confused again. They didn't expect the plot to have such a reversal. Oh my god. It turns out that Soo-moo was not the boss's lover, but his cousin. So, Soo-yun didn't cheat on his boss at all, but the boss is likely to become Soo-yun's brother-in-law? The next moment, everyone looked at Manager Lee with some pity. Okay, that's enough. Gu-hong looked at Soo-yun and said, I originally wanted to give you some respect and handle this matter quietly, but you didn't on it. Okay, I'm going to inform you now that you've been fired from the company. Go to the HR department today to complete the paperwork, and you won't have to come from tomorrow onwards. Can. Soo-yun smiled and said, Give me my compensation first, as well as the overtime pay for my overtime work over the years. No. Gu-hong refused, Don't even think about it. Then we'll see you in court. Soo-yun retorted, Not only that, I will also call the tax bureau and tell them how our company reasonably avoids taxes. They will also call your wife and tell her that your husband is not on a business trip at all, but is traveling abroad with another woman. Okay, you're cruel. When Gu-hong heard this, he looked at Soo-moo beside him and said through gritted teeth, I'll give you the money. Now you can pack up your things and leave, right? Okay. Soo-yun said, then turned around and walked out of his office in a casual manner. I can no longer bear it. I don't need to bear it anymore. The host curses the dog capitalists as he pleases. He chooses not to be a beast of burden anymore. From now on, he can fly freely in the sky. He will be rewarded with 2 million in cash. Bank card balance, 16.5 million. The crowd that was surrounding them dispersed immediately. Everyone looked at Soo-yun with some pity, but no one dared to speak to him, for fear of incurring the boss's anger. Arriving at his workstation, Soo-yun discovered that he had nothing to clean up. He formatted his computer and deleted all the projects he was working on. He did save the information about Pekowin's activities on his mobile phone. Then he looked at the photo of himself and his mother on the table and took it directly in his hand. Get ready and go. Xiaopang still had some conscience and said to him, Brother Sue, have a safe journey. It makes me feel like I'm dead. Soo-yun smiled and said, Change jobs if you have the chance. With Lee go around, you'll never get ahead. Yeah, I understand. Soo-yun walked out of the company with the photo. Soo-moo came forward, also holding something in his hands, and said with a smile, Let's go together. You're not working? No. Soo-moo glared at him and said, You just kissed me in front of so many people. Do I still want to stay here and be gossiped about? Ha 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 ha, my bad. So under the gaze of everyone and the angry looks of Gu Hang and Manager Lee, the two of them left the company. Gu Hong came out and warned, no one is allowed to tell anyone about what happened today. If anyone tells anyone and I find out, get out of here. After saying that, he slammed the office door shut. Manager Lee was really scared just now. He thought he was helping the boss catch an adulterer, but he almost got himself into trouble. Fortunately, Soo-Yun was arrogant enough to successfully anger the boss, who then asked them both to leave. Little did he know that the next second the boss, who had no place to vent his anger, was ready to take action against him. As soon as Manager Lee walked out of the office, he was stopped again and asked, Manager Lee, which foot did you step out with first? Forehead. Manager Lee didn't know his boss was asking this out of the blue. He thought about it and said uncertainly, it seems to be the right foot. You're fired. Manager Lee, huh? My office. You can only leave with your left foot first. Gu Hong said expressionlessly, go directly to the Human Resources Department to handle the formalities. No, Mr. Gu, Manager Lee never thought that he would be fired for this reason. He was anxious and wanted to say something, but Gu Hong looked at him directly and scolded, get out, you are not a good thing either. Manager Lee. What did I do wrong? For a while, after Soo-Yun, Manager Lee was also about to pack up and leave. Sumu knew Soo-Yun's background, so he didn't think that Soo-Yun would be sad and unable to live if he was fired. She herself doesn't care whether she has a job or not, and she is not short of money. So both of them were actually in a good mood and didn't care much about other people's eyes. They arrived at the garage together. Just as Sumu was about to open the car door, Soo-Yun asked, Sister Sue, I remember you said you seemed to like that white Bentley very much? Yes, I like it. Then do you want to go up and feel it? Sumu couldn't help but laugh and said, you think that's your car? You can feel it if you want. That's not necessarily true. Soo-Yun took out the car key from his pocket and pressed it. The Bentley's headlights lit up instantly. Sumu looked at Soo-Yun in surprise. Soo-Yun smiled and said, let's go. I'll give you a ride today. I haven't had any other women sit in the passenger seat this time. You shouldn't mind, right? I was just kidding you. Sumu asked, what should I do with my car? Put it here and open it tomorrow. Okay. Sumu followed Soo-Yun into the Bentley, drove out of the garage, and headed towards Jinyuan. When did you buy this car? Yesterday. Buy on the same day, pick up the car on the same day? Impossible. Sumu knew the pickup date for these cars, and it would be impossible without 10 days or half a month. Okay. Soo-Yun replied, all you have to do is make the boss an offer he can't refuse. Soo-Yun, your family is richer than I thought. Sumu couldn't help but sighed, you bought a house worth more than 6 million yuan just like that, and paid in full. The same thing happens with cars now. I just bought a sports car worth more than 1 million yuan, and it got crashed without any regret. Now, in the blink of an eye, he bought another Bentley worth several million. It's only been a short time, and you've already spent nearly 10 million. Even people worth over 100 million wouldn't dare to spend like you. Sister Sue, do you want to hear the truth? What's the meaning? My family isn't very rich, and my mother is just an ordinary woman. Otherwise, I wouldn't have broken up with my ex-girlfriend over the house. Soo-Yun smiled and said, it's just that I've been lucky recently. I've started making money on other projects, and the rate of return is very high. And now the money is rolling in more and more. Are you playing with finance? Sumu thought of something and said in surprise. Because only those who play with finance can make money so quickly. You can understand it that way. Since Sumu had already chosen the foods he should avoid, he didn't have to think about it and just accepted it. When Sumu heard this, he didn't expect that his guess was right. She kindly reminded him, Soo-Yun, you'd better be careful with finance. Money comes quickly and goes quickly, and the market changes rapidly every day. A multi-millionaire today may be a pauper tomorrow. I know. Soo-Yun finished jokingly, Sister Sue, if I really become poor one day, will you take me in? I will give you a bite to eat and try not to let you starve to death. Soo-Yun. Let's get down to business. Sumu sat in the passenger seat and asked Soo-Yun, what are you going to do next? Have you thought about it? Yeah, I've thought about it. What? Go home and sleep with you. Sumu was stunned for a moment, then replied with one word, okay. Soo-Yun. I was just joking, but she agreed so readily. Is this how Su-mu wants to comfort himself after losing his job? She is so nice. You can be happy even if you are unemployed. Soo-yoon unconsciously stepped on the accelerator harder. Half an hour later, the two returned to the community. They took the elevator to the 19th floor. Soo-yoon turned around and asked, "Sister Sue, are we going to your house or mine?" "Your home, it's safer." After taking a shower. When Soo-yoon came to the bedroom, Soo-mu was already lying on the bed, wrapped in a bath towel. The two of them didn't need to say much. After a glance, they started working. At this moment, Soo-yoon transformed into a caulking master. When facing brick joints, the first step is to open the joints. First, clean the brick joints by hand. The brick joints can be filled or not. The second step is vacuuming and cleaning. Before using the caulking agent, you should first use a vacuum cleaner to suck the dust from the brick joints and wipe both sides of the brick joints with your hands to keep them clean. The third step is to install the gun and make the seams. When caulking, the glue gun should be held at a 90-degree angle perpendicular to the tile surface so that the caulking agent can evenly fill the tile gaps. Then, control the strength and speed so that the caulking agent flows out evenly. The fourth step is to press and scrape the seams. When working, use a special pressing tool to press along the brick joints from one side to the other, keep it even, do not deviate from the gaps, and pay attention to aesthetics. The final step is cleaning and tidying up. After filling the grout, let it sit for 5-10 minutes before removing any excess grout and wiping off any remaining stains. After 3 hours, Soo-yoon finally completed all the work for the day after repeating the operation over and over again. When they stopped, they looked at the time and found that it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which was past lunchtime. Although both of them were a little hungry, Soo-yoon and Soo-mu were also too tired to move, as if they had just run a marathon. "Let us take a rest first." At this time, Soo-mu asked again, "Have you really not decided what to do in the future?" "I've thought about it a long time ago. No more talk of sleeping. I'm not a robot. I still need to rest." Soo-yoon reached out and stroked someone's tender skin and said with a smile, "I plan to start my own company." Chapter 85. It turns out that Zhao Zilong of Changshan is just like this. On the bed. When Soo-mu heard Soo-yoon say that he wanted to start a company, he was a little bit unconvinced. But with the economic strength he has demonstrated so far, it doesn't seem to be a problem. But starting a company is easy, but making money is hard. As the saying goes, we are not afraid of the rich second generation eating, drinking, and having fun, but we are afraid of them starting a business in a fit of anger. In reality, there are too many rich second generations who could have lived a good life without worries, but they chose to follow others and start a business to prove themselves. The result was a terrible loss. So when it came to Soo-yoon's idea of starting a company, Soo-mu actually didn't really support it. Although Soo-yoon is capable, entrepreneurship is not about business ability, but about overall quality. As a woman who owns a company at home, she knows that running a company is difficult and involves many factors. Especially in the startup phase. "Soo-yoon, why don't we stop opening a company?" Soo-mu thought for a moment and said, "You're not short of money now, so just play for a while." "I'm really not working anymore, so I'm just playing all day." "It's actually pretty boring." Soo-yoon explained, "I'm planning to open a media company myself. I don't expect it to make money, I just want to experience what it's like to be my own boss." In fact, he didn't tell Soo-mu that he started the company to give outsiders an illusion and cover up the source of his funds. It's reasonable for someone who runs their own company to have money, right? You ask me how I make money? Why do you care how I make money? It's a trade secret. If that's the case, then it's fine. Soo-mu said, "I'm afraid you'll suddenly become ambitious and want to start a career, which won't be easy." "No, I'm a very lazy person." Soo-mu suddenly became interested and asked, "I'm unemployed anyway, why don't I come to work in your company? Or maybe in administration? Stop doing administration and be my secretary." "Why?" "You haven't heard a word." Soo-yoon couldn't help but laugh and said, "If there's anything, the secretary will do it. If there's nothing else, say half the words." Soo-mu felt the changes in someone's body and said angrily, "Again? Can't you think of something else? Don't you know how to be tired? You don't know I have a nickname, do you?" "What nickname?" Soo-yoon rolled over and chuckled, "I am Zhao Zilong from Changshan. Take my shot, you evildoer." Soo-mu. Then he crumpled it into a ball and threw it into the trash can next to him. Seeing this, Soo-yoon smiled and said, "I just bought these sheets. They can still be used after washing. I'll compensate you with a new one, okay? Sumu knew Soo-yeon was teasing her and blushed as she said, "You buy it, and I'll reimburse you." "That's not necessary. I still have this little money." Soo-yeon said, "You should go take a shower first. You'll be able to eat takeout when you come out." Sumu's body was indeed sticky and she felt very uncomfortable. She said, "You are free now. Go downstairs and buy me a box of medicine." "Your stomach hurts again?" Sumu looked at him helplessly. "What do you think?" Soo-yeon reacted and immediately knew what she was talking about. "Okay, I'll go right away. I just output it and never thought that this would happen." Although his mother had long wanted to have a grandson, he had never thought that he would become a father so soon. After all, he himself is still a child who needs breastfeeding occasionally. After Sumu went into the bathroom to take a shower, Soo-yeon went out to the pharmacy near the community downstairs to buy medicine. She is still the same enthusiastic middle-aged lady as before. She looked at the medicine Soo-yeon bought and said kindly, "Handsome man, try to give your wife or girlfriend less of this stuff in the future. It's harmful to their health and will affect your chances of having children in the future." Soo-yeon asked in confusion, If not this, then what to eat? Can't you do something?" The middle-aged woman recommended, "We are having a promotion in our store. We have Elephant brand products with threads. Buy one box and get one free. It's a good deal." Auntie," Soo-yeon said with a little embarrassment, "it's not that I don't want to, it's my girlfriend who doesn't like me using it." Middle-aged aunt. Are girls becoming so uncaring about their bodies because of their desires? On the way back, Soo-yeon met the young man outside. When he asked, he found out that it was for him, so he took it back together. Sumu also came out of the shower. She also took the time to go to her own house next door and changed into a red deep V-long dress. She sat on the sofa neatly dressed, looking like a professional, mature, and perfect woman. There is one word that can describe her. She can work in the living room during the day, in the kitchen, and in bed at night. Seeing that he was staring at her, Sumu smiled and asked, "What are you looking at? If I had met you earlier and married you, we might have had several children." "Get lost, who wants to have a baby with you?" While the two of them were eating takeout together, Soo-yeon asked curiously, "I think you look very smart, so how did you get tricked by your ex-husband?" "Are you sure you want to discuss my ex-husband with me right now?" "Just chat, don't worry, I'm not jealous." Sumu hesitated and said, "You can't say it's a lie. We met in college." He was considered a warm-hearted man at that time. "I was young and naive, so I fell in love with him without knowing why. Then after graduation, on the first night after marriage, I discovered that he was not good in that area and was completely unable to perform." This. Soo-yeon was stunned. "But to maintain his dignity, I kept it secret and asked him to seek treatment from a doctor, but it was ineffective." Sumu sighed, "I thought at the time that as long as two people like each other, it doesn't matter whether they have that thing or not." Soo-yeon. "Until one day, I found out that he was having an affair with the company secretary behind my back." Soo-yeon interrupted immediately after hearing this. "No, didn't you say he was not capable? Why is he having an affair with his secretary again?" "That's what I thought." Sumu smiled and said, "Guess what happened? When I asked, I found out that although he was not in good health, he played with all kinds of props when he was with his secretary." "Good guy." Soo-yeon. "You said, how can a man who can't get hard have the nerve to find a mistress? So I got angry and divorced him." Soo-yeon's brain raced for a moment, and then he said in surprise, "So, if you say so, I'll tell you." "That's right." Sumu affirmed, "In a sense, you are my first real man. No, when I did that with you, you didn't seem inexperienced, not to mention you haven't." "You mean the first snow?" Sumu said shyly, "I lost it accidentally. As for why I am so experienced. Do you think you guys are the only ones who watch movies and learn from teachers? We women watch movies occasionally too." "Good guy," Soo-yeon exclaimed, "good guy." Listening to Sumu's words, he recalled what happened yesterday and found that there were indeed many doubts. He originally thought that she was a little nervous at the beginning and couldn't let go. It turns out to be number one. It's just that she concealed it very well and no one noticed. It seems that my pioneering buff is really awesome. It always exists and even women who have been married once can't escape it. Soo-yeon, who had come to his senses, slapped his thigh and said, "I told you, you're so amazing, most people can't handle you." My ex-husband actually still has the energy to go out and have fun. Sue Moo. Soo-yeon asked curiously again, Sister Sue, why are you so mean to me? After what happened with my ex-husband, I gradually figured out some things. Soo-moo smiled calmly and said, you are pleasing to the eye, not annoying, and a nice person. Let's be happy first. Anyway, I'm a divorced woman, so I'm probably not innocent in the eyes of others, so there's no need to pretend to be reserved. My luck is so good. Soo-yeon couldn't help but sigh in his heart, I can actually encounter such a good thing. After the two finished eating the takeout, Soo-moo returned to his own room next door. Because Lee Jin-soo will be going home from get off work in a while. Soo-moo didn't want Lee Jin-soo to know about their ambiguous relationship so soon. Before leaving, he also took away the bedsheet she had torn off, saying that he was helping Soo-yeon throw it away. It feels like destroying evidence. Soo-yeon was lying in the living room, bored and browsing his phone. He searched on Baidu for the steps and documents needed to open an office. He planned to get the job done tomorrow morning and then find an office in the afternoon. Then you can start recruiting. Don't use too many, just a few for demonstration purposes. In the evening, Lee Jin-soo came back and looked at Soo-moo's clothes. He asked in confusion, I remember you weren't wearing this morning? I changed it after I got off work. Soo-moo did not tell Lee Jin-soo that he had resigned, nor did he tell her that Soo-yeon had also resigned. Don't mention it, your outfit is both beautiful and sexy. Lee Jin-soo asked, what are we having for dinner? I've already eaten, just order some takeout for yourself. Soo-moo had been tormented by Soo-yeon for a while and really didn't want to go into the kitchen again. She lay on the sofa and watched Jing Baran's latest suspense drama New Life. It's only been a few episodes, but it's pretty good. The key point is that as she looked at him, she actually felt that Jing Baran looked a bit like Soo-yeon. You like Jing Baran too? Lee Jin-soo changed his clothes and came over, pouting, I think he's not as handsome as Soo-yeon. Soo-moo. After that, Lee Jin-soo asked again, by the way, did Soo-yeon come back with you after get off work? No. Soo-moo looked at Lee Jin-soo's sexy pajamas and asked, where do you usually buy these? Online. Lee Jin-soo looked at Soo-moo in surprise and said in delight, Soo-soo, you finally got it, do you want to try it? Would you like me to give you a set that I haven't worn yet? Need not. Soo-moo whispered, when you have time, just send me the URL. Ha, you're actively asking me for a website to buy sexy pajamas. Lee Jin-soo asked suspiciously, are you feeling romantically attracted to someone? Do you want to have a boyfriend? No. You certainly have. Lee Jin-soo suddenly thought of Soo-yeon, and her heart skipped a beat. Then she immediately asked tentatively, are you attracted to Soo-yeon? No. Soo-moo denied her guess without blushing or beating his heart. Soo-soo, if you really like Soo-yeon, you must tell me the first time. Why? Because I want to move out and make room for you guys. Lee Jin-soo curled his lips and smiled deliberately, can't the three of us live together in the future? Don't worry. Soo-myuk didn't know what Lee Jin-soo was thinking, so he replied, if I really wanted to be with Soo-yeon, I would definitely tell you the first time. Lee Jin-soo felt uneasy when he heard that Soo-moo did not deny his words, nor did he say with certainty that he would never be with Soo-yeon as he had done before. Could it be that Soo-moo is really attracted to Soo-yeon? God bless you, please don't do that. I don't want to see that kind of situation at all. She really didn't want to let Soo-moo down, and didn't want to compete with Soo-moo for the man. She wanted to have a good relationship with Soo-moo, and also with Soo-yeon. But she soon thought again. Soo-soo doesn't care about it for now. She has to get rid of the external enemy, the other love rival first. She is the woman who bought a house with Soo-yeon. He even dared to secretly use his fingernails to deliberately leave marks on Soo-yeon's back. This is not intended to be a declaration of sovereignty to other women. Come on, who is afraid of who? At this moment, Lee Jin-soo was full of fighting spirit. In fact, she didn't know that the owner of the nail, the person she was going to fight, was not Jeon Payao, but his good friend Soo-moo sitting opposite him. And the reason why Soo-moo left nail marks on Soo-yeon's back yesterday was really intentional. But she was not doing this for Lee Jin-soo to see, but for Ning Qian to see. Because she knew the relationship between Soo-yeon and Ning Qian. But who would have thought that the first person to see the mark on Soo-yeon's back would be Lee Jin-soo? In addition to Ning Qian, her best friend also slept with Soo-yeon. The first time, and before myself. If the two knew that they were secretly fighting against each other, who knows what expressions they would have. Jiang Peiyao, who was wrongly accused, had offended a woman and had an imaginary enemy before she even took any action. As for Ning Qian, even if she saw the marks on Suyun's back, she would not ask about it in front of Suyun like Li Jinshu did. She would just pretend not to see it and be at peace with herself. Chapter 86. I know I was wrong, can we make peace? The next morning, Sumu deceived Li Jinshu by claiming that he had taken a leave of absence from work, and then gave his car to the other party to drive. Anyway, she is not working anymore, so she can't use it. But the car is still at the company, so she needs to pick it up herself. Bored at home, she originally wanted to find Suyun, ask him what he was doing and whether he wanted to go shopping together. But who would have thought that Suyun actually got up early today and went out, saying that he was going to register a company. Sumu asked him why he didn't ask her to go with him. Suyun said that he thought she was still sleeping, so he didn't disturb her and came alone. Besides, registering a company is not a difficult thing, one person can do it. Sumu, who was alone at home, had no choice but to go to the beauty salon alone and have an essential oil SPA. Women's skin is maintained. The saying money can keep a beauty means spending money on various maintenance activities to delay skin aging and improve skin quality. Otherwise, why would it be so tender and juicy? This is also why rich women always look younger than ordinary women of the same age. Song Xiaowei came to the company today and found that Suyun was gone. Manager Su is also gone. Manager Li is going through the resignation procedures. She was completely confused, and only after asking around did she find out about Suyun and Manager Su. It turns out that they are boyfriend and girlfriend. This did surprise Song Xiaowei. But another problem arises. I used to follow Suyun, but now Suyun is gone. Who should I follow? No one came to assign work to me. However, when she thought of the money she still owed Suyun, she immediately sent a message to him. Song Xiaowei, I heard everyone say you resigned? Suyun, yes. Song Xiaowei, what should I do with the money I owe you? Suyun, if you have money, just transfer it to me via WeChat. Song Xiaowei, so what are you doing now? Suyun, I'm busy registering the company, so I won't talk about it for now. Song Xiaowei was a little surprised when she saw the message on her phone. He actually wanted to start his own company? I don't know what kind of company to start. At this moment, an angry voice came from the boss's office. What do you do for a living? It's been so long and you still can't come up with a good plan? Mr. Gu, Suyun was previously in charge of this case. You won't do it if you leave Suyun, right? I don't care, I just want the results, and the client wants the plan tomorrow. Gu Hong shouted, even if you have to work overtime tonight, you have to finish it for me. If you can't do it, get out of here. A moment later, Xiaopang and two other colleagues walked out of the boss's office with depressed looks and heavy hearts. Boss Gu is crazy, someone muttered. Who can do that in one night? Yeah, he fired Suyun himself, and now he has no plan, and now he blames us. Hey, stop talking. I don't want to get fired. We're all working overtime tonight. Even if we have to stay up late, we have to get one done first. Xiaopang said, whether it passes or not will be discussed later. This is not our only business. Someone complained, I have two other businesses on hand, and I haven't finished writing them yet. Damn it, I also want to give him a smackdown like Suyun did, and then quit my job. She's so tough because she hooked up with Manager Su. A female colleague couldn't help but jokingly said, you can only blame yourself for not being capable. Xiaopang ignored them and said, okay, go back and make a plan. Okay, director. That's right, after Suyun left yesterday and Supervisor Li resigned, Xiaopang turned out to be a blessing in disguise and was promoted to supervisor. The first case he accepted was the Pekoan press conference event that Suyun and Manager Li had left behind. In order to find help, he found Song Xiaowei and tempted her with the condition of being an event host, asking her to help as well. Song Xiaowei naturally agreed. But when Xiaopang returned to his workstation, he still sent a message to Suyun, asking for help. Xiaopang, brother Su, save me. Suyun had just finished one of the procedures in the hall and was waiting for his turn when he received a message for help from Xiaopang. Suyun, what's going on? Xiaopang, can you send me a copy of the Pekoan event planning plan you have? Just now, Mr. Gu asked me to finish it before tomorrow's meeting so that I can give it to the client. But I simply can't do it in such a short time. Suyun, after I leave, it's not your turn. If anyone has to take the blame, it's Li Go. Xiaopang, he was fired too. Suyun didn't expect that Manager Li was also fired, and he felt a little happy. But he thought of something else. I left, Manager Lee was fired, and now the plan is handed over to Xiaopeng. In other words, Su-yun, you were promoted to supervisor? A few seconds later. Xiaopeng, well, it's all just luck. As expected, Su-yun thought about it and it made sense. There were only a few people in the company who could get things done, and the others were basically slacking off. Only Xiaopeng has decent business skills and he is an old employee. It seems that Gu Hang is not that stupid. Su-yun, congratulations, but I can't give you this plan. Xiaopeng, why? It's useless to keep it now. Just give it to me. I'll treat you to a meal, okay? Su-yun, no, because we will soon become competitors. Xiaopeng, huh? After Su-yun said this, he did not reply to Xiaopeng's message. If it was Xiaopeng's personal matter, he might be kind enough to help, but this was a company matter. Sorry, I can't help you. He didn't call the tax bureau to add insult to injury, so Gu Hong was lucky. The prerequisite is that he must receive compensation before tomorrow, otherwise he will not only report it, but also tell his wife about his affair with the mistress. I am rich, so I don't need that little bit, but I still deserve what I deserve. This is a principle and also the dignity that I should have picked up in the past. Even if he is Su Mu's cousin, it's not allowed. But today I unexpectedly learned that Li Go was also fired, and I felt a little better. It's not like he has a system. I guess from today on, he will start sending out resumes everywhere and looking for a job, ha ha ha. Hearing his number being called again in the hall, he stood up and walked towards the service window. In fact, he could find someone to do this for him for a fee. But Su-yun wanted to experience it himself, register a company, and open it. With the completion of the last procedure, Su-yun successfully registered a company with a registered capital of 1 million yuan. The name is Baiyun Media Company, Limited, and its business scope includes various event planning, film and television, self-media, etc. Now all business is handled in one stop, which is very efficient. So after a while, Su-yun successfully obtained his company's business license and a copy. I never thought that I could start my own company. Although it was just for fun, Su-yun was still a little excited. I thought I would work all my life, but now I have transformed myself and am about to become a capitalist. However, even if he becomes a capitalist, he will be a capitalist with a conscience. A dragon slayer must never become the evil dragon he once hated. 9 to 5, 2 days off, holidays, none of them can be missed. As for overtime? Whoever dares to work overtime will be fired. Just when he was daydreaming, the system's reward sounded. Life is about constant experimentation. The host has founded his own company as he wished. The system has awarded him 50 million in special entrepreneurial funds. Note, this fund can only be used for company expenses. As the system's reward sound disappeared, Su-yun's phone suddenly received a message. In addition to the 1 million yuan he initially deposited, another 50 million yuan was transferred into the company account he had just opened at the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. The source is shown to be an overseas venture capital company. Su-yun looked at the long string of zeros and felt a little dizzy. The system is so grand too. With this special fund, my company can do whatever it wants. Yesterday, Su-mu was still worried that he would not be able to make money from starting a company, so he just registered it and got an extra 50 million in startup capital. It's more than the money in my account. If we don't make big investments and just pay salaries and necessary daily expenses, even if the company loses money every month, it will probably take a long time to lose all the money. We finished in the morning and it was almost noon. Su-yun sent a message to Ning Xian to ask her, but she didn't go to work today and was resting at home. Thinking that I hadn't seen her for 2 days, I went over to have lunch with her at noon and keep her company. This is called equal treatment. Ning Xian was very happy to hear that he was coming to have lunch with her at noon. She kissed him on the phone, hung up, and went downstairs to buy groceries. Su-yun arrived at the residential complex where he used to live, parked his car, and went upstairs. As soon as I walked to the door of my house, I saw a familiar woman, Huang Mengyao. She was wearing white clothes and sitting on the ladder at the door of her house, looking pitiful. Seeing Su-yun coming back, she stood up and said with a smile, "You're back. What are you doing here?" Su-yun was originally in a good mood, but suddenly became unhappy. When you hate someone, no matter how beautiful she is, you will think she is ugly if she stands naked in front of you. This is psychological rejection. Huang Mengyao faced the cold Su-yun without any temper. Instead, she said gently, "Why did you change the password of the door?" I can't get in. Nonsense, we broke up, so of course I have to change my password. Otherwise, what if you come to my house and steal something? Huang Mengyao. Seeing that she was silent, Suyun frowned and asked, "Tell me, why did you come to my house for no reason?" "I was just passing by and wanted to see how you were doing." "No need, I'm doing fine." "No, you're not okay at all." Huang Mengyao stepped forward, hugged Suyun's arm, and said in a flattering manner, "Suyun, I know I was wrong. Can we make peace? It was all Wang Qing's fault before. She was the one who bewitched me into doing this. Please give me a chance. Let us forget all the unhappiness we had before." "You're dreaming here." Suyun shook off her hand and sneered, "Don't hang around my door if you have nothing to do. It might cause my girlfriend to misunderstand you." "Girlfriend?" Huang Mengyao shook her head and said, "I don't believe it. We've only been apart for a few days. It's impossible for you to have a girlfriend." "How is it impossible? Isn't it me?" Ning Xian, who had just returned from shopping downstairs, saw the scene and immediately came up and said, "Miss, please don't disturb us if you have nothing to do. This is my home." That was in the past. Huang Mengyao and Ning Xian had met before, and they also knew Suyun's attitude towards her, so they were bolder. She didn't give him a good look and said, "It belongs to Suyun and me now. If you harass us again, I will call the police." "Suyun?" Huang Mengyao looked at Suyun pitifully, hoping to make him sympathize with her or soften his heart. Suyun didn't buy her tricks and said, "She said what I said. There are not so many regret pills in the world for you to take. Okay, I won't bother you." Huang Mengyao saw that she couldn't impress Suyun, so she suddenly said, "Can you please withdraw the lawsuit? I really don't have that much money to pay you back." It turned out that after losing the case for the first time, she immediately looked for another lawyer. As a result, after hearing about her story and knowing that the other party's lawyer was the only lawyer from a local Red Circle law firm, the other party refused to answer the call. Because they know that they can't win even if they accept it. Not only is the other party stronger than himself, but his connections in the court are also much stronger. Sometimes when it comes to lawsuits, personal strength is one aspect, but personal connections are also an indispensable aspect. What's more, she was not in the right in this matter to begin with, and she lost the case the first time. It would be extremely difficult for her to turn the case around. Basically, they will be rejected. If there is no real problem with the case, after all, who in the court would slap their own people in the face? Just like the advice given to her by lawyer Qin, everyone's advice to her was to try to reach a settlement with the other party privately and not resort to forced execution. This forced Huang Mengyao to come to Suyun. "Don't think about it." Suyun said without mercy, "Even if you sell blood or become a prostitute, you must return the betrothal money to me, otherwise you can wait for the court to enforce it." "But you don't lack money at all now." Huang Mengyao collapsed and said, "Why are you holding on to such a small amount of money from me? I have nothing left. I just want to push you, just like you pushed me." Suyun replied, "Every penny I left with you was earned through hard work. Why shouldn't I have it?" "Okay, dear, don't get angry with her. It's not worth it." Ning Xian took Suyun's hand and said, "Come on, let's go inside. I bought some fish today and will make you some cold crushing carp." Suyun nodded, and the two of them opened the door and walked in. Huang Mengyao, who was locked outside, looked at the once familiar door in a daze. Originally, it should be him and Suyun living in there, leading a happy life, not that woman. Faced with Suyun's ruthlessness, she turned away somewhat disheartened. She hated Suyun's ruthlessness. But she was even more cruel to her best friends Wang Cheng and Zhang Wentao. "I must take revenge." In the room, Ning Qian stood behind the door. After seeing Huang Mengyao leave through the peephole, she turned around and came to Suyun. "She's gone." Ning Qian comforted him, "Don't be upset. I'm going to the kitchen to make dinner." "No." Suyun smiled and said, "Go quickly. I didn't have breakfast and I'm a little hungry." "Then bear with it. There are some snacks of mine on the coffee table. Eat some first, and I'll make it soon." "Good." Soon, a table of exquisite food was served. For 2 people, she actually made 4 dishes and a soup. But she is different from Sumu. Sumu's meals are of a high-end kind, a bit like the menu in a restaurant, and the ingredients are all of better quality. However, Ning Qian can cook some home-cooked dishes that ordinary people eat, which are down to earth. In short, each has its own advantages. Soo-yeon took a bite of the scrambled eggs with tomatoes and praised, "It tastes really good." "As long as you like it." Ning Qian felt very happy when she heard that. Grandma said that if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first learn to capture his stomach. In addition, her family conditions were not good, and she had been learning to do housework since she was a child, so her cooking skills were also pretty good. This is her advantage, and of course she has to play to her strengths. There is never a shortage of women around rich people, not to mention that he is so handsome. If you want to stay by his side, you must have your own advantages. And she knows very well what her advantages are. So whenever she had the chance, she would show it to Soo-yeon and let him see it. Chapter 87. Do you want to be spanked by me again? After dinner, Soo-yeon rested for a while in the master bedroom, which was now Ning Qian's bed, and took a nap. A woman's bed is different. Even the quilt smells like milk and is very pleasant. When he woke up, he found Ning Qian lying beside his bed, looking at him with a smile on her face. She was also wearing a white, low-cut, cool little suspender skirt. Soo-yeon saw through everything at a glance and couldn't help but laugh. "You're not afraid of being exposed?" "Don't worry, it's just for you to see at home." Ning Qian smiled and asked, "How was your nap at noon? Do you want to sleep more?" "No more sleep." Soo-yeon stretched, got up and said, "It feels like I haven't had a nap in a long time. I took a nap today and I feel refreshed." "So, are you still going to work this afternoon?" "No." Soo-yeon asked curiously, "You were guarding me by the bed just now?" Ning Qian replied obediently, "I was afraid you'd wake me up while you were asleep, so I just sat next to you with my tablet and watched TV." "You're exaggerating." Soo-yeon smiled dotingly and said, "Don't do that again. It makes me look like I'm really fierce." "It's okay, I did it voluntarily." "In that case, let me reward you." Soo-yeon pulled her onto the bed. An hour later, the bedroom curtains were drawn. Yang-gu came in, and the two of them took a shower together and stayed together for a while. Ning Qian was very satisfied at this moment. Flowers that have just opened are already craving for moisture, not to mention that they have not been cared for 2 days. Since it's so hard to come here, of course the more the better. After all, I don't know when he will come next time. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Soo-yeon asked Ning Qian if she had anything to do in the afternoon. If not, she would accompany him out to do something. Ning Qian naturally agreed. Now in her eyes, Soo-yeon's matter is a big deal. Because everything she has, and everything she may have in the future, comes from the man in front of her. When Ning Qian came to the garage and saw the white double-breasted Bentley flying spur, the indescribable surprise and love in her eyes almost overflowed. "Soo-yeon, is this the new car you bought?" "Right." Soo-yeon asked, "Does it look good?" "Nice." Ning Qian couldn't wait to sit in the passenger seat, and said excitedly, "When I was in the mall before, every time I saw others getting out of this car, I felt so envious. I never thought that one day I would be able to sit in one too. Then when I'm done, I'll drive you around the mall and let other women envy you." "Well, thank you, Soo-yeon. You want me to spank you again?" "I was just about to say it." Ning Qian said happily, "Thank you, thank you, thank you. I won't be fooled. You act like everyone knows your little tricks." Soo-yeon laughed and said, "You just want me to stay over to punish you tonight. You want me to hit you, but I won't." Ning Qian smiled shyly when she saw that her little thoughts were exposed. She really wanted Soo-yeon to stay with her at night. But she didn't say it. Instead she changed the subject and asked, "Where's your old Porsche? I bumped into him." "Oh, is it serious?" "It's okay. It will probably take a few days to repair before it can be used." Soo-yeon smiled and said, "But I'm not in a hurry. Anyway, I have a car now. So what are we going to do now?" "You haven't told me yet." "Find a place where you can work." Soo-yeon explained, "I've already resigned from my previous company and plan to start my own. I already got the business license this morning, and now all I need is an office." "So where are you looking for?" Ning Qian heard this and said, "Do you want an office building in the CBD?" "Not really." Soo-yeon said, "It would be best if the environment is elegant and quiet, a single-family house, not too big, a few hundred square meters will do." "Do you know of such a place?" "I don't know, but I know a friend from my hometown who works at an agency. Maybe he has properties in this area." "Okay, then you contact them, and if there's one, we'll go take a look." "Okay, I'll contact you right away." Ning Qian was very proactive. After she finished speaking, she called the other party. When the other party heard it was Ning Qian, he was also very enthusiastic. After all, they came from the same place. Ning Qian was very pretty, and most men had some feelings about her. But they all have lustful thoughts but not the courage. After hearing Ning Qian's request, he said that there was a place that met her requirements. So after the two agreed on a location, Su Yun drove towards the destination. On the road, Ning Qian found that many cars were far away from her car, and no matter how crowded it was, someone would cut in line, afraid of accidentally touching it. Every time she stopped at a red light to wait for a car, feeling the envious glances from the cars next to her, her vanity was satisfied like never before at that moment. Soon, they arrived at the place Ning Qian's fellow villager mentioned according to the positioning navigation. It is located by a lake, and the location is a bit remote, but at least it is still in the city. There are also some art companies around, such as photo studios, filming studios, etc. The advantages of such a place are that the environment is quiet, with green grass and shade trees, and the rent is cheap, but the disadvantage is that it is a bit remote and commuting is not convenient, unless you have a car. Therefore, the companies or studios opened here are not in the office style. Chen Peng was closer than Su Yun and the others, and arrived earlier on his electric scooter. Just as he was about to call Ning Qian to ask where they were, he saw a white Bentley Mercedes pull up beside him. Seeing this, Chen Peng cursed in his heart with disdain, and then moved his electric scooter back. If you accidentally hit someone else's car, you won't be able to afford the compensation. But just as he was moving the car, the passenger door opened and Ning Qian walked out. Chen Peng looked at the goddess in his heart and his expression froze. Some people can't believe it. Ning Qian? You? At this time, Su Yun also got out of the car. Chen Peng. Ning Qian smiled and called out, introducing him, this is Su Yun. He's the one looking for a house. Su Yun, this is my fellow villager. Chen Peng now understood in his heart that it was completely impossible for the goddess to belong to him. Hello. Su Yun greeted. Chen Peng smiled and said, hello, Mr. Su, the house you want is not far ahead. Come on, I'll take you there first. Good. After walking for 2 minutes, the three of them saw the purpose of their trip. Looking at a 2-story semi-clear water building, Chen Peng introduced, the design of this building is actually very good. The total area of the 2 floors is nearly 500 square meters. There is also a very nice yard in front of the building, which is nearly 200 square meters. It is free and not included in the building area. It can be used as a parking lot and a place for leisure and entertainment. He originally wanted to build a place for himself and his friends to relax and have fun. It's just that the owner went bankrupt right after this place was renovated, and now it's been vacant. He wants to rent it out or sell it directly. What's the price? Ning Qian asked helpfully. If you rent it, it's about 300,000 yuan a year. Chen Peng replied, if he were to sell it, he said he wanted 9 million, but the location is not very good and it is not easy to sell, so I think it should be a little less. It's so expensive, 9 million. The price is not bad. Chen Peng said, although the place is a bit remote, it is still in the city after all, and the land price is here. Su Yun was quite satisfied with this place, but his price was indeed a little high. This place costs about 15,000 yuan per square meter. He turned around and said, please contact the owner for me and tell him it's 7.5 million. He will sell it to me and I will buy it directly, in full. There is 50 million in the company's account. Rent an office? That would be a waste, just buy it. Ah? You're buying it now? Ning Qian was surprised when she heard this. Su Yun, won't you reconsider it? Chen Peng was also a little shocked. Just took a casual look, didn't even go in to see it, less than a few minutes, and you bought it? This is 7.5 million. Chen Peng suppressed his excitement and asked, Mr. Su, are you sure you don't want to rent it and just buy it? Okay, I'll contact the owner when I get back and let you know then. Chen Peng smiled and said, 7.5 million. I think with a little persuasion the owner will probably agree, not to mention you're paying in full. You don't need to contact me, just contact Ning Qian directly. I'll ask her to handle it for me. Okay, Mr. Su. Chen Peng said to Ning Qian, when I have reached an agreement with the owner, I will ask you to come. Now that it's settled, we'll go first. Su Yun opened the car door and looked at him, then kindly asked, by the way, it's hard to get a taxi here. Do you need me to give you a ride? Yes. Ning Qian heard this and said, do you want us to give you a ride? No need. Chen Peng said a little embarrassedly. I came here on my own by riding a small electric scooter. All right then. Su Yun said, you are Ning Qian's friend. If you can help me with this matter for 7.5 million, I can give you an additional 10,000 as a reward. Thank you, Mr. Su. Chen Peng smiled ingratiatingly, then watched the two get into the car and leave. Although he felt heartbroken when he saw his goddess getting into the luxury car. In the end, the goddess became the private property of the rich. But this world is so realistic, whether you like it or not. But at least Ning Qian is not like other people who turn their backs on rich people after hooking up with them. At least she didn't forget him as a friend, and she would think of herself first when something good happened. I also introduced this business to myself. Otherwise, for this kind of thing, you can just find an agent. Because of Ning Qian, as long as he can close this deal, he will be the top seller of their store this month, not to mention the 10,000 yuan bonus. He can earn tens of thousands of dollars in commission from this house alone. What's more, the other party will give him an extra 10,000 yuan for Ning Qian's sake. He hates the rich, but he still likes generous rich people. After this matter is done, I will take the initiative to find an opportunity to thank Ning Qian and treat her to a meal. Whether she comes or not is another matter. On the way back, Ning Qian said with some emotion, Su Yun, actually you don't need to give him an extra 10,000 yuan. I'm actually doing a favor for a friend by introducing your business to him, and if it works out, he'll get a good commission. I know. Su Yun smiled and said, but you see, if I give him an extra 10,000, won't he be more attentive? Will he work harder? On the surface, it seems like I gave him an extra 10,000, but think about it, if he can really convince the owner and negotiate the price down from 9 million to 7.5 million, I can save 1.5 million. Ning Qian. I used to be a worker, and I understand the mentality of workers. They all want to make money. Su Yun said, how can you let a horse run without giving it grass to eat? Just because you are rich now, you can't forget who you were in the past. You're so nice. Anyone who can work in your company will be so happy. Speaking of this, I want to ask you. Su Yun said, why don't you quit your job and come work for me? But I can't do anything. I can only sell clothes and serve customers. That's the experience I want you to have. Su Yun replied, with your temperament and charm, as well as your ability to handle people, you can be my company's receptionist. Your job is simply to greet people who come to the company every day. That is fine. Ning Qian said confidently, it should be easy to learn. As long as you don't look down on me, it will be fine. I don't mind, but the salary might be a bit low. Ning Qian shook her head and said happily, I don't want any money. I'll do it for you for free. That won't work. Public is public, and private is private. Su Yun laughed and said, I don't want to be known as a scoundrel. Ha ha ha, okay. Ning Qian asked curiously, how much do you want to give me? Let's order 30,000 first, and then add the year-end bonus. 30,000? Ning Qian widened her eyes. Whose receptionist earns 30,000? Why, is it too low? Su Yun explained, don't make it too high, or others will get jealous if they find out. No, I mean, isn't this salary too high? Ning Qian explained, but I'm just a receptionist, serving tea and water. Su Yun reached out and touched her face, then said with a smile, you're wrong. You're not just an ordinary receptionist. You're the spokesperson for my company. You must have confidence. And if anyone offends you, you can come back at night and quietly complain to me, your boss. You have a lot of power. Su Yun, you are so nice to me. It's good, but let's be honest first. Su Yun said meaningfully, when I'm not around, you can't do anything to let me down. I'm a very vindictive person. Ning Qian. She had just experienced a little bit of the feeling of love, but Su Yun instantly ruined the atmosphere. Facing Su Yun's criticism, she said resentfully, although I worship money, since I've followed you, I will always be yours. I'm just kidding. Su Yun said with a smile, you go tomorrow and find a time to resign. I'll take you home first. You won't have dinner at my place? No, I have other things to do tonight. Su Yun said, you better behave yourself at home. If Huang Mengyao comes knocking on the door again when I'm not around, don't open it. Call the police. Okay, I understand. Ning Qian felt a little disappointed because before coming out, he promised to accompany her to the commercial center and go shopping. Now I seem to have forgotten everything. After Su Yun sent Ning Qian home, he drove towards Li Jinshu's company. prepare to discuss business with her before she gets off work. After all, once the building is bought, there will be issues involving decoration. He plans to ask Li Jinshu to do it and add some performance to her performance at the same time. You can't treat your own woman unfairly. Chapter 88. This kick not only knocked her brother over, but also hit her heart. Li Jinshu's company is located in Jiangcheng and is considered a relatively large decoration design company. Although it is not as good as the top ones, it is still quite famous. However, their company seems to specialize only in home decoration, including villas. I don't know if they would take on industrial buildings like mine. Suyun just drove to the downstairs of their company, parked the car and came out, and saw Li Jinshu and a man arguing on the street. There was also a middle-aged woman next to him who was cursing non-stop. Li Jinshu obviously wanted to get rid of the other person, but he could not break free from his wrist. Seeing this, Suyun took 2 steps at a time and walked over and kicked the man over. Then he asked Li Jinshu, "Are you okay?" Li Jinshu was dumbfounded, the middle-aged woman who was cursing shut up, and the man lying on the ground was also a little confused. He wanted to fight back, but when he saw Suyun's height and physique, he got scared and said timidly, "Who are you? Why did you kick me?" "Yeah, who are you?" The middle-aged woman reacted quickly, stepped forward, and helped the young man up from the ground with some heartache. She complained to Suyun, "Why did you suddenly come over and kick my son for no reason? Who do you care who I am?" Suyun is now rich, confident, and courageous, and is not afraid of anything. He snapped, "If you touch a woman on the street, you deserve to be kicked. If you don't get out of here, I'll report you to the police for harassment." When the host sees injustice and speaks out, he will kick out a kick of justice when his woman is bullied. The reward is 500,000 yuan in cash. Bank card balance, 15 million. She's my sister. The young man retorted, "I poop when I want to. It's none of your business." "Yes, I'm arguing with my daughter. What does it have to do with you, an outsider?" "Sister? Daughter?" Suyun looked at Li Jinshu in surprise. Is what they said true? Li Jinshu said with a somewhat embarrassed expression, "They are my brother and my mother." "Suyun." Li Jinshu said, "Let's go. Don't pay any attention to them. They are just 2 scoundrels." "Oh, so we know each other." When the young man heard this, he stood up and said to Suyun, "Are you her boyfriend? Since she has no money, you should help her pay it, otherwise you will kick me today and I will never be done with it." "Yes, give me money." Gong Meiping looked at Suyun, who looked very rich, and said, "Otherwise, neither you nor this damn girl will be allowed to leave today." Suyun frowned and asked Li Jinshu, "Do you owe your brother money?" "No." In order to avoid embarrassment in front of Suyun and to get rid of him as soon as possible, Li Jinshu looked at her brother and mother angrily and took out 1,000 yuan from her bag. "This is all I have. Take this money and don't bother me anymore. It's just $1,000, and you're sending away a beggar." The young man put the money in his pocket and said, "Give me another 5,000 and I'll leave." "I have no money. Don't give me that. I heard from my mom that you live in a large flat in a high-end residential complex." "I told you, that's not my house." The young man said greedily, "I don't care, if you don't give me the money today, I will come to your company to make trouble every day. How about I go to your house after you get off work? I know where you live anyway." "Li Yanghua, don't go too far." Li Jinshu's face turned red with anger. This was also the first time Suyun met such a weird brother and mother. "Are these really my biological brother and mother?" He frowned and said, "How dare you force your sister and daughter to ask for money like this? What's our family's business got to do with you?" Li Yanghua said, "Since you don't want to help her, don't join in the fun." "What a coincidence. It really is my business." "What's up?" "Because I am her creditor." Suyun said slowly, "I came here today to ask her for money. Your sister owes me 200,000 yuan and I'm worried about getting it back. Since one of you is her brother and the other is her mother, can you help her change?" Li Yanghua and Gong Meiping were stunned when they heard this. The two said in unison, "Impossible, you are definitely a liar, how could she owe you money? Whether it's true or not, you can just ask the person involved and find out." Hearing this, Gong Meiping looked at Li Jinshu and asked, "You silly girl, is what he said true?" "It's true." Li Jinshu said with a complicated expression, "Where do you think the money to buy the house came from? I borrowed all the money from him. I haven't made any money from working all these years." Gong Meiping. "Okay, what do you say now?" Suyin stared at them and asked, if you don't help her pay the money today, don't even think about leaving. You're quite funny. When Li Yanghua heard that his sister owed so much money, he immediately denied it and said, she owes you money, what does it have to do with us? Yeah, it's none of our business. Gong Meiping also felt a little guilty and said, if you want money, ask her for it. It's not us who borrowed it. But she borrowed the money to buy you a house. Suyin said, she doesn't have the money to pay me back now. If you don't have the money to pay me back either, just mortgage the house to me. Don't even think about it. The house is ours. It has nothing to do with her. Li Yanghua and Gong Meiping originally came to ask for money, but ended up being asked to pay their debts instead. Useless thing, what a disgrace. You dress so nicely in the big city and live in such a nice house, but it's all fake and you owe so much money. Don't come home from now on, we don't have a daughter like you. Gong Meiping cursed at Li Jinshu, quickly severed her relationship with him, and left with Li Yanghua. Hey, you haven't paid back the money yet, you are not allowed to leave. Suyin deliberately shouted at them, and the two of them immediately ran very fast and disappeared in a short while. Seeing that there were quite a lot of people watching the fun around, Suyin and Li Jinshu quickly left. Then we found a cafe nearby. I'm sorry for making you laugh just now. Li Jinshu said unnaturally, but don't tell Sumu about this. She felt ashamed to show such an embarrassing scene of her family in front of the person she loved. Okay, I won't tell her. Suyin asked with some concern, are you often bullied by your brother and your mother like this? Li Jinshu nodded and said, they would call me every once in a while and ask for money. If I didn't give it to them, they would come to my house and make trouble like they did today. It was because of them that I gave up the house I rented and came to hide here with Sumu. I didn't expect them to find me. So what are you going to do? Just keep letting them suck your blood? I have no idea. Li Jinshu said helplessly, I tried to call the police, but they said it was our family affair and asked us to resolve it ourselves. This is why it is difficult for officials to judge family affairs. You can't be soft-hearted when dealing with people like this. Suyin said very experiencedly, listen to me, evildoers need to be dealt with by evildoers. If you keep giving in, they will only become more aggressive. You have to learn to fight back and let them know you are not someone to be trifled with. How to fight back? Li Jinshu is just a woman after all, and she feels helpless when encountering such things. She couldn't think of any good solution. I just heard you say that you paid for their house purchase? Li Jinshu said, at that time, my mother said that my brother couldn't find a wife and needed money to buy a house so that he could find a wife. So he asked me for the down payment, but my brother didn't have a job and had credit problems, so the bank wouldn't approve the mortgage. Finally, he asked me to go to the bank to apply for a loan for him, and my name was also written on it. So over the years, I have been paying the mortgage on the house they live in every month. Okay, I know about this. Suyin said, leave the matters of your mother and your brother to me. Not only will I find a way to help you get your house back, but I will also make sure they don't bother you again and get rid of them completely. What are you going to do? Li Jinshu asked. Suyin smiled and said, don't worry about that. If you can't bear it and can't let it go, then forget it. It's okay, just go ahead and do it. Li Jinshu hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, they were the first ones to stop treating me as a family member. Just your words are enough. Okay, let's not talk about my brother and the others. Li Jinshu asked curiously, why are you downstairs in our company today? I just happened to come over to see you for something, and that's when we met. Suyin said, I want to come to your company to discuss a business with you. What business? If all goes well, I'll probably buy a semi-derelict building in a couple of days, so I might need to renovate and redesign it. Buy a building? Li Jinshu unconsciously thought of the office building he was in. She was surprised and asked, how much money would that cost? At least several $100 million, right? It's not the kind of building you think. Suyin knew she was about to give up, rolled his eyes at her, and explained, it's just an ordinary 2-story low-rise building with a total area of only about 500 square meters, about the same as a larger villa. Oh, you scared me. Li Jinshu laughed and said, I thought you bought an office building. That's too exaggerated. How is that possible? Li Jinshu asked in confusion, but why are you buying a property for no reason? Didn't you just buy a house? I left the company yesterday and started my own media company. Li Jinshu. Why didn't she hear Sumu talk about this last night? But it's good to have money. You can quit your job just by saying so, and start a company just by saying so. It's like playing. Soo-yeon asked, will your company take on this kind of work? This should be possible. Lee Jin-soo said, leave it to me. I won't charge you any design fees other than the company's decoration fee. Then how can I feel good about it? When I saw you coming over, I had already made up my mind to take advantage of me for free. Lee Jin-soo said, to thank you for helping me out today, I'll treat you to a meal. Soo-yeon asked meaningfully, will there be any snacks after dinner? Well. Lee Jin-soo hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, I'll think about it and give you an answer before I get off work. After saying that, she stood up and walked towards the office building. Soo-yeon. With his back to Soo-yeon, Lee Jin-soo's face was smiling happier than ever. Before, when she saw Soo-yeon driving his own car to crash into a Mercedes-Benz in order to help Soo-moo vent his anger, it would be a lie to say that she was not jealous or envious. But today, after seeing him being bullied, he ran over and kicked him without hesitation, filling his jealousy towards Soo-moo. This kick not only knocked her brother down, but also hit her heart. Lee Jin-soo, who had lacked love since childhood, suddenly felt again what it felt like to be cared for and protected. Last time in the bar, she could say that she was stimulated by Soo-yeon's lavish spending behavior and impulsively wanted to vent her negative emotions. But this time, she was really moved. It's no longer about his money. After Soo-moo finished her SPA at the beauty salon in the morning, she went home to eat alone at noon and then took a nap. In the afternoon, she was bored and went shopping at Jangshan Mall. As she walked, she came to the Gucci store. She didn't see Ning Xian at all. After knowing that she was on vacation today, Soo-moo bought a piece of clothing and left. But she was muttering in her heart that Soo-yeon was probably hanging out with her again. He said that starting a company is not reliable at all, and I don't know whether he has completed the formalities. He just hangs out with other women all day. Seeing that it was almost dinner time, she deliberately called Soo-yeon. I don't mean anything else, I just want to interrupt someone's private time. Snort. You just got out of your own bed the whole day yesterday, and today you go to someone else's bed. Aren't you afraid of being exhausted? Soon, the call was connected. Soo-yeon's breathless voice came from the other side. Hello, Sister Soo. When Soo-moo heard this, he thought of a certain scene and said angrily, if you are busy now, tell me later. No, I've already stopped. Soo-yeon asked, tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Really not busy? Really, I just finished. Soo-moo. After a few seconds of silence, she said, where are you now? I'm at Jiangshan Mall. If you are free, can you come and pick me up? Let us go eat together. Okay, then you wait for me. After hanging up the phone, more than 10 minutes later, a nice-looking Bentley stopped on the side of the road with a huge flow of people like Jiangshan. When Soo-moo saw this, she walked over in her high heels with elegant and sexy steps, opened the door and got in the car. Everyone around looked at them with envy. Luxury cars always go with beautiful women. In the car, Soo-yeon asked, Sister Soo, where are we going to eat? I've already made an appointment with the place I took you to last time. Good. Soo-moo looked at Soo-yeon, who was covered in sweat. He didn't look like he had just come out of someone else's house. She asked curiously, what were you doing when I called you? I went to a gym and got a membership. Soo-yeon replied, when you called me, the coach had just finished testing my physical fitness and checked my various physical qualities. What was the result? Just barely qualified. Soo-moo knew that he was overthinking it and said with a smile, why do you go to the gym when you have nothing to do? Because I want to work on my abdominal muscles. Soo-yeon said, when I have mastered it, I will let you touch it first. It's really my honor. Soo-moo changed his tone and asked about the company again. Soo-yeon told her the name of his company and the matter of buying a building. After hearing this, Soo-moo objected somewhat and said, in fact, renting an office building is more cost-effective than buying it. You don't need to invest so much at the beginning. Take it slow. It's okay, it's only 7 or 8 million, it's not like I can't afford it. Soo-yeon said, if we buy it, it will become a fixed asset. What if the housing prices in that area go up in the future? Soo-moo. The two chatted and soon arrived at Soo-moo's old place. When I came in, it was still the same as before, with only one table of people sitting there in a cold and quiet atmosphere. But Soo-yeon didn't expect it to be. He actually met Hwang Mengyao's best friend Wang Ching here. Also, my ex-husband. Chapter 89. You came out without pants? Wang Chang and Zhao Xianhong were also stunned when they saw Soo-yeon and Soo-moo come in. But no one spoke first. Soo-yeon and Soo-moo hesitated for a moment, then passed them by and went to another table. After sitting down, we ordered the food and waited. Soo-yeon knew Zhao Xianhong, but Soo-moo didn't know Wang Qing. So he asked, "It seems your ex-husband is nostalgic, bringing his new love to eat at the place where he used to eat with you." "I have never been here with him." Soo-moo smiled in denial. "I came here after divorcing him, so don't be so sarcastic here." "I don't." Soo-yeon denied it, "But you said your ex-husband was no longer good, so why is he still so keen on finding women?" "How should I know?" Soo-moo rolled his eyes at him and said, "Why don't you go up and ask him now?" "Not so good, is it? You really plan to go?" Soo-yeon replied, "It was just a joke. Saying someone is incompetent in front of their girlfriend is really embarrassing. You are just a false compassion." Soo-moo smiled and said, "All right, seeing him is bad luck. Let's finish eating quickly and go back. I don't want to stay here for even a second." "Okay, I mean that too." But they wanted to eat quietly, and the other party didn't want to. Wang Qing, who was sitting at another table, noticed Zhao Xianhong's unusual behavior and asked calmly, "Do you know them?" "No." Zhao Xianhong said with hatred, "The man's name is Soo-yeon. He was the one who deliberately hit my Mercedes-Benz with his car that day. It was only repaired today. He really is annoying." Wang Qing asked, "Did you make him pay? Or did you call the police and sue him directly?" "He paid for the damage to the car and reported it to the police." Zhao Xianhong suddenly became a little depressed and said, "But in the end, he sued me for defamation, and the lawsuit is still going on." Wang Qing. "And that woman, her name is Soo-moo." Zhao Xianhong continued, "It was my ex-wife. She liked to have affairs outside and was unfaithful to her husband. I found out about her and that's why we divorced. The room is small and the sound insulation is not very good. There is only a screen in the middle." It happened that when he said this, he did not control the volume well and was heard by Soo-yeon and Soo-moo in the next room. Soo-yeon smiled and said, "My ex-husband said that you were not a faithful wife." Soo-moo looked unhappy, but he didn't get angry in the end. She didn't want to become a shrew and curse in the streets. It was too ugly. "Can you tolerate this?" Soo-yeon said, "You are so well-mannered. If it were me, I would have slapped him a long time ago." "Okay, stop making sarcastic remarks. Even eating can't stop your mouth." At this time, another sentence came from the side. "If she hadn't begged me not to tell anyone about this, I would have ruined her reputation." "You are such a kind person." Wang Qing said, "I am so lucky to meet you." Soo-yeon glanced at Soo-moo, thinking that she was going to endure it, and prepared to provoke her again. As a result, she poured a glass of water, stood up, walked over and lifted the screen. Zhao Xianhong looked at Soo-moo, who suddenly appeared, and said with a guilty conscience, "What are you going to do? Do you think I'm deaf and can't hear you?" Soo-moo directly poured a glass of water on the other person's face. "Next time, please find a secluded place so I can't hear you. It's disgusting." Seeing this, Wang Qing immediately walked over and wiped the water stains off his body, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Zhao Xianhong felt humiliated when someone splashed water on his face. He stood up and said angrily, "Sue, do you really think I don't dare to do anything? Would you like to try moving one?" Soo-yeon also came over at this time and said with a smile, "If you dare to do anything, I can have my lawyer send you to jail for a few days." "Soo-yeon, why are you everywhere?" Wang Qing said to him angrily. "That's what I wanted to say. How come we bump into each other while having a meal?" Soo-yeon looked at her and teased, "What? You can't ride in my Porsche, so you're riding in a Mercedes-Benz instead? What nonsense are you talking about?" Wang Qing retorted, "I really like him." "In that case, I'll be kind enough to tell you a secret." "What secret?" "That's right." Soo-yeon smiled and said, "This ex-husband you like seems to have some issues with that. I guess he'll only play with props with you from now on." Wang Qing. Zhao Xianhong panicked when he heard this and immediately explained, "Dear, don't listen to his nonsense. He is spreading rumors and slandering me. He's right. The man next to you doesn't look like a man at all. He's like a eunuch. He can only play with props. He's not a man at all." Soo-moo, standing aside, sneered, "You're saying I'm not a good wife? I have corrupt personal ethics? Yes, I have corrupted my personal morals and I am not a faithful wife. It's because you are a useless person who can't even take medicine." I told you today, do you think you are the only one who has a mistress outside? Actually, ever since we got married, I've been having an affair with the man next to me, cheating on you every day. What's wrong with that? Soo-yeon's mouth twitched. Sister, you are taking this a bit too far. UTM. After hearing this, Zhao Xianhong almost ran away on the spot and wanted to attack in anger. But when he saw Soo-yeon, who was holding a bottle of wine beside him, he could only endure it. Not far away, the shop owner stood aside and watched the excitement without saying a word. A waiter nearby said, "Boss, why don't you go over and try to mediate? What if a fight breaks out?" "Don't worry, there won't be a fight." The middle-aged boss said calmly, "That man over there is obviously afraid of death and is too cowardly to dare to really do anything. What if? It's okay, if a fight breaks out we'll just call the police and ask them to compensate us for our losses. This way our store can get new items." Waiter. The boss was very good at judging people, and Soo-yeon was also very good at judging people. After Zhao Xianhong left a sentence, "You two adulterers, just wait for me," he turned and left. But he was stopped by his boss. "Sir, you haven't paid yet." "How much?" 3,520 yuan, card or WeChat? Zhao Xianhong paid via WeChat, then left with Wang Chang with a sour look on his face. The middle-aged boss then came over and said with a smile, "Xiao Su, was that the man you had before?" Then your vision was indeed not very good before." The middle-aged man glanced at Soo-yeon again and said, "He's far inferior to the guy next to you." "Thank you for the compliment, boss," Soo-yeon said with a smile. The middle-aged boss said, "It's okay, continue eating, don't ruin my food, I only have 2 tables of guests a day." "Okay, boss." As the two continued to eat, Sumu asked, "By the way, do you know that woman just now?" "Yes, she's my ex-girlfriend's best friend." Soo-yeon said calmly, "She deserves half the credit for my falling out with my ex-girlfriend." Sumu. After dinner, Soo-yeon drove Sumu back home and received a call from Lee Jin-shu on the way. But Sumu was next to him, so he didn't dare to answer it casually. Ignored. Because the caller ID showed a letter fell, Sumu knew it was Lee Jin-shu's call. She asked puzzledly, "Your phone rang, why didn't you answer it?" "A previous client, I won't answer." Soo-yeon lied and hung up. Lee Jin-shu, who had just got off work, heard the busy tone on the phone and called again. "Why didn't you answer my call? Do you still want to have dinner with me?" Sumu listened to the phone ringing again and said, "Why don't you answer it?" "No." Soo-yeon replied, "I don't drive when I'm on the phone, and I don't answer the phone when I'm driving. There must be something wrong with this call. Maybe it's from a woman he doesn't want to hear." Sumu smiled and didn't expose him. "But it's okay this way. Otherwise, if he chats with another woman in front of her and says some private things, it would indeed be inappropriate and seem to be disrespectful to her. Although I am not his girlfriend in name yet and our relationship is not confirmed. But no matter what, the two of them are actually husband and wife. So, even though she knew about this kind of thing, it would be embarrassing for everyone if it were exposed. People, sometimes you have to learn to be confused when you should." Sumu is no longer the love-brained girl she used to be. She has grown a lot, become more open-minded, and has become more tolerant. What's more, she was not sure that she would have to follow Soo-yeon in the future. At present, the relationship between the two is actually more like a friendly partnership that meets each other's needs in life. Seeing that no one answered after he called twice, Lee Jin-shu stopped calling. "I guess he is busy." So she bought some groceries, drove back in Sumu's car, and prepared to go directly to Soo-yeon's house to make him a meal. "Thank her for helping me today." But as soon as she reached the garage, she saw a white Bentley parked next to her. Sumu and Soo-yeon got out of the car. Lee Jin-shu. The two also saw her and her car. Sumu was a little surprised to see Lee Jin-shu, and asked guiltily, "Jin-shu, are you back from get off work?" "Ah." Lee Jin-shu, holding the vegetables in his hand, glanced at the two of them and said with an awkward smile, "When I came back, I just bought some vegetables. I saw that there were not many vegetables left in the refrigerator at home. I just bought it the day before yesterday." "Really?" "I forgot." Lee Jin-shu wanted to push the food to Soo-yeon and said, "Soo-yeon, take it back and put it in your refrigerator." Soo-yeon deliberately refused, "I don't want it. I don't cook. How about this, the three of us eat together?" Sumu came out to smooth things over and said, "Soo-yeon, come to my house for dinner today." "Okay? What's wrong with that?" Li Jinshu said, will you come? Susu cooks delicious food. Well, since you two beauties have invited me so kindly, I'll do it with some reluctance. Beautiful you. A group of 3 came up, and Suyun went back to his home first, and agreed to call him later for dinner. After Sumu and Li Jinshu got home, they both had to change their clothes, otherwise it would be inconvenient for one to cook at home while wearing the same clothes, and the other would feel uncomfortable. While changing clothes, Sumu whispered to Li Jinshu, since there are outsiders here this time, don't wear anything too transparent, and don't come in naked. Oh. Li Jinshu curled his lips and responded. In fact, she really wanted to tell Susu that it was okay, because she had already been seen and touched by someone. When they came out after changing their clothes, they were both stunned. Li Jinshu's outfit was more conservative than before, a loose-fitting long t-shirt that covered half of her thighs. But it's still a bit short, revealing 2 white and tender legs. But Sumu could tell at a glance that her upper body was still bare. Li Jinshu saw that although Sumu was wearing an opaque silk pajamas, it was the sexiest one of all her pajamas. Didn't I tell you not to use a vacuum? Sumu glared and said, are you really not afraid of being taken advantage of by Suyun? It's okay, I did it on purpose. Li Jinshu smiled and said, at most, he can see it, but he can't touch it. I make him feel miserable. Sumu. Li Jinshu asked back, what about you? Why are you wearing your sexiest outfit? Are you trying to seduce him like me? I'm not as boring as you. Sumu denied it with a guilty conscience, I just picked it up randomly. I just happened to come across it. Oh, what a coincidence. Are you really not going back to the house to put it on? Oh, no, I'm not used to wearing it at home. Li Jinshu said, my clothes are so loose, nothing on my body is exposed. If you didn't tell him, he might not be able to see it so carefully. All right then. Sumu said, don't you want to learn how to cook? Come to the kitchen and help me. Good. Suyun was at home and received his mother's daily call. Zheng Sujuan asked him with concern whether he had eaten on time, whether he had met a girl he liked, whether he had any work troubles, etc. As a mother, I just like to nag like this. But Suyun was not impatient at all. He chatted idly and watched TV. He didn't hang up until he heard a knock on the door. When he opened the door, he saw Li Jinshu standing at the door in a loose cotton t-shirt, with bare legs and slippers, asking him to come over for dinner. Suyun teased, you came out without pants? You're not wearing pants. Li Jinshu explained, I'm wearing a long t-shirt as a skirt, so I don't need to wear pants. Oh. At first Suyun didn't think much about it, he just closed the door and followed the other person. After all, Sumu is here today, so it seems there is no chance to have the after-dinner dessert as agreed upon earlier. But just as he opened the door and was about to enter Sumu's house, Li Jinshu suddenly stopped. She stood on tiptoe and whispered quickly in her ear, I'm not wearing anything under my t-shirt today. Then he walked into the house as if nothing had happened. Suyun. Flirting with me? He looked at Li Jinshu who came in, coughed twice, and followed him in. Sumu was fiddling with the plates in the dining room and said with a smile, go to the kitchen and wash your hands, then come over to eat. Oh. Li Jinshu turned around and asked, Suyun, do you want to take a shower together? Good. In response to Li Jinshu's invitation, Suyun followed him in calmly. P.S. Ask for monthly ticket. Chapter 90. Even the strongest body can no longer bear it. Half a minute later, she also came out and sat on the table. Li Jinshu glanced at Suyun and said with a smile, this is your first time eating Susu's food today. It's delicious. Yeah, it's my first time eating it. Suyun nodded and said, especially this vegetable salad, it's very special. Really? I made this vegetable salad. When Li Jinshu heard this, he seemed a little proud, and then tasted it himself. Li Jinshu's expression changed. Seeing this, Suyun couldn't help but laugh and said, ha, doesn't it taste very special? Okay, stop teasing Jinshu. Sumu brought the salad over and said, you can eat other dishes, they are all made by me. During the meal, Suyun sat alone on one side, while Li Jinshu and Sumu sat next to each other. Unwilling to give up, Li Jinshu wanted to stir up trouble again. Under the table, she deliberately stretched out one leg and teased Suyun with her foot. Suyun, who was eating, felt someone's movement under the table. He raised his head in confusion and glanced at the two of them. But their expressions were normal. For a moment, I didn't know whose leg it was. Because both of the women in front of him were having an affair with him, and both of them were likely to do such a thing. Seducing me in front of my best friend? It's so exciting to play. But he couldn't bury it and looked directly. So he came up with an idea and accidentally dropped his chopsticks. Let me pick up the chopsticks. Soo-yeon pretended to be embarrassed and bent down to pick them up, but found that the other person's foot suddenly retracted. He looked at the two pairs of beautiful legs under the table, still not knowing who it was. Lee Jin-soo's legs were tightly closed as if to protect herself, but some of her underwear was still exposed. It turned out to be flesh-colored with lace edges. Instead, Sumu casually placed one leg on the knee of the other leg, with his bare foot hanging in the air, swaying gently. Never mind, just pick one and try it out. Sumaru, who was eating, felt as if he had been electrocuted. His body froze and he felt numb and tingling. Needless to say, she also knew who was behind the trouble. But just when she wanted to break free, Soo-yeon squeezed her, teased her a bit, and then quickly let go. There wasn't too much entanglement. Then he picked up his chopsticks, stood up, looked at the two of them with a smile on his face, and said, "Your floor is so clean." Sumu glared at Soo-yeon in shame and anger. She quietly glanced at Lee Jin-soo beside her, and seeing that she had fortunately not noticed anything unusual about her, she stood up and said, "It fell on the floor and got dirty. I'll go get you a new pair of chopsticks." "Okay, thank you, Sister Sue." As soon as Sumu left, Soo-yeon knew from her reaction that it was not her who stretched her legs just now. If it wasn't her, then it must be Lee Jin-soo who was pretending to concentrate on eating in front of him. Soo-yeon whispered, "Was it you just now?" "What?" Lee Jin-soo said with a silly smile, "I don't understand what you are saying." "Woman, you are playing with fire." Soo-yeon smiled meaningfully and said, "Be careful not to wet the bed tonight." Lee Jin-soo. Although Sumu was older, he has only recently experienced the taste of women, so his body has always been in a very sensitive stage. And this state will last for a period of time. If you don't believe it, you can go to Baidu. After recovering her composure in the kitchen, she came out, handed the chopsticks to Soo-yeon, and said with a smile, "What were you two talking about just now?" "Nothing." Lee Jin-soo changed the subject guiltily. Soo-yeon resigned from your company." "Why didn't you tell me?" "You didn't ask, so I didn't tell you." Sumu replied, "After all, it's not a happy thing." "Then did you know that this guy bought a building today and is planning to start a company?" "Ah. Really?" Sumu pretended to be surprised and said, "I don't know." "Did he just tell you that?" "No." Lee Jin-soo replied, "He came to our company this afternoon and wanted us to design and decorate for him." "Oh." Seeing that Sumu was pretending quite well, Soo-yeon deliberately said, "Actually, Sister Sue also resigned." "Ah?" Lee Jin-soo asked in surprise, "No, why did you resign too?" "Because of Soo-yeon?" "Did you guys make an appointment together?" "No, I just want to take a break." Sumu glared at Soo-yeon and said, "I feel like I've been working all the time in recent years and I'm a little tired." "Oh." Lee Jin-soo didn't believe it. The two of them resigned together without telling me. Could it be that Sumu went to Soo-yeon's company to help him? It's very possible, absolutely possible. She stared at the two of them, but couldn't come up with anything. After dinner, Soo-yeon went to the living room to watch TV, while the two women went to wash the dishes together. Lee Jin-soo took the opportunity to test him. "Susu, since you've already resigned, why don't you go to Soo-yeon's company and help him? He's just starting out, so it must be difficult for him." "It depends." Sumu replied, "If he is willing to invite me to his company to help him, I will go." Lee Jin-soo. That was indeed the plan. What should I do? Susu really seems to be planning to take advantage of Soo-yeon. Otherwise, why would she suddenly resign from her cousin's company? If she had known before today that Susu had feelings for Soo-yeon, she would have quietly withdrawn to help the other party. But after what happened this afternoon, she felt reluctant to leave. Although Soo-yeon is rich and a bit of a pervert, he is also really good to me. "What's wrong with you?" Sumu asked curiously when he saw her suddenly become dazed. "You seem to be worried." "No." Lee Jin-soo said with some envy, "I also want to quit my job and start a business with you guys." "Don't." Sumu persuaded, "You are different from us. If we fail, what will you do in the future? Looking for a new job? You finally established yourself in your current company." "I know." After washing the dishes, the two came to the living room and saw Soo-yeon watching TV, so they started watching with him. One on the left and one on the right, trapping him in the middle. Soo-yeon couldn't help but jokingly said, "When you two are like this, I feel like we are a family of three." Then who is the mother and who is the daughter? Can't both be wives? You wish. Lee Jinshu laughed and said, "You're lucky to have just one of me and Susu, but you're so greedy that you want two." That's right. Sumu also said with a smile, "You are eating from the bowl and thinking about the pot. Be careful not to eat too much. I'm going to bed soon, so I'm just fantasizing." Suyin stood up and sighed, "It's been a long night, and I have to sleep alone again. Let's go, I'm going home. Goodbye, I won't see you off." After Suyin left, Sumu and Lee Jinshu watched TV for a while and both felt a little bored. Sumu yawned and said, "I'm going to sleep first, you can watch it yourself. I have to go to bed too. I have to go to work tomorrow." So after taking a shower, the two of them turned off the lights and returned to their own rooms. But I didn't sleep at all. I lay on the bed and took out my cell phone. Lee Jinshu, wait a minute, don't lock the bedroom door. I'll come over to keep you company. Sumu, if you can't sleep, you can wait until Jinshu falls asleep and come to my room in the middle of the night. My password is. Suyin came out of the shower and looked at the two messages on his phone with this expression. Oh. And then it happened like this. Fortunately, one of them came to my house and the other wanted me to go next door, so we separated. It is completely possible to operate in a single line, but it is a bit tiring. But it's worth it. Otherwise, if both of them have to go to the next room or come to his place, it will be difficult to deal with. It's impossible for three people to sleep in the same bed. He didn't mind, but the other two certainly did. Suyin put down his phone and practiced Baduan Jin in the living room before returning to his bedroom, turning off the lights and waiting for someone to arrive. Sure enough, before 11 o'clock, he heard someone quietly entering his home password. After a while, Lee Jinshu came in tiptoeing wearing the same clothes she had worn before. She had just entered the room, it was pitch black. She followed the light of her cell phone screen, and before she could call out Suyun's name, she was suddenly hugged by an invisible giant that reached out from behind her. Still not wearing it. Ah! Lee Jinshu screamed and was so scared that his phone fell to the ground. Don't scream, it's me. When Lee Jinshu heard Suyun's voice, he breathed a sigh of relief and said angrily, "You almost scared me to death. Why did you come just now? I have to wait until Susu falls asleep before I can sneak over here." "Hey, let's hurry up then." So, the two shadows in the dark night moved around the room without any rules, as if they were everywhere. Sometimes on the bed, sometimes in front of the window, sometimes on the ground. Finally, everything returned to calm. Suyun looked at someone who had fallen asleep from exhaustion after being tormented by him, and called out softly. Seeing that the other party did not respond, he quietly got up, put on some clothes and went out. He has another appointment to fulfill. It's really